Chapter 491 Baker Street Team. The carriage stopped outside John's textile factory. John Hung and Holmes got off the carriage, and a man with a mouth full of rotten teeth and a sharp face came up. "Gentlemen, is there anything I can help you with? We need to go in and find someone," Holmes said. "I'm afraid this is not in accordance with the rules. There are only girls inside, and you two grown men." The man with a sharp face and a monkey shook his head and said, "It's too outrageous. Too outrageous." Holmes reached out of his pocket and took out a half-pound gold coin, tossing it into the hands of the monkey-faced man. "Only a quarter of an hour will do." The latter frowned and pretended to be embarrassed. Holmes was too lazy to play along with him, and reached out to take the gold coin back. No. The boss is not here. I can find a way to help you make some adjustments. But first, let me make it clear. It's only a quarter of an hour. No longer," the monkey-faced man hurriedly said, quickly putting the gold coin back into his pocket. Then he took the two of them into the textile factory. Since what invented the steam engine, which opened the prelude to the Industrial Revolution, steam engines have gradually replaced the previous water-powered spinning, and textile factories no longer need to be built by the river. However, because John's textile factory was founded earlier, it has not been moved in the middle and is still at the original site. But the equipment has been updated. It was also the first time that John Hung saw such a scene. The huge factory was full of machines, and the pipelines passed under the ceiling. The tracks rotated with the pulleys, pulling the sewing machines one by one, and the female workers stood in front of the machines wearing hats and aprons, repeating boring work, like a string of puppets. Here, there is no difference between humans and machines, the man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks asked. "Who are you looking for? Maybe I can help you." "There is no one here that I don't know." Holmes and John Hung exchanged glances. John Hung put his arm around the man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks. "To be honest, we actually want to open a textile factory, and this time we are here to learn from your factory." The man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks immediately became alert when he heard this. "That won't do. If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have let you in." "Don't be so absolute," John Hung said. "We want to recruit a group of skilled workers. If you can help us, the price can be negotiated." The man with a pointed face was moved by what he said. But he said, "No. How can I betray Mr. Stotts? You know, this job was given to me by Mr. Stotts, and he is still my distant relative. I can't do anything that is not good for him. If you do it well, it will be a lot of money." John Hung said, "Enough for you to eat, drink and have fun for a long time." While the two were talking, Holmes quietly left the place. 20 minutes later, John Hung and Holmes met again outside the textile factory. The man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks sent the two to the road and said excitedly, "I will make a list soon. I guarantee that they are all hard-working and honest people with no ulterior motives." "That's great. We will come to you again after we decide on the location," John Hung said, seeing the man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks turn around and return to the textile factory with satisfaction. Holmes spoke again. "Not bad. I was right about you. You are born to do this business. With a little training, those idiots in Scotland Yard are no match for you." "What about you?" Holmes chuckled twice. "I have basically determined who the murderer is." "Oh, who is it?" "Don't worry. I will announce the conclusion when I collect enough evidence." In a sense, Gregson is right. It is a taboo in our industry to make inferences without collecting enough evidence. Once you have a preconceived idea that someone is the murderer, you will subconsciously ignore those evidences that are not conducive to your inference. Gregson himself made such a mistake. He was determined that the boy named Paul killed Molly, so he collected evidence that was unfavorable to that boy. Holmes paused and continued. "The basis of deduction is observation. First, you need to use your excellent observation skills to see the small details that are overlooked. Each small detail is like a dot on a piece of white paper. Finally, you draw a circle on the paper to frame all the dots. And this is the answer you are looking for." "Very vivid," John Hung asked. "Paul's chemical plant is right next door. Should we go and take a look?" "That's great," Holmes said. "I do have someone looking for me there." The two then went to a chemical factory nearby. The workers there were mostly men, so they were not as strict as the textile factory. But there were supervisors. Holmes spent another £50 and took the time to talk to a few people in the factory about Paul. After returning, He touched his chin and said, "Interesting. Why? Different people here have completely different opinions about Paul. But this is also normal. I probably guessed some of it before." Gregson had been here before. He asked the factory manager and concluded that Paul was an old-fashioned man who was always making trouble. Lazy and treacherous. But I asked his coworkers, and they had a high opinion of him, saying that he had a good heart, was always willing to help others, and would stand up for others, and this may be why he was not liked by the factory manager. Holmes said. "Where was he on the night of the incident?" John Hung asked. "That's the problem. The chemical plant gets off work half an hour later than the textile factory. After the chemical plant gets off work, Paul went to find Molly as usual. This is a well-known fact. However, no one was with him afterwards, and no one could testify for him. But it doesn't matter. We will naturally clear his name after we catch the murderer. Where are we going next? We have completed all the investigations we can do. Let the Baker Street team do the rest," Holmes said. "Let's call it a day and go home." John Hung was no stranger to the Baker Street detective team. Mrs. Hudson's face would definitely turn bad whenever those dirty, smelly, noisy kids showed up, and she had to keep an eye on them, fearing that something would be missing from the living room. Holmes took out 3 shillings and gave them to the leader. "Wiggins, your travel expenses. Keep an eye on that guy named Pearson who works at the wood chemical factory. See what he has done, and then report to me. Also, you can come to see me alone in the future, and let the others wait outside. Otherwise Mrs. Hudson will kill me." "Yes, Commander," the group of children shouted, standing up straight, and then smiled and dispersed. Chapter 492, A Minor Injury. The Baker Street Squad is one of Holmes's trump cards in the original novel. This is a group of unkempt street vagrants who were recruited by Holmes to track targets and collect intelligence. Because of their age and identity, no one would be wary of them. They are like invisible people in the city. Even if they follow behind someone in a swaggering manner, they will not be suspected. Instead of letting them wander around the streets every day, it is better to find something for them to do. Don't underestimate them. Sometimes one person is more useful than a dozen policemen. They can get into any place and hear everything. Holmes said so, and at the same time took out the violin beside him and asked John Hung, "Anyway, we have nothing to do later. Do you have any songs you want to listen to? Please help yourself. Then let's listen to Sarasate's introduction and Tarantella." Holmes put the violin in his hand on his left clavicle and played it by himself. John Hung estimated that Holmes' violin level was between LV1 and LV2, slightly worse than professional players. But ordinary people probably couldn't hear the difference. When he played with his heart, he could still bring a lot of pleasure to the listeners. Holmes then completely immersed himself in the ocean of music, while John Hung took this opportunity to look at the case records in his hand again. To be fair, this is quite interesting, especially considering that he had studied programming and communications for a long time in the last round of copies. At least these cases are more interesting now. Especially many clippings read like a novel with both sound and emotion. And the plots are more bizarre and tortuous than one another. John Hung can understand why Holmes is so fond of solving cases. It's like playing a crossword puzzle, which requires you to mobilize all your reserved knowledge and attention. Finding the answer itself can bring enough satisfaction and sense of accomplishment. Of course, John Hung had more important things to do right now. After Holmes finished playing the violin, John Hung asked him, "Do you have any way to make money? Why? Are you short of money recently?" Holmes raised his eyebrows. "For someone who has sent half a quarter's rent as a deposit before we even met, it's not normal to be short of money. I said that an elder friend helped pay the money after I found a house. In fact, I don't have much cash left," John Hung said calmly. After the copy began, John Hung also checked his pockets. There was only about £5 and 7 shillings in it, although the rent had been paid in advance, and he could eat 3 meals a day at home. This money was obviously not enough to support his daily expenses. Holmes shrugged. "I would like to hire you as my assistant and help me solve the case. We worked well together in the textile factory before, but I may not be able to pay your salary. Otherwise, I would not have to find someone to share the rent with. I am very interested in solving cases, so you don't have to pay me any salary. It's just that I have to find another job now. It's better not to take up too much of my time," John Hung said. Although the dungeon still has a long time, it is not easy to beat Holmes. John Hung is ready to devote himself to it. He doesn't really need money, as long as he has enough to spend. It's fine. Because no matter how much money he has, he can't carry the dungeon. In fact, John Hung still has many ways to make money in this era. But most of them take a long time. And the most important thing is to explain the source of income to Holmes. Well, I do know a way to make money. Holmes touched his chin. I did it for a while. Although I didn't do it for the purpose of making money, it did bring me a lot of income. And it perfectly meets your requirements. It won't take up any of your time. You just need to take one night out when you are free. But, Holmes paused here. This money is not easy to make. You have to show me that you are really capable of making this money. After saying that, he stood up from the sofa. Come with me. No need to wear a hat or coat. We will be back soon. The two walked out of 221B Baker Street and came to an empty space with few people. Holmes stopped, turned to face John Hung, and raised his fist to hit the latter without saying a word. John Hung's reaction was also very fast, and he dodged the punch sideways. Not bad, Holmes praised. I see that you have practiced fighting from your figure and appearance. Which is great. I will not hold back any more next time. As he spoke, he began to move his feet frequently, making it unclear where he would attack next. John Hung still stood there quietly, without any movement. The next moment, Holmes gave up the temptation and suddenly punched again. John Hung stopped dodging and stretched out his hand to block the punch. Sure enough, both the strength and speed were much stronger than the previous one. Good defense. Holmes was not surprised but happy after the punch was blocked. It can be seen that he seemed to be in the mood and was aroused to win. Then the whole person became more focused. To be fair, his punching power is not outstanding, but his moves are swift, clean and neat, without any fancy moves. In a sense, his style is very similar to John Hung. However, Holmes' boxing skills, like his violin, are at the top amateur level, which is enough for a detective. But there is still a big gap between him and John Hung, who has spent more than 10 years in life and death battles to hone his skills. Even if John Hung does not have a knife in his hand now, and his strength is reduced to a certain extent, he can still dodge most of Holmes' attacks by relying on his body skills. I'm going to fight back. 1 minute later, John Hung reminded him. Holmes hesitated. In fact, he had already felt that John Hung's strength was above his. But this also made him more curious about the opponent's level. He thought that since he had already made it this far, he might as well continue. So 5 minutes later, Holmes covered his eyes and returned to his residence with John Hung. Do you want me to find you some ointment to apply? John Hung asked. No. It's just a minor injury, Holmes said. When I was a boxer, I took much harder blows every day. But after he said this, he realized that this didn't seem to be something to be proud of. Anyway, I can introduce you to a few underground boxing rings. But if you really want to make money from this, you'd better let it go a little and don't win too easily. Otherwise the game will lose suspense, and it will be difficult for the bookmaker to do business. Chapter 493 Carpet. In the evening, Wiggins came back to report that the Baker Street team had been watching Pearson for a long time, but had not gained anything. He worked in the chemical plant as usual, and did not behave abnormally. Holmes was not in a hurry, but just let the little ghosts continue to watch him, while he began to finish the paper on the influence of professional opponent type. As a result, the next day, Wiggins hurriedly came to the door and Mrs. Hudson was baking bread in the kitchen, and was startled. John Hung was also awakened by the sound. When he came out of the room, he saw Holmes laughing downstairs. He took 7 shillings and gave them to Wiggins, saying, 1 for each of you. 2 for yourself. Go find Sheriff Gregson and tell him that Holmes asked him to come to 221B Baker Street. Then he looked up and saw John Hung coming down the stairs. It's done. This case can finally be closed. If Pearson is caught, the main culprit can't escape. John Hung raised his eyebrows. You have collected all the evidence. That's right, Holmes said, rubbing his hands. Let's have breakfast first and wait for Gregson. I talk to you then. About an hour later, Inspector Gregson reluctantly came to 221B Baker Street. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, I said the case is over. Why are you still looking for me? Our police work is also very busy. I didn't sleep much last night. Really? What are you busy with? A new case? Or are you waiting to receive the commendation from the chief? Holmes said with a smile. Gregson blushed and muttered. After all, I have made contributions to this city. This case has been in the newspapers these 2 days. It is normal for the chief to pay attention to it. Yes. Yes. But I think it's not too late to celebrate after the real murderer is caught. Holmes said. The real murderer? Gregson was stunned. Come with me. It won't take up much of your time. Holmes said. By the way, did you bring the handcuffs? Yes. I did, Gregson said impatiently. I brought my gun too. I never leave these things without me. I don't think I need the gun. After all, the other party is not a vicious criminal. And we have experts on our side. Holmes glanced at Zhang Heng while speaking. It was difficult for him to forget what happened yesterday. His eyes were still a little swollen. Let's go. Gentlemen. The three did not rush to the chemical plant immediately, but took a carriage to a pawnshop first. Holmes said to the owner of the pawnshop. Someone came to pawn a carpet before. Where is the carpet? The pawnshop owner's face immediately showed a nervous look when he heard this. And he cursed inwardly. I knew it. Huh? I'm not talking about you. Gentlemen. I'm talking about the guy who came to pawn the carpet before. I was suspicious of him at the time. To be honest, I have been in this business for so long, and have seen many people with my eyes. He is dressed like this and looks poor. How could he have such a good carpet? And he chose to trade in the early morning when the store just opened. I was muttering in my heart at the time. Maybe he stole this thing. Oh, then you dare to accept it? Gregson said. The boss smiled awkwardly. How much did you give him? Holmes asked. 2 pounds. The boss said. I think the workmanship and materials are worth at least 20 or 30 pounds if I really want to buy it. So you can get 10 times the profit just by reselling it. Holmes said. Come on. Don't feel bad. This thing is evidence and is related to a murder case. Maybe we can return it to you after we use it. Now, take us to have a look. Okay. The boss led the three to the warehouse where the pawned items were stored. Holmes squatted down and could see the blood stains in the middle of the carpet without a magnifying glass. It was obviously cleaned and wiped there. But it was not wiped clean. This doesn't prove anything, Gregson said. But his tone was a little shaken. He was a little panicked at this time, as if to comfort himself, and said, and the boss also said that this thing was probably stolen. This is the carpet in John Jones' office, Holmes said. To be honest, I didn't expect it to be so smooth. I thought he would use a more stable method to deal with it. Why does this name sound familiar? Wait, is this the current owner of John Textile Factory? Gregson finally remembered where this name came from. He was the one who received us when we went to the textile factory before. He looks pretty good. The female workers in the textile factory don't think so. This is not the first time he has harassed the female workers in the factory, Holmes said. Although no one wants to talk about this. I still managed to find out that after he took over the textile mill from his father the year before last, the female workers here often had unexpected pregnancies. Of course, in the end, most of them did not make it public and left the textile mill after receiving severance pay. This is indeed not a glorious thing. Gregson's attitude softened significantly, and he paused and said, Well, I admit that I may have missed something before, and Mr. John also seems to be a bit suspicious. But I still have to say that the boy named Paul is still my number one suspect here. After all, the bloody clothes under his bed are real. Don't worry. Listen to me. Holmes smiled. It was Molly's turn to clean the house that night. She was the last person to leave. It happened that the light in John's office was on at that time. So they were the only ones in the factory at the end, which gave him time to commit the crime. The next day, Zhang and I visited the textile factory. The guy at the door told us that John was not there, which was suspicious in itself. After something like that happened, he should have been trying to calm the female workers in the factory recently. I took the time to sneak into John's office and noticed that his carpet had been replaced. The new carpet was obviously not the right size. It was probably brought from home for emergency. There was also a faint bloodstain on the corner of his magnificent desk, which seeped into the wood grain. But as you said, this still can't explain Molly's clothes under Paul's bed. Gregson was not a complete blockhead, as he could sit in the position of sheriff. He shook his head and said, Don't tell me that John framed Paul. First, Paul worked in the chemical plant next door, and John might not know him. Second, even if he knew there was such a person as Paul, he couldn't know where the latter lived. The roads and the slums would confuse John. If someone of his status went in and out of there, it would be too conspicuous for no one to notice him. Yes, that's right. So I believe there is another accomplice in this case, Holmes said. Chapter 494. Sit down and take a break. Holmes called a four-wheeled carriage, and the three of them got on and rushed to the chemical plant. Accomplice? Gregson was surprised. Didn't you say that this was a crime of passion? The criminal obviously had no prior plan, because Molly resisted very fiercely. So he killed him in anger. And you just said that there were only 2 people left in the textile factory at that time. This is the last link to complete my reasoning. And it is also the most important link. I later found the answer in the chemical factory next door. Paul rented a house with someone else. His roommate also worked in the chemical factory like him. They got off work half an hour later than the textile factory. At that time, Paul left the chemical factory first and went to find Molly as usual. But he didn't wait for Molly at the place where they often met. Paul was a little uneasy at this time. He walked around the door of the textile factory twice and saw that it was closed. So he went back to the chemical factory. It happened that his roommate Pearson was there at the time. So he asked Pearson to go with him to find Molly, Holmes said. Then the interesting thing happened. Paul and Pearson split up to search for Molly's whereabouts. Paul found nothing. But his roommate Pearson accidentally ran into John, who was dragging Molly's body to the river to dispose of it. Normally, when faced with such a situation, most people would choose to call the police. And those with good skills could try to capture John first. But our Mr. Pearson chose another way. What road? Gregson couldn't help asking. Like Paul, Pearson came to London when he was very young. This is his 4th job. Previously, he had polished shoes on the street, washed dishes in a restaurant, and looked after horses for others, sleeping in a stable at night. People like him must have experienced the difficulties of life very early, and knew that if a helpless person like him wanted to climb up, he had to seize every opportunity in front of him. So when he saw John by the river that night, he realized that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally come. Pearson convinced John, who was extremely panicked at the time, that he could help deal with the matter. The latter naturally would not believe such a nobody. But the situation at the time was not friendly to John. He actually did not have much choice but to choose to believe Pearson. But later Pearson proved that he did not live up to this trust. Holmes said here and looked at Gregson again. Remember when you came to me and said that you found Molly's clothes under Paul's bed? I thought it was strange at the time, since he had already thrown the body into the river. Why did he take off the clothes and put them under the bed? Gregson was embarrassed. That's a problem. I didn't notice it before. But if Pearson did this, it would make sense. He persuaded John to take the clothes off Molly's body, and then took them home and put them under Paul's bed, so that the police could focus on Paul instead of Mr. John. John also handed the carpet in the office to Pearson. This guy did seize the opportunity in front of him. In a sense, his choice was successful. I thought it would not be so easy to wait for him to show his hand. But I didn't expect that he would make such a low-level mistake in the end. He didn't burn the carpet right away, but wanted to pawn it. Holmes shook his head. It seems that the report published in the Echo is not all bad. At least it paralyzed his nerves. Considering his previous living environment, it is understandable that he was so careful. It saved us a lot of trouble. After getting the carpet from John's office, as long as we catch Pearson, we will have all the witnesses and evidence, and the case will be over. The three of them got off the car in front of the chemical plant. This time, Holmes didn't need to pay for it. Gregson revealed his identity as a policeman and quickly found Pearson, who was still working. However, he encountered some trouble when arresting him. Maybe the police came to arrest people when the chemical plant was on strike before, which made the workers inside hostile to the police. Pearson recognized Gregson and realized that something was wrong. So he simply encouraged the surrounding workers to surround Gregson and Holmes. Seeing Pearson disappear in the crowd, Gregson couldn't help but get anxious. He pulled out his revolver and was about to fire into the air, but was stopped by Holmes. Gregson stamped his feet in anger. "Why are you stopping me? He's about to run away." "Don't worry. He can't run away," Holmes said leisurely. But he didn't look anxious at all. Pearson took advantage of the chaos to run out of the chemical plant, feeling a tightness in his chest. Paul was his friend. They had helped each other when they had no money before. But it was precisely because of this that Pearson didn't want to live like this anymore. However, no matter how hard he tried, life always showed him its cruel side without hesitation, knocking him down again and again. Until the night before, when he met John, Pearson finally made up his mind not to live like this anymore, and to make a name for himself in this big city. To this end, he betrayed Paul and got in touch with John, thinking that at the very least he could become a supervisor in a textile factory, and no longer be a short-lived ghost in a chemical factory. And with this handle in his hand, he might be able to get more things. However, Pearson's dream was shattered after only 2 days. Although he had escaped from the factory, his mind was confused, and he didn't know where to go next. At this moment, he saw an Oriental man not far ahead. The latter stood under a tree, just looking at him quietly, and said, "Pearson? Get lost." Pearson was in a bad mood and didn't want to pay attention to anyone at the moment. "It seems that it is the real boss." The Oriental man nodded. "In that case, sit down and rest for a while. I'm annoyed now. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude." Pearson clenched his fists until they made a crackling sound. "Sure. That makes things easier." The Oriental man smiled. 5 minutes later, Holmes and Gregson finally squeezed out of the chemical plant. Gregson's clothes were wrinkled, and his hat was squeezed off somewhere. He cursed all the way, and they soon saw Jean hung under the tree, and Pearson, who was holding his belly like a shrimp at his feet. Chapter 495 Boxing Match. The alley behind the Owl Tavern is very lively every night. The workers and idlers nearby like to come here after work. In this era, there is no Douyin or Weibo to browse, and they can't be keyboard warriors. Entertainment activities are limited, especially for these lower classes of society. They can't play golf or go to dances like those gentlemen and ladies, and they don't understand the elegant things in the theater. In comparison, boxing, a pure manly sport, is more popular with them. Muscles collide with each other. Blood and sweat fly together. This is the romance of men. If you bet a little money, it will be more exciting. In fact, not only these workers, even those rich people like this sport very much. There are some well-dressed guys with canes and hats in the crowd, waving pounds in their hands. The crowd of onlookers formed a circle, automatically leaving the middle position empty for the two protagonists tonight. One of them is a strong man working in a shipyard, with bulging muscles on his arms and body hair on his chest like he is wearing a sweater. Anchor Quinn. This name comes from the tattoo on his right arm. He is a frequent visitor to the underground boxing ring. In the past 3 months, he has achieved a good record of 13 wins and 6 losses, and several of them are close losses. His opponent tonight was a very unfamiliar guy. Orientals were rare in London, especially those who could speak fluent English. He claimed to be a traveler and had a good family background, probably equivalent to a British squire. His hands did not look like those of a guy who had done heavy work. In addition, his body was healthy but far from strong, so not many people were optimistic about him. What the hell is this? Has the boss been unable to find a decent boxer? I bet he can't last 10 rounds in the hands of the anchor. The poor guy will be taken to the hospital. 10 rounds? I don't think it will take even 5 rounds. If this guy knew what was good for him, he should have kneeled down and begged for mercy from the beginning. I remember that the boxer wouldn't get paid if that happened. Compared to making money, it's more realistic to think of a way to save your life first. The crowd was talking, and the comparison of the odds between the two sides was also very realistic. On one side, John Hung odds had risen to 1 to 7, while on the other side, Timeout was only 1 to 1.09. In other words, betting £1 on Timeout could only earn less than 2 shillings. Even so, most people still bet on Timeout. After all, free money is worth it. Unfortunately, the dealers of small-scale street boxing matches like this are also limited in their power. The bet is capped at £5 per person, which also prevents people from buying off boxers to secretly manipulate the match. Otherwise, winning by quantity is also a good way to make money. However, for most workers, £5 is already a considerable sum of money. It is rare to encounter such a low-risk opportunity to make money. Before the boxing match started, people were everywhere borrowing money, and what happened afterwards seemed to prove everyone's vision. Iron Anchor is still Iron Anchor. Although he has clumsy steps and slow punching speed, each punch is powerful and powerful, with a sense of defeating 10 with one force. Under his violent attack, the poor Oriental man on the opposite side can only dodge continuously. Even so, he still received a few punches, like a broken sack. So far, he has not even had a chance to attack, and has been completely suppressed. Kill him. Iron Anchor. Tear him apart. There is no need for such sissy in men's sports. Let him see what an Englishman is. The cheers from the crowd seemed to inject new strength into the Anchor's body. And even the originally clumsy movements became brisk. John Hung was hit by 2 more punches. And it looked like he was not in good condition. The crowd of onlookers suddenly burst into cheers again. And Holmes wanted to laugh. So far, John Hung has been beaten the whole time. And no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like he can win. However, only those who know the business can see that John Hung didn't really get hurt by the punches he received. Tiamo's speed was indeed very slow. John Hung had already raised his arm before his fist landed, protecting his vitals, so he was indeed at a disadvantage. But it was only a disadvantage in the situation. John Hung's breath did not change much from beginning to end, and his steps were not chaotic at all. On the other hand, Tiamo, who had the upper hand, had begun to breathe heavily, lacking stamina, which was a common problem for all power boxers, especially before he attacked again amid the booing of the audience. But the price was that his speed became slower after the peak of adrenaline passed. It's almost time to fight back, Holmes thought to himself. And then he saw John Hung move. This time, facing Tiamo's fist. John Hung did not choose to parry, but took a half step forward and slightly tilted his head to avoid the punch. At this time, Tiamo's eyes flashed with panic. As a boxer, he certainly knew how bad his situation was. He had put all his strength into this punch, and it was impossible to take it back halfway. At the same time, his chest was wide open. It was not a good sign to be approached by someone at this time. But he soon calmed down. What if he was approached? From the previous fight between the two, the opponent's strength was very limited. Tiamo thought, I take a punch first. But maybe I can take this opportunity to catch the opponent, and then take the opportunity to end this game that should have been won long ago. He regained his confidence. Underestimating the opponent is not a good habit. Holmes touched his chin and said. Then he saw John Hung punch hit Tiamo's cheek. This punch hurt more than expected. One of Tiamo's teeth was knocked out, and blood flew into the air. However, he was able to withstand the blow with his strong body and did not fall. So the plot should not be too different from the previous one. Next, it was his turn to fight back. Tiamo clenched his other hand and clenched his fist. As long as this punch hit John Hung's head, he was confident that he could knock this Oriental man to the ground. But before he could swing his hand, he was hit on the right cheek again. So fast? The Anchor was stunned by the punch, staggered, and the strength he had finally gathered was lost. However, this was not the end. John Hung then hit his ears hard with his palms. The otoliths in the semicircular canals that control the body's balance were stimulated, and the Anchor immediately staggered like a drunk. Now, let alone fighting back. He even staggered when walking, and his head was a mess. John Hung naturally would not miss this opportunity, and finally ended this long, but not dangerous battle with an uppercut. The huge body of the Anchor fell to the ground. At this moment, all the cheers and shouts disappeared. The audience around seemed to be suddenly strangled by the neck. The alley fell into a strange silence. Those wide-open mouths and waving handkerchiefs were all frozen in midair. People opened their eyes and seemed to be unable to accept the sudden reversal in front of them. I don't understand why the Anchor, who has always had the upper hand, was finally knocked down so cleanly. Chapter 496 Salted Fish Period. It was a wonderful match. You did all the key points I mentioned, won the match, and fooled all the audience. Here, this is the money you won. Holmes gave all the £30 he won from the bet to John Hung. As a boxer, he cannot place bets or participate in gambling by himself. He can only ask Holmes on the other side to do it for him. In addition to the £2 he earned as a boxer, he earned a total of £32 this time. You are not famous. No one knows how good you are. This is not a well-known match, so the appearance fee is only this much. It will get better later, but it seems that you don't seem to be interested in becoming famous. Ha ha ha. Like I said before, making money is secondary to me. John Hung wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. That's a pity. If you keep fighting like this, you might become a famous boxer. You have strength, a cool head, and you come from a mysterious ancient Oriental country. This is also a good gimmick, Holmes said. But I'm glad you are willing to work with me. I do need a partner. 2 weeks have passed since the case of the unknown female corpse on the Thames. John Hung caught Pearson, who wanted to escape. Gregson interrogated Pearson on the spot and confirmed Holmes' reasoning. He then released Paul. But the bad news was that when he led people to John's house, he learned that the latter went on vacation and just left last night. This is clearly a sign of absconding from a crime. Gregson was so angry that he slapped his thigh. What he was most worried about was that John would just run away to a colony and not come back. That would be so far away that it would be difficult for the police to catch him. However, Holmes then gave him some advice. John was different from Pearson. He was a well-known person in London, with factories and real estate. He would not give up these things and run to the colonies unless he had no other choice. Life there was far less colorful than in the big cities. His escape this time was more like a test. Therefore, Holmes' suggestion to Gregson was also very simple. Catch Paul, and then visit John's house again, explaining that the previous visit to the police was to ask him to attend the court trial of Paul. Gregson thought about it and did it. And it didn't take long for this painful experience to pay off. John had never left London at all. He hid in a secret manner in the suburbs, always observing the movements outside. And the old butler in his house was responsible for informing him. Seeing that the murderer had been caught, not only the Echo, but also other newspapers such as the Times and the Evening Standard were praising the London police, led by Chief Inspector Gregson, for their efficiency, wisdom and courage. In addition, some social enthusiasts and activists called for improving the personal safety of female workers. This matter seemed to have been settled. So John returned to his home a week later. He was also worried that if he left for too long at this critical juncture, he would be suspected by the police, which would be a loss. As a result, he was surrounded by the police not long after he stepped into the door. Sheriff Gregson finally breathed a sigh of relief and proudly handcuffed John. The next day, the Echo published a new news story about how the clever Sheriff Gregson used the media to disrupt the criminals' judgment, lowered their vigilance, and finally caught the real criminals. The citizens of London experienced the feeling of reading a detective novel. They didn't expect that there were so many twists and turns behind a case. The police and the criminals fought wits and courage. And finally justice defeated evil and injustice was redressed. No one doesn't like to read such a story. Holmes was also paying attention to the progress of the case. But strictly speaking, he was actually only paying attention to whether the appearance features he had deduced before matched. And he didn't care about other things. After John was arrested, Holmes went to take a look, and then returned to 221B Baker Street with satisfaction. John Hung felt a little funny. Holmes's persistence in reasoning has indeed reached a point that ordinary people can hardly understand. He is obsessed with it, just like a child obsessed with a sea of toys, completely unable to extricate himself. The case itself is not complicated. It can even be said to be very simple. If I were the one handling the case, I would realize that John was a criminal when I saw him. Even if I couldn't catch him right away due to insufficient evidence, I would still send someone to keep an eye on him and prevent him from running around. Fortunately, this matter ended successfully in the end, Holmes said. John Hung spent 2 weeks to finally finish reading the cases that Holmes gave him. It did open up a lot of ideas, including some cases where the methods of committing crimes were very exciting and the murders were very cunning. However, Holmes said to him, "Don't worry. This is just the beginning. Next, you need to summarize and analyze the similarities and differences in these cases, and remember them all in your mind, so that you can react immediately when you encounter similar cases in the future. As for the knowledge of distinguishing soil, tobacco, etc., I will also teach you, but not now. At least you have to wait until you have completed the first stage of learning. Otherwise you will bite off more than you can chew." John Hung nodded to show his understanding. A boxing match made him a lot of money, and he didn't have to worry about money in the past 2 months. Of course, as his winning rate increases, it will not be so easy to make money from gambling. But his appearance fee will increase in the future. Basically, 2 or 3 fights a month are enough to cover expenses. After handling the case of the female corpse in the Thames, Holmes received 2 more case consultations, one from a detective in the same field and the other from the client. After listening to the detailed description of the case, Holmes basically completed the reasoning and deduction and found a breakthrough, without even having to go to the scene. These 2 cases also helped him earn some money. And then he entered a period of leisure. There was no work to take in the past week, and Holmes finally had time to complete the paper on the influence of professional hand type. Then he began to play his violin to the point of ghostly howling, and finally turned into a salted fish in boredom. When John Hung had breakfast in the morning, Holmes hadn't gotten up yet. In fact, no one came out of the room for the whole morning. John Hung knocked on the door and then walked into the room. Holmes was seen leaning back in his velvet armchair, his head tilted back, with 2 or 3 pinholes on his arm, and a syringe on the table beside him. "Do you know this thing will kill you?" John Hung asked. "Don't be so nervous. It's only a 7% solution. I know it's harmful to the body, but I'm a restless person. Even if I'm given the most troublesome problems and the most difficult cases, I will enjoy it. What I hate most is a mediocre life. Compared with that, those side effects are nothing big." Holmes didn't open his eyes, and sneered. "Everyone in this world is pursuing stability and comfort, getting married, having children, and working peacefully. But I don't know what to look forward to in such a life. Don't get me wrong. I'm not looking forward to chaos all day long. But if there are no criminals in the whole of London, then I can consider moving. Otherwise, I will die in this chair sooner or later." Chapter 497 East District. Although John Hung and Holmes have been getting along quite well during this period, they have only known each other for a few weeks. So it is hard to say that they have a deep friendship. John Hung tried to persuade Holmes, but he did not say anything more when he saw that the latter did not agree. After all, they are all adults and have enough qualifications to be responsible for their own actions. Before John Hung left the house, Holmes sighed with satisfaction and suggested, "It's rare for you to come to London. Go out more when you have time. Not only use your eyes to see, but also observe the city carefully and record those details. It will also help you solve cases in the future." John Hung hummed. "I asked Mrs. Hudson to bring you lunch. Thank you very much." In fact, even without Holmes' reminder, visiting London has always been in John Hung's plan. Holmes undoubtedly knows the city very well. He can not only walk around the balls and banquets of the upper class, but also drink dark beer and chat with the coachman. If John Hung wants to win this competition and complete the main task, he needs to narrow the gap between the two sides as much as possible. Therefore, he also walked out of the house in the afternoon. John Hung did not call a carriage, but walked directly to the street. He first went to the bustling Queen's Market, where he could see the Royal Clarence vase for just 1 shilling. This glass, enamel and gold product made for George IV was said to have taken 15 skilled workers 3 years to produce. In addition, there were small gadgets from all over the world. Cotton clothes from India, tea from Chioggia. Then John Hung took a boat tour of the Thames. There were factories and houses on both sides of the river. The dense chimneys continued to emit black smoke. The shore was filled with countless boats, which became more and more dense, leaving only a narrow passage in the middle. The topless boatman smoked at the stern, which was called Sliding Sin by Dickens. The fog enveloped the whole city. Carriages sped along the road. Flower girls carried flower baskets and shuttled lightly among the crowd. And shoe brushers squatted on the ground and waved their shoe brushes diligently, hoping to earn more tips. West of Charing Cross is the main commercial and entertainment centre of London, and also the largest business centre in England. The famous West End Theatre Group is also located here. On the contrary, the East End east of Bishopsgate Street and north of the Thames is a different picture. In the Middle Ages, this place was still a rural area with vast land and sparse population. But with the rapid expansion of the City of London, the population has become dense. The houses here are generally old and dilapidated, low and dense, and the roads in the middle are narrow and winding. It was originally the residence of sailors, shipbuilders, and a large number of Jews. But now it is a gathering place for all low-income groups. The population here is very dense, with 30,000 people gathered in a half-square-mile street. Basically, every house is home to a large family. The lighting conditions are poor, and there is a lack of ventilation. The shared toilets are extremely dirty, and the air is filled with a foul odor. As a result, epidemics frequently occur. Measles and typhoid are the most common epidemics. The first cholera outbreak in the early 19th century caused about 6,000 deaths, and several subsequent cholera outbreaks killed tens of thousands of people, most of whom were poor people in the East End. At the same time, the East End is also the most dangerous place in London with the highest crime rate. There are 2 million people living here, but there are no important public facilities, no municipal authorities, no theaters or galleries, no soldiers, nothing. Just like a forgotten corner, with no history and no future. The upper class in the West End will not come here unless they have to contact the police from Scotland Yard and have several people accompany them to ensure safety. John Hung also came here after changing into coarse cloth clothes. But he was still spotted not long after. Mainly because his oriental face was quite eye-catching. And as a modern man in the 21st century, his skin was better than many nobles of this era even if he didn't take good care of it. Even if he changed his clothes, he still looked different from the poor people living in the East District. 2 little kids passed by him, playing with branches all the way. And one of them slipped and fell on him. "I'm sorry, sir." The kid rolled his eyes and stood up to continue chasing his companion. But just as he took a step, he was grabbed by the collar and lifted up. "What are you doing? Don't touch me. I warn you. Do you know who my brother is? No one in this neighborhood dares to mess with him," the kid shouted. "Really?" John Hung said. But his hands did not stop. He directly knocked the kid over. John Hung grabbed one of the ladder's calves and shook it hard. As a result, 3 wallets and some small things fell out of the kid's body. "You have a good harvest today." John Hung threw the little ghost aside and picked up his wallet. "Wait for me. Don't even think about leaving here today." The little ghost felt insulted. His face flushed. And he didn't pick up the remaining spoils. And ran away. John Hung certainly wasn't interested in dealing with the little ghost's challenge to a fight. He patted the dust off his wallet and continued to move forward. In fact, John Hung had heard of the bad reputation of the East District. But he had been in the pirate den. And he didn't think there was any place in the world more chaotic than there. Until he came to the Whitechurch District in the East District in person. And he had to admit that the situation here was worse than Nassau. Although the pirates at the bottom of Nassau were also very poor. At least they still had freedom and hope for the future. In the taverns on the island, people could be heard talking about those ancient and mysterious treasures. The wealthy merchant ships, the monsters in the sea, and the beautiful mermaids. Even though they had not found a small boat and no pirate group was willing to accept them. Everyone's face was still filled with a mysterious confidence. It was as if each of them was the future Blackbeard. This was also the reason why John Hung liked Nassau. Under the chaos and disorder, there was a vigorous vitality, which was exactly what the East District lacked. What is more terrible than poverty is numbness and despair. This may be why people like Pearson want to leave here regardless of everything. John Hung saw hungry children, suffering fathers and daughters, drunken villains along the way. People only think of this place when there is a murder or an epidemic. John Hung walked for a while, and suddenly heard a quarrel coming from the front. Chapter 498 Gypsy Street Performer. John Hung approached the quarreling place, where a gypsy street performer was standing between a Jewish family and several fierce and ferocious strong men. "You are going too far. The man of this family fell off the scaffolding and has been unable to work for the past 2 months. Can't you pay the rent half a month late? Do you have to kick him out?" the gypsy street performer said dissatisfiedly. John Hung also noticed that the male owner of the family had a wooden board on his leg. In addition, their furniture and luggage were dragged out and thrown on the road. The whole family looked worried. It's furniture and luggage. But it's not a problem to describe it as garbage. A tattered wooden bed, a mess of pots and pans, and a sofa with a missing leg. I don't know where these things came from. The dirty wooden pony in the girl's hand is probably her only toy. Pay on time. This is the rule here, the hunchback man in the lead said. We are all reasonable people. You can ask their family. I have already given him a week's grace period. How can I give him another week? I tell you that the houses here are in short supply. If they don't rent them, there are plenty of people who rent them. There is no reason to lose money by leaving them alone. But they already live here. The hunchback man waved his hands impatiently. I don't care how long they live here. I'm not running a poorhouse. If they don't have money, they can just sleep on the street. You are too cruel. There is a child here. I just don't think highly of them, because the child is too young to work in a factory or a mine. Even if I try my best to borrow money to make up for this month's rent. What can I do? I still don't have the rent for next month. And I can't pay back the money I owe. When that happens, the creditors will come to the door again. And it will be troublesome for me to rent to a new tenant. The hunchback man said coldly. There is already a family from Wales who has taken a fancy to this house. They have 2 adult men in their family. The husband and the eldest son are both strong, although the youngest son is thin. He can just crawl into the chimney and earn money by sweeping the chimney. The hostess sells flowers during the day and receives guests at night. It won't take long for them to save enough money to buy this house outright. What would I choose if I were you? The gypsy street performer was also a little stunned at this time. The hunchback man looked at him again. Why? Are you new here? Of course. If you are not new here, how can you meddle in other people's business? Look at their neighbors around. Is there anyone who speaks up for them? Here's a piece of advice for you. If you want to survive here, it's better to mind your own business. No. Since I saw it, I can't just ignore it, the gypsy artist said. He opened his wallet and took out 8 shillings from it. Here. This is 2 months' rent. I helped them pay it. After that, she pointed at the male owner and said, after 2 months, he will be able to work and will be able to continue paying rent to you. This time it was the hunchback man's turn to be stunned. He seemed to be in hesitation. He stood there for a while, his eyes flickering. After a while, he took the money and said to the lame man, You are lucky. Let's go. When they left, the Jewish family also thanked the gypsy performer with gratitude. They were completely strangers. They had never met before and had no friendship. It was hard to imagine that the other party would give them such a large sum of money. However, the gypsy street performer thought about it, took out a half-pound gold coin from his wallet, put it in the little girl's hand, and winked at her. Don't worry. Your father leg will get better, and life will get better. The hostess was completely stunned. She could never imagine that a wandering gypsy street performer would give out a huge sum of half a pound. But when she wanted to say something else, the kind gypsy street performer had already turned around and left with the organ on his back, and his figure soon disappeared on the street. John Hung, who was standing by, witnessed everything that happened. After a brief thought, he followed the gypsy artist. He saw the figure carrying the organ walking briskly through the crowd, appearing and disappearing from time to time, sometimes stopping in front of the salmon stall to chat with the owner. The last time Zhang Hung saw him, the gypsy artist was squatting in front of a drunk, watching him waving his arms and cursing the unscrupulous factory owner and greedy woman. Then Zhang Hung lost the trace of the gypsy artist. Zhang Hung stood at a crossroads and raised his eyebrows. He had to say that the extremely bad area and layout of the East District were indeed very suitable for escaping. However, seeing that he had lost the person, Zhang Hung was not very angry. Anyway, he just wanted to remind the other party. It was good that the person was gone, so there was no need to remind him. Zhang Hung was about to turn around and leave, but he saw the gypsy street performer not far behind him. The latter was walking towards him. No, to be more precise, walking towards him, because the street performer's eyes were always fixed on Zhang Hung, and not on others. Are you following me? Strictly speaking, I'm here to remind you that you're being watched, Zhang Hung said. Why should I trust you? The gypsy shrugged his shoulders. This place is full of thieves and liars, and all kinds of people with ulterior motives. Zhang Hung didn't explain anything, just gestured for him to leave. However, the gypsy didn't leave immediately, but rolled his eyes and said, Do you have any suggestions? My suggestion is, don't get caught, Zhang Hung said. You showed off your wealth when you helped that family, and that's when they targeted you. Huh? That rent collector doesn't look like a good guy. In fact, the person who came may not be him. He is obviously very familiar with this area and knows a lot of people. There may be someone else tracking you. It's really troublesome. In fact, I only brought £1 this time. The rest is for my dinner and carriage fare. As the gypsy performer was talking, a group of strangers suddenly came out of the alley at the other end of the street. One of them pointed at him and said, Don't run, little thief. Hurry up and give me back the wallet you stole from me. The gypsy artist was amused by what he said. This group of people was good at confusing right and wrong. They were clearly trying to steal his wallet, but they bit back, which was clearly telling others not to interfere. Seeing that the group of people surrounded him again, he said to Zhang Hung, Your suggestion seems to be a little late. Do you have any other ideas? Yes, Zhang Hung said, took off his coat and handed it to the gypsy artist. Help me hold it. The latter frowned, but still took the coat that Zhang Hung bought from the second-hand clothing store for 10 pence. Just knock down whoever comes. There are no police here anyway. Zhang Hung moved his wrist and said lightly, Chapter 499. Does Mr. Holmes live here? There were 5 pursuers. A little too many. So Zhang Hung did not stand still, but went straight to meet them. At this time, There was still about 5 or 6 meters between the leader and the last one. Their target was the gypsy street performer, who was a little slow to react to Zhang Heng's sudden rush. The leader, as usual, was about to speak to scare the Oriental man in front of him. But the other side had already started, punching him in the trachea. The leader felt a sharp pain and fell to the ground, holding his neck and feeling a breathless moment. Zhang Heng did not stop and kicked the person behind him to the fish stall nearby. The unlucky guy knocked over the cart loaded with salmon and was buried by the smoked fish. The 3 people behind him stopped immediately, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. They usually fought a lot, but they basically bullied the weak and feared the strong, relying on their numbers to take advantage. They had not fought many hard battles, and had never seen such a posture. The 2 of their own were knocked down fiercely before they could even hold out a single blow. The 3 looked at each other, all a little hesitant. Zhang Heng made a gesture to chase, but the next moment, the 3 turned around and ran away. Huh? The gypsy street performer widened his eyes. This scene looked a little funny. 3 guys with wooden sticks in their hands were scared away by a man with bare hands. Zhang Heng stepped over the guy who was still groaning on the ground, took back his coat from the gypsy street performer, shook it and put it on. It's okay, but I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he turned around and left without waiting for the other party to answer. He saved the gypsy street performer just for convenience. The latter was kind-hearted in helping the Jewish family. Since he met him, he didn't mind helping him. As a result, he had just walked a short distance when the gypsy street performer caught up with him from behind and asked, "You are an interesting person. How long have you been in London? What's your name? Where do you live?" Zhang Heng did not hide it and reported his address and name. "Hey, you are not from the East District. So why are you here?" The gypsy street performer asked curiously. "You are not from the East District either. But you are here too," Zhang Heng said. Of course I have my reasons." The gypsy street performer rolled his eyes, paused and continued. "Anyway, I have to thank you for this time. I will visit you when I have time." "Yeah." Zhang Heng did not take it to heart and agreed casually. The 2 said goodbye at the intersection and called a carriage to go home. Back at the cottage on Baker Street, Mrs. Hudson had just prepared dinner, bacon, potatoes, and pumpkin soup. But Zhang Heng found that the great detective was not in his room, pretending to be dead. Mrs. Anderson said that Holmes received a letter and went out in the afternoon. Zhang Heng couldn't help but be curious about what case he had encountered. You know, in the morning, Holmes was still curled up in the armchair trying to murder himself. But in the afternoon, he was back to work, as if those things had no effect on him at all. Zhang Heng helped Mrs. Hudson set the dishes. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Heng opened the door and saw a bearded coachman. He asked in a gruff voice, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Holmes' residence?" "Yes, but he is not at home now." "He is not at home, but my master has something important to find him for," the bearded coachman said dissatisfiedly. "I don't know why he went out, but if you are in a hurry, you can come in and wait for him." Zhang Heng paused here, then raised his eyebrows. "Holmes?" The bearded driver laughed loudly, and his voice returned to normal. "Not bad. You can see through this." Holmes took off his wig, beard, eyebrows, and some other messy things while speaking, and he turned back to his original appearance. "You are indeed disguised very well. Not only do you look like a driver, but your eyes and temperament are no different from those of a driver. In addition, you deliberately changed your accent, lowered the tone and mixed in a certain dialect, and even changed your body shape. But I still can't hide it from you," Holmes said regretfully. "How did you recognize me? You cleaned your palms carefully, and the ink is gone. But the traces of chemical reagents are not so easy to completely erase. And your shoes are a bit new, not like what a coachman would wear." Zhang Heng paused here. He seemed to remember something, but he couldn't remember it again. Holmes seemed a little annoyed. "Huh. It seems that you have gained a lot this afternoon. I deliberately dirtied my hands, but you still saw it. As for the shoes, I was careless. I have an old pair of shoes just to deal with the situation today, but I broke them when I was doing an experiment some time ago. I didn't have time to buy another one, so I could only find a pair of inconspicuous ones. Fortunately, not everyone in this world has such excellent observation skills like you and me. It seems that your trip went smoothly." Zhang Heng temporarily put aside the thing he hadn't remembered. It was worth the trip. Holmes sniffed. Mrs. Hudson has prepared dinner. Let's eat and talk. At the table, Holmes briefly introduced a job he took in the afternoon. Tracking a prominent congressman and investigating his relationship with a young woman without alerting him. The other party is a face of the Conservative Party and has many allies in the House of Representatives. But now some people in the Conservative Party suspect that he has turned to the rival Liberal Party. After preliminary investigation, they ruled out the possibility that the congressman was bribed or threatened. But he did have close contact with a young woman in recent times. So this may be a honey trap used by the Liberal Party. The Conservatives can't find out the relationship between the two without alerting the other party. So they have to ask me to come out. What did you find out? Well, it's quite interesting. Holmes leaned back in his chair. I disguised myself as a coachman and went to the young lady's house. I found that she had a boyfriend and they were very close. So I can be sure that she and the congressman did not have the kind of relationship that everyone thought. But it can be seen that the congressman really likes her and gave her a lot of expensive jewelry and clothes. Considering the age difference between the two of them, I think the answer is obvious. She is the congressman's illegitimate daughter. Chapter 500 The Honorable Thief. I later sneaked into the bedroom and spent some time to find relevant evidence. I also heard rumors before that the congressman was good in everything except that he was very henpecked. This was probably why he only dared to meet his illegitimate daughter secretly. Holmes said, as he cut a potato with a knife and fork and stuffed it into his mouth with bacon. It can be seen that he was really hungry. He didn't eat breakfast in the morning. The effect of his medicine at noon may not have worn off. He only ate a few bites of the lunch served by Mrs. Hudson. And then he threw himself into work with full energy. It's really hard for him to endure until now. If it weren't for the previous scene, Zhang Heng would have almost forgotten that this man in front of him not only has extraordinary observation and reasoning abilities, but also has very good makeup skills. It is difficult for ordinary people to see through him. Especially after Huashan wrote an article about his story in the original book. His fame has become more and more famous. In order not to be recognized, he often chooses to act in makeup. He can dress up as a coachman, an old man, a beggar, an officer, and even a woman can occasionally play a cameo. If there is a chance in the future, it would be nice to learn his makeup skills. Holmes ate the food in front of him in a flash, put down his knife and fork, and sighed with satisfaction. I have a French friend coming tomorrow. Do you want to go with me to meet him? Well, what does he do? He is a detective like me. His name is Francois Leviard. He is a rookie and not very famous. But I worked with him when I was handling a case in France last year. He is a very interesting guy. Although he is a little rough. He also has great potential. He didn't say anything in the telegram. But it is obvious that he came all the way to London just for vacation. Let's see what he wants to see me this time. The next morning, Holmes and Zhang Heng arrived at the dock. They waited in the thick fog for the steamship named Seagull to dock. It's interesting, isn't it? Holmes said, holding his cane. Before what invented the steam engine, no one thought that ships could sail on the water without sails and oars. But this magical machine has indeed changed a lot of things. Whether it is factories, ships, or trains, they are now inseparable from it. This is the charm of science. The world is changing every day. No matter what industry you are in. If you don't notice the changes, you will soon be eliminated by this world. For example, alkaloids. This highly toxic substance was only discovered a few decades ago. But I noticed that it has appeared more and more frequently in some cases recently. This is because compared with traditional murder methods, the use of alkaloids is more concealed and difficult to detect. Couldn't agree more. Zhang Heng said that he lived in an era of information explosion. And all kinds of new crimes kept emerging. Both criminal investigators and powerful criminals needed to keep learning. Sherlock Holmes could become the best detective in Great Britain and even Europe. Of course, he would not be a person who was complacent. His research and essays also played an important role in this. Of course, the safety and morality of some of his experimental research still need to be proven. A quarter of an hour later, Vial walked down from the Seagull. He was a young man with red hair. He was indeed very young, with many freckles on his face. When he saw Holmes, he showed a look of excitement and shyness. It was like a little fan meeting his idol. Finally, I can see you again, Mr. Holmes, Vial said excitedly while shaking hands. I am glad to see you, too, Vial. Holmes also spoke, and then made a brief introduction to the two. I came to London to track someone and came to visit you. After shaking hands with John Hung, Vile continued, "Who are you tracking?" Sherlock Holmes was indeed different from ordinary people. He skipped those polite words, and went straight to the point that he was interested in. He is a thief. He has committed many cases since his debut. But few people know of his existence. Oh! Why is that? Because he is different from other thieves. His targets are not priceless things such as jewelry or cultural relics and artworks. He pays more attention to the value behind the target items. Viller explained. His targets are usually celebrities. He is so bold that he even targets the royal families of European countries. Once he targets you, he will start to dig up the secrets behind you. Maybe a shameful extramarital affair. Or a murder you committed in your early years. In short, it is something you did wrong. If he steals something that can be used as evidence, the owner will be in trouble, and will face a huge extortion fee. What's worse is that he can only swallow his anger, and can't even call the police. A thief of reputation. Or a blackmailer. What did your employer lose? Holmes asked with interest. Vile hesitated and said, "If it was someone else, I couldn't tell you according to the agreement. But I believe you and your friends are all noble gentlemen. Okay. Let's skip the part of flattering us, and get straight to the point." Holmes waved his hand. "Oh, well, my employer is a viscount who likes Canaletto's paintings very much. About 9 years ago, a famous collector's house was robbed and many things were lost, including a Canaletto painting. 2 years later, someone came to my employer and said that there was a good thing and asked him if he wanted it. My employer recognized at a glance that the painting in the man's hand was the Canaletto painting that the collector had lost before. He knew that people of his status should not get involved in stolen goods. But he really liked the painting and had been thinking about it for a long time. He had been rejected by the collector several times. Now he had a rare opportunity. So he chose a more roundabout way. On the surface, he rejected the man's request for sale and righteously demanded that the other party not set foot in his house again, but secretly found an unrelated person to buy the painting. He has not exhibited the painting in recent years, and he has always admired it alone. However, somehow it was discovered by that guy. I came to London to deal with this matter, Villa said, but he quickly added, "Of course, visiting you is more important to me." Chapter 501 Stolen Oil Painting. After spending a whole morning together, John Hung was sure that Mr. Vuillard was indeed a fanatical fan of Sherlock Holmes. From his words, and the way he looked at Holmes, this fact was confirmed. On the other hand, although Holmes did not say it, it can be seen that he actually enjoyed this kind of admiration in his heart. Even the most aloof and noble artist hopes that his works can be accepted by the world. Although Holmes is not an artist in the traditional sense, his achievements in criminal investigation can indeed be called an artist of the Victorian era. Of course, Holmes still put more energy on the case mentioned by Viller. It can be seen that he is also very interested in this honor thief. In the carriage, he asked the red-haired young man, "How much information do you have about him now?" Viller's face showed a trace of shame when he heard this. "I tried my best to investigate, but the information I got was indeed not much. The main reason is that it is not easy to find the victim. Most people don't want to talk about what happened in the past. That guy, how should I put it? In a sense, he is quite gentlemanly. As long as you pay the ransom, he will keep his promise to return the things to you, and will not harass you again. So most people just pay the money obediently. Well, a thief actually manages his reputation," Holmes praised. "It seems that our friend regards this line of work as his life's work. How can we not go and meet such an interesting person?" Vile was in high spirits, rubbing his palms excitedly, and said, "So you are going to take action. Which is great. As long as you are willing to take action. The thief will probably be caught here this time. He must not know that you are in London. Otherwise he would definitely not come here. My friend, you flatter me too much." Holmes smiled and said, "Let's talk about the case first. Don't worry. I know it's inconvenient for you to go to France. I have almost inspected the scene and collected all the information that seems useful and useless on the surface for your reference." Vile took out a small notebook from the suitcase while speaking. John Hung took a look. Almost every page was filled with dense notes, and there were even carefully drawn illustrations. Even Holmes praised it after receiving it. Just in terms of this level of meticulousness, Vile, you have surpassed most of your peers. Hee. Nothing. I just believe that hard work can make up for lack of talent. Villard scratched his head. His face was so happy to be praised by his idol. Holmes quickly flipped through the notebook, then spent half an hour reading it carefully from beginning to end, and handed it to John Hung. You should also take a look. It's quite interesting. John Hung took the notebook and roughly read the contents on it. The Viscount's Canaletto oil painting was thrown away half a month ago. Because of the special nature of this painting, he did not put it in the collection room like other collections, but found an inconspicuous small room to store it. At the same time, there was also an exquisite large porcelain vase from Sia country. In comparison, the large porcelain vase was more valuable, but the other party did not move it at all, only took the oil painting away, obviously doing a lot of homework beforehand. What do you think? Holmes asked John Hung. The latter thought for a moment and said, there are several questions. First, even if the painting is lost, no one can prove that it has ever been in the hands of the Viscount. Oh, it's like this. The Viscount has a little quirk. He likes to sign on the back of the oil paintings he collects. Although he knows that the origin of this painting is a bit shady, he still can't help signing his name on it, Biller said helplessly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to chase it all the way from Paris to London. The second question is, who knew that he had secretly traded this painting? You asked the right question. Holmes nodded. This is also the most interesting part of this case. You said before that the Viscount completed the transaction secretly through an intermediary. How did the honor thief know about this after so many years? Similarly, there are other victims. Since he specifically targets the most unbearable secrets in a person's heart that he doesn't want others to know, he first needs to dig out this secret himself. This is also what confuses me the most, said Vial. I have no idea about this. Even if he learned one person's secret by chance, there is no reason for him to know other people's secrets. Otherwise, this person is too amazing. Could he have some black magic that can see what a person is thinking directly through his eyes? Then our opponent this time is too scary. I don't believe in those which doctors black magic. Holmes sneered. From the many cases I have handled, all the things that seem mysterious and counterintuitive on the surface can eventually get a reasonable explanation, as long as you are willing to study them patiently. Excluding those impossible answers, the rest is the truth. You are right. I am grateful for your advice. Vuillard said modestly. He looked like a primary school student who was listening attentively in class. Holmes was amused. He could only say to John Hung, go on, my Oriental friend. Third, it involves the method of committing the crime. John Hung said. The night before, the Viscount went to see the painting. The maid who cleaned the house the next morning found that the painting was missing. That means the crime was committed during this time. However, the Viscount's mansion was heavily guarded and had several hounds. The hounds did not make any noise that night. The note said that there were no other visitors during this period. Moreover, there was a small garden behind the house. It had rained a little in the morning, and the soil was loose, with no footprints on it. The main door faced the housekeeper's room, and he did not hear any unusual sounds at night. So how did the honorary thief enter the Viscount's mansion and take the painting out before dawn? Biller was also distressed. Yes, this guy is really amazing. He comes and goes without a trace. When the maid cleaned the house in the morning, she found that the picture frame was still there, but the painting inside was gone. The guy also left a letter signed by Mr. M on the ground, and proudly commented on the decoration of the Viscount's mansion. He simply treated it as his own backyard. It's really annoying. Chapter 502. Do you have any clues? Have you checked the maid who cleaned the room? Holmes took out his pipe and filled it with tobacco. I checked. Although the maid had worked in the house for 2 years, the old housekeeper arrested her and searched her body at the first opportunity. As a result, no oil painting was found. Moreover, from the time she entered the room to the time she came out to find the old housekeeper next door, she did not go anywhere else in between. Therefore, her suspicion in this case can be ruled out, Vial said. After a pause, he continued, through the Viscount's connections, I also found 2 other victims whose homes were visited by Mr. M. Their descriptions were similar to this time. They all received letters from Mr. M at the same time their belongings were stolen. One of them had his belongings stolen while on vacation. Another one had a more prominent status than the Viscount, and his belongings were better hidden, but they were still lost. That guy is just like a magician. He can get into any secret room and play with everyone at his fingertips. Holmes did not comment, lit up his tobacco and took a puff. The most powerful thief I have ever met is a dwarf performing in a circus. He is only half the height of a child and very thin. He can sneak into your house through the chimney and squeeze through a very narrow gap by shrinking his bones. But even he can't leave no trace at all. So I don't understand how the guy did it. So I can only ask you for advice, Vile said respectfully. Okay, Holmes smiled. Since I have already agreed to help you, and I am very interested in this case, I will definitely not leave it alone. But for now, we should find you a place to stay in London. The three of them took a carriage to a hotel. While Vile was checking in, Holmes stood in the lobby with a pipe in his mouth, looking at the passengers coming and going. Do you think Mr. M will be among them? John Hung asked. Who knows? Holmes blew out a smoke ring, and it was obvious that he was in a very good mood. We are really lucky today, Jean, and we encountered such an interesting case. I felt that Vile would bring us a surprise early in the morning. Hey, this kid really didn't let me down. John Hung was a little amused. The more difficult the case Vile encountered, the happier Holmes was. The thinking of this great detective was indeed different from that of ordinary people. Do you have any clues about the whereabouts of the painting? John Hung asked. Holmes did not answer, but asked, What about you? Do you have any ideas? John Hung was thinking about the case all the way, trying to put all the clues together. Thanks to Tovyard, the red-haired detective did a very detailed investigation on the scene, and he turned the Viscount's mansion upside down. It was like being there. John Hung thought for a while and said, You said before that if all the bizarre and unscientific options are eliminated, the truth is left. No thief can be so skilled that he can step on the soil without leaving any traces and bypass the hounds without causing any noise. I looked at the layout of the house. In addition to the old housekeeper opposite, the cook also stayed up late at night and was busy in the kitchen. He was not far away, and the door of that room was usually locked. So I think the problem lies with the maid who cleaned the house. Holmes looked at John Hung with the same eyes as he looked at a rare animal in a zoo. And then he exclaimed, My mysterious Oriental traveler friend, no matter how long I have known you, you always surprise me. Don't you? It is really great to know you, although you are still learning by my side. In fact, with your ability, you can already set up your own business. You are much better than my mediocre peers outside. Potential newcomers like Viller are not as good as you. Maybe it won't be long before you can become my strong competitor. Then this world may not be so boring for me. This evaluation was already very high for Holmes, although it was suspected of self-praise in the end. The fact that the always proud detective could say such words proved that John Hung really impressed him. Holmes continued, When I saw that note just now, the first thing I thought of was the murder case in Castle Combe. At that time, there were rumors that the victim was killed by a ghost, because all the doors and windows were closed and could not be opened from the outside. And the crime scene inside was very bloody and had a strong sense of revenge. So the locals believed that only a ghost could do it. Even many policemen believed in the ghost's revenge. But as I said, if you eliminate those impossible interference items, the remaining one, no matter how incredible it seems on the surface, must be the correct answer. Facts have proved that the victim is the murderer himself. He killed himself with extreme means. It is a very interesting case because the victim has been hiding a secret in his heart. That secret has troubled him for a long time. He felt guilty for a wrong thing he did when he was young. This guilt has accompanied him throughout his life. In addition, his health was very poor at the time. He had a terminal illness. He was also worried that the other party's descendants would come to his wife and daughter to seek revenge. So he used such means to repay the debt he owed in the past. The situation this time is also very similar. I carefully read Viller's notes and ruled out the possibility of an outsider entering. This leaves only the possibility of a thief in the house. After all, bribing a maid who earns less than £1 a week is much easier than sneaking into a heavily guarded mansion. If I were Mr. M, I would also choose this path. John Hung frowned and said, The letter on the ground is easy to explain. The maid had it with her and put it there when she was cleaning. She also stole the painting. But the only question I haven't figured out is how she escaped the subsequent inspection. Is the housekeeper also her accomplice? You are getting close to the final answer, my Oriental friend. Holmes blinked his eyes and said excitedly, I believe you can figure it out if I give you half a day. It is not difficult to find the painting in this case. The difficult part is how to catch Mr. M. I must admit that as a thief, he has a good imagination and talent. From his behavior, I know he must be a cautious and patient person. It is not easy to catch such a guy. But London is our home ground. It would be unreasonable to let him get away again. Chapter 503 Female Singer. What are you talking about? After checking in, Vile came over sweating. What restaurants are there in London? I treat you to something later, Holmes said seriously. Hey, this is too formal. I'm not here for tourism. You don't have to worry about me. I just eat something. The red-haired detective blushed and waved his hands. Holmes couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Vile, my friend, we were actually helping you find the missing painting just now. What? You found the painting? Vile was so surprised that he almost jumped up from the ground. So fast? How is this possible? In fact, if you are willing to follow my instructions, calm down, and pay attention to the details that you missed before, you can also piece together the answer. You are really flattering me. What is a piece of cake for you is as difficult as climbing to the sky for those of us with mediocre talents, Vile said, sincerely convinced. That's not the case. Like I said, you have potential, but you haven't fully tapped it yet. In fact, Zhang is about to find the answer, and he has just started working in this field for a short time. People who can live with you must not be ordinary people. They are all my learning objects. Unlike Gregson, this red-haired detective is really too modest. He always puts himself in a very low position. Just like a student, Holmes has no choice but to say, although it was a joke before, you are a guest from afar, and it's almost time for lunch. Let's finish lunch together, and then you can take a rest in the afternoon and think about this case. I will also check something during this time. See you in the evening. The three of them then had lunch at the famous Royal Restaurant in London. After lunch, Holmes left in a hurry as he said. Vile returned to the hotel, and Zhang Heng returned to Baker Street alone. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Mrs. Hudson giving him a strange look. What's wrong? A guest is here to see you, Mrs. Hudson said. Guest? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. In 19th century London, he was completely alone, with no relatives or friends. The only person he had a close relationship with was Holmes, who was a resident here like him. Generally speaking, people who came to 221B Baker Street were also here to see Holmes. But Zhang Heng immediately thought of another person, the Gypsy Street performer he met in the East District yesterday afternoon. When they parted, the other party asked for his name and address, and said that he would come to visit. Zhang Heng originally thought that the other party was just talking casually, but he didn't expect that he really came, and came to see him the next day. However, when Zhang Heng walked into the living room, he was slightly stunned when he saw the visitor. The figure on the sofa was not a Gypsy Street performer at all, but a woman, and a very beautiful woman. No, it should be said that she almost satisfied all the fantasies of men about Victorian beauties. She was elegant, well-dressed, and had an innate mysterious temperament. Every frown and smile was fascinating. What? The woman said while eating cookies. Don't you recognize me? You have really changed a lot. Zhang Heng had to admit that if Holmes's makeup skills were level 2, then the makeup skills of the mysterious woman in front of him were probably level 3. She was so natural in disguise. In addition, she was wearing a long scarf, which covered the only flaw of her neck, so that people could not see that she had no Adam's apple. Of course, a large part of the reason was that Zhang Heng did not pay too much attention to her at the time. He was just helping her. In addition, unlike Holmes, Zhang Heng was not familiar with her before. Due to many factors, he did not notice this at the first time. I didn't mean to deceive you, but I'm sure you can see that I can't go to the East End if I'm in my original appearance, the woman said. Then what does a lady like you do in the East End? I'm the lead singer of an opera company, and I'm quite famous in London. But I guess you probably haven't seen my performances. I went to the East End to find inspiration for a new play, the woman said. I'm sorry, I rarely watch opera. It doesn't matter. There's a performance of mine at the Queen's Theatre tonight. If you like, you can come and watch it with your friends. As the woman spoke, she took out 2 tickets and put them on the table. I said it was just a small favor. You don't have to take it to heart, Zhang Heng said. Then just think of it as making friends. The woman did not take the tickets back after hearing this. She finished the last cookie in her hand and said to Mrs. Hudson beside her, Good craftsmanship. As long as you like it. Mrs. Hudson seemed very happy to be praised. Then the female singer stretched. It seemed that she came here just to give the 2 opera tickets. Since the business was done, she did not drag it out anymore. She stood up from the sofa and turned around to leave. But Zhang Heng still called her from behind. I haven't asked for your name yet. Adler. The female singer stopped and turned back with a smile. Irene Adler. After that, she put on her flowerpot hat and veil, opened the door, and there was already a two-wheeled carriage waiting for her on the side of the road. Zhang Heng's face moved when he heard this name. People who have read The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes are certainly not unfamiliar with Irene Adler. Sherlock Holmes once told Watson in person that he had been defeated by 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. And that woman was the mysterious female singer Irene Adler. The confrontation between the two of them was in the case of a scandal in Bohemia. The ending was that the female singer and her new husband fled London overnight, and Holmes failed to complete the commission. However, it was a perfect ending for the client. Holmes finally asked for Adler's photo as a souvenir, and he always respectfully called the female singer that woman afterwards. Therefore, some readers suspected that Holmes might have hidden feelings for the female singer. However, as Holmes' new roommate, Zhang Heng was more inclined to believe that this was just a kind of mutual appreciation. In fact, Holmes had nothing to do with love. He always sneered at love and believed that such things would damage rationality and have worse effects than those things he injected for entertainment. Just like a grain of sand falling into a precision instrument, or a high-power lens cracked. Therefore, he always kept a distance from things like love. Of course, he would also study the psychology of human beings in love, just for solving cases. Chapter 504 Whereabouts of the Painting. Holmes came back at dusk. He rushed into the room without saying a word. After a while, the sound of the violin, which was sometimes high and sometimes low, came from his bedroom. He completely ignored the feelings of the audience and tortured the ears of the people outside for a quarter of an hour before he stopped. He put down the violin with satisfaction and said to Zhang Heng beside him, "The meeting with Viller tonight has been cancelled. I have informed him that I didn't give much useful information in the afternoon, and there is nothing to talk about when we meet. It just so happens that I also want to tell you that I may not be able to go tonight because of something." Zhang Heng took out the 2 opera tickets. "A friend gave me 2 tickets and asked me to watch her performance tonight." "Huh? Is there a new opera at the Queen's Theatre?" Holmes was as sharp-eyed as ever. "Do you have a companion to go with you? You know, I just arrived in London not long ago. I am not very familiar with this place, and I don't have many acquaintances. So, that's a coincidence. I am also planning to go to the Queen's Theatre tonight." Holmes smiled. "In addition to your interest in violin, do you also like opera?" "I like opera very much. But I'm not here just to listen to opera tonight," Holmes said. "If we want to catch Mr. M, we have to know who his target is. He has been active in France before, and suddenly he came all the way to London. Obviously, it's not a small business. So do you have a scope?" "Well, I visited a few friends this afternoon and compiled a list, from top to bottom. They are all people he might target, although he hasn't made a move yet. If I were him, I should have started studying the target. It just so happens that the people ranked 1, 3, and 5 on my list will appear at the Queen's Theatre tonight. I have some relationship with the theater's chief makeup artist. I originally wanted to ask him to help me get a ticket. But now you have the ticket. Which is the best?" After dinner, Holmes and Zhang Heng changed into formal wear. After Holmes shaved his beard, he looked much more energetic, with his hooked nose and firm facial lines. He might not be considered a handsome man, but he was definitely not ugly. Then Holmes picked a cane with a tortoiseshell handle and a rosewood body, and said to Zhang Heng, "My oriental friend, you are rich now, so you should buy a cane that suits you." Zhang Heng probably couldn't understand the crazy love of European men for canes. In London, almost no gentleman class didn't have a cane, and usually they had more than one. For example, they would take a wooden cane out for a dog walk in the morning, and change it to a silver cane in the evening. At dinner, the rich would hold a cane with a gold cane. In addition, there are also special canes for occasions such as office work and watching operas. When the great novelist Balzac was at his most destitute and heavily in debt, he still threw 700 francs without hesitation to buy a luxurious cane inlaid with agate. This consumption desire has surpassed most of the online shoppers on June 18th. If we look at it today, it even means selling a kidney to buy an apple. However, adapting to local customs has always been a virtue of Zhang Heng. The 19th century was probably the golden age of canes, and even many famous jewelry brands couldn't help but get a piece of the pie. Tiffany and Cartier both launched corresponding canes. But Zhang Heng was not very interested in these brands of canes. In addition to their high prices, Zhang Heng's selection criteria were different from those of most people. In addition to being a symbol of status, the cane could also be used as a weapon for self-defense when necessary. Therefore, Zhang Heng paid more attention to the weight and firmness of the cane, whether it was qualified as a weapon, rather than its appearance. He planned to go to the flea market tomorrow when he had time. When the two arrived at the Queen's Theater, there was still half an hour before the show started. The ticket Irene Adler gave was indeed in a good position, right in the middle of the second row. But the targets that Holmes was concerned about were in the box on the second floor. Zhang Heng also found out that one of them was the current British Prime Minister, the Marquis of Salisbury. Before the show started, he walked into the box with a cigar in his mouth and a bulging belly, accompanied by several people. Holmes was also observing the people on the list, or more precisely, the people around the Prime Minister, but he had not found anything so far. As the audience entered the theater one after another, the lights dimmed, the music started, and the curtain slowly opened. In the last 2 minutes before the opera began, Zhang Heng said to Holmes, "I figured it out." "Well, what did you figure out?" "I figured out where the painting is." "Oh." Hearing this, Holmes smiled and said, "Tell me about it." "The key point is that the canvas of the painting disappeared, but the frame was still in the room," Zhang Heng analyzed. "This is also what surprised me before. It is much easier to take the painting away directly than to take it off the frame and then take it away. So my previous inference was wrong. If the housekeeper and the maid were in collusion, then the former could have taken the painting out and put it with the latter first. But the maid still took the painting down, which means that the housekeeper is indeed not a suspect in this matter. She did this to hide the painting. Since she was searched and the painting was not found, then the painting was not hidden on her body. So there is only one possibility left. The painting is still in the room. Many people have a misconception that Mr. M must get the item before he can threaten the owner. But in fact, he doesn't need to do this. There is a simpler way. Just make the other party think that he has stolen the target item. This is also the purpose of the arrogant letter. When the Viscount woke up in the morning, he found that the painting was gone, and there was a letter signed by Mr. M on the ground. When the two were combined, of course everyone would think that Mr. M had stolen the painting. That's right. Holmes clapped his hands and praised. It is not ruled out that some criminals deliberately disturb the scene. But most of the time, everything the criminals left behind has a purpose. Especially this kind of extremely shrewd old thief. Just like an artist, he will hardly add a few extra strokes to a perfect painting. Then, if I go a step further and ask you where the painting is hidden in the room, can you still deduce it? In that porcelain bottle, Zhang Heng said decisively. Vile is indeed a very dedicated detective. He collected more information and basically searched every corner of the room, except for the porcelain vase. I looked at the picture in the notebook. The mouth of the porcelain vase is very small, but the belly is very large. If the oil painting is placed inside, it will be close to the bottle body below, and it will not be found from above. Chapter 505 Carmen. Great reasoning, Holmes praised. As I said, your talent in this field is amazing, my Oriental friend. I can't even find a suitable word to describe your intelligence. He wanted to say something else, but the next moment the music started. So Holmes also shrank back to his seat, crossed his fingers, placed them on his knees, and prepared to enjoy the performance. The new opera is called Carmen. The author Georges Bizet is a Frenchman with great talent, but unfortunately he died young at the age of only 37. This Carmen was completed a year before his death. It tells a love tragedy that happened in Seville, Spain. Carmen, a beautiful gypsy girl who is as free as a bird, works in a tobacco factory. The soldier squad leader Don Jose is so obsessed with her that he gives up his lover in the countryside, the gentle and kind Michaela. Later, he violates military discipline and secretly lets Carmen go when she fights with a female worker. When Jose is released from prison, he joins the smuggling gang where Carmen is. However, conflicts arise between the two young lovers in the days that follow. Carmen falls in love with the bullfighter Escamillo. Just when people are cheering for Escamillo's victory over the bull, Carmen dies under Don Jose's dagger. Love and destruction are the themes of this opera. Unlike previous operas that featured heroes or mythological characters, Carmen features female workers and low-level officers as the protagonists, which is a bold attempt. This is why Irene Adler dressed up as a gypsy busker to find inspiration in the East End. The latter, wearing a red dress, attracted the attention of all the audience as soon as she appeared. Tonight she was more dazzling than ever, and she also had a more unrestrained temperament. The aria in 3/8 beat that she sang when she seduced Don Jose was also the climax of the first act. However, just when everyone was intoxicated by her singing and figure, Holmes patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Something is happening. We need to take action." The two stood up from their seats, leaned down, and quietly came to the aisle. Holmes said, "Did you see the waiter in the box on the second floor?" He is the person who delivers fruit plates to each box. Originally, this position should be fixed, but it was replaced by someone about 10 minutes ago. Do you think he is Mr. M? Observing his prey closely? I don't think it's Mr. M himself. But this guy is obviously related to Mr. M. Catching him will at least let us know who Mr. M's target is this time, Holmes said. But the next moment, the waiter's eyes fell on the two of them, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "He seems to have noticed us," Zhang Heng said. "It looks like this," Holmes also said. Then the waiter threw away the tray in his hand and turned to rush to a box not far away. "Let's split up. I go up, then I go out," Zhang Heng said. After a brief discussion, Holmes rushed to the second floor, and Zhang Heng ran out of the theater. Holmes' sudden appearance at the stairs obviously made the guards near the Prime Minister's box nervous. But then Holmes rushed into the box next door. When he pushed open the door, the table inside was in a mess. The windows were wide open. Food and wine glasses were scattered all over the place. And a businessman was hugging his wife and daughter. And the family of three was trembling. Holmes did not stop. Stepped on the windowsill with his left foot. But then his expression changed, and he noticed that when he was about to leave, the panic of the family of three not only did not ease, but also showed signs of worsening. Holmes immediately realized that the target he was chasing was probably still in the box. However, this time his opponent was also very decisive. Seeing him stop, he rolled out from under the seat decisively and stabbed Holmes' calf with a knife in his hand. The latter blocked the attack with his cane and shook the dagger away. But then the target jumped up from the ground and hugged Holmes' body, and the two fell backwards together. The scene was in chaos, accompanied by the screams of the hostess. But at this time, the music just reached its peak, covering up the commotion here. Holmes' boxing skills could not be fully utilized in such a small space. At the same time, his head accidentally hit something. The waiter-like man was riding on him and pinching his neck, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. He stretched out his hand to reach the cane that fell to the side. But the other party noticed it and kicked the cane aside. So Holmes could only hope that the family of three watching the excitement nearby could help him. After a brief moment of shock, the male host was the first to react. He pushed open the door of the box and ran out with his wife and daughter, without even putting on his coat. "Great. You really helped a lot." Holmes squeezed out these words from between his teeth. He could only try his best to pry open the hands that were pinching his neck. Although Holmes looked thin, his strength was not bad. But he obviously met an opponent tonight. The opponent's strength was stronger than his. But he had no space to move. Holmes felt that breathing was getting harder and harder, and the strength in his hands was getting weaker and weaker. Just when his vision was about to become blurred, a figure flipped in from the window and kicked the waiter in the ribs, kicking the latter directly out and falling on the corridor. The escaped Holmes greedily breathed in the long-lost fresh air and asked Zhang Heng, "Am I dead? Otherwise, why are you here?" "I went out and didn't see anyone on the street. I guess he's still in the box. He was worried that you were in danger, so he climbed up from below," Zhang Heng said. "Climbed up? You mean he just climbed up like that? There was no ladder or anything nearby." Holmes rubbed his neck, looking unbelievable. "Have you ever been in a circus before? Even if it's true, I go chase him if you're okay," Zhang Heng said. "Go ahead. I lie down for a while. I be there soon," Holmes panted. Zhang Heng rushed out of the box, but saw that the guy who looked like a waiter did not leave immediately, but ran to the outside of the Prime Minister's box. I don't know what he said to the guards there, but saw two of them rushing towards Zhang Heng aggressively. Chapter 506 Prussian Barber. "Don't move. Stand against the wall," the guard warned and took out a pair of handcuffs from behind. The guy disguised as a waiter saw John Hung was entangled and quietly slipped down the stairs on the other side. John Hung remained calm and turned to ask Holmes in the box, "What will be the consequences of killing the Prime Minister's guards?" The latter replied while panting, "It depends on the situation. But it's not easy for you to stay in London. In that case, I leave it to you to solve it." After saying that, John Hung flashed back to the box, and then climbed out of the window again in front of Holmes. When the guards rushed in, John Hung was no longer in the box, and only Holmes, his accomplice, was left lying on the ground in amazement. John Hung had a level 1 rock climbing skill, and he easily climbed down along the decoration of the theater's outer wall. When his feet touched the ground, the guy disguised as a waiter also ran out of the theater gate. After seeing John Hung, he immediately ran in the opposite direction. John Hung chased after them. The two ran across half the street, one in front of the other. The West End was still very lively at night, and the gas lamps on the roadside were all lit up. Compared with the East End where there was nothing, this place was like another country. There were still many pedestrians and carriages on the road. In the 19th century, London already had a lot of nightlife. Restaurants, theaters, saunas, clubs, and many shops were still open even after sunset. The guy disguised as a waiter made a half circle and finally plunged into a barber shop. John Hung followed him in, but he stopped alertly after only a few steps. But it was still too late. John Hung heard the sound of the door being locked behind him. Then, several barbers in the barber shop, who were reading newspapers and chatting with each other, stood up from their positions and grabbed the razors on the barber table at the same time. John Hung roughly counted and found that there were about 7 enemies, including the apprentices. And the key was that they all had weapons in their hands. So this would not be an easy battle. So John Hung was also prepared for a hard fight. He made a gesture to wait, took off his dress, moved his wrists and ankles, and hooked his finger at the fat barber in front of him. Then the men in the barber shop rushed forward. John Hung didn't hesitate, turned around and ran behind him. He found a kid who looked the thinnest, probably only about 14 or 15 years old, dodged his thrust, then grabbed his collar and threw him over his shoulder, smashing him into the 2 enemies in front of him. As soon as he finished this move, the people behind him also rushed over. John Hung rolled on the ground and dodged this round of attacks. But before he stood up from the ground, another knife slashed at his back. This group of people was quite ruthless, and they swung the knife down without saying a word. But John Hung also picked up the knife dropped by the apprentice while rolling. After dodging the first attack, John Hung blocked the second attack and hugged the guy who was swinging the knife, causing him to crash into the mirror beside him and temporarily lose his ability to fight. However, the price he paid was that his left arm was cut by the last person, and the 2 people who were temporarily blocked on the other side rushed up again. John Hung had to stand up and continue to fight. Taking advantage of this gap, he grabbed another knife from the dressing table so that he could attack with both hands and he would not be so flustered. The fight lasted about 6 minutes, and in the end, 4 barbers and an apprentice fell to the ground, and the remaining 2 barbers also looked out of breath. However, John Hung was also a little embarrassed, with several cuts on his body, but fortunately his face was not disfigured, although his physical strength was excellent. After all, he had experienced a battle in the theater before, and chased so far, which consumed a lot of energy. Now he couldn't take care of the remaining 2 people, and leaned on the dressing table to catch his breath. At this tense moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Both sides were startled, and then John Hung saw Holmes standing outside the door, gesturing, as if asking the people inside to help open the door. However, the 2 barbers looked at each other, and no one moved. So Holmes outside the door shrugged his shoulders, picked up his cane and smashed the glass on a door, then stretched his right hand in and fumbled for the bolt inside. A barber saw that the situation was not good and rushed over with a knife. Holmes did not retract his hand, but waited until the other party was about to rush in front of him. Then he suddenly took out his cane with his other hand, hooked the other party's neck, and exerted force, causing the guy's head to hit the door directly. Then Holmes opened the door easily and walked in. He propped his cane on the ground and asked John Hung and the remaining person, "Sorry, did I disturb you? One thing. I thought you would be in the carriage to the police station now." John Hung wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Ha! You did a great job of leaving me there and running away. But fortunately the doorman of the theater knew me. And the deputy chief of the police station in another box can also testify for me, Holmes said. So I came. By the way, if you had stayed a little longer, you would have heard my warning. The guy disguised as a waiter was a Prussian. And the Prussians in London happen to like to stick together. So it's no accident that you were ambushed. When chasing, you should avoid places with many Prussians. Holmes looked around and saw the Prussian barber staggering at his feet. And then said, but I have to admit that I was quite surprised by this result. I knew you could fight. But I didn't know you could fight to this extent. After saying that, he suddenly swung his cane quickly and hit the only barber who was still standing. The latter wanted to run away, but was hit in the lower abdomen by this blow and fell to the ground. You're welcome. Is your neck better? John Hung asked. Not very good. I don't know. After this is over, I will probably go to the clinic for a checkup. Sherlock Holmes' mood also became very bad when he mentioned his neck. He rubbed the red place where he was pinched. Is that guy still in there? I don't think so. Otherwise, I would have been fighting 8 instead of 7. Hearing this, Holmes walked to the door of the inner room, pushed it open, and saw that the window was open. Well, we haven't gained nothing this time. At least we can answer your second question. Aren't you curious about how Mr. M knew the secret behind the Viscount's painting? Holmes touched his chin. After this incident, I am more and more convinced that Mr. M is not acting alone. Since he has people to help run errands, he will naturally have people to help him collect intelligence. What we are facing this time is probably not one person, but a criminal gang. They have a clear division of labor. Some people are responsible for getting information. Some are responsible for scouting. And some are responsible for bribing people around the target. Our Mr. M is the leader, and he only needs to do a good job of coordination and planning. As Holmes spoke, he watched John Hung pick up the wrinkled dress on the ground. Where are you going? Back to the theater. To finish the opera. John Hung shook the dress and put it back on. Anyway, the ticket was given to me by someone else, and it would be rude to leave before the end of the show. Oh, and John Hung walked to the door and stopped. You don't have to thank me for saving your life before. I thought you had forgotten about that, Holmes said. It's not easy to forget the tomato-colored face you had when someone pinched your neck. John Hung waved his hand. I'm leaving. I leave the matter to you. I didn't kill them. They only have superficial injuries. Well, the lead singer is really beautiful. I hope you won't be so obsessed with her that it will affect our next move. My dear Oriental friend, Holmes said with a worried look on his face. Chapter 507. The end of the performance. John Hung simply treated the skin wounds on his body, then returned to the Queen's Theater and sat back in his seat. The opera was about to end. In the square outside the bullfighting arena, Escamillo and Carmen parted ways, and walked into the arena with their heads held high amid the crowd, while Carmen stayed outside. At this time, the ragged Don Jose found her and begged for reconciliation. But Carmen was indifferent. At the same time, cheers came from the arena. Escamillo defeated the bull. Carmen, delighted, took off the ring Don Jose gave her and threw it on the ground. She wanted to rush into the arena to share her joy with her lover. But Don Jose, in despair, pulled out a dagger that he had prepared long ago and stabbed Carmen. When the crowd walked out of the arena, they only saw Carmen in a pool of blood. Don Jose shouted, I killed her. Carmen. My dear Carmen. The play ended here. Then all the actors and the crew walked onto the stage. The lights came on, and thunderous applause rang out in the theater. There is no doubt that the first performance of the new play Carmen in London was an unprecedented success. John Hung also stood up and applauded with the people around him. When the performance was over, John Hung went backstage to congratulate Irene Adler, and this place was already crowded with people congratulating her. Even the Prime Minister's wife came down. John Hung did not fight with the people inside, but stood aside quietly until most people had left. Then he went in. Irene Adler's dressing table was already surrounded by flowers, because there was no room. Even the seats next to it were filled, while other people only had a few bouquets of flowers. Now I know how much Londoners like you, John Hung said. Really? It's a pity that you are not from London. I saw you leave halfway through, Irene Adler said. My friend and I have some urgent matters to deal with. Well, I can see how urgent it is for you. Adler raised his eyebrows and pointed at John Hung's dress. You look terrible. Almost as bad as Don Jose in the play. Actually, I just went to the barber shop. It can be seen that their service is quite rude. Give me the name of that barber shop, and I will avoid it in the future. The female singer laughed. As someone who has read the original novel, Jong Hung will of course be wary of Irene Adler. But he must admit that the latter is indeed a very charming person. No wonder the king of Bohemia can't forget her. And strictly speaking, the case was also the king's fault first. He abandoned Adler for his own status and married the Scandinavian princess, which led to the subsequent photo scandal. Judging from Holmes' attitude, he actually prefers the female singer and is quite disgusted with the king's actions. That's why he only asked for Adler's photo as payment after the incident and refused the king's handshake. Jong Hung probably understood Holmes's appreciation for the female singer. She was indeed a smart and interesting woman. Therefore, Jong Hung finally chose to go with the flow on how to treat Irene Adler. He was neither deliberately distant nor too enthusiastic. Even a strong Holmes did not always fight alone. He had the Baker Street team, the connections he had accumulated when helping the police solve cases, and friends in all walks of life. If Jong Hung wanted to win the competition with him, he also needed the help of friends. Irene Adler, as one of the only 4 people who have defeated Holmes, might be a good choice. Although I was a little angry about your exit midway, seeing that you came back at the end, this matter is offset. In addition, thank you for waiting outside to congratulate me, even though you didn't bring flowers. The female singer blinked. This night was very long for many people. When Jong Hung returned to 221B Baker Street, Holmes did not fall asleep, but was fiddling with an Amazon blowgun in the room with great interest. Although he had just walked through the gates of hell, his spirits seemed to be more excited. Just as he said, the more difficult the problem, the more excited he would be. On the contrary, a dull life was like murdering his life. Seeing Jong Hung coming in, he said, "Interesting. You didn't send her home." "I don't think our relationship is that good," Jong Hung said. "And don't worry. She and I are not the kind of relationship you think." "That's good. Otherwise the world would have one more mediocre lover and one less good detective," Holmes said. "Did you get anything out of those barbers?" Jong Hung did not continue the topic. "I'm glad you still remember our case. But unfortunately, as I guessed, they are not affiliated with Mr. M's criminal gang. However, at least I know who beat us up in the theater tonight." "He beat you." "But I beat him." "Thank you," Jong Hung corrected. "It doesn't matter. It makes no difference to me. Anyway, the guy's name is Carlson. He said he worked in a gun factory, but these 2 pieces of information are probably false. He and the group of barbers met while drinking. As I said, the Prussians in London like to stick together. He ran into the barber shop and said that bad guys were chasing him. So the people in the barber shop were united and closed the door to fight you." "Wait, they don't really know that guy. So you haven't gotten anything out of him?" Jong Hung frowned. "That's right. But fortunately I have fought him before, so my neck wasn't strangled for nothing." Holmes put down the blowgun in his hand. "That guy is very skilled. His moves are simple and practical. Especially the one that knocked me down. He obviously served in the army. He is a Prussian. I've told you before. Besides that, he is also a very good gambler. I saw the watch on his right hand. That watch should be quite valuable. But there is a pawn ticket number on it." "Oh, this is the habit of London pawnshops. They will use a needle tip to engrave the ticket number on the back of the watch. This method is like hanging a sign, which can avoid the risk of losing or confusing the number. But it is difficult to see with the naked eye. I touched it when I was struggling. There are at least 3 numbers, which means he has pawned 3 times in total, but then redeemed it, which means he will get a large sum of money every once in a while. Then the question is, where does this money come from?" "Mr. M?" "Yes. We will go to the casino tomorrow. I have a feeling that we are very close to the real owner," Holmes said. Chapter 508 New Discovery. No matter what era, gambling is one of the most popular entertainment activities for human beings. London in the 19th century was no exception. There were probably hundreds of casinos of all sizes here, not to mention those pubs. People who were arm wrestling and playing poker on the roadside. The next evening, 3 people including Vile gathered at 221B Baker Street. Considering the nature of that guy's work, he won't go to those very famous casinos, Holmes said. The pub is suitable for him, and the boxing ring is also good. Last night, I had some very friendly conversations with those Prussian barbers. I got the name of the pub where they met. We can search with this as the center to improve efficiency. So we have to split up? John Hung asked. Sure. We've both seen that guy. You and Vile will be in one group. And I'd be alone. But he's also seen us. So we have to put on some makeup, Holmes said. As he spoke, he took out 2 wigs and other makeup tools. Your skin color is a problem. Orientals are more conspicuous in London. But you can cover your body with clothes and put some soot on your face. It's night anyway, so you shouldn't be able to see it if you don't look closely. Of course, you better not get too close to him. Holmes started to work while talking. After a while, a boilerman was freshly made, and Holmes himself was dressed up as an old sailor with a smoking addiction. John Hung wrote down the method Holmes used. Of course, this was just a relatively basic disguise, far less lifelike than the coachman Holmes had dressed up as before. As for Irene Adler's gender reverse gypsy busker, it was a more powerful level. The 3 of them were ready. Changed some change, put it in their pockets, and started to act. John Hung and Holmes separated at the crossroads. Each of them contracted an area. John Hung and the red-haired detective first came to a pub called Pigeon, where they had a drink and did not meet the target. Most of the drinkers here were gentlemen, who generally looked more elegant, and no one gambled. So the 2 of them went to the boxing ring next door. There were many more people here, and the noise was loud. 2 strong figures were fighting on the boxing ring, and his people were watching. John Hung and Vile had to spend some effort to search every corner. And at this time the boxers on the stage also decided the winner. And one was knocked to the ground and did not get up again. The crowd cheered. Obviously those who made the right bet. Of course, some people held their heads in frustration. Apparently those who lost money. In fact, after coming here a few times, John Hung could understand why people who came to watch the game couldn't help but want to gamble a little. Because most people would be infected by the atmosphere here. Being there, seeing someone making money easily, it's hard to resist the urge to play a game themselves. Of course, most of the time, they would lose everything. However, the red-haired detective was obviously an exception. John Hung finally understood why even a strict Sherlock Holmes would admire Villard. This short French detective was not just a flatterer. Once he entered the working state, his expression would be very focused and not be shaken by anything. Once he found someone similar to the description, he would secretly tell John Hung to confirm it as soon as possible. However, so far, the 2 have not encountered the guy who escaped from the theater. John Hung even suspected that after what happened last night, the guy would escape from London to avoid the limelight. But Holmes firmly believed that the other party was still here. Although a guy like this is not the decision maker in the team, he is not so easy to replace with his skills. At this juncture, he will not give up the plan because of a small setback, Holmes said before the action began. John Hung and the red-haired detective then went to visit 2 pubs, one large and one small, and a boxing ring. But I don't know if it was bad luck. There was still no gain, and the night was gradually getting darker. I wonder what's going on with Mr. Holmes. The RA took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his head, and said, but at this moment, John Hung beside him suddenly stopped. The RA looked forward following someone's gaze, but the target did not match the description of the 2 people before. However, the red-haired detective was very alert and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He said nothing at this time, seeing John Hung leaning against the wall and pretending to vomit after drinking too much. He also pretended to pat the former's back with concern. The target person had no suspicion, and just glanced at this place hurriedly. He seemed to have something urgent to do, so he left in a hurry. John Hung stopped retching and stood up until the figure disappeared in the night. Vile was finally able to ask the doubts in his heart at this time. Who is that guy? A guard next to the Prime Minister. We met in the theater last night, John Hung explained. The guy who just walked across from him was the guy who warned him not to move and planned to handcuff him, because the 2 had been face to face, and John Hung's disguise was relatively basic. He hid his face for safety. John Hung remembered the trick of Mr. M bribing the nanny to fake theft in the oil painting case. It seems that the other party really likes this mode of crime, and seems to have the intention to repeat the old trick in this action. What should we do? Should we follow him? Asked the red-haired detective. John Hung thought for a moment and shook his head. It's a good thing to be able to confirm the other party's target, but there is not much point in following the guard. Do you remember where he came out from? Of course, said Vile. Let's go there first to see if the guy who fought with me last night is still there. John Hung and the red-haired detective went straight into the cafe where the target came out. It was late at night, and the cafe was about to close. There were only a few people inside, and even the waitress was yawning. John Hung looked around and did not see the Prussian. Then he and Vile expanded the search range. But unfortunately, they still couldn't find the target. In the end, they could only reunite with Holmes 2 streets away. After listening to John Hung's introduction of the basic situation, the latter nodded and said, "You are right. The bribed person is not a member of the team. Let's not talk about whether the bribe can be proved. There is no other use for arresting him except to alert the enemy. On the contrary, now we have grasped the other party's target in advance, which is equivalent to taking the initiative. Next, we can play this game with him." Chapter 509, Approaching the Truth. Holmes decided not to tell the Prime Minister about what happened tonight. John Hung had no objection to this, but Vile wanted to say something. He felt that this was a bit ungentlemanly, like using the Prime Minister as bait. But because he was not British, it was not easy to open his mouth about such things. So Holmes finally got what he wanted. The Baker Street team was called again, and Holmes went into battle personally this time. He disguised himself as a shoe repairman during the day and set up a stall not far from the Prime Minister's residence. At night, he pretended to be a drunk on the roadside. As a result, 2 days passed, and he had earned 4 shillings from shoe repair, but still hadn't seen the shadow of the Prussian. Holmes himself was not in a hurry. He only slept 3 hours a day, but he looked energetic and even had the mood to play the violin in his spare time. As for John Hung and Vile, they were also not idle. They also spent the past few days in London's pubs and boxing rings, trying to continue looking for targets in this way. However, like Holmes, they didn't get anything. At the same time, on the morning of the 3rd day, John Hung received an unexpected news that Holmes had been arrested. John Hung and Vile saw the great detective at the police station. He was sitting on a bench, holding his chin and thinking about something. John Hung went through the bail procedures, and then the police released Holmes. Holmes took the shoe brush and tool box from the police officer and walked out of the police station without saying a word. John Hung and Vile were a little worried about Holmes, fearing that he would have something to worry about. However, Holmes suddenly laughed after getting on the carriage. "Interesting. It seems that I really underestimated my opponent this time." It's a bit embarrassing to say," Holmes said with a chuckle. "I haven't been so embarrassed in a long time. I was supposed to be on guard, but I was discovered by someone and was blamed. Someone told the police patrolling that street that a suspicious person was found outside the Prime Minister's office. And then I was arrested by the police. Although I have some connections in the police station, the case involves the Prime Minister, so the police can't release me immediately. They can only ask you to bail me out." "Did they recognize your disguise?" "It's better to say that this was a trap from the beginning," said Holmes. "I can now confirm that we are being watched. It should be after the night at the theater. We are trying to find the Prussian based on the information we have. But the other side is obviously also trying to find out our background. I have to admit that they have done a good job in this matter. It seems that they already know where we live and what I do. So our actions this time are completely under surveillance. And today's incident seems to be their warning to me." "Warning?" "Yes. It seems that they don't want me to get involved in this matter anymore," Holmes said. "But this also indicates that we are getting closer to the truth." "Sorry to interrupt." The red-haired detective scratched his head and said, "Did I miss something? We have found nothing in the past 2 days. So how come we are suddenly getting closer to the truth?" "I don't know yet. But we must have done something inadvertently to make them nervous these days. So I have been thinking about this problem before you arrived," Holmes said. Holmes touched his pocket and found that his pipe was not in his pocket because he had changed his clothes. Vile quickly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Holmes with both hands. "Don't worry. Let me think about it." Holmes took a puff of cigarette and said, while Holmes continued to ponder. John Hung was also recalling what happened in the past few days to see if there was anything missing. Then the two of them almost exclaimed at the same time, "Did you find anything?" Vile was more curious than anyone else, wishing he could get into John Hung and Holmes' heads. "Are you thinking about what I was thinking about just now?" Holmes asked John Hung. The latter looked at Viller. "You said that Mr. M's previous cases were all done in France, which means that there is a high possibility that he is French. Yes, that's right. And Carmen is a French opera. That's no problem either. The red-haired detective raised his eyebrows. So? Carmen was first premiered in Paris, and then came to London. And Mr. M happened to appear in London at that time. Zhang Heng said. Is this a coincidence? Wait, are you suggesting that Mr. M is related to the opera company? That would explain why the other side is so nervous. Zhang Heng said. Because we appeared in the theater that night. Holmes said. The other side thought we might be close to Mr. M. I go find Miss Adler now, to see who in the troupe is French and has just arrived in London. Zhang Heng said decisively. Half an hour later, Zhang Heng arrived outside Irene Adler's house. After Zhang Heng gave his name, the nanny opened the door and asked him to sit in the living room. At this time, the sound of piano came from the second floor. Miss Adler is practicing the piano. Please wait a moment, the nanny said. Okay. Zhang Heng sat on the sofa, and the nanny made him some black tea. About a quarter of an hour later, the piano stopped and the female singer walked down the stairs. Look who's here. You're a rare guest. Mr. Zhang Heng, Irene Adler said. She was wearing a white dress today, and she looked like a quietly blooming lily. With Irene Adler's intelligence, Zhang Heng didn't mean to hide anything and told her everything directly. The singer's face showed a look of realization. So that's why you left at night, because of this case. I hope Miss Adler doesn't mind. Irene. Just call me Irene, the female singer said. How can I blame someone who works hard to improve the security in London? Strictly speaking, this job is unpaid, Zhang Heng said. So maybe it's more appropriate to call it a hobby. That makes it more admirable. Isn't it? Irene said. She paused, sat down opposite Zhang Heng, and poured herself a cup of black tea. The person you are looking for does exist. He is the French consultant of the troupe. In the previous rehearsal stage, the contact with the troupe was usually through telegrams. But this premiere in London is of great importance. So he also rushed over from France. Speaking of which, I have never liked that guy. Although he looks very humble on the surface, I can see that he is actually very proud in his heart and does not take other people seriously at all. Especially women. Of course, he is good at flirting. But unfortunately, he is not the smartest person in the entire troupe as he thinks. Chapter 510 Case closed. Yuri. He asked me to have dinner with him before, but I didn't agree. He probably thought I was just like those vases he summoned and dismissed at the French opera company, the female singer said, putting down the teacup in her hand. I can give you Yuri's address, and even help you to make an appointment with him. But what's the benefit for me? What do you want? Zhang Heng asked. Well, I haven't thought about this question yet. Irene blinked. You can tell me when you have thought it over. This proposal sounds good, the female singer said. In this case, Yuri will be yours. In the Royal Hotel, Irene was sitting opposite a French man who was about 40 years old. The latter was talking about the artistic atmosphere in Paris and how many outstanding artists there were. The female singer looked at the opposite side with admiration in her eyes, which made the French man feel very happy. It's a pity that Bizet is no longer with us, but I can introduce you to other playwrights. I have a wide network of contacts at the Paris Music Festival. If you are tired of staying in London and want to develop in Paris, you can contact me. Oh, you think too highly of me. I can only speak a few words of French. If I really go to Paris, it will be inconvenient for me to live, let alone sing. It doesn't matter. Languages can be learned. Yuri wiped his mouth with a napkin. You have good conditions in all aspects, whether it is appearance or singing skills. Once you master French, plus my resources, no one in Paris can be your opponent. In this way, you will become a rare female singer who has achieved success in both France and England. Irene burst into a chuckle upon hearing this, and seemed to be longing for the beautiful reality described by Yuri. Raising the wine glass in her hand, please forgive my previous rudeness to you. I didn't know you were such a funny and interesting person, completely different from other men I met. At my age, there is nothing left except a little experience and sense of humor, Yuri said self-deprecatingly, and also raised the wine glass in his hand. He was always polite and impeccable. Only when his eyes passed over the singing girl's chest would they flash a barely perceptible heat. According to his past experience, his previous words had already opened Irene's heart. The latter was obviously completely immersed in the beautiful prospects he described, which also meant that he would soon get what he wanted. Perhaps tonight. Yuri was also satisfied that Irene took the initiative to drink. Once she was drunk here, he could, but the next moment, Yuri felt dizzy. He knew his own alcohol tolerance very well, and he would not fall down after just 2 sips. Therefore, Yuri immediately realized that there was something wrong with the wine tonight, and his heart sank. But at this point, he still didn't doubt the female singer, just thought that some other enemy had come after him, which is also a mistake that most men often make, underestimating women. Even Sherlock Holmes had fallen on the female singer, and this time the famous Mr. M was no exception. He struggled and wanted to attract the attention of the people around him by calling for help. As cautious as he was, he would always bring bodyguards with him in the dark even when he was on a date. But the next moment his head fell into Irene's arms. "Oh, Mr. Yuri, you look a little drunk. But it's okay. I take you home," the female singer said gently. Then she called a waiter and asked him to go downstairs to call a carriage. The driver disguised as Holmes walked into the hotel under the guidance of the waiter and carried Yuri with Irene. The bodyguard at another table was a little undecided. He didn't know whether Yuri was really drunk or he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. He didn't follow him immediately. Yuri had been carried downstairs. The bodyguard hurriedly paid the bill. But when he went downstairs, the carriage had disappeared. At this time, someone patted his shoulder, and John Hung and the red-haired detective sandwiched him in the middle. A week had passed since the oil painting case, and Holmes's tactic of pinching the snake's head was successful. All members of Mr. M's gang were dug out. The Viscount found the law-sensitive oil painting in his own porcelain bottle, and Vuillard had successfully completed his mission and returned to France. However, Holmes was also a little troubled about how to deal with Mr. M afterwards. It stands to reason that the other party had committed countless crimes and was definitely a criminal. However, in the cases he committed, the owners did not dare to speak out, and no one reported the case, so it was difficult to convict him legally. Yuri also looked very lonely after waking up and finding himself trapped. He was obviously sure that Holmes could not do anything to him. In the end, it was John Hung who tortured him to get the information of other gang members. After getting Mr. M's oath that he would never set foot in London again, Holmes finally chose to release him back to France. However, John Hung did not gain nothing. After this case, he had a criminal investigation skill on his personal panel, which was also a reward for his study of historical cases and his personal participation in the investigation. In addition, he also received 15 game points after catching Mr. M. However, the main task he was most concerned about was still in an unfinished state. John Hung originally thought that with Irene's help, he could get the first step to know Mr. M's true identity. And in fact it was true. But the system did not seem to recognize this result. John Hung guessed that this might be because in this case, most of the deductions were made by Holmes. And at the end it was Holmes who deduced that Mr. M began to feel scared. And then the two of them thought of the opera troupe at almost the same time. So the system did not seem to think that John Hung found the criminal first. John Hung naturally felt a little regretful about this. But he was not too upset. At least he now had a rough idea of the conditions for winning. And he also saw the hope of winning. Although this road was not easy. Fortunately, time was still on his side. In addition, after this case, he finally confirmed that Holmes was also a human being and would make mistakes. Of course, his ability to correct his mistakes was also terrible. In the oil painting case, Mr. M's defensive method was actually discovered by him. Finally, John Hung always felt that Holmes's final choice to let Mr. M go had other deep meanings. John Hung consulted Holmes on this issue. The latter smiled and took out his violin again. "I went to listen to Carmen again. It is indeed a good opera. Your friend Miss Adler's performance was also wonderful. I especially liked one of the sections. I will play that section for you." Chapter 511 Small Games. Unconsciously, 5 months had passed since John Hung came to Victorian London. He had almost gotten used to the fog on the Thames, the noise and bustle of the underground boxing ring, and the poor imagination of the British when it came to food. But on the other hand, he made rapid progress. His criminal investigation skills reached level 1 3 months ago. He learned makeup a little later, but he also broke through to level 1 last month. In addition, because he was often with Irene, John Hung also learned a lot about 19th century music, literature and painting under the influence of the female singer. He also gained an art appreciation skill, but it was only level 0 for now. In the oil painting case, Irene helped a lot, but she never asked for anything in return, as if she had forgotten about it, and just interacted with John Hung like a friend. However, with this woman's intelligence and cunning, John Hung didn't think she really forgot about it. John Hung just hoped that the other party's final request would not be too troublesome. But for now, the two of them were getting along well. As for Holmes on the other side, it is a bit difficult to describe. When they first met, Holmes was still very gentlemanly, although he occasionally did some unorthodox things. It basically did not affect other people. However, as time went by, the two of them began to gradually reveal their original forms. Just like a couple after the honeymoon period, Holmes often did some messy experiments in his bedroom. In addition to secretly bringing corpses home, he once almost set the whole house on fire. Mrs. Hudson also complained about this. In addition, John Hung finally had the opportunity to hear the legendary early morning piano sound. But every time, getting into trouble. Soon after, Holmes came to apologize to him in person again with a sincere attitude. But of course, this did not affect his next mistake. Fortunately, apart from these minor frictions, life on Baker Street was quite pleasant. John Hung learned a lot from Holmes. Not only his reasoning methods, but also his various unconventional but practical little knowledge. Of course, methods like distinguishing where the target has been based on the mud spots on the boots may only be useful in the 19th century, and will be subject to many restrictions in the reinforced concrete cities of the 21st century. But even so, the learning process itself is very interesting. Not to mention the cases they have handled together. John Hung had actually been mentally prepared. The main task of this round of dungeons was to solve the case, and to find the criminal before Holmes. However, if the plot really developed according to the original novel, then 100 Holmes together would not be as good as a player who knew the answer in advance. In fact, John Hung had not encountered any case in the original novel so far. It stands to reason that Holmes should have completed the case of the Scarlet Letter with Watson by now. But he did not appear in this round of dungeons. John Hung was not too surprised. This was more normal. Otherwise, this round of dungeons was just testing the player's familiarity with the original novel. Of course, there are concerns. Irene Adler has appeared. So I wonder if another person, who is known as Holmes' lifelong enemy, will also appear in this round of copies. Professor Moriarty, once praised by Holmes as the Napoleon of the criminal world, the most powerful criminal emperor in the whole of Europe, established a huge criminal empire in London. Half of the cases in London are related to him. There is not much description about Professor Moriarty in the original book, which makes the latter seem extremely mysterious. However, his public identity is relatively clear. In the original book, Professor Moriarty is a mathematics professor at a small college in the UK and is well known in the academic world. However, John Hung asked several mathematics teachers, and they all said they had never heard of this name. In addition, John Hung did not find Professor Moriarty's academic book Asteroid Mechanics in the bookstore. Of course, these evidences alone cannot completely prove that Professor Moriarty did not appear in this round of copies. John Hung is still wary of this criminal giant. But what he and Holmes didn't know was that at this time, another case was quietly approaching them. That afternoon, John Hung and Holmes sat on a bench in the park, eating sandwiches and playing the little games they had been playing recently. John Hung looked at a lady walking with a puppy in front of him with his chin down. Married, no doubt, at least 2 husbands, gave birth to children, and her current living conditions are not as good as she appears. She likes jewelry very much, is very stingy with maids, and actually doesn't like animals very much. She keeps a dog just because everyone keeps a dog. And by the way, she finds something to do for the maid she doesn't like. She smokes and occasionally drinks. She recently attended a dance. By the way, the child she gave birth to died. Holmes said. I'm glad you noticed that she once took candy out of her pocket and gave it to children on the street. Generally speaking, only people with children at home carry candy with them at all times. But if you pay attention to the way she looks at those children, you will see that in addition to doting, there is also a hint of jealousy. In addition, she comes to the park almost every week to give candy to nearby children. If you have children and they are still alive, believe me, you will not be so caring to other people's children. You are cheating. You have seen the target in advance. John Hung was speechless. No, it's experience. Holmes shook his head. I used to come to this park often, so I have relevant experience. You know that all reasoning is based on experience. You can't let me abandon all experience to complete the reasoning. My Oriental friend. Okay. Next one. Holmes pointed to a man not far away. Typist. Has a wife. A Freemason. Has been to Chihuahua. The pipe in his hand has a particularly important meaning to him. Can play football. And should have been in the Navy in his early years. There are no problems with the previous ones. I can tell from my time in the Navy that he can play football because he watched a group of kids playing football on the side of the road for a while. Not only that, when the ball rolled to him, he bounced it twice and looked pretty good. But you were busy sharing sandwiches at the time and probably didn't see it. What about the pipe? Why is the pipe so important to him? This is very obvious. My friend. Holmes smiled. The original price of the pipe was only 6 or 7 shillings. But the silver hoop used to repair it is more expensive than the pipe. Most people with this money would just buy a new one. Chapter 512 Whitechapel Serial Murders. John Hung threw a half-pound gold coin to Holmes, which was the stakes for the bet between the two. The latter took the gold coin and put it in his pocket. And at the same time, a rare relaxed smile appeared on his angular face. Don't be discouraged, my Oriental friend. You have made great progress compared to a few months ago. But as I said, what you lack is just the understanding of this city. This kind of thing can't be rushed. As long as you live in London for 3 to 5 years, similar experience and common sense will naturally make up for it. But it may take more than 3 to 5 years to reach your level. John Hung said. This is something I have always been interested in. Holmes broke the remaining sandwich into small pieces and threw them to the pigeons not far away. You seem to be very persistent in surpassing or defeating me. Does this matter have any important meaning to you? For climbers, climbing the highest mountain should be everyone's dream. Holmes smiled. I am really flattered by your words, my Oriental friend, comparing me to the highest mountain in this industry. Just when John Hung thought that this guy had changed his personality, he heard him add, although I really can't find anyone better than me in this line of work. John Hung wanted to defeat Holmes not because of a man's desire to conquer, but because the main quest was like this. And this was a hurdle he couldn't overcome. He had been in this dungeon for more than 100 days, and the original game period had long passed. Fortunately, the extra 24 hours on him began to take effect, providing him with 240 more days of game time. However, after so many cases, he still couldn't defeat Holmes even once. This great Victorian detective is indeed worthy of his reputation. However, stripping away the many halos of Holmes, this period of cohabitation has made John Hung realize a more real and three-dimensional Holmes. Holmes is also a human being, not a god. But people make mistakes and have weaknesses. But it must be admitted that under fair competition, and in the opponent's home court, there is indeed a certain gap between the two. However, John Hung does not think that he really has no chance at all. Holmes' pride is justified. As he said, he is the most worthy detective in this era. But John Hung is not weak either. They have many things in common, such as sharp observation, excellent reasoning, and calm minds. In addition, after so many rounds of dungeon training, John Hung is no longer the simple student he was before. The gap is not insurmountable. He estimates that Holmes' criminal investigation skills are probably at the top of level 3. But when his skills break through to level 2, with the help of Irene, he is not without the ability to fight. John Hung estimated that the real competition would begin at that time. But he didn't expect that his opportunity would come earlier than planned. Take a look at this news. Holmes handed over the newspaper in his hand and said with interest, It seems that our boring life is about to end again. John Hung took the newspaper, but was stunned when he saw the title. The murderer of the Whitechapel serial murder case wrote a letter to challenge Scotland Yard, and the citizens hoped that the police would arrest the murderer as soon as possible. When John Hung saw the words Whitechapel serial murder case, he couldn't help but think of a certain unsolved case in the future. And as he read on, the records in the newspaper also overlapped with his memory one by one. What was the most famous case in London at the end of the 19th century? It must be Jack the Ripper. In just 3 months, 6 murders of women occurred in the Whitechapel area of East London. The victims were all special workers without exception. The perpetrators were extremely cruel. At the same time, due to the lack of evidence, the case has remained unsolved. So until today, the identity of Jack the Ripper is still a mystery. There are various theories, but unfortunately, it is too long ago and there is no way to prove it. However, if John Hung remembered correctly, Jack the Ripper started his activities in the autumn of 1888. But now, he was in 1881. The year of the Scarlet Study. John Hung had never expected that he would run into this famous killer 7 years earlier. However, John Hung immediately realized that this might be his chance. Although 100 years have passed, the interest of later generations in the serial murders that occurred near Whitechapel in 1888 has not diminished, but has become stronger and stronger. Jack the Ripper is like a hot IP, with a lot of peripheral products, and related film and television novels are springing up like mushrooms after rain. Whether it is the police, detectives or fans, they have all followed the clues in their minds to find the real murderer they have identified. But no one can convince anyone. John Hung has also briefly understood some of the statements, which also means that in this case, the starting point between him and Holmes has finally been shortened. Holmes has the home advantage, while he has all kinds of strange guesses in the future. However, John Hung is also very clear that this round of copies will not be so simple. Take the victims for example. The ages and names of the victims who were killed now are different from those in the original case. This is easy to understand, because Jack the Ripper's target itself is random. At the same time, because the crime was committed 7 years earlier, many people in the original case had not even started working in this industry. So naturally they would not be killed again. Moreover, the time interval between the murders was significantly shortened this time. But so far, 3 people have been killed in just half a month. And the newspaper has also received the first letter beginning with "Dear Boss." The entire Scotland Yard was shocked by the murderer's extremely arrogant attitude. Of course, more people did not think that this was written by the murderer himself. At the same time, panic was spreading in the East District. Women, especially those who lived alone and were engaged in a certain industry, began to feel insecure. At the same time, the public began to complain about the police's poor performance. No wonder Holmes said that his boring life was coming to an end after seeing the news. The two did not stay in the park any longer. Holmes called a carriage as soon as possible. When he returned to 221B Baker Street, he saw 2 other carriages parked on the roadside. It seems that we have quite a few visitors today. Holmes knocked on the door as he spoke. Mrs. Hudson opened the door. She looked very nervous. She had obviously never seen such a situation before. Seeing John Hung and Holmes outside the door, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. You two are back. I have never seen so many policemen come to visit me in my life. I am not worried about John. He has always been a law-abiding and polite man. But Mr. Holmes, did you cause any trouble outside? Don't worry. It's just some work stuff. Holmes smiled and added, and your vision is really not good. Our Oriental friend is not as harmless as you say. Mrs. Hudson, you haven't seen his performance in the boxing ring. He is a real beast. Chapter 513 Handwriting. John Hung and Holmes walked into the living room. As Mrs. Hudson said, 221B Baker Street was particularly lively today. In addition to Gregson, Lestrade and other familiar faces, even a deputy chief of the police station came. It can be seen that he was not in a very good mood. He did not even sit down, but kept pacing by the window. Seeing his boss like this, others naturally had no reason to sit down. So a group of people just stood in the living room. There was a place, but no one sat down. This scene looked a little funny, but no one could laugh. The police officers of Scotland Yard all looked serious. Seeing Holmes come in, everyone was relieved. It seems that you haven't slept well these days, Holmes said. Lestrade, did you have oatmeal and fried eggs for breakfast? It's already this time. Don't make fun of us. The short police officer smiled bitterly. The deputy chief of the police station looked up, and the look he gave Holmes was like a drowning man looking at the only straw beside him. He strode up, stretched out his hand, and said eagerly, I have heard of Mr. Holmes for a long time. Lestrade, Hopkins and others often talk to me about you, saying that you are the most talented and outstanding detective in London and even in Europe. In addition, we haven't had time to thank you for your help in the case of the unknown female corpse in the Thames. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Holmes shook hands with the deputy director and motioned him to sit on the sofa. Seeing his boss sitting down, the police officers of Scotland Yard were finally able to return to their respective positions. John Hung asked Mrs. Hudson to bring out a few more chairs from the dining room, and he sat down next to Holmes. It seems that the deputy director had done a lot of homework before coming to Baker Street. He knew that Holmes had been accompanied by an Oriental detective recently, so he didn't say anything when he saw this. He couldn't wait to get to the point and looked at Holmes and said, "I guess you also know the reason why we came this time. It's about the serial murders in the Whitechapel area." Holmes smiled and took out his pipe again. "I saw the news in the newspaper." He paused and said, "Left-handed. Male. Between 30 and 40 years old. Not strong enough. Unstable. And traditional and conservative." "How did you see that?" The deputy director was stunned when he heard it. "It seems that we haven't started to introduce the case to you yet. Or have you secretly visited the scene before?" "Actually, the information in the newspaper has been modified to a certain extent. Not to cover up the truth, but mainly because of the fear of causing unnecessary panic among the people again." Holmes pointed to the photo of the letter in the newspaper with his pipe. "The report may have been modified, but the photo is always real. The above inference is not based on the description in the newspaper, but on the handwriting in the letter sent to the newspaper." "Oh!" Mr. Deputy Director was a little surprised. "Can you tell so much from the handwriting?" "Of course. It's like an art," Holmes said. "An excellent handwriting expert should be able to see far more information than the literal meaning." Seeing that the Deputy Director looked skeptical, Mr. Detective took the initiative to explain. "Let's not talk about age. This part is too troublesome. If you really want to know, you can read a paper I published 2 years ago. There is a clear difference between the handwriting of young people and the elderly. In theory, the age of the writer can be seen in most handwritings. Of course, this ability needs to be trained. The handwriting of men and women is also easy to recognize. The aesthetics of different genders are biased. It is even simpler for left-handed people. Did you notice the ink in the letter? Because it was written with the left hand. The palm is more likely to rub the handwriting. So there are many places in this letter that are wasted. Then how can we tell that his character is not strong enough and unstable? And his traditional thoughts are not strong enough?" The Deputy Director asked in confusion. "Notice that the long letters in this letter are not higher than the normal letters. You can see that his D is written like A, and the heights of I and E are the same. People with strong personalities always have clear heights of letters no matter what environment they are in. On the contrary, this is naturally the case now. Similarly, you can see that he writes the letter K in different sizes, which shows that his character is very unstable. However, the capital letters in the letter are quite neat, which shows that his thoughts are conservative." Holmes said, "The above is the information I found from the handwriting. But your suspicion is not without reason. There is no evidence to prove that the person who wrote this letter is the murderer. At this time, we cannot rule out the possibility that someone is taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble for the police." The Deputy Director seemed very frank. "You have proved yourself to be a capable person more than once. To be honest, we are under great pressure on this case. Not only the Parliament, but even Her Majesty the Queen has said that we should solve the case within a time limit. But so far, we don't have much clue. You also know what the East District is like. The situation there is very complicated and mixed. Gregson and his team have successively locked in some suspects, but then eliminated the suspects one after another. We now don't have a good solution, so we can only ask you for help. If you can solve the case on time, the police will also reward you handsomely." "You are so kind," Holmes said politely. "I am also very interested in this case, and I will help even if there is no reward." The Deputy Director was overjoyed. "Great. This is the only good news I have heard today. It is almost noon now. I have booked a table in the restaurant. You and your friend." Holmes interrupted the other party. "Once I start working, I will completely forget about other things. So there is no need to eat. If possible, let's start now." "That's even better. That's even better." The Deputy Chief nodded repeatedly. "I heard that you and Lestrade know each other. So if you need anything, just tell them. As long as it is within the police's capabilities, we will meet it unconditionally." Lestrade and others looked a little embarrassed. They were all excellent detectives of Scotland Yard, but now they could only help Holmes. Although they had asked Holmes for help before, this scene was still a little embarrassing, as if publicly admitting the incompetence of the London police. Of course, it seemed that some dissatisfaction of the Deputy Chief could be heard from this. Holmes didn't say anything, but stood up and said, "In that case, gentlemen, let's get to work quickly." Chapter 514 Autopsy. After visiting Holmes, the Deputy Chief left in a hurry to deal with the pressure from the media and Parliament. The others returned to their respective jobs, leaving only Lestrade as an escort. Although solving the Whitechapel serial murder case is the top priority of the police now, It does not mean that other work and cases can be completely put aside. London is the largest city in Europe and even the world. And the police work here is not easy at all. Especially now it is a troubled time. Because the murder case in Whitechapel has made many dishonest guys start to stir. And coupled with the growing panic among ordinary people, now the police in London have cancelled their vacations. Lestrade has been following up since the first murder case. He is also the person who knows this round of cases best. So it is natural for him to stay and cooperate. The three people got off the carriage. Not far away was the morgue. So far, there have been 3 women killed, ranging in age from 34 to 50 years old. The bodies of the first 2 victims have been returned to their families and friends for burial. And the third person was killed 2 days ago. And she had no family. So her body was still there. Holmes was about to enter the door, but was stopped by John Hung, who said to Lestrade, "Can you give us a little time?" The short police officer made a gesture of invitation, then walked aside and waited patiently. John Hung said, "This case, I hope we can solve it separately." "Oh." Holmes showed a look of interest on his face and asked, "Why?" "I want to verify what I have learned during this period," John Hung said. Holmes looked into his eyes. John Hung didn't know if he saw anything. But in the end Holmes just smiled and said, "Okay, it will be more interesting if you join. In this case, let's bet on who catches the murderer first. The loser has to provide 2 tickets to the Opera Queen Theatre. Have you become addicted to watching opera recently?" But John Hung didn't hesitate and readily agreed to the bet. The conversation between the two took less than a minute. And then Lestrade was called back, and the latter began to introduce the case. The deceased's name is Bernice, 46 years old this year. Like the previous 2, she is also a special worker living at the bottom of the East District. Her body was found in the fence behind the cheap apartment where she lived. The first person to find her was a coachman named Slater, who can basically be ruled out as a suspect. The short police officer lifted the shroud and continued to introduce. According to the forensic doctor, the time of the crime was around 5 in the morning. The fatal wound was on the neck, cut by a sharp knife. The method was the same as the other 2 murders we encountered earlier. At the same time, the murderer also dissected her after death. When the coachman found her, a section of her intestines was thrown onto her right shoulder. Lestrade gave Holmes and John Hung a copy of the photos of the scene while talking. But the difference is that part of her uterus and abdominal flesh were also cut away. This is also the most confusing part for us. I can't imagine what the murderer took these pieces of flesh for. Holmes' eyes lit up. But he didn't rush to say anything. Instead, he asked John Hung beside him, "Who will go first? You or me?" "You go first." John Hung was still looking through the photos, including those of the 2 people who were killed before. He looked very carefully, trying not to miss any details, and at the same time corroborating some of the inferences of later generations. John Hung knew that it was not realistic to win the duel with Holmes with only his current level 1 criminal investigation skills. He had no room for error in this round of competition. It was a more pleasing choice to let Holmes take action first. He could also observe where Holmes's focus was. The great detective didn't care at all. He took out his usual magnifying glass from his pocket and walked to the corpse. He quickly transformed into an alert hound, moving the magnifying glass left and right, and putting his face close to the corpse despite the unpleasant smell. 5 minutes later, Holmes took back the magnifying glass with satisfaction, indicating that it was John Hung's turn. John Hung took a deep breath and walked to the body. He had gained a lot in the past few months. Anatomy, forensic anthropology, and scar examination, which are very important in criminal investigation, have made great progress. In this way, he can get more and more information from a body. John Hung first noticed the smell of inferior alcohol in the air. Later, he also found that the skin of the deceased was reddish, which was caused by the expansion of capillaries, combined with the previous smell of alcohol. This showed that the victim had a long-term habit of alcoholism. Then John Hung noticed the fatal wound on Beau's neck. This was obviously not caused by just one knife. The murderer was very heavy-handed and cut many times, almost completely cutting off the victim's head. In addition, there were obvious marks of strangulation on the neck under those wounds. John Hung frowned. From the marks, it didn't look like a rope or a palm, but more like a handkerchief? John Hung remembered the statement that Jack the Ripper was a woman, but it was too early to make a rash conclusion based on a handkerchief. John Hung remembered Holmes' warning that detectives need to remain absolutely rational and objective when handling cases, and must not have preconceived ideas. Deduction is reasoning. But this kind of reasoning is more like a process of using clues to continuously narrow the set and finally find the answer. Once there is a subjective bias, then when collecting evidence, there will be unconscious bias. And it is very likely that you will go further and further on the fork in the road. So Zhang Heng put aside the information he had found so far and continued to check. In addition to the wounds on the lower abdomen and neck, the victim's face was also scratched. It can be seen that the guy really hates special workers. Lestrade sighed. Otherwise, he wouldn't do such a thing to the corpse. I have been a policeman for so many years, and I have never seen anyone treat a corpse like this. Zhang Heng did not comment. He turned his head and silently looked at the scratches, then moved his eyes down and finally came to the abdominal cavity. The uterus is a very special place. It is the origin of human life. The fetus is conceived here. It can be seen that this serial killer also has a special liking for this unique female organ. In the first murder case, the victim was only slit in the throat and stabbed dozens of times. Then the abdomen of the second victim was broken open and the uterus was stabbed. When it came to the third person, the murderer went a step further and cut off half of the uterus. He was like an excited gold digger who walked into a huge gold mine and dug up the desire in his heart bit by bit. Chapter 515 Cooling Off Period. Many people think that serial killers are pure lunatics or some kind of inhuman villains. But this statement is actually not accurate. Serial killers will not print the word serial killer on their faces. Later studies have shown that there are some idealists in this group who are highly educated, have a strong sense of morality, and are even willing to show up for the truth they are pursuing. They are handsome, well-dressed, and elegant in conversation. Some of them also have stable jobs and interpersonal relationships. As for why they eventually become serial killers, the reasons are also varied. The FBI defines a serial killer as someone who has murdered at least 3 people and has a cooling-off period between crimes, which is different from a mass killer who commits mass murders in the same place in a short period of time, or a crazy killer who kills people everywhere. Jack the Ripper is a textbook serial killer. His crime scenes are fixed in the Whitechapel area, and he has a consistent behavior pattern. According to Lestrade's description, these 3 cases occurred within half a month. There was a 10-day interval between the first and second cases, and the interval between the second and third cases was shortened to 5 days. It can be seen that his killing speed is obviously accelerating. Whether it is a mission, entertainment, ideals and beliefs, or simply seeing it as a career and becoming a serial killer, there is no doubt that they can gain a certain sense of satisfaction from the activity of killing. This is like a person who is addicted to games or the great sword, except that the serial killer is addicted to killing. After each great sword, most people will have the so-called sage time and cooling period. It's like the sage time of a serial killer. A serial killer will reach a peak of excitement through a murder experience, and then their emotions will gradually subside, and they will recall the previous experience, summarize the experience, and continue to learn until the next crime. This is also a troublesome part, because you are facing an opponent who will continue to evolve. And the shortening of the cooling period also shows that the emotional stimulation that murder can bring to him is gradually fading, which is why he needs to commit crimes more frequently to get satisfaction. If Zhang Heng remembered correctly, 2 more murders occurred in the East District on the 3rd day after the first letter. But the method of committing one of them was different. Later researchers generally believe that the case was not committed by Jack the Ripper himself. But it was not clear whether it was the work of an imitator, or someone took advantage of the chaos to kill people and then frame Jack the Ripper. In short, Zhang Heng did not have much time left. If possible, Zhang Heng did not want any more victims to appear. So the best result was to find the murderer within 3 days. Of course, considering that the murderer's crime time is much faster than in history, he may not have 3 days available, and he still needs to race with Sherlock Holmes. Zhang Heng didn't waste time. After checking the body in the morgue, he immediately rushed to the crime scene. However, the place had been cleaned up after such a long time. All the suspected evidences were collected by the police. There were some residual bloodstains on the ground. However, there were not many clues that could be collected. However, after running through 3 places, it can be seen that the murderer's choice of location is becoming more and more bold. From the initial dark alley, to the storage area, and then to the fence behind the apartment. The possibility of being discovered is increasing layer by layer. John Hung marked the 3 crime locations on the map. And then he visited the first person who found the body and the last person who saw the victim according to the address provided by the short police officer. These people had obviously been harassed by reporters, police, and various idlers who were looking for information for a long time. John Hung seemed very impatient as soon as he said his intention. However, when he saw the latter take out gold coins from his pocket, those people became hospitable again, repeating the words that he had repeated countless times in these days without getting tired of it. John Hung had already seen this information from the police report, so this was not his focus. Thanks to the Ripper enthusiasts of later generations, John Hung already had a list of suspects. The specific names and ages might not be useful, but the corresponding occupations and motives were very valuable for reference. For example, a retired sheriff in later generations believed that Jack the Ripper was a sailor on a German merchant ship, because the Whitechapel area was very close to the dock, and the merchant ship's arrival and departure time in London coincided with the time of the victim's murder. So he speculated that the murderer was probably a sailor. And as for the mysterious disappearance and no further crimes, it was because he took the ship to the United States again. As for the seafarers, John Hung could ask whether there were any sailors near the last person who saw the victim on the night of the incident. In addition, there are similar theories such as the royal conspiracy theory, the barber theory, and the midwife theory. These theories are the wisdom of the crowd, and each theory has a corresponding entry point. However, the effect is not very ideal after a circle. The witnesses said all kinds of things, and there is no sufficiently unified caliber. John Hung realized that he might have gone astray. Of course, since he has such an advantage, he must give it a try. He had been so busy that he hadn't had time to eat lunch. The sun was about to set, so John Hung didn't continue. He had been to many places and had obtained a lot of information. It was time to stop and sort out his thoughts. John Hung returned to 221B Baker Street and saw that Holmes had finished his dinner and was dealing with a plate of dessert. He was still unhurried. When he saw John Hung coming back, he looked up and asked, "How did you get today? I have no clues yet. What about you?" "I have found a very useful clue and am digging deeper along this clue. There should be results tomorrow." Holmes smiled and said, "Do you need me to share some tips with you, my dear Oriental friend?" John Hung shook his head. "Those who run early do not necessarily reach the finish line first." "That's true. But those who run early will always have an advantage. I have already chosen which opera to watch at that time," Holmes said, looking at John Hung sitting opposite him. Mrs. Hudson brought out the remaining dinner in the kitchen, which was bacon, peas and bread, and a few pieces of fruit, and the dessert was pudding. John Hung quickly finished eating, wiped his mouth, and returned to the bedroom. Took out the revolver he bought 3 months ago, in addition to a kerosene lamp and a knife. Holmes raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. "You still want to go back?" John Hung hummed. "That guy may commit crimes in the near future, and even if I don't meet him, I can still conduct field inspections of the environment and conditions of several previous crime sites at night." He paused and added, "By the way, learn about the group of special workers." "Not bad," Holmes praised. "You have become more and more integrated into this city." Chapter 516, I just have a few questions for you. The East and West districts at night are like 2 completely different worlds. The street lights here are far apart, and many are broken. No one has repaired them until now. So many places are dark. The low and dilapidated buildings, irregular roads, and dark alleys everywhere make this place more complicated. After the Whitechapel serial murders, the police added personnel for night patrols. John Hung has seen 2 waves of serious patrolmen along the way, holding batons and whistles around their necks. However, compared with the entire area, these people still seem a little stretched. And more importantly, even the police find it difficult to maintain this intensity of patrols. In fact, the police had already begun to increase manpower when the second murder occurred, but they have not been able to solve the case so far, which has caused many low-level patrol officers to complain. Their salaries are not high, but the work they do is not less. Before, they could secretly go to the pub to have a drink and relax during patrols, but now no one dares to slack off in this atmosphere. John Hung still wore the old coat he bought when he first came here, and Irene gave him the scarf she wore when she disguised herself as a gypsy busker. In addition, he has mastered the makeup skills during this period, so anyone who sees him will think he is a resident here. John Hung first went to the place where the most recent murder took place. The area was now a focus of police patrols, and people were intentionally avoiding this place after that incident. There were almost no people here now. John Hung stood behind the fence. During the day, he tried to identify the mud here using the method taught by Sherlock Holmes. But it didn't make much sense because the infrastructure of the entire East District was very poor, with puddles and mud everywhere. Even if the murderer's shoes were stained with mud, it could not serve as a clue. John Hung came here at night mainly to see the light here and whether there were lights on in nearby houses. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not stay too long and soon walked out from the back of the apartment. As a result, he saw a girl in her early 20s on the side of the road. She was wearing an old coat and holding a bottle of wine. When she saw John Hung, she took the initiative to talk to him. "Hi?" John Hung raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. "It's exciting, isn't it? I won't let you down." The smile on the girl's face was a little forced. "Since you know what happened recently, you should stay at home," John Hung said. "I need money to pay the rent and buy food. Even this half bottle of wine is just borrowed by me," the girl said. Her English did not sound standard, and she had a heavy accent. "No matter what happens in the world, we have to work, right? Then at least you should be in a crowded place. Or stay with your companions. It will be safer. This line of work is not as simple as you think. Special workers also have their own territories. I am just a stranger who has just arrived here. They will not accept me," the girl said. "I can only try my luck in places where they don't want me. So what do you think? You shouldn't come here anyway," John Hung said calmly. "Do you know what kind of men would come here at this time? I heard that the murderer will not commit a crime twice in the same place." Having said that, the girl's body was trembling slightly from the beginning. Obviously, she was not as bold as she looked. "That's true. But have you ever thought that even if the real killer doesn't come, there will be others who will come? Behind every famous serial killer, there are many imitators. Your existence just provides them with an opportunity to worship their idol," John Hung said as he took a half step towards the girl. The girl couldn't help but shudder and subconsciously took a small step back. John Hung took the half bottle of wine from her hand, looked at the label on the bottle, and asked, "Do you usually drink this kind of wine?" "Yes," the girl answered while secretly looking around, trying to see if there were any patrolmen passing by. John Hung opened the bottle cap and smelled it, then asked, "How much money do you usually make in a night?" The girl thought for a while and said, 3 or 4 pennies. If I'm lucky and someone is generous, I may make more, or meet several customers in a night." John Hung threw a half-pound gold coin to the girl. "Then you follow me tonight." The latter saw the gold coin, and a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. People living in the East District were not rich, and she had never seen such a generous customer before. But perhaps she recalled what John Hung said before, and her heart sank again. She was not so valuable. No, it should be said that she did not have such valuable things, except her own life. "Don't think too much. I just have a few questions for you," John Hung said. "You haven't had dinner yet? Then let's find a place to have dinner first." The girl hesitated for less than half a second, and then followed John Hung obediently. As she said, she may not know how dangerous it is to do this, but in order to fill her stomach, she has to do it no matter how dangerous it is. This is probably the tragedy of these people. In fact, John Hung also saw many other special workers along the way, posing in pubs and alleys to attract customers, including some elderly women in their 50s and 60s. It stands to reason that they should stop business and rest for a while after Jack the Ripper appeared until the police caught the murderer. But the reality is that they did not rest for a day. What is more terrifying than serial killers is life itself. Once you are in this business, it is like being stuck in a quagmire. You can't get out and can only watch yourself sinking. This is what an elderly colleague told her when she first entered the industry. The latter died of typhoid 3 months ago, alone in the small house where he lived. He was not found until 2 days after his death by the rent collector. She didn't want her old age to become like this. However, the reality is more cruel than this. She is not good at speaking like other people. When she was young, she couldn't make much money. When she is old and ugly, I am afraid that her life will be even worse. Thinking of this, her mood became even darker. And at this moment, the man next to her said again, "What should I call you?" Chapter 517 Key Question. "Allow me. I'm from Sweden," the girl answered, licking her lips. Seeing that she was still a little uneasy, John Hung took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to her. The latter thanked her, but she didn't remember a question until she put the cigarette to her lips and asked again, How do you know I smoke? This is a very simple question, although you haven't smoked for a while. But your teeth are yellowish, and there are small holes on your clothes caused by cigarette ash, John Hung said. But he paused at this point. He found that he had probably lived with Holmes for a long time, and now his way of speaking was becoming more and more like the latter. Of course, Holmes was also influenced by him, and now practiced rock climbing. By the way, he also asked John Hung about the physical skills of fighting. Lami's exclamation brought John Hung back to his thoughts. Oh, what do you do? Your observation is too sharp, Detective, John Hung said. Actually, I came here to investigate Bernice's accidental death. Oh, and the two people before. Are you a detective? Lami seemed relieved. No wonder you were there. But I heard from the men in the pub that the police have already locked in the suspect. They all said that the devil's good days are over. John Hung was not in a position to comment on this. This has always been the usual practice of Scotland Yard. They first release some vague and ceremonial words to stabilize the situation, because if they didn't say so, they would face greater pressure from the public. But in fact, only they themselves knew how far the investigation had progressed. Therefore, John Hung could only say, I'm just helping out. Before the murderer is caught, I advise you to pay attention to safety. Lami didn't care about this. Not only are the girls in this industry panicking during this period, but there are also fewer customers. Everyone hates that guy. It's not easy for me to attract customers now, so I don't have time to care about so many things. Of course, if everyone is as generous as you, our lives will be much better. John Hung didn't say anything else, but chose to change the subject. Do you know all three victims? Nomi hesitated. Like I said, special workers also have their own territory. I am not familiar with the first and third people, but I live close to the second one, so we sometimes meet. Edna? John Hung quickly retrieved information about the second victim from his mind. What do you know about her? Nomi thought for a while. I heard that she has an Indian boyfriend who works in a glass factory, but he is not good to Edna. Often drinks, and beats Edna when he is drunk. John Hung raised his eyebrows. This was a new clue. The police did find out about Edna's boyfriend, but they didn't know about his violent tendencies or the conflicts between them. However, it was unlikely that Edna's boyfriend was Jack the Ripper, because the police did a good job. On the night of Edna's death, Jack was drinking with others in the pub, and there were more than a dozen witnesses. But this was a good sign. It seemed that his decision to contact the special workers group could indeed help him. So John Hung continued. Any other information? Lami shook his head. Edna and I are not that familiar with each other, and my understanding of her is limited. In fact, this is the case in this industry. Everyone is busy with their own affairs, and has no time to care about other people's affairs. Oh, by the way, I don't know if this counts. I heard that Edna had a child before she met her current boyfriend, but she sent the child back to her hometown. Oh! John Hung was really interested this time. Someone in later generations once summarized the common points between the victims of the Whitechapel serial murder case. In addition to the fact that they were all special workers, most of them had moderate to severe alcoholism, cohabited with others, and had children. In the three murders John Hung has experienced, the names and ages of the victims have changed to some extent, but the characteristics of alcoholism and having cohabitants are still there. Only the second victim has children. However, the information provided by Lami has now filled in this gap. John Hung can now be sure that Jack the Ripper does not only choose his targets based on the difficulty of the attack. He does follow a set of strict criteria when hunting, or at least in the early stage of the crime. His targets are carefully selected. As for the later stage, when he is pressed to a certain extent by the police, he may relax certain standards. So the question is, how did he get the information about the target? As Lami said, even among special workers, there are territorial divisions, and special workers in different territories are not familiar with each other. The area where Jack the Ripper committed crimes is not small. Not to mention that not many people know that the second victim Edna has a child. Or it is only a rumor. Even in the East End, where there are all kinds of people, special workers are at the bottom of society. The men living here need their services, but no one cares about anything other than their bodies. Even if you see them every night, you still know nothing about their living conditions, family health, and interpersonal relationships. If a man had deliberately collected this information, it would be difficult not to attract the attention of others. Although the police officers of Scotland Yard were not as capable as Sherlock Holmes, they were not bad in diligence. They checked carefully enough. If such a person really existed, it would be impossible for them not to find him. Interesting. John Hung realized that if he could solve the answer to this question, then he might not be far from finding Jack the Ripper. Seeing John Hung stopped and seemed to be thinking about something, Lamy on the side was a little nervous and said, "Sorry, I'm not good at talking, and I don't have many friends. Am I unable to help?" "No. You've done a great job. Have we arrived at the dining area?" "Have dinner first. After that, we won't talk about the murder case, but your daily life." "My daily life?" Lamy was stunned. She has been in this business for so long and has encountered all kinds of requests, but no one has ever been asked this most common question. However, she seemed to realize something and showed a look of sudden enlightenment. "Oh, you want to hear about me and other guests?" No. Just your hobbies, places you go every day, people you meet, and other things. I don't need the details." John Hung explained that he just wanted to understand the living conditions of the special workers through Lamy, so as to find out how Jack the Ripper selected his prey. Chapter 518, the same starting point. John Hung returned to 221B Baker Street at 4 in the morning. The area around Whitechapel was relatively peaceful tonight. There were only a few drunks fighting behind the pub. When the patrol arrived, all except the drunk ones dispersed, and nothing else happened afterwards. John Hung sent Lamy back to her residence, and then lay in bed for 3 hours. Opening his eyes at 7 o'clock, he walked out of the room, and Holmes had finished breakfast as usual, sitting at the dining table, smoking a pipe and flipping through the newspaper. Good morning. Good morning. John Hung also sat in his usual seat, rang the bell, and waited for Mrs. Hudson to bring his breakfast. "You seemed to come back quite late yesterday. How is it? Don't tell me you still have no clue. I have high expectations of you." Holmes flipped through the newspaper. "I did find a very important clue. I roughly know how Jack the Ripper chooses his targets." "Oh!" Holmes also showed an interested look. He finally moved his eyes away from the newspaper and looked at John Hung. "Tell me about it. Don't forget that we are still competitors. If you want to know, go check it yourself," John Hung said calmly. Holmes laughed. "Are you still angry about my choosing the opera in advance? Well, I take that back. But I did gain a lot. In that case, let's see who can find the answer first." He put down the newspaper in his hand, took his hat and cane from the hanger, and said to John Hung, "I have to admit that you did bring me pressure. I think I have to be more diligent. I hope you can still catch up with my case summary," John Hung replied. After breakfast, it was 7:15. Holmes had been gone for a while. John Hung sat in his original position for a while and sorted out his thoughts. He did not exaggerate to Holmes. He did gain a lot last night, especially when he was chatting with Lamy. He got a very valuable clue. According to the Swedish special workers, the churches in the East District were not very welcoming to them, except for a small church called Sacred Heart, where the priests treated the special workers equally. Sometimes some homeless special workers, who had no place to stay, would go there to spend the night. In addition, the priests would distribute bread to them from time to time. Lamy himself may not realize that there is any problem, but John Hung keenly perceived what this meant. The question he had been looking for all night finally had an answer. Who can approach these special workers openly without attracting anyone's attention? The answer has always been in front of us. That is the clergy. They don't even need to deliberately collect information about these special workers, because these special workers will take the initiative to find them and tell all their secrets without reservation when confessing. John Hung looked at his pocket watch. He didn't leave immediately because it was not yet time for the Sacred Heart Church to open. So John Hung used the remaining time to make a simple action plan for later, then put on his equipment from last night, walked out of the house, and called a carriage. As a result, when the carriage stopped at the door of the Sacred Heart Church, he unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. Holmes was standing outside the gate, looking at him with interest. Interesting. It seems that although we chose different directions, we ended up in the same place. John Hung also seemed a little helpless. He had tried his best to race against time and successfully obtain the clues he wanted, But he could not control the progress of Holmes. The ability of this great Victorian detective really did not disappoint. "How about we exchange the information we have before going in?" Holmes suggested. John Hung also agreed after a moment of hesitation. Unlike Holmes's direct announcement of his reasoning before, John Hung used it. The two of them were now in a short-term alliance, and the equal transaction should not affect the final outcome. "I just don't know who will win if the two of them catch the murderer in the church together later. But now that it has come to this point, it is useless to think too much. Let me go first," John Hung said. He briefly introduced his analysis and the information he got from Lamy, and then added after a pause, "There are also the wounds on the faces of the three victims. The first person's wounds were not very obvious, but the second and third victims had staggered wounds. I felt a little familiar when I first saw them. Now I think it does look a bit like a cross. The murderer may have religious colors on him." Impressive analysis and reasoning, Holmes also exclaimed. "I'm glad that your work yesterday was fruitful. As for me, it was relatively simple. I went to the newspaper office in the afternoon." "Newspaper office?" "Yes. I noticed the letter paper and the red ink on it. As you know, I have done a lot of research in this area. I judged which paper mill produced it from the material of the paper, and the same is true for the ink. However, the information that can be obtained from the ink is limited, because basically half of London uses this type of red ink. But the letter paper made my trip worthwhile." Holmes smiled and continued. "These stationery and ink are different. They are not the cheapest ones. They are quite eye-catching in the East District. But when I heard who the biggest customer of the paper mill is, I thought it was normal for this stationery to appear here." "The church?" "Yes. The church's stationery is purchased in bulk and then distributed to each church for use," Holmes said. "But there is more than one church in the East District." "Yes. But this church is the closest to the three murder scenes. And I also asked around while you were having breakfast at home. This Sacred Heart Church is the church that special workers visit most frequently." John Hung sighed and helped Holmes finish the rest of the sentence. "There are two priests in the church. Father Matthew is already 80 years old and semi-retired. He moved to the suburbs 5 years ago to retire. He rarely cares about the church anymore. He is basically just a figurehead in the church. With his age and physical strength, it is unlikely that he will be the murderer. So the only one left is Father Jacob. He is just 56 years old this year and is still in good health. He is also the actual person in charge of the church. Usually, those special workers will come to him for confession. What they don't know is that Father Jacob may have a great hatred for special workers who have given birth to children, are alcoholics, and live together for some reason. So the secrets they reveal to become their death warrants. Like I said, we are now at the same starting point again." Holmes smiled. Chapter 519 Father Jacob. The Sacred Heart Church opened on time at 8 o'clock. Father Jacob also prepared 2 baskets of white bread and distributed them to the vagrants nearby. John Hung and Holmes took this opportunity to quietly observe Father Jacob. "Your previous inference was wrong," John Hung said. "It's impossible. Even if there is a slight deviation in the details, it can't be so outrageous," Holmes said decisively. But he also seemed a little helpless. What the two said was the inference Holmes made based on the handwriting on the letter. Left-handed, male, between 30 and 40 years old, not strong enough, unstable, and traditional and conservative. Now it seems that except for the inference of male, the inference of left-handedness and age are not correct. As for the weak and unstable personality, and the traditional and conservative thinking, it is not clear yet. In addition, John Hung also saw that Father Jacob seemed to have an injury on his left shoulder, but it should be an old injury. He has been carrying the bread basket with his right hand, probably because his left hand cannot exert force. In addition, his hair is combed meticulously, and his clothes are a certain age, but they are washed very clean. He was like a standard clergyman, looking a little old-fashioned and majestic, but also full of love. Holmes and John Hung looked at each other, and both saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Father Jacob was undoubtedly the most suspicious at this point in the investigation. However, when he really saw the real person, John Hung found that Father Jacob was unlikely to commit the crime. Apart from anything else, according to Holmes and his on-site simulation, the murderer should have strangled the victim's neck with one hand and cut the throat with a knife with the other hand. And Father Jacob's shoulder injury made John Hung doubt whether he could do this. Then John Hung grabbed a homeless man who had received the bread and said, "Friend, I have something to ask you." What is it? The homeless man was a little wary, and hid the bread in his clothes. John Hung took out a shilling. Are there other people in this church besides Father Matthew and Father Jacob? The homeless man grabbed the shilling and shook his head. There was a young deacon before, but he couldn't stand the life in the East District and left. Now there is only Father Jacob. Does he have any family? No. The priest has always been alone. He has been in this church for more than 30 years. He has no wife or daughter. But I heard that he has a cousin. But he is not in London. While the wanderer was talking, his eyes could not leave the pocket where John Hung had just taken out his wallet. John Hung knew what the other party was thinking. This was the East District. Even though it was daytime, John Hung had just given this guy a shilling. But that shilling was obviously not enough to satisfy him. So John Hung slightly opened his coat and showed the revolver at his waist. The wanderer immediately calmed down. He realized that the guy in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. He could only put away his little thoughts and left muttering. On the other side, Holmes had already walked towards Father Jacob. I have committed a sin. Father. Everyone makes mistakes in life. My child, Father Jacob said. What matters is whether you are willing to repent. I want to repent for those sins. For the lies I have told. The wrong things I have done. These things torture me every day and make me full of guilt. Holmes said. Very good. This shows that your heart is still bright. Father Jacob nodded. Come with me, child. Then John Hung saw Holmes followed Father Jacob into the confession room. About a quarter of an hour later, Holmes came out again, and shook his head without waiting for John Hung to speak. You don't have to go. It's not him. Huh? John Hung raised his eyebrows. He had an alibi for the first and third murders, Holmes said. Especially on the first night. He was not in the East District, and the injury on his left shoulder was real. He couldn't have committed the crime with only one hand. What about conspiracy? John Hung asked. We can't completely rule out this possibility. But I asked him a few suggestive questions during the conversation. From his answers, I can't see that he has any extreme hatred for those special workers. And from the crime scene, I don't think there is any sign of conspiracy. John Hung was not too surprised by this answer. He just asked casually, it is rare for serial killers to have conspiracy, because no matter what reason they embark on this path, they obviously want to play the role of God in their own world. But there is only one God. Holmes was not discouraged. He looked like he was not disappointed after coming up empty-handed this time. He said, this proves that my previous description of the murderer was correct. Next, I just need to find more clues. Your general direction is correct. As long as we can find the intersection between the three victims, the murderer is among them. I hope we still have enough time, John Hung said. Although the church route did not work, it did bring John Hung a lot of inspiration. He soon turned his attention to the small clinic in the East District. In addition to priests, there is another type of people who can easily contact these special workers without arousing any suspicion. That is, doctors. At this point in time, the famous fourth murder case has not yet occurred. In that case, the murderer cut open the victim's lower abdomen and took away part of the uterus and kidneys. This was all done in the dark. Because the patrolling police were very close this time. The murderer probably took less than 9 minutes, and his method was clean and neat. Therefore, many people at the time suspected that the murderer was a professional surgeon. But after all, Lamy came from Sweden, and was not very sociable with other special workers. He had limited knowledge of the three victims, and naturally did not know which clinic they usually went to. John Hung could only ask other people for information about this. Holmes had already left, and John Hung took a last look at the Sacred Heart Church, and found that Father Jacob's eyes happened to be cast at him from the church. The two looked at each other, and then Father Jacob nodded politely to him, picked up the mop beside him, and continued to mop the floor with his head down. Just like Holmes said, he had a very quiet and steady power. John Hung didn't think such a person would be related to the serial killer in Whitechapel. He didn't forget the bet between him and Holmes, and didn't stay here any longer. He walked towards the pub where there were more special workers. Chapter 520 notes. John Hung didn't know where Holmes had gone again, but he did find some special workers who had a good relationship with the three victims before, and restored the activities of the three victims from them. John Hung finally locked his eyes on a man named Mark Cohen. He was a Jewish doctor active in the Whitechapel generation, but he was not a qualified doctor registered by the Central Medical Committee. Of course, Truly qualified doctors rarely serve special workers, not to mention those pampered internists, who have always been the first among the three major levels and claim to be the gentleman class. However, with the rise of surgeons and pharmacists, internists are constantly losing their leadership, especially when pharmacists are gradually transformed into general practitioners. They are working with surgeons to actively promote the reform of the British medical system and strive for more rights and interests. But even for general practitioners, there are not many in the East District, let alone those who serve the special workers at the bottom. It is precisely because of this that people like Mark Cohen have a living environment. In a sense, his role is similar to that of a general practitioner. He basically treats all diseases, and is also responsible for delivery and some gynecological diseases. This is why John Hung focuses on him. Special workers have a complicated evaluation of him. On the one hand, his fees are very low. Although he is not a miracle doctor, he can still play a role to some extent. However, many special workers also said that they feel very uncomfortable when they are with him, especially his eyes. When his eyes fall on you, it is like being stared at by a snake. John Hung found out where Mark Cohen lived and arrived there before sunset. The smell here was not very pleasant. There was a pigsty not far away, and chicken manure was everywhere on the road. Women were washing clothes next to the sewage. Several men with black faces were probably boiler workers in a nearby factory, and they were walking from a distance. It didn't take John Hung much time to find the apartment of the doctor who was a special worker. But when he knocked on the door, no one answered. John Hung looked at the lock on the door and found that it was just the most simple one, which could basically only protect against gentlemen. So John Hung glanced around again and saw that no one noticed this side. So he quietly picked the door lock with the knife he brought with him. The smell inside the door was worse than outside. It was a special smell mixed with sweat and decay. John Hung frowned and pulled out the revolver from his waist. He saw a pool of blood on the ground after just 2 steps. There was almost no furniture in the apartment. Only a bed, a wardrobe, and a dining table. Socks and dirty clothes were thrown everywhere. John Hung walked along the bloodstains to a curtain. Through the gap under the curtain, he could see a pair of boots. John Hung did not open the curtain, but directly stabbed with the knife in his right hand. The blade easily tore the cloth, but it fell behind the curtain. Was it a false alarm? The boots were still on the ground, and it seemed that they were just placed there by their owner. John Hung quickly pulled open the curtain with his other hand, and saw a place similar to a simple consultation room, with 2 stools and a small workbench. The most eye-catching thing was undoubtedly a bloody organ on the workbench. The blood and stench on the ground came from here, and at this moment a group of flies were feasting on it. John Hung's first reaction was to find the part of the uterus and abdominal meat that Bernice lost in the 3rd murder case. In this way, he would have locked the murderer. However, the next moment when he walked to the table and took a closer look, he found that the thing on it did not look like a human uterus in terms of shape and size, but more like some kind of animal. John Hung thought of the pigsty he had seen on the roadside before. In addition, he also saw a notebook on the table. John Hung opened the notebook and flipped through 2 pages. He found that the things recorded on it were scattered, mostly some trivial matters of life, and some medical research. However, when he turned to the back, the content changed. It can be seen that the writer became more and more impatient. Not only did the handwriting become more and more sloppy, but the content also began to change. More about those special workers. He complained about the little money he made and the special workers who always pretended to be pitiful in front of him. From the notebook, it seems that he had a conflict with 2 special workers a month ago. One of them took his pocket watch while he was seeing a doctor. Mark Cohen chased him out and was tripped by another special worker and fell to the ground, breaking a tooth. John Hung was about to continue reading, but at this time, he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. John Hung stuffed his notes into his arms, and the person who came opened the door. It seemed that there were not just one person, but 2 footsteps. This surprised John Hung, but it did not affect his plan. John Hung could just jump out of the window and leave. But when he cut the curtain with a knife, this route was actually ruled out by him. Because once Mark Cohen found that his residence had been moved, he would definitely run away at the first time. Not to mention that John Hung even took his notes. So John Hung simply chose to capture the target right here and send him to the police station. He hid behind the curtain, listening to the footsteps approaching, and silently calculated in his mind waiting for one of them to reach out and lift the curtain. And then he handed out his knife. John Hung could see the surprise on the target's face and the fear in his eyes. Fortunately, John Hung stopped at the critical moment. Another policeman also drew the pistol from his waist at the first time. John Hung raised his hand and threw away the weapon in his hand, indicating that he had no ill intentions. An hour later, Holmes also came to the police station. He tapped the floor with his cane and looked at John Hung behind the iron fence with interest. They were going to let you go half an hour ago, but I asked them to keep you for a while so that you could also experience the feeling I had before. Did you tell the police to arrest Mark Cohen? John Hung asked. Yes. In fact, before you went to the special worker doctor's house, he had been arrested by the police. The two police officers went to collect evidence. Holmes smiled and said, It seems that I won the bet this time. I can finally think about what opera to watch. I don't think so. John Hung looked at Holmes and said leisurely, You arrested the wrong person. Arrested the wrong person? Holmes raised his eyebrows. You haven't interrogated Mark Cohen yet. Yes, but I heard from Lestrade that he admitted that he was the murderer as soon as he was pinned down by the police. It's useless for him to admit it. John Hung took out the notebook from his arms and shook it. If you interrogate him, you will find that his mind is already disordered. Chapter 521 Speculations. Interesting. Holmes closed his notebook. Mark Cohen did have conflicts with those special workers, so he put himself into the role of Jack the Ripper to get pleasure from it. But he didn't expect to gradually lose himself. These things are clearly recorded in his notebook. He began to imagine that the murderer was himself after the first murder. When he saw the letter published in the newspaper, the Jack the Ripper in his soul had completely defeated himself. And in the end, he could not tell who he was at all. John Hung had already walked out from the other side of the iron fence and moved his hands and feet. And the uterus you took back from his residence. You can find out that it is not human if you check it. He also has an alibi when the first case happened. He happened to be delivering a baby for a special worker that night. We can prove it as long as we find the special worker named Clarissa. Holmes was holding a pipe and didn't know what he was thinking. Just at this time, Lestrade ran over from the other side of the corridor excitedly. I contacted several newspapers. The director meant that we should publicize it well this time. Not only the police but also you. As a special consultant of Scotland Yard, you helped us solve this strange case. Wait a minute. Holmes stretched out his hand to interrupt the short sheriff. We haven't caught the murderer yet, so forget about celebrating. It will only make the real murderer smirk in the dark. What are you talking about? Lestrade was a little puzzled. The prisoner has just confessed and described the process of his crime. He made up the process of his crime based on the newspaper reports. The uterus on the table was taken from a pig. Holmes stretched his body. Lestrade, I have always felt that you and Gregson are the best police officers in Scotland Yard. If you are willing to spend more time collecting clues instead of being busy showing off, your achievements will be far more than this. The short police officer shook his head and said, I have worked in Scotland Yard for so many years. No matter what case it is, it can be closed at this point. I think you are just worrying too much. Anyway, the reporters should arrive in half an hour. The director is going to meet the Queen early tomorrow morning to report the good news. He will also mention the contribution of you and your Oriental friends to the Queen. Have you forgotten the Thames case so quickly? Are you planning to cooperate with the media to lead out the real murderer again? The public may not buy it by then. Holmes shook his head. This is what the chief has decided. No matter what you say, it can't be changed. The short police officer spread his hands. Unless you can conjure up another prisoner for me now. At this moment, John Hung suddenly said, Can I meet with Mark Cohen? You want to meet Mark Cohen? It's not in accordance with the rules. But considering that you have contributed so much to the police this time, I can still help with this little favor, Lestrade said. He led the two to the interrogation room, where the special worker doctor was imprisoned and said, I have already interrogated him once, so I will not go in. I have to prepare to deal with those reporters. After the short police officer left, Holmes touched his chin and said thoughtfully, Do you think Mark Cohen's mental abnormality is not an accident? John Hung nodded. From his notes, it can be seen that he does have some mental illness. But I don't think his mental illness has worsened during this period of time. The police are looking for Jack the Ripper, and he just happened to be delivered to the door. Interesting guess, Holmes said. John Hung noticed that Holmes used the word guessing instead of reasoning, which John Hung himself had to admit. After these two incidents, He also realized a problem. That is, if he only used what Holmes gave him, it would be almost impossible to defeat Holmes. In the framework of deduction, he, a level 1, could never beat Holmes. A level 3, even if he tried harder, he could only tie with the opponent. Therefore, if he wanted to win this round of competition, he needed to find another way. In other words, he needed to increase his aggressiveness and make bold assumptions when there was insufficient evidence. Holmes said that this is a big taboo for detectives, because once you take the wrong path, you may end up in a dead end and can't get out. But John Hung's situation is different now, because he only needs to win once, as long as he bets right once. And John Hung is not completely blind. He saw Mark Cohen sitting there in the interrogation room. The latter looked very quiet and did have some doctor's temperament, except for his small and bulging eyes. John Hung sat down opposite him. Are the 3 murders in Whitechapel District related to you? Yes. I killed them. Mark Cohen nodded and admitted without hesitation, with a somewhat neurotic smile on his face. I liked the way they looked at me before they died. That kind of pure fear without any impurities. Very beautiful. Really? John Hung said. Aren't you worried that God will punish you? The special worker doctor moved his butt and looked a little angry. God will punish me? No. 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 I'm just doing the right thing. And those women are wrong. God told me to punish them. They deserve it. I obey God's command. His voice always surrounds my ears. Did you hear the voice of God? Yes. He said he would reward me and call me his son. Mark Cohen said proudly. One last question. John Hung stared at the female doctor's eyes. Which church do you usually go to for worship? However, Mark Cohen suddenly closed his mouth and stopped talking. He stared at the ceiling with his small eyes, as if a door would suddenly open there for him to leave this world. But his action had already given John Hung the answer he wanted. John Hung stood up and left. Holmes listened quietly the whole time without saying a word until he walked out of the interrogation room. He said, Interesting. So you suspect that Father Jacob influenced his spirit? John Hung nodded. He didn't have time to answer, but hurried out of the police station and waved for a carriage. Holmes followed behind and got on the carriage together. Even if you suspect him, is there any need to be so anxious? And I haven't finished asking questions. There are only 2 priests in the Sacred Heart Church, and Father Matthew is too old. I can be sure that Father Jacob is not the murderer. Then the question is, why did he let Mark Cohen, who has mental problems, firmly believe that he is Jack the Ripper? I'm sure the real murderer must be related to him, John Hung said. As for why I am so anxious, it's because I am worried about the safety of a friend. Chapter 522, Rapid Rescue. You asked a friend to help you keep an eye on the Sacred Heart Church in the afternoon? Why? Did you already suspect Father Jacob at that time? In the carriage, Holmes seemed a little surprised. No, I didn't suspect Father Jacob at that time. And this matter was not just aimed at the Sacred Heart Church. John Hung shook his head. You said before that the source of the letter was the church. Although we ruled out Father Jacob's suspicion in the morning, I did not completely give up this clue. Instead, I asked a friend to help me investigate several churches in the White Church area in detail, in order to facilitate the identification of the attitudes of those churches towards special workers. She also deliberately made up herself as a special worker. Is it Miss Irene Adler? Holmes' face showed a look of understanding. She is indeed better than me in terms of makeup skills. That's right, John Hung said. You seem to be very serious about this bet. But I must say one thing, Holmes said. It is not a wise move to put a beautiful lady in danger, especially when the Whitechapel area is shrouded in the shadow of the most terrible serial killer. John Hung was also very frank. The development of the matter was indeed beyond my expectations. I originally planned to meet her after investigating Mark Cohen, but I didn't expect to meet the police at Mark Cohen's residence. John Hung had been hanging out with Holmes for the past few months, so Scotland Yard police officers like Gregson and Lestrade were familiar with him. However, the lower-level police officers knew very little about him. In fact, the lower-level police officers didn't know Holmes very well. John Hung met 2 policemen at Mark Cohen's residence, but he had no idea of his identity. Seeing that there was still a long time before the end of the copy, John Hung didn't want to fall out with Scotland Yard because of a misunderstanding, so he chose to hand over his weapons directly. He originally thought that he would naturally meet acquaintances when he arrived at the police station, But when he told the police officers who were guarding him about his situation, he ran into Holmes playing a joke on him, and no one released him. After that, John Hung had time to meet up with the female singer only after he finished investigating Mark Cohen. At this time, it was completely dark, but on the road, they happened to encounter a carriage that overturned a fruit cart. The driver and the fruit farmer argued there for a long time. John Hung and Holmes had to change another carriage. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening when they arrived in the East District. "Did you and her agree to meet here?" Holmes asked after getting off the car. The two were now standing in a small square, which was a relatively prosperous place in the East District. But there was no sign of Irene Adler nearby. Although John Hung had been worried about the female singer, Irene's situation was not as dangerous as he had imagined. In addition to the increase in patrols after the 3 murders and the arrest of Mark Cohen, no matter what the relationship between Father Jacob and Jack the Ripper was, he obviously wanted to use Mark Cohen to replace Jack the Ripper. If that was the case, then Mark Cohen was caught by the police, and Jack the Ripper should have hidden himself. But for some reason, the female singer still disappeared. Did she go home because she waited too long? It was hard to say, because John Hung arrived several hours later than the agreed time, and Irene Adler didn't seem like someone who would stand in one place and wait foolishly. However, with the female singer's intelligence, even if she left, she would definitely find a way to notify John Hung who came here. John Hung was now worried that Irene Adler was a little too smart and discovered the abnormality of Father Jacob. She followed up and alarmed the latter, so he didn't plan to just wait like this. The Sacred Heart Church was closed at 8 o'clock, and Father Jacob lived in a small house behind the church. John Hung and Holmes rushed there, but the house was pitch black when they looked out the window. John Hung climbed through the window, and Holmes went through the front door. The two surrounded the small house, but when they entered, there was no one inside. There was only an old dog lying on the floor, but it was so old that it could hardly move. When it saw a stranger breaking in, it didn't even bark. Holmes lit a candle, and the two of them quickly scanned the surroundings by candlelight. Unlike Mark Cohen's bloody hut, Father Jacob's residence was a normal priest's residence, with simple decorations. There was a Bible that had been read countless times beside the bed. Apart from that, there was nothing else worth noting in the house. According to the description of the special workers, Father Jacob's daily life was also simple and regular, and could even be called stereotyped. He was either in the church or at home, and he would hardly go anywhere else. So it was unusual that he was not at home when the church was closed. Holmes walked around the kitchen for a while, opened his mouth to think about something, but in the end, he did not speak. John Hung was completely unable to care about the situation over there. Irene Adler was missing, and Father Jacob was not back. These two things happened together and made the situation a little bad, especially since the female singer was involved in this matter because of his request. If she encountered any accident, John Hung would find it difficult to forgive himself. So he had to find Father Jacob as quickly as possible. But compared to Mark Cohen, Father Jacob is obviously much more rigorous. There is no mental journey on his desk, and the only notebook is related to theology. The whole house can be described as watertight. John Hung stood in front of the desk, closed his eyes, and opened his eyes again half a minute later. Church. No matter what the relationship between Father Jacob and Jack the Ripper is, it will not change the fact that he is a devout clergyman. Jack the Ripper got information about those special workers from him. But as a priest, he has the obligation to keep the content of the confession confidential. I don't think he leaked it intentionally. So if that's the case, it must be Jack the Ripper who overheard it. John Hung paused, and finally concluded, there is probably a secret room in the church, right next to the confessional. Down there. The secret room is not next to the confessional, but down there. The floor below the confessional is empty. Holmes said, I discovered this when I was doing confession before. The sound of stepping on the floor was very obvious. I thought there was a cellar or something. Chapter 523. Wait a minute. John Hung and Holmes rushed to the church as fast as they could. The rusty copper lock on the door obviously couldn't stop them. Holmes knocked on it with his cane. Unexpectedly, the lock that looked old was fine. He then stepped aside and watched John Hung take out his revolver and shoot at the lock. The two finally rushed into the church. Like Father Jacob's residence, there was no one here. The moonlight fell on the bench through the stained glass, and there was an inexplicable sense of eeriness and silence. Find the entrance. Zhang Hung said to Holmes, and the two dispersed. At this time, Irene Adler, who was underground, also heard the movement above. She twisted her body, but now her hands and feet were tied up, and she couldn't move at all. Her mouth was also blocked, and she could only make a humming sound. Father Jacob seemed to be oblivious to the gunshots above his head. He was standing in front of a wooden table and praying. But what scared the female singer was another person in the room. It was a man, between 30 and 40 years old. Compared with ordinary people, his skin was a little abnormally white. It seemed that he rarely saw the sun. His beard looked like he hadn't shaved for a long time. His whole body was very thin, but there were a lot of muscles on his arms. He was wearing an old coat and was sitting by the bed, looking at Irene with interest. The priest seemed to know what the female singer was thinking, and said calmly, "They can't get in for a while. This secret room was built in the Middle Ages for people in the church to escape from war. Even if they want to dig it out, it won't be done in a short time." The female singer finally stopped twisting after hearing this. At this time, the pale-skinned man sitting on the bed spoke up, impatiently, "It's not ready yet. Can I start?" "Don't worry. Wait a little longer." Father Jacob didn't look back. He took out a blood-stained leather apron from under the table and continued to say to Irene, "You must be curious about why we chose you. It's all because of me. Because of a mistake I made when I was young. Can't we save the story for later?" The pale man on the bed said impatiently. He moved his eyes to the leather apron and immediately became excited. "It won't take much time," Father Jacob said. "Remember what I taught you. Be polite and patient." The pale man on the bed closed his mouth again, but a sickly blush appeared on his face. Father Jacob continued, "Like I said, I made a mistake. I was only 19 years old at that time." Father Matthew wrote to the church, saying that the Sacred Heart Church was short of staff. But at that time few priests were willing to come to the East End. I was young and energetic, so I volunteered to help. I have to admit that I was not very adaptable to life here at first. I was born in a country family. I came to London when I was 16 and stayed with Father Abelson. We also came to the East End to visit the poor families here. But this is completely different from living here. So I was a little depressed at that time. I wanted to go back to Father Abelson, but I was afraid that people would think I couldn't endure hardship. And then I met a girl. She is a special worker in this area. Her name is Emma. She has just started working in this industry. She is only 16 years old, because her father died and her mother ran away with another man. She had no choice but to work in this industry to support herself. However, unlike other special workers, she comes to church every week to worship. That's how we met. Maybe because our ages are similar. She thinks I am different from other people in the church. So she would come to chat with me from time to time. It happened that I was also in a low mood at that time, and she often comforted me. Father Jacob seemed to be lost in memories. Father Matthew warned me, but I didn't take it too seriously. On the contrary, I felt that I was doing a good deed, guiding a lost soul, and I was complacent about it. Until one night, she came to see me again. It was already late at night. She was beaten by a barbaric guest and her arm was cut by glass shards. I bandaged her. When I got up, she secretly kissed me. I was stunned in place. My mind was blank at that time. Then she rushed over. I wanted to push her away, but I don't know why I couldn't use the strength. So, what happened next happened naturally. She left before dawn, leaving me alone. It was only then that I realized what I had done. I felt regretful and embarrassed. I knew that I had let down many people. Abelson, Father Matthew, especially myself. Whatever the reason, everything that happened that night should not have happened. I wanted to make amends for it. From then on, I consciously began to distance myself from Emma. She came to the church to find me several times, but I pretended not to be there. At night, I locked the door and would not open it no matter who knocked. So after a while, she finally disappeared from my life. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking I could be free. But I didn't expect that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Father Jacob said this, and the pale man on the bed urged again. "Can we start?" As he spoke, he took out a scalpel from under the pillow. "Give me some more time." Father Jacob's voice was unquestionable, so the pale man had to put the scalpel back. Almost a year later, I picked up a baby at the door of the church. And a letter. There was no signature on it, but I could recognize it was Emma's letter. She said it was our child. There was no evidence, but for some reason, I believe what she said. Father Jacob paused and repeated. I just believe what she said. The female singer's eyes changed when she looked at the pale man on the bed. Seeing Irene's surprise, Father Jacob nodded and said, Yes, he is the child back then. I sent him to an orphanage, but he didn't live well there. After he got out, I helped him find a few jobs in the hospital, but he couldn't stay for long. It happened that Father Matthew almost retired 5 years ago and moved to the suburbs. I was the only one left in the Sacred Heart Church, so I let him move downstairs. I told him about me and his mother. I originally just wanted him to know his life experience, but I didn't expect him to believe that the reason why he had such a miserable life was entirely due to his mother. Can we start now? Father Jacob, the pale-skinned man on the bed, urged for the umpteenth time, his patience almost exhausted. She is yours. I never let you call me father in the past, but now you can call me father, Father Jacob said calmly. Chapter 524. The Truth. The female singer watched the pale man on the bed walk towards her. The latter's eyes flashed with excitement, like a child who found a new toy. And as if with some twisted attachment, the sick smile on his face was reflected on the scalpel in his left hand. Irene Adler closed her eyes in despair. But the next moment, there was a rumbling sound above the heads of the three people. This was the sound of someone opening the entrance to the secret room. However, when John Hung and Holmes rushed down with revolvers in hand, they froze in their tracks. They never expected to see such a bizarre scene. The female singer was still tied up and unable to move, while Father Jacob stood there with a wooden expression. And a strange middle-aged man at his feet fell in a pool of blood. The latter had an unbelievable look on his pale face, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. His eyes wide open, looking at Father Jacob, as if asking why. Father Jacob saw John Hung and Holmes, threw away the bloody knife in his hand, and said calmly, You came at the right time. I killed him. Holmes squatted on the ground, checked the middle-aged man, saw the wound on the back of his head, and shook his head at John Hung. It's too late to save him. John Hung stepped over the body and came to the front of the female singer, untied the ropes on her hands and feet, and took the rag out of her mouth. As soon as Irene Adler was free, she spit on the ground, as if she wanted to spit out the strange taste in her mouth. John Hung was actually ready to use the wall of evil thoughts for the last time. But fortunately Holmes found the entrance within 3 minutes. When the two rushed in, they thought they would encounter the murderer holding hostages. But the result surprised everyone. The next moment, John Hung heard the reminder that the main task was completed. Although he still had a lot of doubts in his heart, now was not the time to worry about such things. He and Holmes first tied up Father Jacob with a rope taken from the female singer, and then notified the nearby patrol police. Holmes stayed where he was, guarding Father Jacob while waiting for the police to send more people. While John Hung sent the singer home first, John Hung stayed at Irene's residence until 6 in the morning before returning to 221B Baker Street. And at this time Holmes had already returned from the police station. He looked very satisfied, completely ignoring the protest of the landlord, Mrs. Hudson. Took out his violin and played it. The melodious sound of the violin echoed in the room. But I wonder if the neighbors in the next building who were awakened would also want to rush over and kill people. It seems that you have figured out all the ins and outs, John Hung said. It seems that you can go to the theater to listen to opera for free in the future. Holmes also said, This may not be the most complicated case I have encountered, but it can indeed be regarded as the most interesting case. Holmes put down the violin and finally turned the topic back to the case. Father Jacob made a mistake when he was young and left an illegitimate child with a special worker. Although I personally do not think that it is his child. It does not matter. The important thing is that this has always been his heart not. He is willing to regard the child as his own flesh and blood. Or in other words, he is using this method to punish himself and atone for the mistakes he made in the past. John Hung had actually learned about these things from Irene Adler, so he was not surprised and motioned Holmes to continue. The birth of this child was a mistake. He was the result of an impulse between a priest and a special worker. There was not even love between the two of them. He was abandoned by his mother when he was young, and his father had to send him to an orphanage for his own reputation. Growing up in such an environment, his personality will inevitably become withdrawn and gloomy. Father Jacob said that there are seeds of evil buried in his body, but I actually hold a different view on this. Holmes lit his pipe. The police and Father Jacob himself believe that Jack the Ripper murdered those special workers out of revenge for his biological mother giving birth to him hastily and then abandoning him. But I think he regarded these murders as a ritual to pursue the origin of his life. Of course, at the same time, he was also craving the world's attention like many serial killers. The letter sent to the newspaper is the best proof. Uterus? Jong Hung raised his eyebrows. Yes, I think the uterus is a very important symbol in this case. It is related to reproduction, and is also the place where embryos are conceived. Jack the Ripper took away the victim's uterus, which means that he hoped to find his own home. Just like the targets he chose were special workers who had given birth to children, were alcoholics, and lived with others. Through these characteristics, he connected these victims with his biological mother. When he committed the crime, he could indeed feel the connection between himself and the target again, just like he had found his mother. And it's amazing, isn't it? Emma gave him life, and he took life from those substitutes, like a complete cycle. Holmes blinked. Of course, the latter part is just my speculation. Jack the Ripper is dead. I guess my speculation will never be confirmed. Speaking of Jack the Ripper, let's talk about Father Jacob again. I must admit that the role he played in this case was beyond my expectations. Do you remember our previous speculation? Huh? We all agreed that there was no conspiracy in this case. So when you finally connected Father Jacob and Jack the Ripper together through Mark Cohen, I did have a brief confusion. And the facts also prove that Father Jacob was not Jack the Ripper's accomplice. Holmes continued. Jack the Ripper lived quietly in a secret room under the confessional in the Sacred Heart Church, which allowed him to hear many secrets that should not be known to a third person. When he committed his first crime, Father Jacob did not know that he was the one who committed the crime until he took the initiative to confess to Father Jacob. Father Jacob was caught in a dilemma. He certainly did not want Jack the Ripper to kill anyone. But on the other hand, the latter was his and Emma's child. In order to make up for his previous debt, he had reason to protect the child. So he made another wrong choice. He decided to conceal the matter and hoped that he could control the beast. At the same time, he also made another preparation. He began to consciously guide Mark Cohen, who also had a mental illness, and used the latter as bait to mislead the police investigation. This was a reasonable choice from the father perspective. But he obviously overestimated his ability and underestimated Jack the Ripper's long-suppressed morbid psychology. So there were the second and third murders, and things were rapidly slipping out of control. It was also at this time that Father Jacob began to realize that he had no ability to stop Jack the Ripper from committing crimes. It happened that Miss Adler came to the door at this time. The characteristics she showed perfectly matched the goal that Jack the Ripper had been looking for. So Father Jacob kidnapped her, but not to give her as a sacrifice to the devil, but to use her as a test question. A test question for Jack the Ripper. He wanted to see with his own eyes whether his son had really defeated the devil in his heart, and would not commit crimes again, as he had repeatedly promised. But the result disappointed him. He knew from Jack the Ripper's reaction that as long as the latter was still alive in this world, there would be another victim and innocent souls would die. So in the end, he could only choose to kill the devil he created with his own hands. Chapter 525 Deductive Method. Holmes described the case from beginning to end in the simplest language possible. Of course, the concise words are far inferior to the complex emotions contained in the real events. Whether it is Father Jacob and Jack the Ripper, or Jack the Ripper and the special workers who were victims, the relationship between them is probably much more complicated than the world can know. Unfortunately, with Father Jacob's knife, it is difficult to have accurate answers to these questions. But no matter what, this case has been successfully concluded. Compared with the series of unsolved cases in real time and space 7 years later, this is the best result. Holmes stretched and said to Jong Hung, "You won the bet this time. Although the process was a bit risky, it is undeniable that you did find the murderer before me. Now, you can exercise the privilege of the winner and start choosing the opera to watch tonight." "Really?" Jong Hung asked. "But why do I always have a feeling that you didn't try your best this time? Did you deliberately let me go somewhere? Who knows? You seem to have some unexplainable reason to win me over once." Holmes smiled. "But I am really serious this time. After all, solving cases is my interest. Just like a gourmet who sees a roast turkey in front of him, it is hard for you not to move your fork. 270 days seems like a long time. But for Jong Hung, who is absorbing and learning new knowledge every day, it seems like just a blink of an eye." After the Whitechapel serial murder case, he and Holmes experienced more than a dozen large and small cases together. There are many bizarre and twisted stories. If he had written them down, He might have replaced Conan Doyle as the greatest detective novelist of the Victorian era. In the later period, John Hung began to handle cases independently. His criminal investigation skills had reached level 2, followed by makeup skills. In addition, he also asked Irene Adler for some knowledge on performance. But his art appreciation remained at level 0. In addition, he had not been able to find any props in this copy. Until the last day, John Hung and Holmes made an appointment to watch an equestrian show. And then the two strolled along the Thames, talking about everything from contemporary violin artists to the pirates of Nassau in the 18th century. Holmes was amazed at John Hung's knowledge of Nassau. And then the two walked into a tavern on the roadside. It was not far from the dock, so there were many sailors drinking and playing cards here, which seemed very lively. Holmes' old problem came back, pointing to a man with a mustache at a table on his left-hand side. Scottish. Has many brothers. Graduated from the University of Edinburgh. Worked as a ship's doctor. Went to West Africa. Likes writing. And is also good at crossword puzzles. Oh, we don't need to compete this time. I just treat you. John Hung still had more than a dozen pounds on him, and he probably couldn't spend them all before he left. So he naturally didn't mind treating Holmes again. That couldn't be better, the latter said to the bar owner. 2 beers first. Just as the two found a seat and sat down to wait for the beer, the mustache man who was playing crossword puzzles at another table came over with a newspaper and said, "Mr. Sherlock Holmes and his Oriental roommate Mr. John Hung. I didn't expect to meet you here. Do you know us?" Holmes raised his eyebrows. "Of course. You two are the most famous detectives in London now." The mustache smiled. "Can I sit here? Please. It's more fun to drink with more people," Holmes said. "I haven't asked your name yet?" "Doyle. Arthur Conan Doyle." The man stretched out his hand and said enthusiastically. Holmes was a little surprised. After shaking hands, he turned to John Hung and said, "Is he the friend you mentioned before?" As a result, he saw that John Hung's expression was even more surprised than his when he heard the name. "Don't be surprised. This is actually the first time we meet," Conan Doyle explained. "Before, we communicated through text." "Text communication? Do you mean letters?" Holmes frowned. "More or less," Conan Doyle said, paused and then continued. "When I came here, I heard that there was a very interesting case in Central Garden. A lady fell to the ground. When she woke up, she found that her wallet and other jewelry were all there, but only the earrings were missing. Why don't you go there to take a look? Sounds interesting. I've been idle for so long and finally have something to do." Hearing this, Holmes' eyes flashed with excitement. He seemed to forget about John Hung on the other side. He picked up his cane, stood up and strode out of the pub. Then the boss brought 2 bottles of beer. Conan Doyle picked up one of them and sighed. Thank God that guy finally left. Otherwise, with his abnormal observation ability, I can't guarantee that he would not see anything. By the way, do you know that I created Holmes based on a teacher I met in college? Joseph Bell? His way of teaching and asking questions is that he can tell where you are from and what your profession is just by looking at you. It brought a great shock to me at that time. I have always thought that if he were a detective, he would definitely turn this line into an accurate science. Of course, Edgar Allan Poe and Emile Gaboriau also gave me a lot of inspiration. Poe's great detective Dupin has always been my childhood hero. Gaboriau's interlocking writing style also gave me a lot of inspiration. This is how writers work. One generation influences another generation, just like passing on the torch. When you read the works of modern people, you can always find the veins of people in the past. Conan Doyle said while taking a sip of beer, and said to John Hung, "You should also try it. Your round of dungeons will end in a few hours. It will not be easy to go back to London in the late 19th century to drink a sip of beer." "Who are you?" "Sir?" John Hung finally spoke at this time. "Who am I?" Conan Doyle smiled. "I am those names you are familiar with. I am William Shakespeare, Alexander Dumas, Arthur Conan Doyle, Neil Gaiman, and George Raymond Richard Martin, the god of novels?" John Hung raised his eyebrows and drank a sip of beer in the glass. "That's not a bad understanding." Conan Doyle snapped his fingers. John Hung thought of the Celtic ancient god he had met in the Black Sail dungeon, the mysterious man who called himself Einstein in the Apollo Project training camp, and the god of novels in front of him. He realized something and frowned. "So there is a related god behind each dungeon? You have a very keen insight. Just like your roommate Sherlock Holmes." Conan Doyle praised. As you can see, all dungeons are two-way. You get game props, points, and master skills from them. And we can also observe you and find suitable agents from them. You have infinite building blocks, so it should be easy to understand that for us. It is not that the stronger the player, the better. We also have to consider the issue of compatibility. This is a very complicated matter. You must weigh all aspects and finally make the most favorable choice for yourself. At the same time, recruiting agents requires the consent of the recruited person. You want to recruit me as your agent? Well, in theory, I will only show myself to someone before the end of the instance if I want to recruit him as an agent. But you are an exception. Conan Doyle pointed at the watch on Zhang Heng's right hand. You have already chosen your camp, haven't you? Then why do you still want to show yourself to me? Zhang Heng asked, while quietly reaching into his pocket and holding the knife there. Don't be nervous. I have no ill will towards you. Conan Doyle shrugged. On the contrary, there are many connections between you and me. Connections? I noticed that you have been exploring your own life experience recently. Conan Doyle drank the beer in the glass in one breath, then burped with satisfaction and stood up. When you find the answer, you will thank us for meeting today. Wait, you know my life experience? Conan Doyle did not continue on this topic, but just showed a meaningful smile. We will meet again. Just like the protagonists in all stories have to make the final choice. And then you will also make your own choice. After saying that, he put down the empty wine glass in his hand. Zhang Heng wanted to chase him, but found that he could not move his body. He could only watch him stagger out of the tavern. His eyes finally fell on the newspaper that was dropped. There was a small bulge in the middle. Zhang Heng opened the newspaper, and underneath was the pen that Conan Doyle used when he played the crossword puzzle before. Chapter 526 Missing Person Post. 2 weeks have passed since the end of the deduction method copy. Zhang Heng can finally say goodbye to the monotonous fish and chips, and return to the embrace of the second-floor canteen. The other 3 people in the dormitory are now used to his occasional nights out. Anyway, their school does not have the practice of night inspections. In theory, no one cares even if you live outside all the time. However, there are still some rumors. For example, it has been rumored in the school that Shinsisi is being kept by a rich old man. Now this matter has finally fallen on Zhang Heng's head, especially when someone saw him eating with Han Lu in the food court. Combined with Han Lu's attitude towards him before, he has time every month not to return to the dormitory. There is a lot of room for imagination. Although Zhang Heng explained that Han Lu was just his mother's best friend, the person involved did not admit it. So there is no sign of the rumor stopping. Gossip is human nature. In addition to satisfying the need for curiosity, it also has some dark thoughts. You have always been high above, and now seeing you fall from the clouds, the onlookers seem to feel a little comfort from it, and they pretend to say a few words. This is inevitable. No one can go against career and money, but probably because he is a boy. It is not as eye-catching as Shinsisi's. Boys' focus is different. Most of the time, they focus on games, sports stars, or paper figures. Moreover, they are only sophomores now, and most people only have a vague concept of their future. As the 2 people at the center of the incident, whether it is Zhang Heng or Shinsisi, they usually have their own things to do, so they don't take such things to heart. Death dream after the incident. Zhang Heng owed Shinsisi a favor, considering the unclear situation at the time. Shinsisi and her team did not know what unpredictable results would occur if they entered Han Lu's dream. Even so, they still chose to take the risk. This is certainly to stick to the path they have chosen. But Zhang Heng can't really take the other party's efforts for granted. However, Zhang Heng couldn't help much at this stage. The non-guild player cooperation organization led by Shinsisi has been gaining momentum recently. Not only have many player teams joined, but many small and medium-sized player guilds have also decided to cooperate with them. Of course, the purpose of each person may not be the same. Now most players know that there is a high probability of getting game props by killing those supernatural creatures. Considering that the number of game props in the dungeon is scarce, and the way to obtain them has always been a mystery, this is equivalent to providing them with a stable channel to obtain game props. Shinsisi did not refuse such people to join. Not only because it was difficult to identify everyone's true purpose, but also because she knew that there were very few players like her who were purely for the purpose of protecting ordinary people. It was almost impossible for them to solve the troubles caused by those monsters with their manpower. So they needed the help of others. no matter what the other party's purpose was. As long as the final result was the same, they could cooperate. However, the situation within the organization became extremely complicated. Shinsisi now spent most of her time on coordination and management. In addition, the city they were in was also quite special. 2 of the 3 major guilds had their headquarters here. For the new organization established by Shinsisi, the big guilds had not yet expressed their views and were waiting and watching. Zhang Heng had the USB flash drive he got from the leaker's copy, so he could log into the player forum directly on his computer without worrying about his IP address being tracked. So he had been browsing the forum frequently recently. Soon, he noticed a post. The title was looking for someone, and the poster was Crimson Sword, a supporting character in a fantasy novel. There were many posts like this in the forum, such as the team whose infinite building blocks was robbed by Zhang Heng before, who was very angry and threatened to find Zhang Heng all over the world. Whether in a team or single-player mode, there is a chance of encountering other players. And where there are people, there are grievances. The game team does a good job in protecting the privacy of players. When encountering unfamiliar players, everyone's appearance and voice are modified to a certain extent. Unless you give yourself a clear account, it is generally difficult to be recognized after the copy. The good news is that there is now a player forum, a place that all players can see, and finding people has naturally become one of the themes of the forum. A considerable number of posts looking for people are purely emotional venting, without any substantial meaning. But this post by Scarlet Sword belongs to another category. When Zhang Heng saw this ID, he thought of a person, the woman in red whom he met in the leaker dungeon. The two had a brief but intense fight, which ended with Zhang Heng using an RPG rocket launcher to blow up the ceiling of the parking lot. At that time, the ruins covered the place where the woman in red was standing. Zhang Heng thought she was dead, but later learned from the coffee man that she was still alive but chose to give up this round of dungeon. As expected, this post was also looking for him. The woman named Fei Hong did not dwell on what happened in the previous instance, nor did she say anything harsh about the battle. She did not seem to have any intention of revenge. She just politely asked Zhang Heng if they could talk about the things in his hand. Zhang Heng knew what she was talking about. The samurai sword was originally the weapon of the woman in red. It was broken into 2 pieces in the explosion. Under the circumstances at that time, it was not suitable for him to stay in the parking lot for a long time, so he only picked up the upper part. However, the lower part was buried in the ruins. It must have been taken back by the woman in red after the people of the Black Nest cleaned it up. The two were in an awkward situation now. No one could use this incomplete item. Moreover, Zhang Heng had consulted the bartender. Even if the missing part was found, the subsequent repair cost of this samurai sword would still be as high as an astonishing 2,000 game points. The post had a lot of views, but few comments. Obviously, the onlookers who were eager to watch the fun clicked on it with great interest, but did not see the quarrels they liked to see. The game was very disappointed. Only some guys who wanted to get something for nothing pretended to be Zhang Heng and asked how to negotiate. But the Scarlet Sword did not reply. Zhang Heng did not mind contacting the other party. At least he could find out the value of the sword first, so as to decide whether to repair it or sell it. So he typed, "I regret what happened in the parking lot. How do you want to negotiate?" Chapter 527 Trade Request. Zhang Heng reply pushed this post, which was about to be buried, back to the top. Afterwards, new people kept clicking in. After seeing his message, some people who were bored even liked it and said, "Okay, brothers have fun. And they play in the parking lot. What's there to regret?" This digression also set a bad precedent for the following replies. Someone immediately followed up. "So what happened in the parking lot? Can you write an 800-word essay?" There was also a follower who said, "Don't believe him. I'm the real boss. We're actually in the garage, not the parking lot." Luckily, Scarlet Sword's reply came quickly, and 2 minutes later Zhang Heng got an invitation to a chat room. This is a new feature of the forum recently released. The original intention was to facilitate communication between players, but in fact it still became the base camp of water monsters. Hundreds of people started a group to chat online. The room names ranged from star-chasing groups of popular artists, to star fights, emotional classes, and various online discount information of famous brands. Each chat room has its own theme. Of course, you can also set up an independent encrypted chat room like Scarlet Sword to talk about business. Seeing Saturn V enter the chat room, Scarlet Sword didn't say anything polite, and went straight to the point. The upper part of Mikazuki Murakika is in your hand. Right? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows and typed. So this samurai sword is Mikazuki Murakika? What about the one in the Tokyo National Museum? A fake. Crimson Sword didn't hide anything about this matter. She knew the skills of communication very well. Or the skills of communicating with people like Zhang Heng. The most important point is to be honest enough. Since no one can fool anyone, it's better to put away their own little thoughts, which can also make communication more efficient. This samurai sword makes you so important. What kind of quality is this prop? Zhang Heng asked again. Sea level. The Crimson Sword paused and added. But it is the most suitable sea level item for me. I am not very convenient to say its specific function. In fact, the main reason is that I have had it for more than a year. I have an ability. The longer a knife is in my hand, the more powerful it is. This is why I am so persistent in finding it. Do you want me to return this knife to you? It's not a return. It's a trade. You defeated me in the leaker's copy before. And this knife was your trophy. But now we each have half. And no one can use it. Instead of continuing to stalemate like this, it's better to make a deal. Crimson Sword. Zhang Heng did not comment. What price are you going to pay? Knife-type game props are relatively unpopular. This C-grade Mikazuki Murakika is valued at about 1,300 to 1,500 points on the market. I can pay 1,000 game points in exchange for the half in your hand. Of course, I don't have that many points now. If you want, I can pay with props. Do you have a way to recast this broken sword? That's the problem I need to solve. Then, as if she was worried that Zhang Heng would think she was trying to undercut him, the Crimson Sword explained, this is the greatest sincerity I can offer. And I have told you the reason without reservation. If you want more, then I can only give up this deal and look for another suitable knife. She hesitated, and since the words had come to this point, she simply finished speaking. I can reveal one more thing to you. This knife is not that useful for ordinary people. I value it so much because I happen to be an expert in knife skills. It can only place such a great value in my hands. However, Zhang Heng's reply was unexpected. I refuse. The Crimson Sword on the other side of the screen frowned. She had analyzed the power relationship to this extent. It stands to reason that even if the other party disagreed, he should show some interest in negotiation. There is no reason to refuse so bluntly. Is it because of the previous battle that the two of them became enemies? However, at that time, everyone was in different camps, so it was normal to fight. Besides, judging from the final result, she was the one who suffered. Not only did the sword break, but half of it was picked up by someone, and she almost died there. If there is a grudge, it should be her who bears the grudge. Fortunately, Zhang Heng quickly typed out 4 more words, explaining his previous answer. I also use a knife. Crimson Sword was stunned. Speaking of the previous fight between the two, she was indeed amazed at Zhang Heng's skill with a knife. But then, the latter took out a rocket launcher. And when they first met, Zhang Heng also showed his excellent archery skills, which made Crimson Sword confused about what weapon he preferred. She even felt a little incredible. You know, everyone's energy is limited. She has always been very talented in knife skills. But even so, practicing knife skills also occupies most of her life. She can only dabble in other skills. This is also the first time she has encountered such an opponent who is proficient in all aspects. But in this case, the other party's rejection of her was not out of personal grudges. But the two of them seemed to have returned to the previous deadlock. Zhang Heng asked back. I give you 1,000 game points. Well, this money can be settled immediately. How about you give me the lower half of this knife? Do you have a way to recast the broken knife? This is the problem I need to solve. Zhang Heng replied to her with the words of the Scarlet Sword before, and the positions of the two were completely reversed. Zhang Heng didn't make a random offer. He could see that the Scarlet Sword didn't deceive him, except for the part of the reason why she was so anxious to get the knife back, which she selectively ignored. The other part should not be a big problem. The value of this knife is calculated as 1,500. In addition to the 1,000 game points traded, Zhang Heng has to pay 2,000 points for repairs, which is twice the market price. It seems to be a loss. But the problem is that even if the money is taken to the market, there is no better alternative. Knife props are indeed niche and cannot be sold at a very good price. But knife props themselves are also very rare. After returning from the black sale copy, John Hung has been looking for a knife weapon that suits him. He entrusted Ding Si to help him pay attention to the props on the market. But unfortunately, there is no suitable target. And if the coffee man is not lying, the so-called proxy war is about to begin. This is probably the real reason why the Scarlet Sword is so anxious to get back Sanra Communica. Because according to her, she needs time to raise the knife to increase its power. If it is a new knife, she obviously does not have time to raise it from scratch. Moreover, according to the bartender lady, 2,000 points are not just to recast the knife, but also equivalent to upgrading it. In summary, the cost of 3,000 points is not unacceptable to John Hung. Chapter 528, the next stage of the game. This time, it was the Crimson Sword that remained silent. As she had said before, the offer of 1,000 game points was already very generous. The remaining half of the sword was useless to her. If she couldn't get the other half back, it wouldn't be a problem for her to sell her part. In fact, if it weren't for the impending proxy war, she might have accepted this proposal. But now, Crimson Sword was indeed a little unwilling. John Hung had made it clear that he was unwilling to exchange because he was also short of knife props. And he himself did not seem to worry about the points. Scarlet Sword hesitated for half a minute, and finally typed, "I think about it." "Okay," John Hung replied politely, without urging. At the end, Scarlet Sword could not help but ask again, "Where did you learn your sword skills? And who was your teacher?" But this time, the other party did not speak again. John Hung's attitude clearly showed that he was not going to answer this question. And Scarlet Sword also realized that he had crossed the line. Then she saw the prompt in the upper right corner of the screen that Saturn V had exited the chat room. The first contact between the two ended in this way. She closed the Surface Scarlet Sword on her knees and breathed a sigh of relief. This guy with the ID Saturn V was obviously not the same kind of crazy person as the coffee man. He was very rational and easy to communicate with. But on the other hand, once he made up his mind, it was difficult to be shaken. And he didn't seem to be short of points. On the other hand, Scarlet Sword almost spent all her money to collect 1,000 game points. She had no choice but to use a mission failure exemption card to give up the leaker copy. In order to be on the safe side, she had to save another 800 points to purchase a mission failure exemption card again. Of course, if possible, she would not mind using other means to take back the upper part of Mikazuki Mirakika. Because this thing was originally snatched from her by John Hung. And she had no psychological burden. But she had fought with John Hung before, and did not get any advantage. Although she did not like the coffee man, she had to admit the latter's strength. That guy was just like a humanoid self-propelled nuclear-powered armor. Until now, Scarlet Sword still didn't know how the coffee man lost. But one thing was certain. That is, John Hung's strength was indeed terrifying. So if she wanted to get Sanra Communica back, she still had to rely on the way of trading. While Scarlet Sword continued to weigh the chips in her hand, John Hung was in the lecture hall, taking the public elective course of Western Cultural History. This semester, John Hung's course selection was no longer as casual as before. In addition to the things he was interested in, he also consciously chose some courses that would help him with his game. In addition, in order to free up some time, he also picked some courses like elementary French that sounded difficult to others, but he didn't need to spend much time on. So he took a lot of credits this semester. But in fact, he was less busy than last semester. Not to mention that John Hung had 24 extra hours every day. In addition, as usual, he took the pen he got at the end of the 7th round of the game to the bartender for identification. But the result was a bit unexpected. This was the first time that the identification failed in the game. Afterwards, the bartender refunded 4 points of handling fees and gave him a free suggestion for the first time. This situation is rare, but it has happened before. After all, even the system panel was deceived at the auction venue before. So theoretically, I will not be surprised no matter what happens. You can tell me how you got this pen. Maybe I can help you find out the reason. John Hung remembered the meaningful words Conan Doyle said to him before leaving. So far, John Hung has been sure that the old man in a tang suit who looks like Kronos approached him for another purpose. His game qualifications and game points were provided by the other party. So John Hung also didn't know what role the bartender played in it. So he hesitated and finally chose to conceal his encounter with Conan Doyle in the dungeon, and took back the pen directly. However, John Hung consulted the bartender about the proxy war. Proxy war? Oh, You mean the proxy war? The organizing committee is about to send out the notice, said the bartender. So it's okay to tell you first. Anyway, many people probably know about it now. After playing so many rounds of the game, you should know the purpose of the game. Now most of the agents have been confirmed, and only a few people have not placed their bets. However, it is estimated that the final list will be released in another month, and the game will enter the next stage at that time. The next stage? Yes, the preliminaries are about to end. The main course will be served, and the game will become more and more exciting. It seems that you have already got the ticket to the next round, so I wish you good results in advance. What about other ordinary players? Zhang Heng frowned. What will happen to them after the proxy war begins? They can freely choose their camps, join the corresponding agents, and become apostles. War is never a one-person thing. Of course, if you are really strong enough to wipe out everyone, then I can only take the lead in applauding you, the bartender said. Zhang Heng didn't know if it was his illusion, but when talking about this matter, he seemed to see a hint of enthusiasm and excitement in the bartender's eyes. The latter later added, You should wait for the notification from the organizing committee for the specific content. I have to continue working. I couldn't help but cut off my hand last month, and I have to pay back Huabei this month. The above is the information Zhang Heng has at hand. For the sake of caution, he sent a WeChat message to Fan Meinan. Under normal circumstances, Fan Meinan basically replied to the message in seconds, which made people wonder if she had nothing to do all day long, just holding her phone to browse Weibo in moments. However, this time, she waited for a long time before replying with 2 words. Busy. After that, there was no movement. However, since there was still about a month before the so-called proxy war, Zhang Heng was not too anxious. It seemed that Fan Meinan had no real work to do. However, considering the person behind her, it was unknown who would be in trouble again. Zhang Heng also had some things to deal with. He had not visited the player forum for about a week. When he went there again, he saw an explosive news. Chapter 529 Ultimatum. Zhang Heng did not expect that Light Arc, one of the 3 major guilds, suddenly issued an ultimatum to Shinsisi's newly established union at midnight last night without any warning, requiring Shinsisi to apologize seriously for a vicious conflict that occurred in Tongzhou that night, and hand over the 4 murderers and compensate for the losses. Otherwise they would declare war on the union. Since there was no third party present at the time of the incident, the onlookers on the forum could not restore what happened that night. From the information currently provided by Light Arc, a team of players from their guild encountered another team of players from the union while tracking a monster. The players of Light Arc issued a warning, and the other side wisely chose to give in, no matter what the reason for players to join the union. At least on the surface they all joined under the banner of protecting ordinary people. So if the people of Light Arc kill the monster, it should be something that the players of the union will be happy to see. However, the people of Light Arc did not expect that this team would actually play dirty. They left on the surface, but who knew that they turned around and came back from behind? As a result, when the team of Light Arc was fighting the monster at a critical moment, they were suddenly attacked. Under attack from both sides, 5 of the 6 people died, and only 1 escaped. The management of Light Arc was furious, and that's why 0 Point issued a rather harsh ultimatum. However, the onlookers on the forum didn't seem to buy it. First of all, so far, there has only been a unilateral statement from Light Arc, and Shinsisi and her alliance have not responded yet. Secondly, although the 3 major guilds have been trying their best to restrain the players below and pretend that they are reasonable, they are in a strong position after all, and it is impossible for them not to take advantage of their strong position. In addition, the number of members is large, and there are all kinds of people in it. So it is inevitable that some things will be done that are not very authentic. So the evaluation of many small and medium-sized guilds and non-guild player teams has always been very complicated. As soon as this announcement was released, there seemed to be more people gloating in the forum. The most popular comment under the post was the stupid dogs of Guanghu bully others every day. And I never thought that I would end up like this. However, within 2 minutes of him posting this message, he received a ban package for the reason of personal attack. The so-called player forum was originally a product of the 3 major guilds, although many of the moderators were selected by the players themselves to show fairness. The 3 super moderators were all from the 3 major guilds, and banning them was just a casual thing. But the banned guy is obviously not a pushover, because the forum registration threshold is very low. Just type 2 strings of characters to get a new account. So the band guy came back in less than 10 seconds. Still with the same ID. The same taste. But with an extra 01 at the end. Come on. Authority, dog. Ban your dad again. You can ban my account. But can you still ban Justice? As soon as this reply was posted, there was another round of applause from the audience. The internet is so real. If you ask this group of people to confront Light Arc head-on, they certainly won't dare. However, no one will give in to a war of words with vests. Everyone can fight against 100. The super moderator of Light Arc obviously realized this. After banning a bunch of worthless vests, he left it alone. These sarcastic people don't really care who is right or wrong in the conflict between Light Arc and the Union. Most people just take this opportunity to vent their dissatisfaction with Light Arc. As for the Union, because it was established not long ago, it has no conflict of interest with most players for the time being. Moreover, unlike the Guild, the Union itself has a more complex membership. A considerable number of them are independent teams that are not affiliated with a certain guild. In addition, compared with Light Arc, it is in a weak position, so it is naturally easier to get sympathy and support from the onlookers. However, these sympathies and supports have no substantial effect on solving the problem. Zhang Heng realized that Shin Sisi was in trouble this time when he saw the post. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, the establishment of the Union itself was not good news for the big guilds. Although the structure of the Union was relatively loose at present, there was no threat for the time being. And Shin Sisi himself repeatedly stated that the purpose of the Union was only to protect ordinary people. But no one knew whether the Union would become a giant that could compete with the 3 major guilds one day if it continued to develop like this. After all, cohesion can be cultivated slowly. And feelings can also be enhanced through cooperation between players. Now everyone is just working together to fight monsters and distribute the spoils according to regulations. But if they meet in a dungeon next time, is there a possibility of cooperation? And then, they can just unite completely. So this incident may just be a fuse. The right or wrong itself is no longer important. It means that the 3 major guilds that were on the sidelines are ready to take action against the alliance that Shin Sisi has just established. The other 2 guilds' unanimous silence now seems to indicate that the situation is sliding towards the worst possible situation. The method they used was very clever. They forced Shin Sisi to hand over the person responsible. And they hit the weakest link of the alliance. If Shin Sisi handed over the person, then the cohesion of the alliance, which was not much in the early days of its establishment, would soon be gone. If Shin Sisi chooses to resist the pressure and refuses to hand over the person, then Guanghu will probably go to war with the Federation. Not to mention the difference in strength between the 2 sides. Given the current situation of the Federation, how many people will choose to coexist and die with this emerging force? So now no matter which path Shin Sisi chooses, the newborn Federation seems to be heading for doomsday. In fact, Shin Sisi has not expressed his position until now because the Federation has completely exploded. After receiving the ultimatum, Shin Sisi immediately contacted the management of the Federation, including the presidents of small and medium-sized guilds, and representatives of independent player teams to discuss solutions. Although she had been mentally prepared, the reactions of the crowd still made Shin Sisi feel a little chilled. Nearly 90% of the people agreed to hand over the player team that caused this incident to Guanghu for handling. These people didn't even care what the truth was. Just like what they kept saying, the truth is no longer important now, regardless of whether Guanghu lied or not. The most urgent task is to ensure the safety of the Federation first, and then slowly fight with Guanghu. Shin Sisi looked at the group of allies in front of her who were arguing fiercely, and she felt deeply exhausted. No matter what outsiders thought, the reason why she established the Union was very simple. That is, to do the right thing. The 5 words "do the right thing" seem simple, but only those who have truly practiced it know how difficult it is to do this sentence. Because this world is not always reasonable. Shin Sisi had met with the players who caused the conflict before coming to the venue. She was at least 80% sure that it was the Light Arc who lied in this conflict. Even if the other party had not planned it for a long time, it was obvious that they had prepared to use this conflict to swear to the Union. Everyone in the venue knew what fate they would face if they handed over the people. But it seemed that everyone chose to ignore this matter. In the face of group interests, personal sacrifice is always described lightly. Chapter 530 Deadline. Shin Sisi also chose Western cultural history. But she didn't come to class. In fact, she didn't show up in school all day. But now many people have become accustomed to this. When boys talk about this former department beauty, they will show a trace of regret on their faces, while most girls are disdainful. Even among the 3 people in their dormitory, 2 have already drawn a line with Shin Sisi. And Wei Jiangyang's girlfriend Han Xiaoxiao is still struggling. She and Shin Sisi's relationship is relatively good recently. She has also tactfully advised Shin Sisi. In her opinion, the latter's family background is already very good, although she is not the daughter of a wealthy CEO, compared with most girls from working-class backgrounds. Even if she does nothing in the future, at least she will not worry about food and clothing. Logically speaking, she had no reason to choose this path. Not to mention that she herself was not a vain person. However, whether it was the people who cared about Shin Sisi or those who gloated over her misfortune, they obviously did not know the real situation she was facing. The temporary meeting of the consortium had been held for a day and a night. In fact, the discussion was completed in the first hour. But Shin Sisi, the founder of the consortium, never nodded, which was why the consortium had been dragging on until now and had not responded to Guanghu. Light Arc only gave them 1 day to make a decision in the ultimatum, which was until midnight tonight. If the consortium still didn't hand over the person, the 2 sides would have no choice but to go to war. This result was something the consortium couldn't bear. The people in the conference room knew that once the person was handed over, the cooperation framework that the consortium had worked so hard to build would most likely fall apart. If they handed over someone today, it might be someone else. But tomorrow it might be them. But even if they had to worry about tomorrow, they had to at least survive today. The president of a medium-sized guild was still making his last effort. Persuading. I know you are unwilling. We are all unwilling. Handing over the people will be a huge blow to the Federation. And it will also affect your prestige. But everyone here knows the difficulty. We can guarantee that this position will still be yours in the future. Prestige? You misunderstood. I don't care who is the boss of the Federation. We are not a guild. Who is the president is not that important. Shin Sisi shook his head and said, but it is impossible to hand over the people. If we hand them over, Guanghu will definitely kill them and make this matter a reality. But if we don't hand them over, we can't protect them. Someone immediately retorted. Although we are not at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, the strength of our players is far behind that of top guilds like Light Arc. Their current membership standard is to survive at least 5 rounds of the game. And the guild has more than 10 B-level items. The average player on our side only survives 3 rounds, which is not even their bottom line. And there are only 4 B-level items, most of which are non-combat items. Light Arc is not the only top guild, Shin Sisi said. If the price of taking us down is too high, Light Arc will have to consider whether the balance between Silver Wing and Player's Home can be maintained in the future. Then how much will we have to pay? The president of a small guild finally spoke out the thoughts of most people. The composition of the alliance is very complicated. There are small and medium-sized guilds and independent player teams. There is no problem in cooperating with each other at ordinary times. But when there is a real danger, it is very difficult to let these people who don't have much friendship to fight together. Since the words have come to this point, the disguise was completely torn off. The president of the medium-sized guild who spoke earlier continued. The original agreement between us was only to deal with the monsters in the city, and did not include the war between the big guilds like Guanghu. Shin Sisi frowned and was about to say something. But the next moment the door of the conference room was knocked open. Li Bai, who was still covered in blood, and Rabbit, who was holding the Jinji stick, walked in from outside, and there were 3 people in front of them. Li Bai chuckled. These bastards wanted to rob people directly. But we caught them, Rabbit added. They were people from Boundary Line. And 2 unlucky people were beaten directly into the hospital by Li Bai. Shin Sisi cast her eyes on a middle-aged man who had not spoken much and looked gentle. The latter was the president of Boundary Line. He did not avoid her gaze, pushed his glasses, and admitted generously. At this juncture, some things have to be done by someone. Since you are unwilling to do it, we can only do it. We haven't come to a conclusion yet, Shin Sisi said. I don't even know what the point of discussing this is, the middle-aged man said. If you don't hand over the people, then there is no need for the Federation to exist anymore. Is this a threat? Shin Sisi's eyes swept across the people sitting in the conference room. The atmosphere in the conference room was suffocated, but no one spoke out to refute, obviously tacitly agreeing with this statement. So, is this the justice you are looking for in your hearts? Shinseisi's heart sank. But she still held a glimmer of hope, hoping to awaken the conscience of her master through questioning. However, after a while, the oldest man here, codenamed Shifeng, who was also one of the independent player representatives, spoke slowly. Politics has never been about justice. There were less than 3 hours left before the deadline set by the Light Arc ultimatum. There was still not much movement on the Union side, but the player forum was getting more and more lively. Many onlookers posted to speculate on Shinseisi's choice, and some people even opened a bet for this. Judging from the odds, most people believed that Shinseisi would hand over the person. It was just a matter of time. If it drags on for a little longer, at least the Federation can show some resistance, which may also slightly reduce the adverse effects of handing over the people. The mainstream public opinion on the forum has basically reached a consensus on this issue. And this is also the choice that any rational person should make. After all, Light Arc does not really intend to destroy the Federation. At best, it is just because the rapid rise of the Federation recently has made the 3 major guilds wary, and they want to take this opportunity to limit the latter's development, handing over people, reducing the internal cohesion of the Federation, allowing the Federation to continue to maintain its current loose structure, and preventing Shinseisi from integrating it into a new powerful force should be a result that both parties can accept. However, at 11:12 p.m., the medium-sized guild boundary line issued an announcement on the forum, reviewing the good times in the past, reaffirming its respect for Shinseisi and the Federation he led, and also stating that due to the differences in development concepts between the two parties, they chose to break up amicably, looking forward to the future, and not ruling out the possibility of further cooperation. As soon as this post was published, the spectators had no time to enjoy the melon-eating party, and soon there was a second post published, followed by a third, a fourth, all from the player guilds or independent player groups within the Federation. People with a keen sense of smell have already noticed something from it. The most popular emerging power federation in Beijing in recent times is about to collapse overnight without any signs. Chapter 531 Preparations. Like everyone else, Zhang Heng has been following the progress of this matter. Even when he was in class at night, he brought a notebook with him, sat in the last row of the classroom, and checked the new messages on the forum from time to time. He finished class at 9:45. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Huadong and Wei Jiangyong asked him to play League of Legends together. So Zhang Heng also joined the battle and chose a jungle hero. While free farming, he occasionally went out to check the forum. The first 3 games were very fast, and the battle was basically over in more than 20 minutes. Either the opponent was directly defeated, or the opponent killed their core to super ghosts. So Zhang Heng, the jungler, didn't need to go out. However, the 4th game was a bit dull. The opponent had a great player who was carrying the game like crazy, showing off his skills with all kinds of strong kills. But he ran into 4 teammates, who could only shout 666. The great player on this side killed a lot of people, but the teammates on the other side sent them back in a blink of an eye. They tried their best to maintain the fragile and precious balance. As a result, the two sides fought back and forth, and the fight was very lively, but no one could get to the high ground. In the end, Zhang Heng won a difficult victory by stealing the tower. After that, Zhang Heng turned off the game. He had seen the post sent by the boundary line. At 11:32, the joint group that had been disbanded for the most part, finally issued a notice, rejecting Guanghu's request to hand over the players. There was an attachment behind the post, which was the team involved in the conflict yesterday. It was different from Guanghu's version. The team that was attacked became a team of the joint group. Moreover, the strength of this independent player team was quite strong. They withstood the pressure from 2 sides. Although the monsters finally ran away, they killed 5 people from Guanghu, and only 2 of them died. The forum was in an uproar. It was not because of the truth of the matter. In fact, even if there was no video evidence, there were many people who suspected that Guanghu made up an excuse. What everyone was in an uproar about was Shinseisi's choice. In fact, when Boundary Line announced the withdrawal from the Union, some people had guessed that Shinseisi might choose to resist. But they were still surprised when they actually saw the announcement. The strength of the Union was originally below the Light Arc, not to mention the current half-crippled Union. In fact, as soon as Shinseisi's announcement was released, the number of posts announcing the withdrawal from the Union immediately began to surge exponentially. If the previous Union looked shaky, Then when Shinsisi posted this post, it accelerated the collapse of the Union. Light Arc also reacted quickly. At 11:45, Light Arc responded to Shinsisi's notice and expressed regret for the latter's choice. However, their tone was very polite this time. They believed that Shinsisi was just confused by the murderer, so their actions after midnight would mainly target the 4 murderers. However, everyone with a discerning eye knew that this was because the collapse of the alliance was a foregone conclusion. Light Arc had achieved its goal, and there was no need to continue to kill them all, so as not to cause more players' disgust. At 11:49, the bartender's message came belatedly, telling Zhang Heng that he had put the things he wanted at the designated location. Zhang Heng did not express his gratitude, because the other party would not give him a discount anyway. Afterwards, he put all the things that might be used in his backpack, and he never brought the plague bone bow back to the dormitory, so that no one could play with it. Everyone in the dormitory was a little strange. Zhang Heng often stayed out at night, but it was rare for him to go out so late, especially after Zhang Heng said he was going to find Han Lu. Chen Huadong, Wei Jiangyang and others looked at him with eyes that said, "I didn't expect that you, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also betray me." Zhang Heng locked the gossiping eyes and curious questions of the 2 people on the other side of the door, and then left the dormitory building before the dormitory manager locked the door. The world stopped at midnight as usual. There were many things to do tonight, but Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. He set a time and decided to do them one by one. Now, he planned to go to the parking lot to drive his polo out. When Shinsisi made a choice, no one could stop the collapse of the alliance, and Zhang Heng was also powerless to do anything about it. However, compared to others, he and Shinsisi knew each other earlier and understood the latter a little more deeply, so he could predict the direction of things one step ahead of others. With Shinsisi's character, handing over innocent people in exchange for peace has never been her choice. Now she is about to bear the consequences of her choice. But this makes things much simpler. After achieving this strategic goal, Guanghu limited this action to severely punishing the murderer, and Shinsisi would still choose to continue to protect the 4 people involved if nothing unexpected happened. Zhang Heng finally had a chance to repay the favor he owed in the Death Dream incident. In fact, Zhang Heng had sent a WeChat message to Shinsisi in the morning, asking if she needed help, but was declined by the latter. At that time, Shinsisi replied that the consortium was capable of solving this matter. Although Shinsisi was indeed extremely stubborn in some aspects, it did not mean that she was stupid or naive. Under the circumstances at the time, Zhang Heng believed that as a decision maker, she had naturally considered the worst possible scenario. The reason for saying this was just because she did not want to involve him, an outsider. Shinsisi also knew that Zhang Heng had been unwilling to join the Union because he was not optimistic about the future of the Union. So she had no reason to get involved with Zhang Heng at the most dangerous moment of the Union. However, Zhang Heng didn't really care about it. Even if Shinsisi refused her help, he could easily get the location of Shinsisi's mobile phone with his level 2 geek skills. But he didn't rush to find Shinsisi, but drove the polo to the address mentioned by the bartender. He turned over a black password box from the bottom of the trash can behind the wall, and a set of keys were tied to the handle. Zhang Heng opened it and took a look. After confirming that it was what he wanted, he threw the password box into the trunk. Then he rushed to the next place at a leisurely pace. Zhang Heng worked for more than 10 hours and finally finished almost everything on the list. Then he took some time to eat something and took a nap in a nearby hotel to make up for his sleep. When the phone rang on time, there was less than a quarter of an hour left before Haixing finished a circle. Zhang Heng washed his face, opened the password box beside the bed, took out the parts one by one, assembled them together, and finally assembled a CS5 sniper rifle, which was produced by the American gun manufacturer Macmillan Gun Manufacturing Company. Unlike the famous Finnish STAR, or L115A3, the CS5 does not have a super long range, but it is more suitable for urban warfare, and it is also a rare sniper rifle equipped with a silencer, which can better meet Zhang Heng's needs. He noticed that there was a sticky note on the butt of the gun, with the words "Happy Killing" written by the bartender. An AQ version of a gun-holding man was drawn in the lower right corner, which looked cute. Chapter 532 Bait. Light Arc is indeed one of the 3 major player guilds. Although it was established the latest, its strength is not weaker than the other 2. Or it is precisely because it was established late that it was able to develop to the point of competing with the other 2. Unlike the Messy Coalition, this action was planned for a long time. The management of Light Arc has always been famous for its efficiency and ruthlessness in the player guilds. Both the plan and the specific implementation plan were prepared early, and spies were planted in the coalition very early. The president of a small player guild voluntarily joined the coalition at the beginning of its establishment, and even got a representative position. Therefore, when the consortium held a meeting, Guang Hu was watching a live broadcast, and he also found out the target location early through his insider. The so-called deadline of 0 o'clock was just a casual remark. After all, Shinsisi issued a notice at 11:32, and they couldn't just wait until 0 o'clock and do nothing. In fact, at 11 o'clock, their first team had already arrived near the target location. If Shinsisi knew how to make friends, everyone would be happy. If Shinsisi decided to go all the way, then Guang Hu would be able to launch an attack immediately after 0 o'clock. If everything goes well, the battle may be resolved in less than 10 minutes. However, the news sent back by the advanced action team surprised the management. The target had been secretly moved away half an hour ago. In fact, the evaluation of Shinsisi within Guang Hu has always been very good. This woman is not very old, but mature and calm, and has considerable appeal and personal charm. This is also part of the reason why Guang Hu decided to take action against the joint group early. And the current situation is not entirely Shinsisi's problem. This is an unsolvable problem, no matter who solves it. However, Shinsisi was able to transfer the people quietly in this situation, which made Guang Hu look at her with a new perspective. But what she did was useless. The collapse of the alliance was a foregone conclusion, and Shinsisi had only a few people left. Relying on these people to fight against Guang Hu was undoubtedly a futile move. Not to mention that Guang Hu had already obtained first-hand information about Shinsisi and the people around her. Although they stated that tonight's action was mainly aimed at the 4 real murderers, they did not promise to only target the 4 murderers. If they couldn't find the target, they could go to Shinsisi and her people first. If the latter had to wade into this muddy water, they didn't mind taking Shinsisi and her people first, and then asking her about the whereabouts of the target. This is also why Zhang Heng couldn't use the 24 hours of time stop to help Shinsisi move people out of the city first, because doing so would not make much sense, unless Shinsisi and her group also chose to leave completely and never come back. But if it wasn't a last resort, Shinsisi would not make such a choice. The president of Guang Hu, Yu Weicheng, had finished work on time at 4:30 in the afternoon and drove to the gate of the elementary school to pick up his daughter after school. He also had to hold a lively birthday party for his daughter at the Sheraton in the evening, and invited a class of classmates to participate. Tomorrow happened to be Sunday, and as a father, Yu Weicheng made an exception and allowed his daughter to play all night. He needed to ensure that everything tonight was perfect. His daughter became the only princess at the party and received everyone's envy and blessings. The importance of this matter even exceeded Guang Hu's actions tonight. Of course, the preliminary preparations had actually been completed long ago, and it didn't make much difference whether he watched the remaining actions or not. Moreover, there were 2 vice presidents and 3 directors in the current combat meeting room, so Yu Weicheng was also relieved. At 0:05, no one noticed that a group of owls landed on the telephone poles, staring at the ground with a pair of big yellow-brown eyes. This is an urban village near the 5th Ring Road. Many of them are self-built houses by local farmers, which are rented to migrant workers after partitioning, because it is far from the subway station. The rent is relatively cheap, but even so, a room with a private bathroom has to rent about 1,000 yuan. To save money, some people simply share a room with 2 people, or even 4 people. Li Bai's rental room is a room for 4 people, with 2 bunk beds, just like a dormitory, and each person pays 400 yuan. So the landlady turns a blind eye. Li Bai made a lot of money after becoming a player, but he exchanged most of his points for money and sent it back to his hometown. He still lives here. He hurried back 2 minutes ago, seemingly to get something, and didn't even respond to his roommate's joke. The 2 vanguard teams of the Light Arc downstairs had surrounded the place silently. Then they looked at their superior, a bearded man dressed like a director, who shook his head and said, "Don't alarm ordinary people if you can. Wait until he comes downstairs before you start." As a result, everyone waited for another 5 minutes, but still didn't see Li Bai coming downstairs. The bearded man finally realized that something was wrong and led a team of people into the rental house. 3 men were drinking beer and playing King of Glory with their upper bodies naked, but Li Bai was nowhere to be found. And the people guarding the window didn't see anyone coming out either. Was he tricked? However, the bearded man did not seem to be in a hurry. He turned around and said to one of his men behind him, "Find the man out." The latter nodded, lit a pinch of strange tobacco, took a deep breath, and let out a strange cry. Then his eyes rolled up. And at the same time, a group of owls standing on the electric pole outside the door seemed to have received some information. And they spread their wings and flew in all directions. The bearded man knew that the other party had realized that he was being followed. So he probably didn't come back to get anything, but just wanted to use the complex terrain of the village in the city to deal with his side and distract Guang Hu's attention. It is estimated that Shinsisi on the other side is preparing to find a way to send the 4 people out of the city. Unfortunately, they made a wrong calculation tonight. The vanguard team had been prepared for this situation. The owls flying from nowhere on the telephone poles were to deal with this situation. Since it was a bait, they might as well eat the bait first, and then have the main meal. The bearded man knew that Li Bai had always been by Shinsisi's side, and was a veteran in Shinsisi's team. As long as he was caught, he didn't believe that he couldn't get the target's whereabouts from Shinsisi. There was nothing wrong with his idea. But he still underestimated Shinsisi's decisiveness. Or maybe everyone underestimated Shinsisi's decisiveness. Shinsisi knew very well how dangerous the situation was tonight. The strength between the two sides was seriously unequal. She would die if she continued to defend. So she did not intend to adopt a defensive strategy from the beginning, but chose to attack unexpectedly. Guang Hu wanted to capture her people to force her to make concessions. And she also wanted to capture Guang Hu's senior executives as bargaining chips to negotiate with Guang Hu. Li Bai was a bait, but not to distract Guang Hu's attention. It was a bait to attract Guang Hu into a trap. Chapter 533 Three-Color Lights. Li Bai ran all the way with his head down. He could easily shake off the pursuers behind him, because he was familiar with the terrain. But he could not shake off the annoying owl above his head. The owl clung to him like a piece of sticky candy, acting as a physical GPS. No matter how he threatened and drove it away, it would not leave. Of course, the owl would not get too close. And Li Bai did not have any long-range attack weapons, so he could only flee in a panic. And sometimes he had to rush into other people's homes. However, both sides had a tacit understanding, and did not want to attract the attention of ordinary people. Li Bai chose houses whose owners had not returned yet. The bearded man had been chasing until now, and he was a little impressed by the guy in front. The other party was a complete physical monster. He had been running for a quarter of an hour. Although he looked sweaty, his feet did not slow down. It was a pity for this guy to be a player. He should practice long-distance running. Maybe he could become an Olympic champion after training. It was a pity that the light arc sent not only 2 teams of players tonight, and the other group of guys were not as friendly as them. While Li Bai was running away, he was still looking back to pay attention to the pursuit of the soldiers behind him. Suddenly, a golf club stretched out from the wall in front of him, and hit his right leg directly. Li Bai's calf was in great pain. From the sound, it was obvious that it was broken. However, he was also very tough. Even though he was sweating all over in pain, he gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. And he used his remaining leg to jump forward. The person who attacked him was not in a hurry. He waved his hand to stop the men behind him who were about to pounce on him, and said, "Run. Keep running. Haven't you always been a good runner? Although the higher-ups asked us to spare your life as a trade. That means as long as you can still breathe. That's fine. You guys killed our people and hid the murderer. You don't really think you don't have to pay any price, right?" As he spoke, he loosened the tie on his suit and walked up with a golf club. Li Bai, who was running for his life in front, was probably tripped by something and fell to the ground. But he still didn't say anything, just crawled towards the barber shop not far away. At this time, the 2 teams led by the bearded man finally caught up. Seeing this, the bearded man frowned and said, "Don't make trouble. Catch him and report to the higher-ups. Don't worry. We have been busy for so long. We have to have some fun." The man in the suit said. He swung the golf club twice. But then he found that the guy who had been running away suddenly stopped crawling. Li Bai leaned against the door of the closed barber shop and looked at them coldly. For some reason, the bearded man felt uneasy. He quickly pulled out the pistol from his waist. However, he was only halfway through the action of pulling out the gun when he found that his body was fixed there and could not move at all. However, his mind was still working quickly. He immediately realized where the problem was. The three-color spiral cylindrical lamp at the door of the barber shop, which looked to be quite old, was obviously a game prop. Once you look at it within a certain range, you can't move away. Unfortunately, by the time he figured it out, it was too late. In fact, if only one person spoke up and asked the people behind them to cover their eyes, they could regain their freedom. However, no one who realized this could make a sound. So the 4 teams, a total of 24 people, all stayed where they were. At this time, Rabbit and Shinsisi also walked out of the barber shop. Rabbit ran to Levi at the first time and asked with concern, "Hey, you desperate man. Are you okay?" Although the latter's calf was in excruciating pain, he still managed a somewhat ugly smile to the rabbit. "It's okay. You can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the lamb. If I hadn't stopped suddenly in front of the barber shop, they would probably have been alerted and wouldn't have rushed over all at once." Shinsisi on the other side also nodded to Levi. "Hold on. I asked the faceless man and Lao K to drive. We take you to the hospital first." The latter shook his head. "Don't. It's just a fracture. It won't kill anyone if you take it a little later. We finally caught so many of them. And there should be 2 small leaders among them. Look. The 2 people with golf clubs and big beards. Let's negotiate with the people from Guanghu first." Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, a strange voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. "Heh. If you want to negotiate with us, this is not enough bargaining chip." The speaker was a woman who looked about the same age as Shinsisi. She was wearing a sportswear, like someone who was running at night nearby. She took off the Bluetooth headset from her ear and put it in her pocket. She seemed to have not noticed the people who were frozen not far away, but looked at Shinsisi opposite with interest. After a moment, a smile appeared on her face. "Very good. You are just like we analyzed. You are not the kind of person who will sit and wait for death." "Who are you?" Shinsisi said in a deep voice. "You can call me Xiaoping. Although I always hate this nickname. But the bastards in the guild call me that. So it doesn't matter." The woman named Xiaoping introduced generously. "I am from the Light Arc Strategic Analysis Department. I have no other work in the past month. And I have been studying you most of the time. So last night's attack was really premeditated?" Li Bai immediately shouted. "You were preparing for this a month ago. Right?" Xiao Bing rolled her eyes and looked at Shinsisi. Her eyes seemed to say that at this time. "Your idiots are still asking such stupid questions." Shinsisi ignored her eyes and asked, "What have you studied from me?" "Every aspect." Xiao Bing snapped her fingers. "I have studied your personality, zodiac sign, interpersonal relationships, behavior style, values, outlook on life, and even your mate selection. So no matter what you do, there is no secret for me. After all that nonsense, we still caught all of you as soon as we met you." Rabbit snorted coldly. After seeing Li Bai injured, she was in a bad mood and was in a state of flammability and explosion. "You are wrong, little sister." Xiaoping shook her head. "I said that your every move was within our expectations. So of course we knew that you wanted to capture someone. Not only did I know, I also sent these guys to you to capture." The bearded man didn't know what the suited man was thinking. If he could speak now, he would have started to curse. However, Shinsisi seemed to think of something when she heard this, and her face changed. "Yes, that's right. Your 2 teammates who are responsible for the response. Although the upper level means to arrest a few of your men and force you to hand over the people. But I think since we are going to arrest them, it is better to catch them all in one fell swoop, so as to avoid any more trouble. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. After you arrested our people, notify your people to rush over. Otherwise it will be difficult for us to find where they are for a while." Xiao Bing smiled. Chapter 534 The First Target. Shinsisi realized that they were in a very dangerous situation now. Not only because the faceless man and old K were likely to have fallen into the hands of the other party, but also because the effect time of the 3-color spiral cylindrical lamp was not infinite. Only 160 seconds. After 160 seconds, the 4 teams that Guangzhou had finally controlled would naturally escape. And now half of the time had passed. Therefore, Shinsisi did not intend to talk nonsense with the other party. She gave a look to the rabbit on the other side, and the 2 of them approached Xiaobing together. As a result, the latter did not resist and turned around and ran. At the same time, 4 more teams appeared at both ends of the road, and they surrounded Shinsisi and the other 2. Xiaobing ran 2 steps and stopped. turned around and smiled. She didn't know that the cylindrical light in front of the barber shop only lasted for 160 seconds. She pretended to run away just to lead Shinsisi and rabbit out of the effective range of the cylindrical light and prepare for the battle later. However, just when she thought everything was ready, a flare suddenly fell in front of her. The strong light made everyone on the street close their eyes involuntarily. When Xiaobing opened her eyes again, Shinsisi and the other two had disappeared. After midnight, the war between Light Arc and the Federation finally kicked off in the village in the city. The initial battle was similar to what was expected on the player forum. Light Arc showed an absolute advantage from the beginning. What was really surprising was the strength of Shinsisi. From the moment Boundary Line announced its withdrawal from the Federation, the Federation had completely collapsed in less than an hour. According to the statistical analysis of Light Arc's strategic department, Shinsisi should not have many people left. However, when the battle really started, Light Arc found that this was not the case. They still underestimated Shinsisi's prestige and influence in the Union. Not only were Shinsisi and the other two rescued in front of the barber shop, but Xiaobing also received news that Guanghu's action team to capture Lao Ke and the Faceless Man was also killed. However, she was not surprised but happy after receiving the news. For Guanghu, this is a war that cannot be lost. In this case, she does not mind a little twists and turns in the process. Otherwise, how can the importance of the strategic department be highlighted? And there will be a reason to ask for more funds next time. In a hotel room 2 kilometers away from the urban village, Zhang Heng set up the CS5 on the windowsill, turned on the TV and turned up the volume. He did not intervene in the battle in the urban village at the first time. Not only because he believed that Shinsisi could not be defeated so quickly, but also because he had more important things to do. Zhang Heng was lucky. He used the 24 hours of time stop to find a frontline commander of Guanghu, and got a copy of the action plan for tonight from the latter, although it was only a simplified version. Guanghu's approximate action time, route and personnel deployment were explained. In addition, Zhang Heng also obtained the latter's account and password in the internal OA of Guanghu. However, there are obviously computer experts in Guanghu Guild. Zhang Heng once tried to invade the player forum jointly created by the 3 major guilds, but failed. Of course, with the USB flash drive obtained from the leaker copy, the people of the 3 major guilds could not locate him through anti-tracking technology. The defense level of Guanghu's internal OA and the player forum is at the same level, and it is also difficult to break through. However, with the account and password, Zhang Heng can lurk in it and get some first-hand information about Guanghu. His first target tonight is a group of elite long-range attack teams from Guanghu. Zhang Heng can use points to buy CS5 from the bartender, and Guanghu can naturally buy weapons from the game points. Moreover, as one of the 3 major guilds, there are also some gun masters among their players. Previously, Guanghu's plan was to capture Shinsisi's team alive, so there was no need to use long-range firepower. But now the situation has changed. It has been proven that there are still many people on Shinsisi's side in the disintegrated coalition, and Guanghu will not hold back on these remnants. They also need to use this opportunity to warn the rest of the people to just sit back and watch, and not get involved. Once these people get to the village in the city, the fragile balance will soon be broken, and Zhang Heng is now making sure that this doesn't happen. Through the scope, Zhang Heng saw 2 black commercial vehicles passing the traffic lights not far away. Just as they were speeding towards the village in the city, 2 remote-control ground locks suddenly rose on the road ahead. The driver of the first car obviously didn't expect that there would be such a thing in the middle of the road. He hurriedly stepped on the brakes and turned the steering wheel at the first time. However, he was able to avoid the remote-control ground lock in front, but he couldn't avoid the impact of the vehicle behind. The car body flipped over and rolled twice on the ground. At the same time, Zhang Heng in the guest room also pulled the trigger. The first name was on the death god's list. The driver of the second car was shot in the head by a bullet that flew from nowhere, and his right foot slipped off the brake pad. So the car he was driving did not continue to slow down. After knocking over the first car, it hit the remote control ground lock at an angle, and the people in the car fell into a ball. The people in the first car were also badly injured. They didn't expect that they would be attacked at all, and thought it was a traffic accident. However, this road is relatively remote, and it is now past midnight. There are no other vehicles on the road except them. And soon, the whistling bullets answered their doubts. The first person who climbed out of the car fell to the ground again before he could stand up, and blood splattered on the seat. Only then did the others realize what happened. They were all gun players, so they naturally knew that this was a sniper. And they quickly unbuckled their seat belts and looked for cover. However, in less than 10 seconds, Guangxu lost 3 more people. There are only 7 members left in the 2 6-man teams now. Fortunately, these 7 people are all experienced fighters. They have used this time to get their weapons and retreat to the back of the car, hoping to maintain a stalemate with Zhang Heng and wait for follow-up rescue. But Zhang Heng obviously couldn't let this happen. Seeing that everyone in the light arc retreated to the back of the car, Zhang Heng detonated the tear gas in the roadside trash can. The pungent smell stimulated the mucous membranes of the 7 people's eyes and noses behind the car, causing them to cough violently and tears to flow. But they also saw a glimmer of hope. The white smoke from the tear gas was also a good cover. If they could take the opportunity to retreat to the closed supermarket behind them, they would no longer have to worry about their lives. But what they didn't know was that the attacker on the opposite building also took out the filter lens from his backpack. Chapter 535 Encirclement. Xiao Bing also received news that the long-range attack team was attacked. And 10 minutes had passed since the last message. Prepare to hide in the supermarket and wait for support. And there was no more news from there. This deathly silence inevitably made people have some bad associations. When the support personnel rushed over, they also confirmed this conjecture. They only saw 2 black commercial vehicles overturned on the road and a corpse on the ground. But the killer had disappeared. And this was just the beginning. A quarter of an hour later, she received another piece of bad news. A team carrying important props was ambushed on the road. In the end, not only did they lose the things they had, but 5 of the 8 people died and 2 were seriously injured. The other party left 5 minutes before the nearby troops arrived, before she had time to feel sad. 20 minutes later, news came out that a team responsible for escorting prisoners was completely wiped out. The player forum was also in an uproar. No one expected that the war, which was originally one-sided and would end in 10 minutes, could have such a series of twists and turns. First, Shin Cici's side unexpectedly had a lot of helpers, and actually blocked the first wave of Light Arc's attack. But what was even more surprising was that there was actually a killer hidden on the side of the Federation. Since the 2 elite long-range teams were attacked, the number of casualties on the Light Arc side began to rise sharply. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. More than an hour has passed since the first batch of Light Arc personnel were attacked. Information about the mysterious sniper has also begun to be dug out, including the weapons he used, the route of action, and the time spent on each battle. While the crowd of spectators marveled at the opponent's accurate shooting skills, they also admired the mysterious sniper's strange movement. He always managed to escape from the battle before the Light Arc was surrounded. Moreover, he was obviously very familiar with the strategic deployment of the Light Arc. Every time he shot, he chose a target with strategic value, and he disintegrated the combat effectiveness of the Light Arc at the fastest speed. Just like peeling an onion. Does that guy want to turn the tide of the battle by himself? Before tonight, no one thought that there would be such a ridiculous thing in the world. But now it seems that it is not impossible. However, just as the crowd of onlookers on the forum were worshipping Zhang Heng, the latter encountered his first trouble tonight. Zhang Heng set up CS5 again on the rooftop. This was his 5th goal tonight. He basically compressed the time of each battle into 5 minutes, in addition to preventing himself from being surrounded by the subsequent reinforcements. He was also trying to hurry up as much as possible. Although he got the general deployment and route of the Light Arc, he could only make preparations along the way in advance with only this rough information. He also had to cooperate with the information of the combat team in 08 to determine the specific target. However, he did not think that he could always obtain the internal command information of the Light Arc so easily. As more and more strategic targets are attacked, Guanghu will probably soon realize that the information system he is using has been infiltrated. As long as the password is changed again, Zhang Heng will no longer have a full view of the map like he does now. So his actions will become more dangerous as time goes by. The Highlander driven by the target in the sight is approaching, and the fat man in the passenger seat is still holding his mobile phone, seemingly unaware of the fate that will await him next. But the next moment Zhang Heng seemed to notice something, quickly put away his gun, and turned back. A figure appeared there at some point. Zhang Heng pulled the trigger as fast as he could. This was a trick he learned from Simon. At such a close distance, he could hit the target blindly without a scope. But the next moment, A terrifying heat came from the place where his palm and the gun body were in contact. Zhang Heng threw away the CS5 in his hand as fast as he could. Even so, he still had several blisters on his fingers, and the barrel of the CS5 on the ground became red, just like a soldering iron just taken out of the furnace. The figure opposite did not rush to take action after disarming him, but looked at Zhang Heng with interest, wearing a hood and a mask. After a moment, he said, "Are you the one who caused us trouble tonight?" Zhang Heng did not answer. "Why don't you speak? Are you a mute?" The visitor made a regretful sound. "You are very famous in the forum tonight. Half of the posts now are about you. Everyone is curious about your identity. Why don't you take off the mask first and let me see your face?" While the guy was rambling, a man with a pair of shadow wings on his back also landed on the rooftop. And on the other side, the door at the staircase was also pushed open, and a strong man holding a chainsaw walked out from there. 3 people surrounded Zhang Heng from 3 directions, and his back was only 2 steps away from the edge of the rooftop. This was obviously not a coincidence that was improvised. The reaction of the light arc was faster than Zhang Heng imagined. They quickly realized where the problem was, and did not immediately ask everyone to change the password. Instead, they simply used the people in Highlander as bait and surrounded Zhang Heng on the rooftop. These 3 people looked different from the guys Zhang Heng encountered before. If the guys he had dealt with before were the elites of Light Arc, then these 3 guys are obviously of a higher level. Sure enough, the guy who spoke before said, "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Without waiting for Zhang Heng to answer, he continued, "The bad news is that you met us tonight. I advise you not to have any fluke mentality. There are people stronger than us in Light Arc, but they are very few. Moreover, our people have studied your characteristics and know that you are proficient in firearms. And we happen to be the ones who can restrain you the most. Especially me. As long as I am here, you can forget about using any firearms." He paused after he finished speaking, as if he wanted to see a panic expression on Zhang Heng's face. But the result disappointed him a little. Zhang Heng's expression did not change from beginning to end. He could only sniff. But the good news is that Light Arc has always been the most open-minded of the 3 major guilds. And it is also our tradition to value talents. I have to admit that your crazy performance tonight was indeed wonderful. So the top management decided to give you a chance. Join us and become a part of Light Arc. We will no longer pursue your previous murder. And the props you snatched can also belong to you. How about it? This condition is very generous. Right? However, what he didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, the guy opposite who seemed to be dumb actually spoke. "So Light Arc sent the 3 of you to deal with me? Isn't it a bit too careless?" Chapter 536 Defeat them one by one. "You guys have been talking so much, but in the end you still have to fight," the strong man holding the chainsaw said impatiently. "This guy is so arrogant. Let me test his quality first." As he spoke, he took big strides and walked towards Zhang Heng impatiently without waiting for his 2 companions to answer. The other 2 obviously knew his temper, and did not stop him after hearing his words. Only the guy who spoke first added, "Take it easy. Don't make him hurt. I still have questions to ask." "Then you probably don't stand a chance. My fighting style makes it hard to leave anyone alive." The chainsaw wielder grinned and grabbed the switch on the handle. His chainsaw was not plugged in, and the wire was still dragging on the ground. But the next second the sharp teeth began to turn. The roar of the motor broke the quiet night. Without any greetings or nonsense, the chainsaw wielder swung the chainsaw in his hand, and swung it down on Zhang Heng's head. If this hit was solid, not only would his skull be smashed, but there was a high probability that the whole person would be cut in half by the saw. Zhang Heng did not block it, but took a half step back to avoid the attack. Between him and the chainsaw man, sparks flew everywhere where the chainsaw and the concrete floor intersected, and a gully about 3 centimeters deep appeared. "Don't worry. It will be your turn soon." The chainsaw man laughed wildly and raised the chainsaw again. The reaction force of the saw teeth hitting the ground seemed to have no effect on him. His big hands clamped the chainsaw tightly, without moving a muscle. Then, with a loud shout, the unplugged chainsaw came towards Zhang Heng's head again. Zhang Heng didn't want to withstand the opponent's full-strength attack, so he could only retreat again. The airflow from the chainsaw even made his cheek sting slightly. And what was even more terrible was that half of his foot was already outside the rooftop. Zhang Heng was very close to the edge of the rooftop. He had already retreated a step before. And now, he simply stood directly on the edge that was only a fist wide. Under his feet was the road where vehicles passed. The building he chose as a sniper point was 15 stories high. If he fell from the rooftop at such a height, there was almost no chance of survival. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the chainsaw man. He seemed to have seen John Hung fall from the high building or be cut in half by the chainsaw. At this time, he would not stop. He raised the chainsaw above his head and shouted excitedly, "You dare to brag with your skills?" However, the next moment, his determined blow was empty, and John Hung disappeared from his sight. Did he fall down like this? The chainsaw man thought to himself, and he stuck his head out to look down, until a voice came from behind him. "Are you looking for me?" He turned back suddenly, only to find that John Hung had come behind him without knowing when. On the other side, his two companions also looked at each other, and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. As bystanders, they began to see clearly what happened just now. John Hung's body had indeed left the rooftop. But when he fell, one of his hands rested on the edge of the rooftop. And then he saw his body swing back, and his movements were incredibly fast. He seized this fleeting opportunity and rushed directly behind the chainsaw man. If the opponent takes this opportunity to attack, the chainsaw man will not have an easy time. The man with shadow wings behind him said, "The game is over. Let's attack together. This guy is really hard to deal with." Although it was only a few rounds, John Hung's performance had already made him alert. After saying that, he spread the wings behind him, and the man who heated up the gun barrel also took out a deck of playing cards from his pocket. But what they didn't expect was that at this moment, the ground on the rooftop suddenly turned into a pool of flowing black liquid. The chainsaw man's feet were empty, and he fell directly into an office below. John Hung also fell with him, and the man who heated up the gun barrel fell into the bathroom next door. The man with shadow wings escaped because he flew in the air. But then he thought of something. His face changed, and he rushed downstairs again. However, the flowing black liquid had turned into reinforced concrete soil at this time. The man with shadow wings was caught off guard and hit the ground headfirst, almost knocked unconscious. Name: Wall of Evil Thoughts. Quality: D. Function: reconstruct the structure of a wall, and switch it between solid and liquid at the same time. Remaining number of uses 0 since the three people appeared on the rooftop. John Hung has been waiting for an opportunity to separate them. In a sense, what the guy who made the gun barrel heat up said was not wrong. This team was specially built by Light Arc to deal with him. Each of the three of them could make the guns unusable, so the battle could only fall into close combat. The chainsaw strongman obviously existed for this situation. His weapon and strength were suitable for frontal combat. In addition, there was a guy who took the agile route and could harass in the air to make up for his lack of speed. The three of them could complement each other perfectly. John Hung really didn't have many chances. But if they separated, it would be another matter. John Hung deliberately retreated to the edge of the platform. Although the chainsaw man's attack was violent, he could easily dodge it with the body skills he had trained in the Black Sail. However, because there were two guys watching the fight, John Hung needed a chance to take out the wall of evil thoughts in his pocket. And the half second he fell from the rooftop was the only reasonable time for him to disappear from the sight of the three people. Now the three of them were temporarily separated, one outside the building and the other in the bathroom next door. Therefore, John Hung only had to face the chainsaw man. But he didn't have much time. The man who heated up the gun barrel would be able to break the door in 2 minutes at most. And the guy with wings on his back should also find a window to get in quickly. He needed to get rid of the enemy in front of him as quickly as possible. The chainsaw man also got up from the ground at this time, and found that there were only two people left in the room. Instead of being surprised, he picked up the chainsaw on the ground again and snorted coldly. "You are a guy who can only dodge. Let's see where you can hide now." John Hung did not answer this time, but directly pulled out two Nepalese machetes from his backpack. Because the negotiation with Fei Hong had not yet come to a conclusion, Mikazuki Miyatakika could not be repaired for the time being. He bought these two Nepalese machetes tonight, and ordered them from the bartender lady together with CS5. Although they were not game props, they were enough to deal with the situation tonight. Chapter 537 Falling. The guy who made the gun barrel heat up had bad luck tonight. When he fell from the rooftop, he fell into the bathroom, and his head hit the toilet. He was hit hard and bled on the spot. His brain was down for about 10 seconds, but he soon realized the other party's plan, so he struggled to stand up from the ground again. collected the poker cards scattered on the ground, and also fished out a few cards that floated into the toilet. This thing is a game prop, and each one is very precious. Then he limped and pushed open the door of the bathroom. As soon as he came out of the bathroom, he immediately heard the roar of the Chainsaw Man. But unlike the previous killing spree on the rooftop, the latter's roar was full of fear. This also made the man with the gun barrel heated up dare not delay any longer. He tried to push open the door and found that it was locked as expected. So he immediately took out a red ace from the card box and threw it at the tempered glass beside the door. It was obviously just a card, but when it bounced on the glass, it generated a strong kinetic energy, and the tempered glass was directly shattered into a spider web. The man who heated up the gun barrel drew out the second card without hesitation. This time the glass finally shattered completely. He also rushed into the house, but the scene in front of him scared him half to death. The Chainsaw Man was sitting in the boss chair behind the desk, his eyes wide open. There were countless wounds on his body, and his arms were bloody. But the real fatal thing was the Nepalese machete stuck in his throat. John Hung had just pulled out the machete when the sneak attack from behind arrived. The man who heated up the gun barrel obviously knew that this was the most dangerous moment. He still had an injury on his leg. He couldn't escape far. He had to fight. So he didn't hesitate to use the props in his hand and directly threw out a handful of playing cards. John Hung kicked over the desk and rolled to the back. As a result, the playing cards were deeply inserted into the hard white rosewood tabletop. John Hung tried it with the Nepalese saber in his hand and found that the hardness and sharpness of the playing cards had caught up with the blade, leaving a scratch on the surface of the saber. Seeing that this wave of attacks failed to hurt John Hung, the man who made the gun barrel heat up sweated more heavily on his forehead. He took out 3 more cards, but John Hung also lifted up the desk as a shield and stood in front of him, then rushed towards the man who made the gun barrel heat up. The latter's eyes widened, and the hairs on his body stood up. He threw the poker cards in his hand away as if they were free, and retreated quickly. It must be said that the kinetic energy generated by these poker cards was still considerable, which effectively prevented John Hung from getting close. The two of them finally pulled some distance apart. But before the man with the gun barrel heated up could be happy, his fingers touched nothing in the card box the next moment. Oops. Have the cards run out? It just happened to be at this time, just when his expression changed drastically, and he thought he was going to die here like the Chainsaw Man. His companion with shadow wings behind him finally arrived. Seeing the latter, the man with the gun barrel heated up finally breathed a sigh of relief. With him, even if the two of them couldn't beat the opponent, at least they could escape from the air. However, the happy expression on his face only stayed there for less than a second, and then he noticed the Nepalese saber stuck in his chest. While John Hung on the opposite side was still throwing, the last thought in his mind was, can the saber be used like this? The two battles lasted less than 3 minutes in total and ended, which was a little later than expected. But fortunately, they caught up at the last moment and did not let the 3 people complete the reunion. The man with shadow wings behind him originally wanted to pounce on John Hung, but after finding that his 2 companions had died one after another, he stopped abruptly. He never dreamed that John Hung, who had lost his gun, was still so fierce. He was only delayed for a while, and when he came again, he could only collect the bodies of his 2 companions. The analysts in the guild's strategy department had really screwed them over this time. The reports they provided were not accurate at all. Who said that the other party was only good at guns, and that close combat was a weakness? Even if the other party separated the 3 of them before they attacked, they were able to kill the Chainsaw Man one-on-one and kill his remaining companions with a flying knife right under his nose. This close combat ability alone would rank among the best in the light arc. Not to mention that the other party also had extremely good marksmanship. Where did the consortium find such a killer weapon? The man with shadow wings behind him realized that he needed to pass the news back to the headquarters. And now he was the only one left. So it was impossible to get rid of John Hung. But fortunately, unlike the other 2, with a pair of shadow wings, he could still escape even if he couldn't win. Since he had made up his mind, he didn't stay there any longer. He had just entered this floor not long ago, and was only 2 steps away from the open window. So it was very convenient to leave. Although John Hung's CS5 could be used again, he didn't know where the gun fell when the roof collapsed before. So now, he only needed to be on guard against the opponent's flying knife. But what he didn't expect was that John Hung then directly untied the longbow behind him. The man with shadow wings behind him felt a strong sense of uneasiness. although he didn't believe that Zhang Heng could master archery in addition to spear and knife skills. Enough unbelievable things had happened tonight. So he didn't plan to test the law again, seeing that the other party was ready to draw the bow. He also jumped out of the window as fast as possible. He didn't rush to open his wings at the first time, but let his body fall rapidly under the action of gravity. The last scene in his sight was Zhang Heng loosening the bowstring. But from the trajectory of the arrow, it was obviously unable to keep up with his body. So he finally let go of his worry. He planned to fly to the back of the office building opposite, so that he would be completely safe. However, he didn't know that when his wings were just half spread, the arrow behind him drew an arc that violated mechanics in the air, and finally hit his back accurately. Zhang Heng stood by the window, and witnessed the guy with shadow wings behind him rolling and struggling in the air. But he couldn't change his fate after all. In the end, he hit an SUV on the side of the road hard. The roof of the SUV sank a lot, and the glass of the car windows was all shattered. And at the same time, a shrill alarm sounded. Chapter 538. Will he be promoted? In the small hall on the 4th floor of the Sheraton Hotel, the birthday party was almost over. After cutting the cake and singing the birthday song, it was finally time for the highlight of the night. A Disney midnight dance. Everyone present could choose a set of clothes they liked and dress up as a character in a Disney fairy tale. Er Wei-chung's daughter chose Elsa from Frozen, and Er Wei-chung himself dressed up as the deceased old king. He watched his daughter and a fat boy dressed as Prince Aladdin dance the last dance of the dance. And at this moment his cell phone rang. Er Wei-chung frowned. He was not only the president of the Light Art Guild, but also a director of 2 listed companies. He now had 2 mobile phones with 3 numbers. One was used to answer calls from business and family, and the other was used to handle matters related to the guild and players. He had muted his work phone tonight, so the one that was ringing now was obviously the guild phone. He glanced at the Patek Philippe in his hand. It was just 1 o'clock now. Was the war with the Federation over? Er Wei-chung was not in a hurry until Elsa and Aladdin finished dancing. He stood up and led the applause. Then the hotel waiters began to clean up the stage scenery and moved out the PS4 and other entertainment facilities. At this point, the birthday party was basically over. The remaining time was free time. Those who wanted to continue playing could stay in the auditorium, and those who didn't want to play could go back to the room upstairs to sleep. Er Wei-chung then walked to a corner where there were not many people and called the missed call again. The person who answered the phone was Swordfish, one of the directors of Light Arc. His voice sounded a little helpless, and he said, "Something went wrong." "What's the problem? Did you catch the target?" "Something went wrong with tonight's operation," Swordfish said. "There's a very difficult guy hiding in the consortium." "Huh?" The February siege was a little unexpected. The scale of the consortium was not small, but there were not many experts among them. Light Arc had also made corresponding preparations for some of the more famous guys. Logically, there shouldn't be any surprises. However, he was able to become the chairman of Light Arc and a director of 2 listed companies. He was already accustomed to solving problems that kept coming up. So he quickly calmed down and asked, "How troublesome is it?" "In about an hour. He has killed 5 of our teams and taken away 2 sea-level items. This guy also got into our OA before, so he has control over our every move." Swordfish's voice was somewhat helpless. In order to solve the problem, the guild sent out a special action team based on his characteristics. The 3 members are all Shichibukai level. The more common way for players to evaluate combat power is based on the number of rounds of dungeons they have experienced. But this method actually has significant flaws. First of all, the strength of players who can pass the dungeon alone is generally stronger than players who can pass the dungeon in the same level team. In addition, because of the different development directions of team players, there are also players who specialize in combat and other directions. Even players with the same number of rounds have a big difference. So Light Arc simply imitated One Piece and created its own combat power rating system. In addition to the 7 warlords, there are also generals, emperors, and kings. Although the 7 warlords are at the bottom of this system, those who can enter this rating system can be considered experts. For example, the so-called elite players in the guild. Most of them can't even make this list. There are less than 100 people on the list among the 3,000 members, and only 14 people have reached the general level. There are even fewer kings, only 1 in February siege. As for the emperor level, to be honest, February Siege doesn't know what the significance of this rating is other than comparing with the original work. But the anime otakus in the strategy department have always been mysteriously insistent on this point. To explain in their own words, the so-called Emperor level is a super expert who has the power to destroy the world. However, Rui Chung, as the president, just thinks that this statement is more solid. They just want to correspond to the original work. Of course, although Guang Hu's strength evaluation system is much more reasonable than just looking at the number of rounds, it is not absolute. The real battle result must also take into account environmental factors, whether the two sides are mutually restrained, etc. It does not mean that the 7 warlords of the sea will definitely not be able to beat the general level. For example, the personnel set by Guang Hu this time are very targeted, in order to abolish Zhang Heng's strongest sniping ability, and then suppress him in close combat. But the result is obviously quite different from expectations. A general level expert? Rui Chung was also interested after hearing this. The first question he asked was whether it was possible to recruit him. The 3 people who were killed had recruitment missions on them. Swordfish on the other end of the phone smiled bitterly. But at that time we thought the guy was also at the level of Shichibukai. So the recruitment process was probably not very polite. Should we recruit him again? Rui Chung did not comment. The other party had already rejected the recruitment with his actions. Trying again would probably not have any effect. After a while, he said, "Let that woman go. She was the one who caused this matter, and she should be the one to finish it." On the other side, Zhang Heng finally entered the village in this city. After losing the information in the OA, it was no longer possible for him to accurately attack the strategic deployment of the light arc. So he simply went straight to the front battlefield. This also made Xiao Bing, who was commanding on the front line, feel like she was facing a great enemy. The opponent's brutal fighting style and terrifying combat power had been fully demonstrated in the previous hour, so she could hardly get any support from the headquarters during this period. Otherwise, the war would not have been dragged on until now. The 3 Shichibukai level masters were no match for the other party, and her troops were still fighting with the people of the coalition, and she had no one to deal with that guy. In fact, she had already begun to consciously shrink the front line a quarter of an hour ago. She also knew that she was now like a beetle in the land, and a firefly in the dark night. After the other party lost its peripheral targets, it would definitely focus on her. So now her situation is a bit bad. She doesn't want to follow in the footsteps of those guys before. So she has quietly retreated to a small hotel. However, as if to confirm her bad premonition, not long after, she lost contact with the team responsible for the guard outside one by one. This is simply the rhythm of a disaster. Xiaobing turned off the lights in the room and huddled in the bathroom of the guest room alone, holding a pocket pistol, with the muzzle pointing at the door. Chapter 539 Proposal. Although Zhang Heng picked up the original CS5, it was no longer usable. The high temperature damaged the internal structure of the gun. However, Zhang Heng still carried infinite building blocks with him to deal with this situation. 3 minutes later, a new CS5 appeared in Zhang Heng's hand. He disassembled the CS5 into parts, put them in a box, and carried it to the village in the city. He found a relatively high residential building and climbed up to the rooftop again. The battle between the Union and Light Arc had been going on for a long time. Although they had been trying to avoid attracting the attention of ordinary people, many young people these days practice Taoism part-time. Even after midnight, many people were still awake. Some of them noticed some movement outside the window. However, Light Arc acted quickly and directly cut off the civilian communication signal in this area, temporarily blocking it. In addition, their guild also had a range item that could erase 2 hours of memory, specifically for this situation. In fact, according to their original plan, the battle should have ended at this time. But Zhang Heng's unexpected appearance disrupted all of Guang Hu's plans. The latter took out the telescope from his backpack on the rooftop and noticed that Guang Hu's people were retreating in a certain direction. But on the other side, there was a small hotel that also caught his attention. There were no suspicious people outside the hotel, but there were many sneaky guys in several nearby buildings. Zhang Heng realized that there might be a big fish hiding there. The main force of Guang Hu retreated in a different direction to cover the people hiding inside. So he put down the telescope, reassembled the gun as quickly as possible, and then ignored the retreating people and rushed to the street where the hotel was located. Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. He first used CS5 to deal with a guy who would stick his head out of a rental house not far away and look around every once in a while. Then he killed 4 people hiding in the grocery store next door. But at this time, his position was also discovered and sporadic gunshots were heard. Zhang Heng squatted down and identified the direction of the other party with his excellent hearing. He took out a makeup mirror from his pocket, glanced at it, and put it back. At the same time, he took this opportunity to move his body. After counting 3 lives in his mind, he stuck his head out from another position, raised the muzzle of the gun before the other party could react, and killed 2 more people. The elite long-range team set by Light Arc had been dealt with by him in advance. The remaining people here had average marksmanship, and they only held submachine guns suitable for frontal attacks. Once the distance was pulled away, the accuracy dropped greatly. Even if Zhang Heng stood still, they might not be able to hit him. So the battle was completely one-sided. Zhang Heng fired and put away his guns at his own pace. After repeating it several times, he dealt with the only long-range firepower on the opposite side. Zhang Heng spent some time to clean up all the secret sentries of Light Arc outside, and then he walked towards the small hotel with the CS5. In order to avoid causing any psychological trauma to the waiter at the reception desk on the first floor, Zhang Heng directly climbed out of the window on the second floor. After landing, he did not stop and pushed open the door. There was no one outside the corridor. He was about to search one room at a time. But the next moment, someone's footsteps came from the corridor. Zhang Heng raised the CS5 in his hand and pointed in the direction of the emergency exit. When he came in, there was no one on the street, and the waiter at the front desk was sleeping on the table. So the footsteps were most likely coming for him. Zhang Heng had been attacked once before on the rooftop, but that was obviously not the full strength of Light Arc. As one of the 3 major guilds, Light Arc must have a lot of masters. Zhang Heng just didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. This time he didn't hesitate. When the footsteps approached the door, Zhang Heng fired half a second in advance. The next moment, the bullet passed through the body of the person who came. But then Zhang Heng let out a light exclamation, because the bullet really passed through the target's body, but left nothing, not even a wound. And then the kinetic energy did not decrease, hitting the wall behind, just like passing through a ghost. Zhang Heng also saw the face of the person who came. It was a woman in a white long skirt. It was hard to tell her age. She was barefoot and stepped directly on the ground. Her long black hair fell to her waist, and there was a long sword pin there. She was obviously not tall, but for some reason, she gave people a heroic feeling. At this moment, she also lowered her head and looked at her chest where the bullet passed through. She seemed a little surprised. After a moment, she raised her head and said, "Even if you guessed that I was from Guanghu, you should at least listen to my introduction before shooting. You didn't ask me why I came when you set a trap for me." Zhang Heng replied. He knew that the Light Arc would mainly defend against his sniper skills, so it was not too surprising that the woman in white was safe and sound. He just didn't know whether it was the agent's ability or the effect of the game props. In order to test this, Zhang Heng didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger without any greeting, until all the bullets in the gun chamber were fired. The woman in white still had no changes in her body. She just shook her head afterwards, as if she didn't agree with Zhang Heng's approach. This is a bit too chaotic. At this point, Zhang Heng was certain that the opponent's ability to defend against bullets was most likely a natural ability, because the props should have exceeded their usage times. He just didn't know if her ability was similar to the Earring Man's when he transformed into a water giant. If it could both invalidate bullets and block melee attacks, then Zhang Heng could only hope for the arrow of Paris behind him. The woman in white was not in a hurry to take action, nor did she intend to draw the sword from her waist. She just stood there waiting for Zhang Heng to finish the attack. And then she spoke again. "Are you a friend of that child?" Although the other party did not name anyone, Zhang Heng knew that the child the woman in white was referring to was Shinsisi. He could see that the people set by Light Arc seemed to prefer to solve the problem through negotiation this time. So he did not make any more moves. Although he had been killing people since midnight tonight, it was also to solve the dilemma faced by Shinsisi and her coalition. Since the other party was willing to negotiate, he did not mind talking about it first. As long as Light Arc stops attacking the coalition and does not pursue what happened last night, I can also stop and promise not to touch your people again. Zhang Heng spoke. However, the words of the woman in white made him stunned. "Although I personally appreciate what you did tonight, I am sorry that even if Guanghu can accept your conditions, I cannot accept them. So how about another proposal? What proposal? You stop tonight. If we meet again in the future, I can promise not to attack you. The woman in white said. Chapter 540. A stranger. Don't rush to refuse, said the woman in white. If you are really the child's friend, you should listen to me and withdraw from this war. Why? I admire your bravery in standing up for your friend. Really. But unfortunately, not everything in this world can be shared with others. Sometimes you have to learn to bear it all alone. Some roads can only be walked by one person. And some battles can only be fought by one person. This is her battle, not yours. Which side are you on? Zhang Heng frowned. This was actually a question he had wanted to ask a long time ago. The other party had said before that even if Guang Hu could accept the proposal of a ceasefire, she would not accept it. Zhang Heng originally thought that it was because there was some unsolvable conflict between the woman in white and Shen Sisi. But now it seems that this is not the case. Zhang Heng could hear the praise for Shen Sisi in her words. But on the other hand, she blocked Zhang Heng and prevented him from finding the guy hiding in the hotel. Clearly not wanting to end the war. I'm not from any side. I'm not from the Light Arc. Nor from the Federation. The woman in white said. I'm just walking on my own path. Then your path is a bit overbearing. Zhang Heng said. Do you still care about how others walk? The woman in white smiled. I can ignore how others walk. But I have to care about that child. Because she walks the same path as me. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. You are not human. Although the other party's description was a bit abstract, Zhang Heng only understood one thing. His expression changed. Are you selecting agents in this way? You have a keen sense of observation. But unfortunately, you are not on the same path as me. The woman in white said calmly. Although you have also done justice. You shot without asking any questions before. Which shows that you will only choose to accompany justice when it does not harm your interests. In fact, you do not have any faith or belief in your heart. Justice? Are you Themis or Astrea? No. You are Justitia. Zhang Heng was finally able to identify the visitor. The first person Zhang Heng thought of as the god of justice was Themis, the goddess of justice and order in ancient Greek mythology. She was the second wife of Zeus, and the order on Mount Olympus was maintained by her. Most of her statues had serious faces, holding a tray in one hand and a scepter in the other. Astrea was a girl emitting brilliant light, holding thunder and a torch. She was also a goddess of stars and purity. But the most famous goddess of justice is Justitia. She is an image created by the ancient Romans by combining all the gods related to justice in Greek mythology. She holds a sword in one hand and a scale in the other, and is blindfolded, implying that she will always pursue the truth and not be blinded by her senses. Although she only has a sword now, no scales, and no blindfold, her white clothes are still very conspicuous. In Zhang Heng memory, Justitia is a goddess who likes white very much, because white symbolizes moral impeccability and integrity. During the Renaissance, there were statues of Justitia outside almost every court. Even today, there are still many statues of Justitia outside European courts. Almost all legal practitioners know her name. Therefore, unlike those weak gods that are almost eliminated by history, although Justitia is also an ancient god, she is also one of the most powerful among the ancient gods. Her strength may be even greater than that of Plague, one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Zhang Heng was not sure of defeating the other party. To be honest, it was not surprising for Zhang Heng to see Shen Sisi being favored by the goddess of justice. Just as Justitia said, Shen Sisi was destined to be on this path. Justitia should have been paying attention to her for quite some time. Shen Sisi's perseverance, intelligence and strength made her undoubtedly the best choice for an agent. Since she is yours, why are you stopping me? Zhang Heng looked into Justitia's eyes and said, in fact, everyone has a seed of justice in their heart. But it is not easy to water this seed into a towering tree. Suffering is the best nutrient for growth. The road to light is destined to be full of thorns. I must see if she has enough courage to carry out her beliefs. Justitia said seriously. As I said before, this is her war, and has nothing to do with others. In fact, it was me who persuaded the president of Light Arc to go to war with the Federation. So all this is just your test for her to become a regular? For this, you are willing to provoke a war between the two major forces and sacrifice other people's lives. Zhang Heng shook his head. What kind of justice is this? You misunderstood. Although I pushed the war between the Federation and Light Arc, it was inevitable. This is a conflict of interests between the two sides. The president of Light Arc is a typical businessman. No matter when, he can always make the most rational choice. In a sense, there are many similarities between the two of you. The city can accommodate 2 major player forces. It is already the limit. He will not allow a third party to appear. Therefore, there must be a war between Light Arc and the Federation. Either today or tomorrow. Then why not tomorrow? When the Federation grows up. Even if it still can't resist the Light Arc, at least it won't be as embarrassed as it is today and disintegrate directly. What's the point? The final winner will still be the Light Arc. And by then, it may not be over with just one battle. By then, thousands of players will be involved. And it will eventually turn into a protracted war. More people will be injured and killed. And more people like you who have nothing to do with this matter will be involved. It's better for the Federation to disintegrate today. So you want Shinsisi to surrender? I don't want her to surrender. Justicia shook her head. I want to see her fight on. Fight for the justice in her heart. No matter how small her power is. No matter how slim her hope is. Because justice does not mean victory. Although we all believe that light will always come. Before that, we must trek in the darkness. This is her darkness. And also her dawn. Zhang Heng was silent for a moment after hearing this. And finally put down the CS5 in his hand. Just when Justicia thought that the other party had been convinced by her and smiled. She saw Zhang Heng took out 2 Nepalese knives from his backpack. Held them in his hands. And said to her, I don't think someone like Shinsisi needs you to arrange a path for her. What she is doing is not for anyone's approval. Because she is not the same kind of person as you who have no emotions. Chapter 541 I called for help. Justicia showed a hint of surprise on her face. You're going to fight me? Now that you know my identity? Anyway, I've already killed a similar guy. So I don't mind adding another name to the list. Zhang Heng said. Are you talking about the plague among the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? Did you kill him? How is that possible? Justicia's expression finally changed after hearing this. If it was any other god, it would be fine. The White Horse Knight himself came from hell. And the power of mortals can't cause any effective damage to him. Do you have any B-level or above items that can restrain him? You will know the answer to this question soon. Zhang Heng said. This time, he did not stand still and wait for the opponent to attack first. Justicia's strength was probably higher than Plague. Her ability to ignore bullets was too buggy. Zhang Heng had to be extremely careful. Therefore, he also rarely took the initiative at the beginning. The Nepalese saber drew an arc and swung directly at the chest of the goddess of justice. Roman mythology has detailed descriptions of Justicia's appearance and priesthood. But there is no record of battle. However, Zhang Heng would not think that the opponent's sword was just a decoration. The scales in the hands of the goddess of justice were used to measure good and evil. After she made a judgment, she should use the sword in her hand to execute the result. In other words, she is not a god of craftsmanship or Venus. A non-combatant god. The best outcome is to end the battle before the opponent shoots an arrow. Zhang Heng did not hold back this time, and went all out right from the start. Justicia did not rely solely on her ability to withstand damage, and her movements were also very fast, even faster than Zhang Heng. However, seeing this scene made the latter secretly relieved. No matter how fast Justicia's speed was, it was still within the human limit. Zhang Heng could slightly make up for the gap between the two sides with his level 3 swordsmanship, including the battle with the White Horse Knight in the hospital. This was his second time fighting with gods. Zhang Heng also discovered some secrets. The physical strength of different gods varied greatly. Some gods had no great difference from mortals. Of course, each of them had their own special abilities. In a sense, they were like enhanced agents. But the gap between them and agents, and even players, was not insurmountable. Moreover, gods were different from players. As long as players had experienced a dungeon in the game, they would basically grow. While the strength of gods was more uncertain and would fluctuate over time, the strength of ancient gods, especially those born earlier, had mostly declined greatly, similar to the Celtic ancient god he met in Black Sails. After coming out, there was no news at all. Zhang Heng even suspected that the other party had died. Moreover, many of the guys who are still alive have also contracted many human diseases, such as the old man in a tang suit who loves sweets so much that he is about to develop diabetes. Even Plague has saved a lot of medical representatives' contact information in his mobile phone. He will also make an appointment with the dean to play tennis on Saturdays, and he seems to have a strong desire to improve. When they live quietly among the crowd, You can't even tell the difference between them and your neighbors across the street. Of course, when they decide to show their fangs, people will definitely remember the legends about them again. Justicia seemed to have been in the court for a long time and had not exercised for a while. But she dodged most of Zhang Heng attacks with just her bare feet. But she was about to retreat to the end of the corridor. Justicia frowned and finally drew the sword from her waist. Convict! Justicia snorted lightly, and a ball of golden sacred light jumped from the sword. The Nepalese saber and the sword collided. But the next moment, Zhang Heng found that he had left the corridor of the small hotel and stood on a piece of grass. Justicia, who was fighting with him before, had disappeared. Was it an illusion? Zhang Heng was thinking. But when he saw the figure not far away, he immediately denied this guess. Did you do that? Zhang Heng asked the weirdo in a tang suit, who was wearing a straw hat and rubber shoes and looked like he was going fishing. They hadn't seen each other for more than half a year since they separated last time. The latter sneezed in the cold wind and complained. Do you think I wanted to do this? Why did you provoke that woman? If I hadn't stopped time and brought you out, you would have been killed by her. I was killed. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Well, you have a certain chance of killing her. But what's the point? It's the 21st century now. And World War II has been over for more than 70 years. It's too low level to keep fighting and killing. What's more, what they are doing has nothing to do with you. I owe Shen Sisi and her team a favor, Zhang Heng said. The old man in the tang suit opened a bag of QQ candy and poured it into his mouth. They can't die anyway. So keep it and pay it back later. These things have nothing to do with you. Why are you so worried? Zhang Heng said as he looked around, trying to figure out where he was. However, the grasslands looked almost the same under the night sky, and there seemed to be no people around, which was not good news. Don't look. We are on the dam now, the old man in the tang suit said. When you go back, the battle over there should be over. Besides, you are my man, so of course I have to care about you. The old man in tang suit looked as if it was a matter of course. But Zhang Heng didn't appreciate it, ever since he found out that the old man and his parents had known each other for a long time. Zhang Heng became more and more suspicious of the old man's purpose in approaching him. Since 17 years ago, the old man and his parents were already in the same scientific expedition team. The old man in tang suit might have seen him at that time. The life experience that Zhang Heng was investigating might have a lot to do with the other party. But when the two met again, Zhang Heng was already very wary of him and didn't ask directly. The old man in tang suit seemed to know nothing and was still complaining about the mosquitoes on the grassland. Zhang Heng ignored him and walked to the Volvo next to him. This should be the vehicle that the old man in tang suit brought him here. However, Zhang Heng checked the fuel tank and found helplessly that the gasoline in the car had been drained and could not drive away at all. The nearest homestay is 20 kilometers away, the old man in tang suit kindly reminded. Zhang Heng was speechless. Then how are you going to get back? I called for help, and they will come in 2 hours. Do you want to come with me? The old man in tang suit simply sat down on the grass. Chapter 542, I can only be happy if you are happy. The old man in the tang suit was more shameless than Zhang Heng could have imagined. After the rescue team arrived and delivered gasoline, he asked Zhang Heng to drive him back. The high-speed rail here will not be completed until the end of the year. Now you can only take an ordinary train or a long-distance train to go back. There is also a long way from here to the station. You can't get a taxi at this time. It's better for us to travel together. We won't be so lonely on the road. Zhang Heng thought about it, and finally agreed to the old man in the tang suit's proposal, and sat in the driver's seat, while the latter opened the passenger door. Zhang Heng started the engine, and the Volvo's engine roared again. 20 minutes later, the two finally escaped from the grassland, because the rescue team only brought 2 small barrels of gasoline. Zhang Heng drove the car to the nearest gas station and filled it up. The old man in the tang suit took this opportunity to sneak into the small supermarket at the gas station and bought a large bag of snacks, half of which were various candies. After getting in the car, he couldn't wait to tear open a bag of marshmallows, and handed a box of egg yolk pie and a bag of boiled eggs to Zhang Heng. Here, it's almost dawn. Let's have some breakfast before driving. Zhang Heng was browsing the latest news on the player forum. The battle in the urban village had ended, but the specific situation was not known for the time being. The light art blocked the news and did not issue any statement. Shen Sisi's Wonder Woman ID had not logged into the forum after midnight. So now the spectators could not get any useful information no matter how hard they tried. In addition, there were many posts on the forum discussing him. Zhang Heng took a look and closed his notebook. Then tore open an egg yolk pie. He had experienced several battles in a row before, and he was indeed a little hungry. The old man in tang suit secretly glanced at his face. Are you still angry with me for taking you away halfway? Should I? Zhang Heng threw the remaining wrapping paper of the egg yolk pie back into the paper box, and said expressionlessly, to be honest, I don't like Justitia either. Roman mythology is like a pot of stew. Everything is poured into it, and then stirred constantly. It looks good, but the taste is hard to describe. They copied a little from here and there, adapted Greek mythology and Egyptian mythology, and mixed it with their own primitive beliefs. But you have to admit that they did a good job at one time. But now most of the guys are just struggling to survive. Justitia is lucky enough to have tied himself to the law. In today's world, people no longer believe in gods and monsters, and are more willing to believe in the law. The old man in tang suit kept on talking, and the Volvo had already left the gas station. In the rearview mirror, the staff on duty at the gas station yawned and walked back to the duty room. Let's not talk about these frustrating things. The old man in tang suit finished eating the cotton candy, tore open a bag of popping candy, stuck out his tongue, poured a little on it, then closed his eyes and showed a look of enjoyment. After a while, he spoke again. How have you been recently? Is everything going well? We haven't seen each other for a while. You should have gone through 7 rounds of the game. Are you satisfied with the little gift I gave you? What is this? A user feedback survey? You can understand it this way. The old man in the tang suit smiled and raised the popping candy in his hand. I am different from Justitia, who abuses his own agents when he has nothing to do. I have always paid attention to the physical and mental health of my partners. I can only be happy if you are happy. After all, I have put all my chips on you. As the old saying goes, don't mess with a gambler who has already lost his temper. Zhang Heng did not comment on this. If it was a few months ago, he might still believe the other party's words. But now after the Greenland incident, Zhang Heng did not believe that the other party approached him simply to win the game. The old man in tang suit then continued. Actually, I came back to find you this time. You may have known that the proxy war is about to begin. Zhang Heng first heard about the proxy war from the coffee man. Later, he asked the bartender about this issue, but he only got some ambiguous descriptions. Now the old man in tang suit came back specifically for this matter. Obviously, he also attaches great importance to it, or at least on the surface. The proxy war is somewhat similar to the game you experienced before. It is still a copy system, but it will be more dangerous, even exaggerated. These dangers come not only from the copy, but also from your competitors. As the name suggests, the proxy war is a war that only agents can participate in. Of course, your previous teammates can continue to team up with you as apostles. Don't underestimate the apostles. If used well, they are also a very powerful force. After all, many people's skills are not worse than agents. They are just abandoned by the gods because of compatibility issues or better choices. Of course, if you like to play alone, it's up to you. The gift I gave you is still valid. The old man in the tang suit finished eating the popping candy and finally let his mouth rest for a while. He said seriously, in addition, I must remind you that I warned you when we first met to be careful of other agents. It is possible that some people will use other means besides the game to deal with their competitors, especially after what happened tonight. You are now famous among the players. But fortunately, except for Justitia, no one should be able to recognize you. You just need to be careful not to bump into her again. In addition, if you have the opportunity, you can also kill the guy you don't like. You showed decisiveness tonight. I'm just returning a favor, Zhang Heng said calmly. Yes, whatever you say. The old man in the tang suit shrugged. I know you don't completely believe me, but it doesn't matter. One day you will find out who really cares about you. Finally, always remember that I am your solid backer. No matter what happens in the future, you can always get help from me. TSK. If you want, you can write down the last sentence in your notebook. He clapped his hands. Okay, we finished talking about the business. Now we can relax a little. The journey is long. What do you want to listen to? The old man in the tang suit turned on the car stereo and muttered. I remember there was a song called Learn to Meow in it. Have you heard it? It's very popular recently. And seaweed dance is also good. By the way, I saw a female anchor on Douyin before. Her figure is really amazing. But I don't know if she has turned on the filter. I'm planning to get her contact information to verify it in person. Chapter 543, Intention. After returning to school, Zhang Heng first sent a WeChat message to Shen Sisi to confirm the latter's safety. Shen Sisi replied after about a quarter of an hour. We are talking. After a pause, she added, Thank you. Don't worry. Zhang Heng knew that this meant that Shen Sisi was at least not in danger of life. But he didn't know what she was talking about with Guanghu. With her personality, it was obviously impossible for her to hand over the person. Otherwise, there would not be a war between the Federation and Guanghu. But Zhang Heng guessed wrong this time. The negotiation between Shen Sisi and Guanghu was completed quickly. Guanghu's strategic intention had actually been reached before the war began. After the disintegration of the Federation, the four murderers, Guanghu actually didn't care much about the whereabouts of. Of course, they used this as an excuse to start a war. So at least on the surface, they still had to put on a full show. Last night, Zhang Heng killed people everywhere. In fact, he also wanted to increase Guanghu's war costs, so as to threaten Guanghu and heir Wei Cheng to sit back at the negotiation table. But he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Justicia and the old man in tang suit who pulled him to the grassland. However, since the war between the Union and Guanghu was initiated by Justicia, she should also be able to clean up the mess after the inspection. Zhang Heng was right about this. But the facts were a little different from what Justicia expected. You don't want to be my agent? But you mentioned the balance of justice last night, which proves that you and I have chosen the same path. Justicia frowned. Don't you want to carry forward this path? You formed the Union before. Wasn't it to help more ordinary people? Together, we can not only rebuild the Union, but also repel evil and rekindle the torch of justice. Do you want to light the torch of justice? Or do you want more people to believe in you? Shen Sisi said calmly. You want me to be your agent, just to help you win this game. What's the difference between the two? Justicia frowned. More people believe in justice, and more people fight for justice. I have the support of countless lawyers and judges behind me. I could have chosen an agent from them, but I finally chose you because I saw my shadow in you. Shen Sisi shook her head. You are wrong. We believe in justice itself, not you. Even if you are gone one day, justice will still be there. Justicia fell into silence after hearing this. After a while, she raised her head. Even if I put aside my affairs, the final reward of this game is also very rich. So rich that even the gods are jealous. No one can refuse this temptation. Only players who become agents are eligible to participate in the final game. I really need you to help me win this round of the game. And you also need the agent status I give you. Shen Sisi was unmoved. If you really have been observing me for a long time as you said, you should know that I never care about any reward. No, you will use that reward, even if it is not for yourself, Justicia said firmly, pausing and showing a meaningful smile on her face. Kronos really thought that I would know nothing if he took the child away before my sword of judgment touched the child. Then he underestimated me too much. After all, he has weakened to this extent after not seeing him for half a year. But even so, he still forcibly used his little trick of stopping time to rescue the child. This shows that the child must be hiding unprecedented evil. It's interesting. I can't feel the existence of this evil at all when I contact him. Why would Kronos, the god of time, choose such a target as his agent? Justicia said to herself. After a moment, she looked at Shen Sisi again. Anyway, that kid came here last night and fought against the Light Arc, one of the 3 major players' Red Club. For you, he should be your friend. Right? In that case, can you bear to watch him be swallowed by the evil hidden in his body one day? And now, there is a chance to save him in front of you. Shen Sisi raised her eyebrows, and was finally moved. Zhang Heng experienced many battles that night, and drove a night train from the grassland. Unexpectedly, he actually caught up with the accounting principals at 9:45 in the morning. However, he didn't have time to wash up. He quickly rinsed his mouth with clean water, bought a basket of buns in the cafeteria on the 2nd floor, and walked into the classroom in the last half minute before class. The class bell rang behind him. Chen Huadong, who had already occupied the golden window seat in the 3rd row from the bottom, gave him a thumbs up, expressing his admiration for his ability to arrive at class on time. Zhang Heng quickly walked to the remaining seat next to Chen Huadong. The latter moved the book that occupied the seat away and lowered his voice. I thought you wouldn't come. Everyone said that you have been hanging around Hanlu and have treated credits as nothing. Wei Jianyan on the other side shook his head and said, after the previous level 6 incident, I think Mr. Zhang just doesn't care about his usual grades. Anyway, with his academic tyrant attributes, as long as he gets more than 90 points in the final exam, he will be safe. The accounting teacher coughed twice and glanced at them inadvertently. The two immediately stopped talking and waited for a while to make sure the news had died down. One of them started reading the text version of the NBA broadcast, while the other started reading a light novel on his phone. Zhang Heng opened the textbook in front of him, but his mind was not on it. He noticed that although the old man in the tang suit still pretended to be calm, he seemed to be much older than the last time they met. However, in just half a year, not only did he have many more wrinkles on his face, but he also had a lot of white hair. He was in good spirits and had time to hook up with female anchors on Douyin. However, judging from the backs of the two when they said goodbye, he was much more hunched. Zhang Heng didn't know what he was doing during this period, but he could see that his current condition was not very good. This also reminded Zhang Heng of the weak Celtic ancient god he met in the Black Sail instance before. Zhang Heng has now determined that even gods will die, or be forgotten or killed as time goes by. However, the difference is that Zhang Heng does not think that the old man in tang suit is willing to be forgotten. There is no doubt that he has been executing a plan. Zhang Heng just doesn't know what role he plays in this plan, and whether the two will become enemies at some point in the future. Chapter 544 Suit? The war between the Union and Light Arc started without warning and ended abruptly, but it was settled in one night. Later, Light Arc announced that it had reached a settlement with the Union and cancelled the hunt for the murderer. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Light Arc had achieved its strategic goal of striking at the Union. Even if Shinsisi saved the 4 people involved, it would be impossible for the Union to return to its previous glory. In this war, it was clear who was the loser and who was the winner. In fact, the current alliance is less than 1/10 of its original size, and it is mainly composed of independent player groups. The guilds that had cooperated with each other before had basically withdrawn before midnight. After the incident, they were too embarrassed to come back. Besides, everyone saw Guanghu's attitude through this incident. They would not allow the third largest player force to appear in the city. Naturally, no one was willing to touch this bad luck. Zhang Heng met Shinsisi in the cafeteria at night. She was sitting alone in a corner eating a bowl of barbecue rice. Because of the rumors on campus, no one ate with her anymore. Even the people in her dormitory were consciously distancing themselves from her. Now she was like carrying some kind of plague. However, Shinsisi herself did not take it too seriously. She had too many things to worry about, and she really did not have the energy to deal with such trivial matters. She was still flipping through a book while eating. As a result, a plate was placed in front of her at this time. Shinsisi seemed a little surprised. She looked up and saw that the person was Zhang Heng. Are you reading ideological and political theory? Zhang Heng pointed to the book next to Shinsisi. Yes, I missed a lot before, so I made up for it when I had time, Shinsisi said, paused and added, this game will end one day, and we will return to normal life. Right? I hope so. Zhang Heng looked at Shinsisi and asked if he could sit across from her. Shinsisi nodded. Zhang Heng sat down. If this matter comes to an end, what do you want to do after graduation? Me? Zhang Heng rarely saw an embarrassed look on Shinsisi's face. I want to open a pet store. This is a dream I had when I was about 10 years old, but I haven't told anyone else. Even Rabbit and Li Bai don't know. You are the first person to know. Remember to come to my store when the time comes. Sure. Remember to tell me when you open. What about you? Shinsisi drank a mouthful of millet porridge and asked again. I don't know. I don't think I have thought about this kind of thing carefully. Before, I probably just wanted to live my life according to my own wishes. Now, there is actually no change. Maybe I will go on a trip first. There are too many places in this world that we have not been to, and lives that we have not seen. If possible, I would like to go and see them, Zhang Heng said. Then I wish you a safe journey in advance. Shinsisi picked up the millet porridge. I also wish your pet shop a prosperous business. Zhang Heng returned with a bowl of seaweed soup. The two did not talk much about games, except that this was a public place after all, and people passed by from time to time. and perhaps because it was difficult to tell others what happened to the two. 5 minutes later, Shinsisi finished the barbecue rice in the bowl, wiped her mouth, and looked at John Hung, who was almost finished at this time. I don't know if it was because he stayed with Holmes for a long time. John Hang's eating speed has slowed down. In the words of the former, this is the way of eating for a gentleman. But eating this way is not without benefits. Eating slowly makes the food chewed more fully and easier to digest. Moreover, John Hung now eats with a sense of rhythm. Shinsisi originally looked at the opposite side unintentionally, but ended up looking at him a little absorbed, hoping that he could eat for a little longer. It wasn't until John Hung put down his chopsticks that Shinsisi realized what was going on. However, the question she wanted to ask before suddenly became a little hard to ask. Then John Hung raised his eyebrows at Shinsisi. I'm done eating. I have an elective class tonight. I leave first. Take care of yourself. You too. Shinsisi watched John Hung stand up and walk towards the recycling window with the plate. She did suspect that the mysterious sniper who caused a lot of trouble to Guanghu last night was John Hung. Because although she met a lot of friends after forming the joint group, none of them were good at bow shooting and close combat. And John Hung's strength has always been a mystery. Although Shinsisi has not experienced the dungeon with John Hung, the two of them have briefly joined forces to solve the curse of Death Dream on Han Lu. However, the situation that time was quite special. After entering the dream, everyone separated. John Hung and Hypnos were together. Shinsisi didn't know why Hypnos gave up and left until the end, but she thought it must be related to John Hung. In other words, among so many players, only John Hung successfully solved the Death Dream that even the three major guilds were helpless against. However, when they were having dinner together just now, Shinsisi was a little shaken. Justicia said that the mysterious sniper had unimaginable evil, but with Shinsisi and John Hung long contact, she was sure that John Hung actions might not be absolutely just, but the latter did have his own set of rules of conduct, bottom line and principles, and was far from evil. Therefore, Shinsisi didn't ask in the end, and just watched John Hung back as he left, because the time between the afternoon class and the evening class was not long. John Hung went directly to the classroom after dinner. He didn't want to tell Shinsisi that he was the mysterious sniper last night. First, he didn't want to get the other party's thanks. Second, his operation last night was interrupted only halfway through. In theory, he couldn't help much, so it was better not to mention this matter. After class in the evening, John Hung ran to the parking lot outside the school and opened the trunk of the Polo. He risked his life to help Shinsisi and the Federation, and even resisted the light arc. He worked all night, but it was not without gain. During this period, he killed several action teams of the light arc and collected some game props from them. Of course, because it was in the real world, there was no system prompt, and he could not accurately judge whether an item was 100% a prop. Moreover, the light arc did not give him much time to clean up the battlefield each time. He had to fight quickly, and could only collect props through experience. But there was one thing John Hung was sure of. That was the necklace he found from the man with wings on his back. The pattern on the bottom was very familiar to John Hung. It was the same as the shadow moment he first got, which was the image of a crow, together with the shadow key he got before. These three items were obviously from the same system, which reminded John Hung of the concept of a set in the game. It was just that he didn't know how to combine these three items. Chapter 545, Sword Tomb. Professional matters should naturally be handled by professionals. John Hung took photos of the three items one by one and sent them to the bartender. After about a quarter of an hour, he received a reply from the latter. Interesting. Have you found 3 pieces of this set? John Hung did not answer this question, but asked instead, will there be an increase if they are put together? Amplification? Oh, you mean the effect of a suit? No. No. Their correct use is not like this. After you put all the parts together, after a certain situation, you can inherit some of the original owner's power. Similar to the supernatural power of an agent, it is similar to the ability of an agent, but you don't need to sign any contract. It is your own ability. Such props are very rare, and can only be used after all are collected. At the same time, the props will be completely invalid after use. So I personally suggest that you combine them after the effective number of uses is exhausted. As for how much power you can get from it, it depends on your compatibility with the original owner. The bartender lady was very patient and added at the end, I remember I did an appraisal of Moment of Shadow for you. There should be 4 pieces of this set. You are 1 piece short of collecting all of them. Come to me when the time comes. Spend 100 points, and I can help you activate it. After contacting the bartender, Zhang Heng called Ding Xiafulu and asked him to help keep an eye on the whereabouts of the 4th item. At the same time, the latter also told him that the portable universal crab he had consigned at Fulu had been bought by someone for 122 game points. After deducting a 2% handling fee, Zhang Heng could get 120 points. However, the remaining items in the trunk were a bit difficult to deal with. It would cost a lot to take them all for appraisal. And these game props looted from Guanghu could not be sold through the Players' Chamber of Commerce at least in the near future. After the battle last night, although Guanghu shook hands with the Union, it did not give up the attempt to find the mysterious sniper. The main reason was that Zhang Heng killed many Guanghu people that night, and 3 Shichibukai-level masters also died in his hands. Guanghu obviously could not pretend that this incident had not happened. Just now, a bounty was posted on the forum, soliciting players for the whereabouts and relevant information of the mysterious sniper. If anyone can directly catch the person, there will be a C-level item as a reward. Many players on the forum are eager to try, but because of the strength shown by Zhang Heng, most people are just talking about it. And a C-level item is not attractive enough for real masters. Light Arc would definitely not take out a C-level item like Escape Dagger, which is extremely practical. Most of them are useless C-level items. So for now, Zhang Heng is relatively safe. But the items he looted can only be placed in the trunk for a while. However, Zhang Heng received another new message at this time. I have a solution to the knife problem. The sender is Scarlet Sword, and he is still in the original chat room. If I can find other knives for you, can you return the upper part to me? The Scarlet Sword asked. Where is the knife? Zhang Heng is different from the Scarlet Sword. He doesn't have any need to keep a knife. If there is a knife of the same quality, he doesn't have to ask for the Sanra Communica. Of course, he has to see the new knife before deciding whether to trade or not. The knife is not with me now. The Scarlet Sword paused and said, and I'm afraid you have to go and get it yourself. Or more precisely, I can give you a chance to get the knife. Afraid that Zhang Heng didn't understand, the Scarlet Sword explained again. I have an item that can create a special copy after using it. This copy only allows one person to enter once. It is like a knife tomb. You can pick a knife from it and take it out. This Sanra Communica is the one I took out from it. Zhang Heng was not unfamiliar with this special copy. His infinite bricks was obtained in a similar copy. However, according to Crimson Sword, her copy of the Sword Tomb was different from Fan Mainon's Lego copy. One person can only enter once? Zhang Heng asked. Yes, or I will enter again and try to get a new sword for you. Crimson Sword continued typing. And I must explain in advance that I can't guarantee that the sword you bring out will be of the same quality as Sanra Communica. But you can rest assured that good swords are famous in history and are basically easy to confirm. But it is not easy to get them. How difficult is it? This item has 3 chances to be used. My friend and I entered it once each. And there is one left. The one I experienced was the Iroku incident. Ashikaga Yashiteru's residence was surrounded by rebels. I protected his mother and wife and fought their way out of the siege. The reward was this Mikazuki Munikika. My friend experienced the one related to the demon sword Muramasa. Her action ended in failure, and she only brought out an E-grade quality sword. The Crimson Sword paused and said again, the following is just my speculation, which is not necessarily accurate. It is not just people who choose swords, but swords also choose people. The copies experienced by each person using this item are different. These copies may have an internal calculation mechanism. There will be a sword that suits you best, but whether you can get it depends on your ability. In addition, these copies have another advantage, which is that they can improve your swordsmanship. Ashikaga Yashiteru is a famous swordsman in Japan. I have only been with him for 15 days, and my swordsmanship has improved a lot. This time Zhang Heng's reply came very quickly, which surprised the Crimson Sword. I agree to your deal. Not to mention whether he could get a famous sword of the same quality as Sanra Communica. The fact that he could improve his swordsmanship was enough to make Zhang Heng excited. He spent 10 years in Black Sail to practice his swordsmanship to level 3, which was basically the peak. Daily training had become insignificant to his improvement. But Zhang Heng did not give up the possibility of further improvement. If what the Crimson Sword said was true, this was an opportunity for him. Perhaps his swordsmanship, which had been stuck in a bottleneck, could be improved. Therefore, Zhang Heng agreed quickly. Not to mention that he also had a timer that allowed him to stay in the dungeon for a longer time. Scarlet Sword was still worried that the other party didn't understand the terms of the transaction. So he reminded him again, "Let me be frank. The value of this item is also very precious. As long as you use the item, whether you get a good sword or not, you must return the upper part of Sanjetsu Munakika to me. Of course, with your swordsmanship, getting a good sword shouldn't be a problem." "No problem," Zhang Heng said straightforwardly. "However, before that, I must make sure that this is not a trap." Chapter 546, Kyoto at the end of the shogunate. Zhang Heng and the Scarlet Sword agreed to meet at the game point. With the help of the special effects of the game point, the appearance characteristics of both parties will not be revealed, and the game point is an absolute safe zone. So neither party has to worry about being ambushed. Zhang Heng used the oath ring to confirm that the Scarlet Sword had no problems, and then exchanged the upper half of Mikazuki Munakika for a scabbard in the Scarlet Sword's hand. Cut your palm and drip blood into it. It will take about 2 milliliters of blood. And then wait for 3 minutes, and you will enter the special copy. Scarlet Sword checked the hilt in his hand, confirmed that it was genuine, and put it away with satisfaction. At the same time, he also told Zhang Heng how to use the scabbard. So far, the transaction was successfully completed. Scarlet Sword was busy recasting Mikazuki Munakika, and did not stay at the game point. He shook hands with Zhang Heng and left in a hurry. The two were enemies in the Leaker instance before. Scarlet Sword attacked Zhang Heng alone on a dodged tomahawk, and Zhang Heng almost killed Scarlet Sword in the subsequent battle. However, these few contacts in the real world were quite pleasant. Scarlet Sword said when he left that he would have the opportunity to cooperate with Zhang Heng again. After the Crimson Sword left, Zhang Heng looked at the starfish in his hand. There were still about 40 minutes until midnight. Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. He asked the bartender for a drink and a knife. He waited for a while. At 11:55, he used the knife he ordered to cut his left palm and watched the blood flow into the sheath. After waiting for a while, he estimated that the blood had almost been drained. So Zhang Heng wrapped the upper part of his hand with gauze. 2 minutes later, the familiar dizziness came, and the system prompt sound came to his ears. Player identity verification in progress. Verification passed. Player number 079558 is the scabbard holder. Linking the dungeon for the player. Dungeon link completed. Current dungeon is Kyoto at the end of the shogunate. Special, the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 opened the curtain of the Edo shogunate era. The Tokugawa clan ruled the country, and pursued a policy of isolation for more than 200 years. At the end of the shogunate, the finances of the shogunate were tight. Exploitation was rampant. The lower-class people could not bear the oppression, and riots broke out frequently in various places. Coincidentally, the Black Ship incident. The warships of the American East India Fleet knocked on the door of Japan with cannons, forcing the shogunate to sign a series of unequal treaties that were humiliating and lost the country, which aroused dissatisfaction among the domestic people. Under internal and external troubles, people with lofty ideals proposed to respect the king and expel the barbarians. The anti-shogun movement was launched with the slogan of Satsuma, Choshu, and Aki Sanfan. The anti-shogun faction headed by the three feudal clans of Satsuma, Choshu, and Aki prepared to hold a secret meeting in Kyoto to plot a palace coup against Tokugawa Yoshinobu. The famous swords gathered in Kyoto, and the situation was precarious. This round of the game is not counted in the number of game rounds. After exiting the game, you cannot enter this copy again. Mission objective: find the sword. Mode: single player. Time flow: 240. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 10 days in this game. The game ends after 30 days. Players can terminate the game at any time and return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. This time was different from the past. Zhang Heng had already obtained some information from the Crimson Sword before entering the dungeon, so he could make some preparations in advance. He spent a night, but in fact, he had an extra 24 hours. I had read Japanese history roughly, so I was relatively familiar with the history of the late shogunate. If I remember correctly, the Black Ship incident occurred in 1854. By 1865, Seigo Takamori, Okubo Toshimichi and others from the Satsuma domain who opposed the shogunate successively controlled the domain power. In 1867, Emperor Komeei, who suppressed the anti-shogun faction, died. The 14-year-old Emperor Meiji succeeded to the throne. Meiji himself personally turned to the anti-shogun faction. The secret meeting of the three feudal domains mentioned in the background introduction also took place in 1867. This year was probably the most chaotic year in Kyoto. In fact, most daimyo took a wait-and-see attitude. It was not until the Battle of Toba-Fushimi, the following year, that the anti-shogun faction completely controlled the capital and gained the support of most people. The subsequent Meiji Restoration ushered in a wave of industrialization, making Japan the first country in Asia to embark on the road of industrialization. In contrast, Sia, which had earlier contact with the West, was still ruled by the Qing government. After the Opium War, it became a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country and continued to waste time. Although Lin Zexu, Wei Yuan and other people who opened their eyes to the world tried to promote reform, they had a hard time under the existing system and could not achieve anything. Ironically, Wei Yuan wrote Haiguituji in the hope that his compatriots could see the world situation clearly. But he did not expect that it did not sell well in his own country. The scholars in the Qin dynasty were probably busy reciting the 8-part essay, and the bookstores responsible for printing lost money. On the contrary, it was sold out in Japan, which was separated by a sea, and reprinted dozens of times. In addition, after the Meiji Restoration, the military, especially the navy, became increasingly powerful, which led Japan to embark on the path of militarism and began to expand savagely. After that, it was a history that most people are familiar with. Now everything is settled. The missed historical opportunities can be made up with efforts, but the deep wounds left before cannot be healed no matter how hard the future generations try. Zhang Heng briefly recalled the relevant history during the countdown time, and then opened his eyes to find that he was standing in a market. Even in Kyoto, this should be a very prosperous area. There are tea houses, bathhouses and shops everywhere on the roadside. And there are many vendors along the street. There were many people, including young women in kimonos, geishas, samurai wearing snowshoes and with large and small swords on their waists, and some Western faces. 13 years had passed since the Black Ship incident. In addition to the Japan-US Treaty of Amity, the shogunate had signed a series of trade treaties with Britain, Russia, France and other powers. There were only a few Dutch people in Japan in the early days, but now there are many Westerners. In addition, there were many more imported goods on the street. Zhang Heng first walked to a mirror shop and took a look at himself in the mirror. He was now dressed like a typical ronin. He wore a straw hat and a tattered haori that hadn't been washed for a long time. The sword on his waist showed his identity as a samurai. Speaking of the Edo period, the social hierarchy was strict, and samurai were also considered a member of the ruling class. The lords of the major names kept a large number of samurai, and their masters paid them salaries and provided them with food and drink. Of course, these people were also needed to fight in wartime. Both sides had their own rights and obligations. But a wandering samurai like Zhang Heng had no place to get paid, and he didn't have a penny in his pocket now. No matter what era you are in, filling your stomach is the most important thing. Not to mention that Zhang Heng will stay here for quite a while. So he naturally needs to give priority to the issue of food and accommodation. Chapter 547 Who is coming? Although Japan is in a chaotic period now, and there is unrest everywhere, this has indirectly created many job opportunities, especially for samurai. The current situation is unclear, and the various feudal domains have changed their ways and are recruiting soldiers and actively accumulating capital to wait and see what happens next. Compared with the Meiji Restoration, when the sword ban was issued, the samurai not only lost their jobs, but also couldn't find tools to commit suicide. The situation is much better now, especially those masters. They are now waiting for a price. Whether they are the pro-shogun faction or the anti-shogun faction, they are now actively trying to recruit people. However, Zhang Heng had no interest in this path. Once he joined a certain faction, he would no longer have to worry about food and clothing. But he would also lose his freedom. In this era, retainers were required to obey their masters absolutely. If they were assigned a task they did not want to do, they could not refuse. If they were unlucky, they would be used as cannon fodder, in addition to getting a good sword that suited him. Zhang Heng's other purpose in this dungeon was to challenge masters and seek opportunities for breakthroughs in his swordsmanship. Therefore, whether it was the shogunate or the Satsuma domain. He did not want to fix his position on either side. Acting according to circumstances was the best choice. In fact, if he wanted to make money, he didn't really have to rely on his identity as a samurai. There were many foreign merchants in Kyoto now, and compared to others, Zhang Heng also mastered many foreign languages. No matter what era, translators were always scarce. He could get paid by translating for those foreign merchants. And by the way, he could also visit Kyoto for free. After making up his mind, Zhang Heng prepared to go to the dock first. It was getting late now. If he couldn't negotiate a deal before sunset, he might have to sleep on the street. Zhang Heng was about to leave when he suddenly heard a voice calling, "Sir, would you like some grilled eel skewers?" Zhang Heng looked down and saw a timid little face. It was a little girl, about 11 or 12 years old, holding a food box and trying to sell it to Zhang Heng. Although she mustered up her courage, she looked a little nervous, and her hands holding the food box were shaking. However, before Zhang Heng could reply, one of her older companions on the other side pulled her away. Although the latter lowered her voice, Zhang Heng still heard her words. "Chio, don't provoke those Ronin. They are all dangerous guys." The little girl named Chio looked at Zhang Heng again, but the two of them were busy retreating to avoid Zhang Heng, the dangerous person, and accidentally bumped into someone coming from the other side. Chio's companion raised his head. His face turned pale, and he stammered, "Sorry, I didn't see you." Impolite kid. The person who was bumped into was also dressed as a samurai, but his demeanor and dress were much better than that of a Ronin like Zhang Heng. There were two companions around him, and they were still a little drunk. It seemed that they had just drunk wine somewhere. He took advantage of the alcohol and directly overturned the food boxes in the girl's hands and shouted, "This country is constantly bullied by those Westerners because of idiots like you. Brother Yamada, be careful with your words. Just be careful if the Shinsengumi guys hear you." His companions advised. "What are you afraid of, Matsuo? Times have changed." The samurai named Yamada was not afraid at all. "Besides, I have long wanted to learn from Kondo Isami's natural rational flow," Yamada said loudly. But the two companions beside him were shocked when they heard the word Shinsengumi, and couldn't help looking around. After the Aikdaya incident, Kondo Isami and his Ronin group Shinsengumi became famous in one battle, and won the name of Mibu Wolf. They were staunch supporters of the shogunate, helping the shogunate maintain law and order in the Kyoto area while dealing with those who opposed the shogunate. They were ruthless, and very good at assassination. Wherever the flag of sincerity went, everyone was terrified. Matsuo didn't know why Yamada suddenly mentioned this group of evil stars. He winked at Takahashi on the other side, as if complaining to Takahashi why he had just given Yamada so much wine. The two wanted to take Yamada away before the matter got out of hand, but they didn't expect Yamada to get more and more crazy. It would have been fine if he didn't mention those foreigners. When he mentioned foreigners, he thought of the humiliation he had suffered over the years, and drew out the sword from his waist. Matsuo and Takahashi didn't dare to step forward. Although Yamada was crazy, his martial arts were not bad. Not only was he the leader of the three, but he was also well known in the samurai circle of the anti-shogun. Matsuo and Takahashi didn't want to touch this bad luck. At this time, the two girls selling grilled eel skewers were already scared. They even forgot to run away, and just stood there stupidly, watching Yamada draw out his long sword, which emitted an intimidating cold light in the sun. Yamada frowned. He originally just wanted to draw out the sword to scare the two little ghosts in front of him. But the other party's motionless appearance was now regarded by him as a silent resistance. In addition, he was still drunk, and he couldn't help but recall some bad memories. He had reason to be resentful. As a samurai of Choshu, he had followed the radical Kusaka Genzue to the capital 3 years ago to defend the king. At that time, he was full of vigor and vitality. However, he failed to defeat the defenders of Kyoto in the Kinmon incident, and Kusaka Genzue committed suicide. Later, the shogunate also joined forces with Britain, the United States, France, and the Netherlands to attack Shimonoseki, forcing Choshu to surrender. Takasuji Shinsaku, one of the leaders of the anti-shogun faction, was forced to wander. Naturally, the samurai who participated in the Kinmon incident did not have a good ending. So Yamada drew his sword because he was drunk and angry because his ambitions were not fulfilled. Seeing the two little ghosts in front of him, they did not dodge or evade, but were still. hardly resisting. He could not help but get angry, and was about to swing his sword to chop. John Hun frowned. He had nothing to do with the two girls selling grilled eel skewers, and he had no interest in improving the security of Kyoto at the end of the shogunate. But if you insist, they suffered because they were trying to avoid him. The evil man. John Hun was not willing to watch them being hacked to death by a drunk samurai. However, just as he was about to draw his sword, his eyes moved and he put it down again. On the other side, Yamada had already raised his sword amid the exclamations of passers-by. However, just as his sword was about to fall on Chiyo and her companions' heads, it was blocked by a wooden sword. "Who is coming?" Yamada shouted, puffing his beard and glaring, while his chest was still heaving violently. "Koyama Dojo. Koyama Akane." The person answered in a clear voice. To the surprise of passers-by, the one who took action at this moment was actually a young woman, holding a wooden sword in one hand and a tuna she had just bought at the market in the other. Chapter 548, Fighting. Originally, when they saw Yamada draw his sword, the passers-by were ready to run away. However, when Akane Koyama took Yamada's sword, they stopped and stood aside to watch the excitement. Yamada missed the attack and felt a little bad. What was worse was that he saw that the person who stopped him was actually a woman. He snorted coldly. "Has the dojo become corrupt now? They accept all kinds of people. It's outrageous." The young woman opposite did not give in, and said, "In my opinion, the Choshu domain is in decline, and the dignified samurai can only bully little girls on the street." Yamada's face darkened, and murderous intent surged in his heart. He said in a grim tone, "Woman, are you insulting the samurai of my Choshu domain?" Different from most people's impressions, the shogunate in the Edo period had many more restrictions on samurai. They could not just kill civilians because they were unhappy. According to Article 71 of the Kosho no Jojo Sho promulgated by Tokugawa Yoshimune in 1742, samurai only had the right to kisagomen when their reputation was damaged by rude behavior. That is, to be exempted from punishment for killing people. Moreover, the regulations on rude behavior are also very detailed. First of all, in most cases you can only attack civilians in your own daimyo's territory. It is very risky to attack people in Edo and Kyoto. There are even Edo civilians who are keen on extreme sports and deliberately provoke samurai. Secondly, you cannot bring up old grudges. It is not okay to attack someone today just because you were insulted yesterday. Thirdly, if the other party apologizes, you cannot attack them again. In addition, the samurai must undergo a rather tedious investigation and inquiry after attacking someone. Once it is discovered that the report is untrue, his/her status will be immediately deprived of. Of course, if there are no witnesses or the Ronin runs fast, that is another problem. So strictly speaking, it was very reluctant for Yamada to chop the two girls selling grilled eel before. If he hadn't drunk too much tonight, he probably wouldn't have drawn his sword, especially in broad daylight. But now the situation is different. This young woman who came out of nowhere spoke rudely. Although Mita was drunk, his brain was not completely silent. As soon as the other party spoke, he first accused her of insulting the Choshu samurai. If he makes another move, even if he is investigated, there will be some fuss. Akane Koyama obviously realized that her previous expression was a bit inappropriate. But before she could speak, the older girl next to Chiyo suddenly burst into tears. She was completely frightened before, and stayed there motionless until now. "Get out of here!" Yamada already had a new target, and he was too lazy to care about the two little ghosts in front of him. He waved his hand impatiently, and pushed the girl to the side. And Chiyo also hurried to her companion. After confirming that the former was only scratched on the palm, and was not seriously injured, her beautiful big eyes moved to Akane Koyama again, her eyes full of concern. Yamada had already raised his sword again, although he was quite disdainful of Akane Koyama in his words. He did not dare to underestimate her because she could block his sword, and quickly got ready. Akane Koyama's sword skills were passed down from her father, the owner of the Koyama Dojo. She grew up in the dojo since she was a child. When the Koyama Dojo was at its peak, people often came to visit and compete. So Akane Koyama also developed a pair of sharp eyes. Basically, she could tell whether a person was a real talent from the way he held the sword. Although the samurai of Choshu domain in front of him was brutal and violent, he was not a fool who only had fancy moves. Shaoshan Akane only brought a wooden sword, so this battle was not easy for her either. At this time, More and more passers-by gathered around. Matsuo and Takahashi were sweating anxiously. Who knew if the Shinsengumi guys were nearby, and when they would show up? Moreover, it would be meaningless for Yamada to win this battle because the opponent was just a woman. And if Yamada lost, it would not only be his own people who would lose face, but also the face of the entire Choshu domain. The two looked at each other, thinking in their hearts that they might as well knock down Akane Koyama and run away with Yamada. However, the next moment, a line of sight fell on Matsuo, and Matsuo suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He looked up at the owner of the gaze, a guy dressed as a ronin. When the other saw him looking at him, he raised the knife in his hand, and the meaning of warning was obvious. Matsuo secretly cried out that he was unlucky. He was not a master like Yamada. He was not well received in his original place. So he gritted his teeth and mixed into the anti-shogun faction, thinking that when the rule of the shogunate was overthrown, he, as a veteran, could get a position. Takahashi on the other side was in a similar situation. Usually, the two of them followed Yamada to pick up bargains and make up for the knife. If they really had to fight with others, they would not be sure even in a 2-on-1 situation. And although the guy on the opposite side looked down and out, his eyes were really fierce just now. Matsuo was sure that people who had never seen blood would not have such eyes. Could he be a thug who had killed someone somewhere and fled to Kyoto? For the sake of caution, Matsuo and Takahashi decided to use static to control dynamic and stand still. On the other side, Yamada and Koyama Akane had already devoted themselves to the battle and no longer cared about what was happening around them. Yamada was good at a sword technique called Oishi Shinkage-ryu, which originated from the Shinkage-ryu and was created by Oishi Shintansuk. It was said that Oishi had relied on a bamboo sword to fight all the dojos in Edo and was invincible. The biggest feature of Oishi Shinkage-ryu was the rapid advance of the left hand. Yamada's left-hand sword was as fast as lightning and very aggressive. On the other side, Akane Koyama used her family swordsmanship, which was mainly defensive. She guarded the wooden sword perfectly. This was the first time Zhang Heng saw samurai from the Edo period fighting with swords. No matter whether it was Akane Koyama or Yamada, their swordsmanship was obviously not as good as his. According to Zhang Heng's estimation, Yamada's swordsmanship should have just entered level 2, while Akane Koyama was still at the peak of level 1. However, one of them drank too much wine, and the other was holding a wooden sword, so they could not exert their full strength. In comparison, Yamada was more affected. Although Zhang Heng did not know the name of his swordsmanship school, he could see that he was also a speed flow, which had high requirements for agility and sword accuracy. However, his current state of shaking while walking was obviously affected. On the other side, Akane Koyama's situation was slightly better. Her weapon was at a disadvantage, and her swordsmanship lacked changes. But because she was taking a steady approach, in the eyes of a master like Zhang Heng, she did not look as dangerous as she seemed. Chapter 549 Akane Koyama. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than a dozen swords, and Akane Koyama also retreated 5 steps. Although Akane Koyama was still fearless, the worry in Chiyo's eyes became stronger and stronger. She looked at the people around her for help, but most of them were unarmed civilians, and even if they wanted to help, they were powerless. So her eyes finally fell on Zhang Heng, the Ronin. However, Zhang Heng was indifferent. Zhang Heng could see that Yamada would lose in at most 10 moves. Because he couldn't take down the woman for a long time, he became more and more impatient. Maybe he felt that it was really embarrassing to not be able to take down a woman for so long. However, the most taboo for people who use fast swords is anxiety and irritability. His attack movements have already shown signs of deformation. To explain in terms of the game, his operations per minute, APM, are increasing, but EP, the number of effective operations per minute, is decreasing instead of increasing. Zhang Heng naturally wouldn't meddle in other people's business at this time, so he ignored Chiyo's pleading eyes and just stood there watching Matsuo and Takahashi. In fact, although Akane Koyama and Yamada's swordsmanship were not as good as his, the battle between the two was not completely without merit. Although Japanese swordsmanship appeared relatively late, and Natachi was also inspired by the Tang sword. In fact, the two processes were different. The Tang sword used high-temperature carbon removal technology and then carbized at the end of forging. Japan lacked high-quality coal and could only smelt at low temperatures. However, the painful thing was that the Tang sword forging technology was lost, and the quality of the swords in the Song and Ming dynasties declined. Moreover, the Tang sword was thicker and heavier, while the Tachi was more slender. Of course, this is all later. Back to the swordsmanship. Actually, during the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, scholars in the flower-growing countries also had to practice martial arts. The so-called 6 arts of agility included charioteering and archery. When they traveled around the world, if reason didn't make sense, they would use fists. But later on, in order to facilitate the rule of each dynasty, Confucian scholars were only Confucianists and no longer scholars. The 6 arts of agility became about agility talking but not fighting. On the other hand, in Japan, because of the prevalence of samurai culture and the samurai being part of the ruling class, the enthusiasm of the people to practice martial arts has always been very high, and they are willing to spend time honing their swordsmanship. Therefore, before the order to abolish the sword, there were many dojo all over the country, and various swordsmanship schools flourished. Each of these schools has its own characteristics, or its own way. These ways may not be correct, but they are indeed very new to Zhang Heng. The reference value is not easy to evaluate at present, but Zhang Heng has now had the idea of looking at the swordsmanship of each school. Crimson Sword once said that each round of the copy is generated according to the characteristics of the player. Therefore, Zhang Heng obviously has a reason to enter the copy of Kyoto in the late shogunate. Now he can feel that he has gained something from watching Yamada and Xiaoshan Akane fight, although it is only a little bit of gain. For him, who has not had a direction for improvement for a long time, even a little gain is precious. Now Kyoto is in a state of great momentum, and masters from all sides have gathered together, which indirectly provides him with more opportunities for improvement. Zhang Heng was thinking about where to start, while Yamada and Akane Koyama had already decided the winner. Akane Koyama took advantage of Yamada's attack, and when he had no time to retract his last stab, she finally changed her defensive position and slashed Yamada's hand holding the sword. The latter had to let go of the sword in pain. Akane Koyama did not pursue him and said, "You lost? What nonsense are you talking about? How could I lose?" Yamada was furious. Although he lost his sword, he still had a wakizashi on his waist. Except for those who practice two-sword style, samurai in the Edo period generally used spare wakizashi only after losing their main sword or katana. Yamada was now ready to draw out the wakizashi from his waist and fight Akane Koyama again. He was defeated in this battle in a rather cowardly way. The opponent was obviously not as strong as him, but he was drunk and his weapon was knocked away. He had previously raised this battle to the level of the honor of the Choshu samurai, so he had to win. But Akane Koyama had already put away her wooden sword and shook her head, saying, "No more fighting. I was just trying to save people. If you really want to compete, you can come to the dojo to find me. I'm always here to fight you." After a pause, she added, "And now you have a weapon, and I only have a wooden sword. This is too unfair." Yamada almost fainted from anger at her last sentence. The hateful woman opposite him actually had the nerve to talk about fairness. If he hadn't drunk too much tonight, 2 Xiaoshan Akane would have been chopped to the ground by him. Yamada felt a hot current rushing to his head, and he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. His 2 nostrils were wheezing with hot air, but the next moment his arms were held by someone. It was Matsuo and Takahashi. Seeing that Yamada had lost his weapon, they finally dared to step forward to persuade him. "My friend is drunk today, so this fight doesn't count. We will go to your dojo another day to learn your skills," Matsuo yelled. And then the 3 of them ran away before the patrol arrived. Akane Koyama didn't stop them, but just bent down to pick up the tuna that had been placed on the ground, and then walked in front of Chio and her friends and asked, "Are you okay?" The 2 girls shook their heads, and after thanking Akane Koyama, they bent down to pick up the grilled eel skewers that fell on the ground. They were all children of fishermen and craftsmen, and they learned to be frugal since they were young. Although these eel skewers fell on the ground and couldn't be sold, they could still be eaten by themselves after washing. Zhang Heng didn't know if it was his illusion, but Akane Koyama seemed to look at him, then touched her pocket, took out about 15 coins, handed them to the 2 girls in front of her, and said apologetically, "I was in a hurry to go out today, so I only brought this money, but it should at least make up for your loss." Chio and her companions did not take the money. They were able to survive Yamada's knife thanks to Akane Koyama, their lifesaver. They were worried about how to repay the benefactor in front of them, and it was impossible for them to take the other party's money. Then Xiao Shanqian looked at Zhang Heng again, and this time, the latter was sure that the female swordsman from Xiaoshan Dojo was indeed looking at him. Then Zhang Heng heard Xiao Shanqian mutter, "People almost lost their lives because of you. And you just watched and did nothing. But you are not even willing to give them some money." Xiao Shanqian's voice was not loud, just enough for Zhang Heng to hear, but at the same time not too clear for him to hear. When Zhang Heng realized what she said, Xiao Shanqian had already touched the heads of the two girls and turned away. Zhang Heng was speechless. But at that time, neither of them knew that this was not the last time they met. In fact, not long after that, the two met again. Chapter 550, Choosing a House. After the Black Ship incident, the Edo shogunate signed the Treaty of Kanagawa with the United States and was forced to open the two trading ports of Shimoda and Hakodate. In the 5th year of Emperor Komai's reign, the two sides signed the Japan-US Treaty of Amity and Commerce on the Powhatan, adding ports such as Kanagawa, Nagasaki, Niigata, and Hyogo. At the same time, foreigners were allowed to stay and do business in Edo and Osaka. Although Kyoto was not included in the list, it was very close to Osaka, only a day's journey away. Now, nearly 10 years have passed since the Japan-US Treaty of Amity and Commerce. After the Kimon incident, the pro-king and anti-foreign faction rethought its strategy. Now it only mentions pro-king and sets the goal of overthrowing the shogunate. It no longer mentions the issue of anti-foreignism and has begun to actively cooperate with the West. So the scope of Westerners' activities has also expanded. As the most important river in the Kansai region, Yodo River originates from Lake Biwa and connects the Kyoto Basin with the Osaka Plain. In the Edo period, it was an important transportation channel for Kyoto. Most of the foreign merchants in Osaka also came to Kyoto along this river. Zhang Heng asked the shopkeepers around him about the nearest pier and arrived there before sunset. The bustle here is no less than that of the market. There are townhouses everywhere along the river. The tiles with a Chinese character are neatly arranged on the roofs. The signs and warm curtains move with the wind. The first floor has fine convex lattices, and the second floor has insect cage windows. This is a very traditional Japanese building with a wooden structure. The entrance is narrow, but the depth is very long. Generally, the part facing the street is used as a shop, and the rooms at the back are used for living. The advantage is that the shops are more dense, one next to the other. There were boatmen unloading goods at the dock, and ladies preparing to take a boat trip on the river. There was also a shrine not far away, and many believers gathered outside the gate to pray for blessings or amulets. It didn't take Zhang Heng too much time to find a Western merchant who was interested in hiring an interpreter. The latter was named Gabriel, a Frenchman. He came to Kyoto with the merchant group and discussed the sale of a batch of cotton yarn with local merchants. However, he was obviously not satisfied with the cotton yarn business and seemed to have some other plans. It was just that it was inconvenient to tell other people in the merchant group what he wanted to do, so he couldn't use the merchant group's interpreter. Just when he was worrying about where to find a Japanese who could understand French, Zhang Heng came to him. Gabriel was overjoyed and waved his hand, directly offering a daily salary of 1 koban. The so-called koban was a kind of gold coin commonly used in the Edo period. 1 koban was about 1 tael of gold, and 1 tael of gold was approximately equal to 60 silver taels, or 4 kin of coins. At that time, a craftsman in Kyoto earned about 70 won a day. In other words, Zhang Heng's current daily income was almost as much as a craftsman's 2-month work. Zhang Heng was not completely ignorant of the translation market. He had consulted the people at the dock before coming. There was a big shortage of professional translators in Japan now, but the number of people who could communicate with foreign merchants was not as small as before the Black Ship incident. In fact, even when the shogunate was closed to the outside world, Satsuma, Choshu and other feudal domains had secretly done some business with foreign countries. The Japanese iron cannon, also known as the matchlock gun, originated from the Satsuma domain. At that time, a Portuguese merchant ship was blown to Tanegashima, south of Satsuma, by a typhoon. Therefore, the Japanese iron cannon was also called the Tanegashima iron cannon. Now that the shogunate has opened up trade for more than 10 years, there are many Japanese who travel to Europe to study, and translators are not so valuable. Gabriel's price has exceeded the market price by more than double. And this is when both parties are not very familiar with each other. and Zhang Heng also asked for an advance payment of a small ban. However, even so, Gabriel agreed without hesitation. So Zhang Heng also knew that what the French merchants were going to do in Kyoto would probably not be simple. However, with Zhang Heng level 3 swordsmanship and the experience he had accumulated in the previous dungeons, he was not too worried about encountering any danger. Moreover, the sun had already set, and he might not be able to find another employer. So the two parties finally reached an employment agreement. Gabriel paid Zhang Heng a small penalty and asked him to meet him at the tea house next to the dock tomorrow morning. When Zhang Heng left the dock, it was completely dark. Zhang Heng had a meal before the dungeon, so he was not very hungry. But now he had to find a place to stay quickly, in order to control the daimyo lords in various places. The shogunate in the Edo period specially established the Senkinkotai system, requiring the lords of each domain to go to Edo every once in a while to perform government affairs for the shogun. Of course, this was just an excuse, mainly to facilitate the shogunate to play with the daimyo and reduce their time in the territory. At the same time, it also made them dare not mess around when they were in the territory. Otherwise, they might be directly arrested when they went to Sankin next time. However, Tokugawa was quite kind, and he built a lot of post stations along the way. Later, he developed a hotgoya, which was a bit similar to the inns of later generations. Not only did they provide 1 night and 2 meals, but many hatagoyas also had special maids to take care of the daily life of the passengers. However, at the end of the shogunate, more people traveled, and the hotgoya began to become a mixed bag. Not only did scoundrels provide gambling tools and help recruit prostitutes, but there were also hatagoyas that simply let the maids sell sex directly. Later, merchants in Osaka first organized the Naniwa Forum, which was roughly equivalent to a chain hotel, with unified service standards, so that travelers could feel at ease staying in a hotel with a guild sign hanging outside the door. However, whether it was hotgoya or Naniwa Forum, they were just excessive choices for Zhang Heng, considering that the duration of this dungeon was not short. Zhang Heng still preferred to rent a house of his own. Seeing that there was still some time, he did not rush to the hotel, but found a broker nearby and asked the latter to take him to see the house. The broker was a boy of about 14 or 15 years old, who looked very smart. He was also a local in the area, well informed, and knew everything about each household. Zhang Heng paid him 100 coins first, and promised to give him another 100 coins after the matter was done. He immediately became energetic, and did not care about not having dinner, and immediately took Zhang Heng to walk through the streets. However, the Ronin customer beside him did not seem to be very satisfied with the houses in the prime locations that he strongly recommended. The two of them walked further and further away, and had to light a lantern. Zhang Heng had originally planned to give up, and wanted to wait until tomorrow to continue looking. But the place they came to last made Zhang Heng's eyes light up. There was a small courtyard at the entrance. There was a cherry tree in the middle of the courtyard, which was in full bloom. There was a well under the tree that was clear and sweet. The whole courtyard was square, simple and beautiful. The shoji door was opened, and the sitting area was very spacious. There was also a tea room, and the furniture was also very complete. In the words of later generations, it was a standard for moving in with just a bag. Chapter 551. Is it you? Right here. Zhang Heng turned to the broker and asked, "How much is the rent?" "The rent is not high. Only 2 strings of money a month." The broker scratched his head and hesitated to speak. Zhang Heng was patrolling the house with a lantern, not paying much attention to the broker's expression behind him, and continued, "When can the contract be signed?" "It's a bit late today. But I probably have something to do tomorrow morning." "What about Chinchin? Can he come over in the morning?" No need to bother. The owner is next door. If you have made up your mind, I can call her over now." "So close?" Zhang Heng was a little surprised. But then he thought about it, and it was normal. Obviously, the family's house was quite large, so it was normal to rent out part of it to make money. Speaking of which, the wall on his left did look like it was newly built. He didn't think much about it and nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." The broker was very quick and brought the landlord next door over in less than a moment. Before the two of them reached the door, a voice came out. The broker said, "Don't say I didn't help you. I found you a generous tenant who didn't even frown when he heard the rent of 2 guan. Don't drive him away this time. Otherwise no one in this area will dare to rent your house in the future." Another voice snorted coldly. What kind of tenants are you introducing to me? Last time, that guy was so rude when he saw me. I just taught him a lesson. I was doing that for your sake. The broker rolled his eyes when he heard this. Men are like this. That guy was just drunk and wanted to take advantage of someone. There's no need to make such a fuss. How is this a fuss? It makes me angry just talking about it. Today at the market, I ran into 3 samurai from the Choshu clan. They drew their swords in the street and wanted to bully 2 children. The hateful thing is that so many men present didn't even try to stop them. John Hung felt that the voice sounded familiar before. When he heard the other party talking about what happened at the market before, he immediately confirmed the identity of the speaker. The person who came was none other than the female warrior named Akane Koyama, who had defeated Yamada with a wooden sword. John Hung did not expect that they would meet again not long after they separated. And he happened to rent the other person's house. As they talked, they had already walked into the yard. And John Hung also lost the only chance to lead directly. The moment their eyes met, even the air became a little awkward. Is it you? Akane Koyama raised her eyebrows, and was about to say something. But then she seemed to think of something, and swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. On the other side, the young broker was still taking credit. Well, as soon as I saw this gentleman, I knew he was going to do great things. If he becomes famous in the future, your small courtyard might also go down in history. He should find some clean clothes to wear first, Xiao Shanqian said unhappily. To be honest, John Hung's current shabby wanderer look was a bit different from the wealthy patrons in the broker's mouth. Xiao Shanqian even doubted whether the other party could afford the rent. John Hung could understand Xiao Shanqian's worries, but he didn't expect that she didn't mention the rent. She just frowned and said, Since you are going to live here from now on, you must abide by the rules here. First of all, you are not allowed to destroy the plants and trees here. Secondly, you are not allowed to drink excessively. If you want to drink wine, go to a place where there are wine. Finally, the most important thing is not to rely on your martial arts to do evil and bully the neighbors, like the 3 Choshu samurai did today. She paused. Well, forget about the last one. You probably don't have any martial arts skills. Otherwise you wouldn't have stood still. John Hung was speechless. If there's no problem, let's go in and sign the contract, Xiao Shanqian urged. John Hung thought about it for a while. Just looking at the few items Xiao Shanqian mentioned, there was no problem. They were all reasonable. According to the broker, although the previous tenant was beaten and driven away, it seemed that his problem was bigger. He had been shopping for a long time and had seen several houses, but he was not satisfied with any of them. He might not be able to find a better one if he continued to look. In this case, he might as well stay here. So Zhang Hung and Xiao Shanqian signed the lease contract very quickly. He had already exchanged the small coin for silver and copper coins. After signing the contract, he immediately paid the broker's commission and this month's rent. Xiao Shanqian, the owner, seemed a little surprised to see him take out money. Zhang Hung explained, I didn't have much money at the time. I earned this money later. You earned it? Xiao Shanqian looked skeptical. Is it so easy to make money in Kyoto now? You can make such a large sum of money in a short time. To be honest, I have actually traveled to many Western countries and have a good understanding of their languages. So I just found a job as a translator. You also understand Western languages. Well, your Japanese is a little strange. Is it because you have stayed in Western countries for too long? Xiao Akane suddenly realized. And her expression when she looked at Zhang Hung also improved a lot. Nowadays, it takes a lot of courage to leave home and travel to Western countries thousands of miles away. And most people who go abroad are thinking of finding a way out for their own country. This made Xiao Shanqian look up to Zhang Hung. She thought for a moment and said, I live in the dojo next door. If you want to practice swordplay, you can find me there. Zhang Hung thanked him politely. The house issue was settled. Xiao Shanqian and the agent left together. Zhang Hung had not had time to buy any ingredients, so he could not make a fire to cook. He could only buy some snacks from the Siwan house on the roadside and make do with a meal. After that, he returned to his own courtyard, washed up briefly, lay on the mat, listened to the sound of the wind shaking the branches outside, and spent his first night in the Edo period. Since he had accepted Gabriel's small judgment, Zhang Hung decided to take some responsibility. He rushed to the tea house between the docks early the next morning. However, Gabriel slept in and arrived at almost noon. He seemed relieved to see Zhang Heng coming as promised. In fact, he was a little worried last night. He wondered if the Ronin in front of him would take the money and run away. After all, there were even some patriots in Japan who specialized in assassinating Westerners in the past. They wanted to defend their country with such childish and absurd means. Fortunately, such things have become less common in recent years. Gabriel forced a smile on his face and said, "Today's activities are very relaxing. Let's go try Kyoto cuisine first, and then go to see a sumo match. In the evening, local merchants will hold a banquet for us. I can go by myself then. Your work for the day is over. How about it? This money is easy to make, right?" Zhang Heng did not comment. He knew that Gabriel must have some ulterior motives for choosing to act alone. His activities today were probably just a cover-up. But Zhang Heng did not point it out. Just like Gabriel said, at least today's money is easy to make. Chapter 552. May I ask, what famous dojos are there in Kyoto? The first day's work was not difficult. As Gabriel said, it was just eating and playing. The two of them walked around Kyoto, basically going wherever there was a lot of fun. Even before night, the French businessman told Zhang Heng that he could leave. Zhang Heng could feel that there were sneaky guys following them all the way. However, he only received the salary of an interpreter, which did not include the part of the escort. Unless those little tails behind him suddenly attacked the French businessman, and Zhang Heng could not get the salary later. Otherwise, Zhang Heng had no intention of paying attention to them, just following them like now. Moreover, although Gabriel looked cheerful, he might not be unaware that he was being followed. Otherwise, he would not do anything for the whole day and wander around for fun. Zhang Heng had no interest in these two people with their own ulterior motives. He did whatever Gabriel said, and did not ask or care about the rest. When the work was finished, he returned to the small courtyard he had just rented, scooped a bucket of water from the well, and drank it down. The cold well water is the best thirst-quenching drink of this era. Zhang Heng wiped his mouth with his sleeve. At this time, there were sparse shouts, and the sound of wooden swords hitting each other from the Shaoshan dojo across the wall. Zhang Heng remembered Shaoshan Akane's invitation last night, and he just happened to have something to ask her. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still early today, he put down the wooden ladle in his hand and went to the next door. There was a plaque hanging outside the main entrance of the dojo, with 5 big characters Shaoshan Ningxinlia written on it. Zhang Heng searched his memory and had no impression of this school. But this was also normal. The end of the shogunate was the last glory of Japanese swordsmanship. There were more than 200 schools that were recorded, and there were even more that were not recorded. However, most of them were lost later, and only the most famous ones were passed down. In the era of Heisei trash and Reiwa tough guys, there were even fewer people still learning swordsmanship, and each school also emphasized self-cultivation, and swordsmanship was no longer a killing skill. Shaoshan Ningxinlia must have been drowned in the torrent of history like other small schools. Zhang Heng didn't think much and walked directly into the dojo. The first thing that caught his eye was a green grape trellis covered with vines. But it was not yet time for the grapes to mature, and there were only some sparse flower buds among the green leaves. Next to the grape trellis was a maple tree, the trunk of which was about 1 person's size. The tree was surrounded by a fence, and 3 hens were raised. There was also a small vegetable plot on the right side of the chicken coop, where some green vegetables were planted, and the growth was good. Zhang Heng's face looked a little strange. This place didn't look like a dojo at all. Instead, it looked like a farmyard. Fortunately, the main house after passing through the courtyard was very neat. There were weapons racks with bamboo swords and breastplates, a seat for the master, and small wooden signs with everyone's name, arranged in order of teacher and students. The dojo was very lively at this moment. Xiaoshan Qian was teaching, but her students were all young. The oldest was probably only 14 or 15 years old, and the youngest was even 7 or 8 years old. They were clearly a group of children, but they practiced very seriously. They worked in pairs, wearing protective gear and swinging swords, while Xiaoshan Qian walked among the crowd, correcting the children's movements and cheering them up. She saw Zhang Heng and nodded to him. After learning about Zhang Heng's experience of studying in the West, she finally stopped regarding him as a lazy and troublemaker. After arranging the training, Xiaoshan Qian walked out of the main room and said to Zhang Heng, "Are you here to practice swords?" No. I want to ask which famous dojos are in Kyoto," Zhang Heng said. Xiaoshan Qian was stunned when she heard this. And then a look of shame and anger appeared on her face. Zhang Heng realized that she had misunderstood something, and quickly added, I'm not looking for a dojo to become a disciple. In fact, I came to Kyoto just to meet the masters here. Hey, what did you say you were going to do in Kyoto? Xiao Qian's eyes widened, as if she had heard something incredible. Although she didn't say the rest of the words, the look she gave Zhang Heng explained everything. Xiao Qian's impression of Zhang Heng has improved to a certain extent now. However, she also remembered clearly that he watched the whole process in the market and didn't dare to help. It was hard to imagine that this person actually said that his purpose of coming to Kyoto was to meet the world's masters. However, Xiao Qian still likes to think the best of people. Maybe it's because Zhang Heng spent too much time studying abroad. After returning home, he didn't know much about the situation in China. He still had some illusions and thought he was a master. But then again, if this guy thought he was a master, why didn't he take action before? Xiao Qian was thinking about this problem, but suddenly saw the broker who took Zhang Heng to see the house last night ran in again, shouting, Oh no! Oh no! Run for your life! A group of warriors are asking around where your dojo is, and they look aggressive. They are probably your father enemies. I pointed them in a random direction, but I guess they will come back soon. Enemy? But when my father was alive, he never quarreled with anyone, and I never heard that he had any grudges with anyone. Xiao Qian shook her head. Zhang Heng's expression changed, and he remembered a group of people. The 3 samurai from the Choshu clan were defeated miserably last night. In fact, if we really talk about strength, the guy who drew the sword and chopped people is better than Xiao Qian. In addition, the honor of the Choshu clan is involved, so it is probably difficult for the other party to swallow this breath. The broker was anxious. It's already this time. What's the point of talking about this kind of thing? It's really better to go out and avoid the disaster first. You want me to leave the dojo and hide alone? Akane Koyama frowned. However, can you still take the dojo with you? The yaman rolled his eyes, but he didn't expect that the group of samurai came faster than he thought. Before the two of them could discuss the results, the other side had already killed them. There were 5 people in total, in addition to Yamada, who had fought with Akane Koyama in the market before, Matsuo and Takahashi who were watching the fun. There were 2 other unfamiliar faces. Yamada's face was gloomy, as if water could drip out. The defeat last night was too humiliating for him. After sobering up, he immediately wanted to come back to get back at the place. But it was still a step too late. After all, they fought on the street last night, and some of the samurai of the anti-shogun faction had heard the news. And it was Takeuchi Shinji, who had a bad relationship with him. Takeuchi was also from Choshu domain, and like Yamada, he was a well-known samurai in the anti-shogun faction. It was inevitable that they would be compared with each other. After a long time, they didn't like each other. About half a year ago, Takeuchi challenged Yamada to a duel. It was thought that it would be a fight between 2 evenly matched dragons and tigers, but it ended with Yamada's defeat. The 2 fought for only a dozen moves, and Yamada was completely suppressed. In addition to the difference in strength, Yamada's swordsmanship style was also restrained by Takeuchi, which was the real reason why he lost so badly. After that battle, Takeuchi became more famous among the anti-shogun faction, while Yamada showed signs of going downhill, and the 2 of them became enemies. What Yamada least wanted was for Takeuchi to know about what happened last night. However, things did not go as planned. Takeuchi and Takahashi had a good relationship. Yamada suspected that Takahashi leaked this matter to Takeuchi. The latter came to him early in the morning and expressed doubts about Yamada's strength in a sarcastic tone. He must come with him. Otherwise, he would tell more people about what happened last night. Yamada had no choice but to agree to the other party's request. So in today's battle, he must not only win, but also win beautifully, leaving Takeuchi speechless. Chapter 553 Please teach me. Yamada rushed into Shaoshan dojo with murderous intent. When he saw the guarantor, he glared at him fiercely. Humph. I settle with you later. The guarantor's face turned pale when he heard this. He knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to look at Yamada and tried his best to hide behind Xiao Qian. Yamada directly ignored Zhang Heng, a passerby standing aside, and said to Xiao Qian, Great. In the fight last night, you took advantage of my drunkenness to attack me. And you also spoke rudely and insulted the samurai of Choshu domain. Let's fight again this time. Yamada was as smart as ever. He spoke first and characterized what happened last night as a drunken sneak attack, finding an excuse for his defeat. However, he was not lying. If he had not been so drunk last night, he would not have been defeated by Akane Koyama, who only had a wooden sword in his hand. Perhaps because she grew up in the dojo, Akane Koyama was not unfamiliar with similar things, and there was no fear on her face. She was too lazy to have any more verbal battles with Yamada. She just made a gesture of invitation, and then everyone walked into the main room of the dojo together. The children who were still practicing had already put down their wooden swords and looked over here. They obviously felt a different atmosphere. Akane Koyama took 2 wooden swords from the sword rack, used one herself, and threw the other to Yamada. However, the latter did not reach out to take it, and let the wooden sword fall at his feet. No need. I brought a sword, Yamada said, as he could not wait to draw out the sword from his waist. As soon as he said this, the children in the dojo were in an uproar. It was very common for martial artists to compete with each other. Even if they were from different schools, there were always parts that could be verified with each other. Just like the more you debate, the clearer your knowledge will be. In addition to daily training, martial artists also need to compete with others to accumulate experience. However, generally everyone used wooden swords, and they stopped at the right time, which could determine the winner, gain some benefits, and not hurt the harmony. If real weapons were used, there would be a risk of life, especially for 2 people whose skills were not too different. Perhaps a careless move would lead to a tragedy. Akane Koyama didn't expect that the competition Yamada mentioned would be a real one. She shook her head and said, I have only practiced the Myojin Ryu to a small degree, which is far from what my father did. I am not sure that I can use weapons to compete without hurting others. It doesn't matter. Swords have no eyes, and life and death are determined by fate. We can swear that no matter what the result of the competition is, we will not hold each other responsible, and the previous things can be written off, Yamada said grimly. But before he finished speaking, Takeuchi Shinji on the other side burst out laughing. This is related to the reputation of the Chushu samurai. When has it been your turn to make the decision on such a matter? Can you write it off just because you say so? Yamada was choked and speechless. Although Takeuchi's words were unpleasant to hear, they were also true, since what happened last night had risen to the level of insulting the samurai of the Chushu clan. It was not something he could just say was okay. Although Yamada did not think that Akane Koyama would be his opponent, even though he was very drunk during the fight between the 2 last night. He had figured out most of the other party's details. According to Yamada's idea, as long as Akane Koyama was killed, the matter would be over once and for all. However, there was nothing he could do if Takeuchi insisted on nitpicking. If you insist on using a real sword, then I will admit defeat. Shaoshan Akane didn't bother with these things at all, and said directly. Now Yamada was really anxious. The so-called competition he came here today was fake, and the chopping was real. Only by chopping Shaoshan Akane could he make up for the mistake he made last night. Otherwise, he would be a sinner of Choshu domain. Although it is not as strict as during the Warring States period, except for those crazy people in the Shinsengumi. No one would commit seppuku at any time. But it would not be easy for him to stay in the anti-shogun faction after losing such a big face. Yamada's eyes turned and finally landed on the wooden table where the founder of the Shaoshan dojo was enshrined not far away. He drew his sword and directly chopped the wooden table to the ground. Shaoshan Akane's expression finally changed, and her eyebrows raised. You are a bit too much. Do you really think that there is no one in my Shaoshan dojo? As she spoke, she walked to the only weapon rack with real swords and took down the top katana. Yamada was satisfied with the result, seeing that Shaoshan Akane was finally provoked and accepted the competition. A big stone in his heart fell to the ground, and sneered. I will come to experience your Shaoshan Ningxin style today. However, a voice rang out the next moment. Wait! Everyone present looked in the direction of the voice, and was surprised to see that the person who spoke was Zhang Heng, who had been silent and had a weak presence. For example, Yamada didn't even notice that Zhang Heng was there last night, and was a little surprised where this guy dressed as a Ronin came from. Only Matsuo and Takahashi changed their faces slightly after seeing Zhang Heng, as if some not-so-good memories were evoked, while Takeuchi and another samurai looked at this strange Ronin with interest. Zhang Heng finally rented a satisfactory house, and had a place to stay in Kyoto. He didn't want his landlord to be hacked to death the next day. He didn't know who would own the house. He walked to Xiaoshan Qian and lowered his voice. Can't you see that he is deliberately provoking you? Don't fall into his trap. You are not his opponent. Xiaoshan Qian fell silent after hearing this. She grew up in a dojo and has always been very good at judging people. After the fight last night, she knew that Yamada's strength was above hers. However, the other party's actions just now had undoubtedly broken her bottom line. This dojo is not only the legacy left to her by her father, but also carries all her childhood memories. She witnessed her father making this obscure dojo famous in Kyoto step by step. People came to visit every day. That was probably the most prosperous period of the Koyama dojo. However, with the unexpected death of her father, the dojo began to decline, and a large number of teachers and students left. Koyama Akane knew that she could not support a dojo with her ability, but she could not make up her mind to close the dojo. Some time ago, she offered free lessons and lunch, and finally attracted some children from poor families. However, the expenses of the dojo also increased, so she separated a small courtyard for rent to ease the increasingly tight finances. Now that there are finally some signs of improvement, Xiaoshan Qian does not want to return to the starting point because of Yamada's knife. She can give up other things, but only the dojo left by her father. She wants to protect it well. However, now is probably the weakest time of Xiaoshan dojo. The group of students in front of her are just children. They have only been in school for a few months and have no practical experience. Facing the current crisis, only she can stand up. And she must stand up. Xiaoshan Qian nodded to Zhang Heng. Thank you. I know what I am doing. Zhang Heng wanted to say something, but at this time Xiaoshan Qian had already looked up at Yamada opposite. I am ready. Please teach me. Chapter 554. The winner has been decided. Yamada had been waiting for this sentence from Akane Koyama. Seeing that she finally agreed to compete, a hint of joy finally appeared on his gloomy face. The others had already consciously stepped aside, leaving the empty space in the middle for the two. Only Takeuchi and Zhang Heng were still standing there. Takeuchi looked very happy and said cheerfully, Great! I can see the style of Brother Yamada's Oishi Shinkage Ryu again. I am also honored. After saying that, he slowly retreated to a corner. Yamada cursed inwardly for being shameless. He had already raised the competition to a level that concerned the honor of the Choshu samurai. But Takeuchi seemed to think it was not enough and added a dispute between schools. This put him under even greater psychological pressure. His Oishi Shinkage Ryu was a fast sword, and he would become impatient if he could not attack for a long time. Takeuchi was praising Oishi Shinkage Ryu on the surface, but in fact, he was taking the opportunity to disturb his mind. As expected of a man who practiced the heart-shaped sword style, he was particular about changes, and would do anything to the extreme. However, Yamada had experienced the Forbidden Gate incident after all, and had seen many storms and waves. He was not easily affected. Moreover, the state of mind would only have an impact when the two people were of similar strength. Given the gap between him and Xiaoshan Akane, he would definitely win this battle as long as he was not drunk again. Yamada saw that only Zhang Heng had not moved away, so he waved the sword in his hand and urged, Get out of here quickly, or I will kill you too. Zhang Heng seemed to have heard nothing, and said to Xiaoshan Akane, If you can't beat him, admit defeat. Don't force yourself. If you make any mistakes, this dojo will be even more unopened. After saying that, he also retreated to the side like Takeuchi. Yamada had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and he didn't even salute, and directly swung his sword towards Xiaoshan Akane. The two had fought in the market last night. Xiaoshan Akane knew that Yamada's left-handed sword was very fast and powerful, and she had been guarding against the opponent's attack on her right road. However, as soon as the two fought, Xiaoshan Akane knew that it was bad. Today's Yamada was completely different from the drunken Yamada last night. This time Yamada was accumulating strength to avenge what happened last night. The heavy pressure not only did not make him uneasy, but also stimulated his best state. Now his sword is like a flying bird. Not only has the speed of the sword been further improved than before, but the landing point is even more untraceable, coupled with the unstoppable momentum. The characteristics of the Oishi God Shadow style have been brought to the extreme. On the other side, although Akane Koyama was trying her best to resist, she still felt powerless in a shabby room with leaks everywhere. Akane Koyama's Myojin Ryu is a sword technique that focuses on defense, and emphasizes showing one's true heart and letting the sword follow one's heart. However, in this situation, with sword shadows everywhere. She didn't know where to put her heart. Although Akane Koyama was trying her best to resist. Her right arm was cut by the katana in Yamada's hand in less than 10 moves. In the eyes of others, the contest between the two was obviously decided. But Akane Koyama didn't seem to want to admit defeat so quickly, and gritted her teeth and switched the katana to the other hand. Yamada on the opposite side felt a little regretful. If Akane Koyama had dodged the blow a little slower, it would have been more than just a wound. However, he was secretly glad that his goal this time was not only to defeat Akane Koyama, but also to end her life. Just an arm might not be enough to completely wash away the insult suffered by the Chu samurai. After the previous rounds of fighting, Yamada had thoroughly understood Akane Koyama's strength and confirmed that there was indeed a big gap between him and her. He was completely relaxed. Akane Koyama did not admit defeat and called a halt, which was exactly what he wanted. However, he knew that if something like this happened again, even if Akane Koyama was tough, she would probably not continue to fight with him. So he quietly changed his tactics, changing his previous aggressive posture and slowing down his speed a little. In return, the trajectory of his sword became more elusive and changeable. The pressure on Akane Koyama seemed to be less, but the danger was greater than before. Yamada temporarily hid his claws, just to seek an opportunity to make a fatal blow. But few people present could see Yamada's true intention. Matsuo and Takahashi saw Akane Koyama see blood early in the morning and cheered for Yamada. But when the two got into a fight later, they couldn't help but start to worry about Yamada. On the contrary, the children in the dojo gradually began to give hope after the initial worry, because Akane Koyama had taught them that as long as they could defend against the opponent's attack, the next step of the Koyama Meishin Ryu was to capture the opponent's weakness and look for opportunities to counterattack. But Takeuchi, who was also a master, knew what Yamada was thinking and chuckled. "You still say I'm cunning, but you're not much better." The battle ended faster than everyone expected. Akane Koyama was still fighting with Yamada the previous second, and the next second Yamada suddenly sped up again without any warning, and changed his previous habit of attacking from the left, and slashed at Akane Koyama's forehead. Akane Koyama misjudged the direction of the opponent's attack, and only had time to raise her katana and retreat half a step at the same time. But she still underestimated the power of Yamada's long-planned slash, and was directly chopped to the ground. And the katana in her left hand was also shaken away. At this point in the competition, no matter how unwilling Akane Koyama was, she had to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat. However, as the winner, Yamada did not put away his sword, but went one step further. A cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he raised the sword in his hand again amid a cry of surprise. Akane Koyama's face showed a look of confusion. Was she going to die here today? What would happen to the Koyama dojo left by her father after her death? These children were only doing basic training and had not yet entered the door. Would the Koyama Myojin Ryu be lost in their generation? In contrast to Akane Koyama's bewilderment, Yamada's eyes were filled with excitement. Last night's battle had ruined his reputation, and Takeuchi had come to watch him, mocking him along the way. Now all this could finally come to an end. As long as he slashed with his sword, everything he had lost would come back. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened, and Yamada's sure-killing blow was blocked by another katana. Steel collides with steel, and blades meet. Yamada's palms went numb, and he almost lost his grip on the katana. But the other sword didn't move at all. The winner has been decided, so there's no need to kill them all. The chance to kill Akane Koyama, which he had waited so hard for, was missed. Yamada was furious, and when he saw that the person who attacked was the Ronin he had scolded before, his anger suddenly increased. Chapter 555 3 moves. The changes in front of him were beyond everyone's expectations. First, Yamada still slashed down with his sword even though the winner had already been decided, vowing to take Shaoshan Akane's life. At this critical moment, no one knew how Zhang Heng suddenly appeared in front of Shaoshan Akane and blocked the fatal blow for the latter. Takeuchi exclaimed lightly, and his eyes, which were originally dull, lit up. Even he had to admit that Yamada's layout this time was quite successful. He led Shaoshan Akane into his trap step by step, and finally showed his fangs to seek a chance to kill. But unfortunately he failed when launching the attack. It was not easy for the Ronin on the opposite side to block this knife. First of all, he had to move fast enough. If he was late, He could only go to collect Xiaoshan Akane's body. But being fast was useless. Yamada's last 2 knife movements were very coherent. If he wanted to save someone on impulse, he would not be able to save him no matter how fast he moved. Therefore, he needed to see through Yamada's intention in advance like himself and make preparations early, so that he could save people at the last moment. Takeuchi thought about it for a while, and seemed to have some impression that Zhang Heng seemed to have taken half a step forward when Yamada launched the last round of attacks. Don't underestimate this half step, because for Xiaoshan Qian, this half step means the difference between life and death. Xiaoshan Qian didn't expect Zhang Heng to stand up for her at this time. Last night at the market, the other party was very silent when facing the drunk Yamada. Although he also had a weapon on his waist, he had no intention of stopping the other party's evil deeds, which made Xiaoshan Qian mistakenly think that Zhang Heng was timid. However, after learning that Zhang Heng had traveled in Western countries, her opinion had changed to a certain extent. She thought that Zhang Heng was the kind of person who valued literature over martial arts. The samurai in the Edo period were originally good at both literature and martial arts, because you couldn't expect some illiterate guys to rule and govern the territory. Not to mention that the literacy rate of Japanese citizens at this time had actually exceeded that of many Western countries. Now it happens to be a time of chaos, and people with lofty ideals are looking for strategies to save the country. Some use knives, and some use pens. In Xiaoshan Qian's opinion, there is no difference between the two. But later, Zhang Heng came to the dojo to find her, saying that his purpose of coming to Kyoto was to meet the world's masters. Xiaoshan Qian felt that Zhang Heng was a guy who liked to brag and didn't know his position clearly. I just don't know if this guy just wants to vent his anger, or really intends to find a dojo to be beaten. Before Akane Koyama could find the answer to this question, people from the Chishu clan came to attack her. Then she was forced to fight with Yamada, and saw the murderous intent in the latter's eyes. She thought she would die here today, but she didn't expect that she would be saved by this guy, who didn't seem very reliable when her life was hanging by a thread. This guy didn't dare to attack when facing 3 enemies before, but now there are 5 people on the opposite side at once. But he stood up again, contrary to his usual behavior. Could it be that he simply measured the gap between the enemy and us based on the number of heads, and also counted the group of children in the dojo who were still laying the foundation? While Xiaoshan Akane was still puzzled, Yamada spoke angrily again. This is about the honor of the Choshu samurai. This is a competition between the Oishi Shinkage Ryu and the Xiaoshan Mingxin Ryu. Who are you, and what qualifications do you have to interfere? Oh, I just stayed here. Although the guy opposite had a bad attitude, Zhang Heng still told the truth. What? You are a guest of the sect? So you are also a member of the dojo? Yamada snorted coldly. Zhang Heng knew that the other party had misunderstood something, but before he could explain, he saw Yamada's face darken again. You came just in time. Since you are from the dojo, you are also responsible for this woman's insult to the samurai of the Choshu domain. In this case, you should be prepared to pay for your life together. Wait. Xiaoshan Akane got up from the ground, covering her injured right hand, and said to Yamada, it has nothing to do with him. Your opponent is me. Don't worry. None of you can escape today. The carefully prepared plan was ruined, and Yamada was in a terrible mood. He simply tore his face off completely, and didn't want to say anything more, and directly raised the knife in his hand again. No problem. Zhang Heng gave Xiaoshan Qian a look, asking her to retreat, and then looked at Yamada opposite, and said lightly, I am different from this lady. My swordsmanship is a swordsmanship that kills people. Once it is unsheathed, it may be difficult for you to have a good end. You and I are too different, since you have already won the victory you wanted, and the grudge yesterday has been settled. Why don't we both take a step back? What a big mouth. Yamada seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and laughed up his head. Even the owner of your dojo was defeated by me. And you, a mere guest, dare to make such a big talk. He suddenly stopped laughing, looked straight into Zhang Heng's eyes, and said word by word, I hope your sword skills will be half as good as your mouth. Otherwise you may not be able to withstand even 10 of my moves. Zhang Heng shook his head. 10 moves are too many. Defeating you in 3 moves is enough. Although Zhang Heng had never fought with Yamada, he had seen him fight twice before, and had a certain understanding of the so-called Oishi God Shadow style. He also observed some of Yamada's habits and routines. When Xiaoshan Akane and Yamada were fighting, Zhang Heng had nothing to do and put himself into the battle. He briefly thought about how to defeat Yamada in the fastest way. 3 moves was a relatively honest number, he calculated. However, Yamada obviously didn't think so. He just felt that the guy on the opposite side was trying to provoke him with words. This can be considered as a strategy to deal with the enemy. But it is ultimately a trick used by the weak to reduce the gap between them and the strong. In the face of absolute strength, it has no effect. As long as he does not fall for it, calms down, and uses all his strength, the opponent will have no chance. Yamada himself did exactly that. He threw all the annoying words Zhang Heng said before behind his head, raised his knife, and rushed forward. While running, he adjusted his spirit to the best state, and swung a knife that was not far from his best in his career. He believed that even if the ancestor of the style, Oishi Jintanki, was here, he would surely praise him for this knife. On the other hand, Zhang Heng still stood there, not even taking a starting position, which made Xiao Shanqian on the side feel worried for him. Zhang Heng finally moved until Yamada ran in front of him. He didn't do anything fancy, just simply raised his knife to meet the attack. Yamada's eyes flashed with cunning. He was just waiting for Zhang Heng to do so. But the knife suddenly changed when it was halfway through. Yamada changed from chopping to cutting, aiming at Zhang Heng's neck. If he was cut, Zhang Heng's head would probably be lost. Matsuo and others who were watching exclaimed in amazement. As a casual person, they obviously didn't expect that a simple downward slash could produce such a change. However, Zhang Heng's reaction was also very fast. He immediately changed his horizontal sword to vertical sword. Seeing this, Yamada couldn't help but shout in his heart. He rarely saw people who practiced swordsmanship faster than himself. Unfortunately, it was useless, because he took action first and grabbed a good position. Even if the 2 swords intersected again, he could still use the rushing skill to stab Zhang Heng's chest. But the next moment, he heard Zhang Heng speak lightly. 3 moves. Then the sword flashed. Blood splashed. And Yamada's left hand holding the sword flew up. Chapter 556. Are those guys in Kyoto now? It all happened so fast that Matsuo, Takahashi and others were still looking up and standing on tiptoe to admire Yamada's exquisite swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly changed without any warning. There was not even a transition in the middle. Yamada, a samurai with a little fame in the anti-shogun faction, had his left hand cut off. The blood spurted from the cut splashed on Zhang Heng's haori, which had not been washed for who knows how long, making his already abnormally tall figure look even more terrifying. Matsuo and Takahashi were so shocked that they took 2 steps back, and only stopped when their backs were against the wooden railing. However, their eyes could not help but dart around, and they were obviously ready to run away. On the other side, Takeuchi's pupils also shrank suddenly. Even Yamada, who lost his left hand, probably didn't understand what happened in the previous moment. From the stunned expression on his face, it can be seen that he couldn't figure out why he was defeated so easily when he had the upper hand. Only Takeuchi, who was a bystander and a master of swordsmanship, could barely keep up with Zhang Heng's last strike. It was because of this that he could more deeply appreciate the power of this strike. Zhang Heng seized the slight pause between Yamada's first and second changes, and rushed to the opponent's chest. At the same time, he quickly shook his wrist, making the tip of the knife draw an arc, avoiding the sword in Yamada's hand, because Yamada was swinging the sword at the time. From Takeuchi's perspective, it seemed as if Yamada deliberately moved his wrist to the opponent's blade. Takeuchi gasped. Such a fast knife. Such a terrible calculation. Why does everyone he met today seem to be more sinister than himself? It was not until the severed hand fell to the ground that Yamada realized something. The severe pain from his left wrist made his forehead covered with sweat. However, his pride as a samurai prevented him from crying. He half knelt on the ground with his neck stiff, his chest heaving violently, and his face pale. At this moment, the Shaoshan dojo became quieter than ever before, and even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. Akane Koyama stood there with her mouth wide open, feeling that her brain was not enough. She was still worried about the Ronin not long ago. But the next moment Zhang Heng had defeated the powerful enemy in front of him. As someone who had fought with Yamada twice, Akane Koyama was probably the most qualified person to speak about Yamada's true strength. Although this samurai from the Choshu domain might not be as good as her father, the difference would not be too far. Such skills can be regarded as a master in any force. so it was not unfair for her to lose the previous battle. However, even such a master couldn't even last 3 moves in the hands of this overseas wanderer. Xiaoshan Qian almost didn't turn this sharp corner. This guy in front of her, who she had once despised mercilessly and thought was just bragging, was actually a peerless master? After 3 moves, Zhang Heng no longer looked at Yamada and sheathed his sword. Then he said to Xiaoshan Qian, who had a dazed look on her face, "I'm sorry." "Huh? What? What are you sorry for?" Xiaoshan Qian asked stupidly. "I'm sorry for dirtying the floor of your dojo." Zhang Heng pointed at the bloodstains on the ground. As he spoke, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept over Matsuo, Takahashi and others. The 2 he saw wanted to turn into earthworms on the spot and burrow into the ground. The other Choshu samurai standing with Takeuchi, although not so unbearable, also looked horrified. Zhang Heng's eyes finally stopped at Takeuchi. He could see that the guy in front of him was probably the leader of the group. The latter seemed to have encountered some problems at the moment, and was standing there with his arms folded, thinking hard. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean? Do you want to fight again? I found that I don't seem to be your opponent." Takeuchi looked very distressed. But that idiot kept yelling and insulting the Choshu samurai. It doesn't seem good to just walk away like that. Hearing him say this, Matsuo and Takahashi felt even colder in their hearts. The belief that supported them standing here now was that Takeuchi was better than Yamada. Although Takeuchi was not as terrifying as Zhang Heng, he had easily defeated Yamada before. Maybe, perhaps, there might be another fight? However, now Takeuchi admitted that he was not as good as Zhang Heng, which broke the last bit of fantasy in their hearts. "Oh, do you have any other masters in Choshu?" Zhang Heng asked. "Of course. Although Yamada is famous, he is not as strong as me," Takeuchi said, counting his fingers. "Although I am not bad, there are many people who are better than me." "Are those guys in Kyoto now?" Zhang Heng seemed to be interested. "Well, although most people are still in Choshu, in this chaotic world, all the heroes in the world have gathered in Kyoto. A real man should achieve great things while he is alive. Indeed, there are many people in Kyoto or on the way to Kyoto." Takeuchi nodded. "That's great. Go back and tell those guys that if they want to avenge this guy, come to Xiaoshan Dojo to find me. I'd be waiting for them here," Zhang Heng said. "Great." Takeuchi slapped his thigh and said, "I didn't make a mistake. You are really a hero. In that case, we meet again another day." After he finished speaking, he gave Matsuo and Takahashi a look and asked them to leave with the injured Yamada. After leaving the dojo, Takeuchi asked Matsuo and Takahashi to take Yamada to the clinic for treatment, while he and another person hurried to find the person in charge of the Choshu domain in Kyoto. Yamada and his gang came with great momentum, but left in disgrace. When the gang left Xiaoshan Dojo, Xiaoshan Akane finally realized something was wrong and said, "Hey, why did you say the name of my dojo just now? Do you think my dojo is not declining fast enough?" Zhang Heng spread his hands. "I can't help it. I live here, and you don't have to worry. Since I'm in charge of this matter, I will take care of it to the end. No matter who comes next, I will take over. And you don't have to be so pessimistic. Your dojo has already fallen to this point, and it can't fall anymore. Maybe it can even become famous in Kyoto." Zhang Heng himself didn't care. He came here to challenge the masters of the world and find the whereabouts of the famous sword. It was just a matter of convenience to hang a sign of Xiaoshan Dojo. "But you are not from Xiaoshan Dojo at all." Xiaoshan Qian looked helpless. "One thing is one thing. I am very grateful that you saved me this time. I will find a way to repay you. Well, how about I waive your rent in the future?" But although Xiaoshan Ningxinliu is only a small school and is not very eye-catching in Kyoto, I will not use outsiders to boost the reputation of the dojo. It may be stupid in the eyes of outsiders, but this is my insistence. I will not pursue the matter of you pretending to be a guest of the dojo before. Moreover, your own school is so powerful, and your master must be a big shot. Will he watch you hang the name of another school? She shouldn't have any objection." Zhang Heng thought about it carefully. His swordsmanship was originally trained in the actual combat in the Black Sail dungeon. If he really wanted to say that Annie was a master, she could barely be considered half a master. After all, Zhang Heng had learned from Annie for a period of time in the early stage, and the two often practiced against each other afterwards. However, It seems that the red-haired female pirate doesn't care about the difference between schools at all. In her eyes, the swordsmanship that can cut people is a good swordsmanship. If you really care about this kind of thing, then I might as well join your school. Zhang Heng proposed a solution. Huh? Chapter 557 Narati Rice and Grilled Bonito. Oh, is this Narati rice? Zhang Heng picked up the rice bowl in front of him and sniffed it. The rice cooked by Xiaoshan Qian had a very wonderful fragrance. A mixture of the fragrance of tea and grains, and a hint of salt and wine. In addition, Narati rice is not just rice. In addition to rice, there are millet, dried chestnuts, glutinous rice, red beans and fried soybeans. After being cooked with broth, it is served in a bowl, and pickled vegetables and tofu soup are added. It was originally the food of monks in Tadaiji Temple and Kofukuji Temple in Nara, but it became popular unexpectedly later. How about trying it? Xiaoshan Qian put down the wooden spoon and urged. Then I won't be polite. Zhang Heng picked up the chopsticks and picked up a pickled radish strip, eating it with the steaming hot rice and tea. How is it? Xiaoshan Qian knelt on the ground and leaned forward to ask nervously. Zhang Heng did not answer immediately, but closed his eyes and carefully felt the taste between his lips and teeth. After a moment, he opened his eyes again. It's unexpectedly delicious. I didn't expect that Miss Xiaoshan's cooking skills are so good. No, I just learned it from my father, Xiaoshan Akane said, sitting back down. Zhang Heng's reaction seemed to make her feel relieved. Does your father know how to cook? Zhang Heng asked. Yes. My father once said that cooking is like swordsmanship. It is a kind of practice. You need to be patient to finally see your true heart, Xiaoshan Akane said. 5 days have passed since Yamada and others came to provoke. After the samurai of Choshu domain retreated, Zhang Heng suggested that they just join Xiaoshan dojo. However, Xiaoshan Akane did not agree immediately, but asked Zhang Heng to think carefully for a few more days. In Xiaoshan Qian's opinion, becoming a disciple is a major event in life and cannot be decided hastily. Moreover, Zhang Heng's knife skills are so powerful that even if his father is still alive, he is not his opponent. Xiaoshan Qian doesn't know what else she can teach Zhang Heng. She invited Zhang Heng to come today just to cook and simply thank him for helping her before. In addition to Narati rice, she also prepared grilled bonito. The fresh bonito and the skin are grilled over high heat until white, then soaked in vinegar water and sliced, and dipped in mustard miso. It tastes delicious and is quite popular in Kyoto. Matsuo Basho's disciple Muro Kisaku once said, "The wisteria flowers are in bloom. I wait with my fingers crossed and eat the first day of bonito to express his desire to eat bonito." In addition, the ultimate foodie shouted out the slogan, "I would rather pawn my wife to eat bonito." Every year when bonito is first on the market, the price can even soar to the same level as gold, and only the generals and daimyo can eat it. Now it is finally the turn of the common people. But Akane Koyama has spent a lot of money for this meal, in addition to the food subsidies for the children. Akane Koyama is afraid that the rent she just received will not last long. In fact, the best way is to close the dojo. With the rent, Xiaoshan Qian can live in Kyoto, or get married and raise children. But she seems to have never considered these possibilities. When the two were eating, someone knocked on the door of Xiaoshan dojo. Xiaoshan Qian extinguished the fire and said to Zhang Heng, "I open the door. You continue eating." As she said that, she trotted to the front of the door and opened it. Standing outside was a couple who looked very strange. "What do you two need?" Xiaoshan Qian asked. Before the male owner spoke, his wife knelt down and called him benefactor. Huh? Xiaoshan Qian was a little confused. Fortunately, the male owner explained, "We are Chiyo's parents. A few days ago, you rescued 2 little girls at the market, one of whom is our daughter." "Oh, don't take that matter to heart. It's just a small favor." Xiaoshan Qian was a little embarrassed. She also saw Chiyo hiding behind her parents. The latter was holding a box and seemed a little shy. The host took the box from her hand and put it in Xiaoshan's hand. "I know I can't repay you for saving my life, but I hope you can accept this small gift." Xiaoshan opened the box and saw a wakizashi inside. "My ancestor was a famous blacksmith in Ise. But to be honest, my generation can only make some farm tools. Fortunately, there is still a family heirloom short sword left. I hope you can use it," the host said. "This is too precious. Since it is a thing of our ancestors, It is better to keep it in your hands. Akane Koyama declined. No. No. We are not samurai. Even if we keep it at home, it will just gather dust. It is better to give it to someone who needs it. If it is you, I believe you will be able to use it well. Seeing Akane Koyama's refusal, the male host became a little anxious and pulled his daughter and wife to kneel on the ground. John Hung heard the noise outside the door and thought that the people from the Chishu clan had come again. So he put down his bowl and chopsticks and walked out of the dojo. But he saw the scene in front of him. Xiaoqiu seemed a little surprised to see him. She didn't expect that he was still living with Xiaoshan Akane. Her eyes wandered curiously between Xiaoshan Akane and John Hung, probably guessing the relationship between the two. In the end, Xiaoshan Akane couldn't resist the blacksmith couple and had to accept the wakizashi. Then the family of three left with thousands of thanks. Xiaoshan Akane stood at the door of the dojo with a short sword and seemed to be reminded of some memories. She lowered her head and pondered something. John Hung didn't disturb her until she uttered a cry after a while and raised her head. Sorry. I remembered something my father said before. Xiaoshan Ningxin style emphasizes defense over attack because everyone has something they want to protect in their hearts. The sword is a weapon, but if used well, it can also save people. This is probably why he opened the dojo. Today, I understand his words more deeply. Can I see it? John Hung reached out and took the wakizashi from Akane Koyama's hand. It was slightly lighter than an ordinary short sword, although it had been a long time since it was made. It was well maintained, and the blade was still sharp. It used the Tamagotchi technique to first smelt iron sand into iron blocks in a furnace, then smash it with a hammer, melt it into iron bars, and then hammer it into shape. It can indeed be called a good sword. Take it if you like it, Akane Koyama said. She had noticed that John Hung only had an old katana on him, but no wakizashi. Of course, wakizashi is not as commonly used as katana and katana. In most cases, it is used as an emergency measure when a samurai loses his katana, or to break armor and fight in a small place. Chapter 558. I came here to find someone. John Hung didn't expect that the first thing he got would be a wakizashi. It felt like he had completed a side quest before the main quest began, but got a novice piece of equipment. To be fair, the quality of this sword was pretty good. Even if it wasn't a famous product, it was at least a fine product. It was much better than the common-looking katana he had on him. But it was still quite far from the famous swords in history like Mikazuki Murakika. Moreover, the short sword is more suitable for close combat. When there are many enemies, it is not as useful as the katana or the katana. John Hung is not too worried about the one-on-one situation. The reason why he wants to find a sword is to guard against the one-on-many situation. However, since the sword is delivered to his door, he will not refuse it, so he will accept it first. This copy is similar to the special copy of the previous master builder. It is obviously targeted to hone his swordsmanship, so other props are not brought in. The skills can still be used, but many of them can't play any role in the Edo period. He can only rely on his own swordsmanship. However, the existence of the dungeon was probably not expected that someone would come in with level 3 swordsmanship. John Hung was now more like a walking boss in Kyoto, rather than a new hero who was busy killing monsters to level up. So he no longer cared about the monsters that were too low. John Hung finally chose to join the Xiaoshan dojo. In addition to dealing with the challenges from the samurai of the Chishu clan, having a school of thought also made it easier for him to challenge others. Otherwise, when he needed to introduce himself, he would not be able to say that my swordsmanship was learned by chopping people in Nassau. And the ancestor of the school was a red-haired female pirate named Annie. Xiaoshan Qian taught him the rules to follow when practicing Xiaoshan Ningxin Ryu. Basically, there is not much difference from other schools. They all advocate courage, benevolence, and the samurai code. John Hung remembered the general idea, although he was not very interested in these. Since he had joined someone else's dojo, he still had to show the least respect. So he listened very patiently. Xiaoshan Qian specially picked a sunny day and took John Hung to the dojo to worship the ancestor of the school. What surprised John Hung was that the ancestor of Xiaoshan Ningxin Ryu was not Xiaoshan Qian's father, but a man named Xiaoshan Yin. Xiaoshan Qian didn't know who Xiaoshan Yin was. She only knew that Xiaoshan Ningxin Ryu was founded by him, probably an ancestor of the Xiaoshan family. John Hung had no interest in further research. Xiaoshan Ryu was a small school in name only. even when Xiaoshan Akane's father was still alive. It was not particularly famous. It was not as famous as Yamada's Oishi Shinkajiryu. Not to mention the famous schools, like Hokushin Itoryu and Katori Shintoryu. It can also be seen from its school characteristics that the so-called Mingjian Han Shin was indeed a bit too metaphysical in Zhang Heng eyes. In Zhang Heng view, swordsmanship was no different from other skills. It was just a combination of basic physical qualities, training and experience. No matter how strong your mind was, if someone was faster and stronger than you, you would still be unstoppable with a single cut. This point has been fully demonstrated in the competition between Xiaoshan Akane and Yamada. Of course, Zhang Heng joined someone else's school on the first day, so it's not good to belittle the core of the school. On the other hand, Xiaoshan Akane was also a little surprised. Zhang Heng, as a peerless master, knew nothing about many basic training methods. In addition, Xiaoshan Akane saw that his moves in the fight with Yamada were also very strange. It seemed that he was more inclined to Western swordsmanship, combined with his experience of studying abroad. It made sense. But later, she accidentally discovered in her conversation with Zhang Heng that Zhang Heng's swordsmanship did not seem to have a complete system. It was just a piecemeal combination of bits and pieces. This is still a nice way of saying it. In fact, to put it bluntly, this guy simply cuts wherever he thinks of. According to his own words, he basically relies on improvisation when facing the enemy. Did he lie? Was he really self-taught in swordsmanship? But is there really such a genius in this world, who can master the best swordsmanship in the world just by thinking about it? And Xiaoshan Qian can see that Zhang Heng has a lot of practical experience. Or his swordsmanship is purely practical. In this regard, Zhang Heng just explained that he learned it by beating pirates and bandits in the West. However, this statement did not answer Xiaoshan Qian's doubts, but made Zhang Heng look more mysterious. This man is obviously not old. He should be only in his 20s. And he should not have experienced so many battles. But Zhang Heng occasionally stood under the cherry tree in the yard, looking up at the sky, and his eyes would inadvertently reveal a trace of vicissitudes. However, Xiaoshan Akane knew that everyone in this world had their own secrets, and Zhang Heng undoubtedly had many stories. However, since Zhang Heng didn't say anything, she didn't insist on digging into the matter. She wrote the name Zhang Heng casually gave, Abuda, on the wooden board and then hung it in the column of students. So from today on, Zhang Heng officially became a member of Xiaoshan Dojo, and he could work as an interpreter while waiting for the group of people from Choshu Domain to come to him. However, what Zhang Heng didn't expect was that Takeuchi hadn't brought people to take revenge yet. But another group of people came to him first. He was a very cheerful boy, always with an innocent smile on his face, and he seemed to have no worries. When Xiaoshan Akane saw him for the first time, she thought he was a young man from a family who had taken the wrong road and mistakenly entered the dojo. He covered his mouth and coughed twice, like a butterfly flapping its wings, which made people feel distressed for some reason. Then he moved his hand away and smiled at Xiaoshan Akane in a friendly way. "Hello. I'm here to find someone." Xiaoshan Akane then noticed his black haori and the black wax-sheathed katana on his waist. There were many samurai in Kyoto who wore black clothes, but the most famous among them was that group of people, and the mountain pattern on the other party's sleeves seemed to confirm Xiaoshan Akane's guess. Sure enough, before she could speak, the other party readily admitted, "Yes, I am a member of the Shinsengumi." He paused and then continued with a smile. "You must be Miss Koyama Akane. Why did the Shinsengumi come to me?" Koyama Akane frowned, alert in her heart. Although the Shinsengumi had the support of the shogunate and was entrusted with the important task of maintaining Kyoto's public order. In fact, this group of ronin could cause more trouble than anyone else. They were lawless, causing trouble everywhere, and constantly assassinating anti-shogun factions. However, under the strict and almost cruel rules of the group, they had amazing combat power. There were many masters in the group, and anyone who saw them would have a headache. Chapter 559 Menkyo Kaiden. Are the Shinsengumi looking for you? Zhang Heng accompanied the French businessman to visit the flower street for an afternoon, and returned to the dojo, listening to Xiaoshan Akane talking about what happened in the afternoon. His recent work was as easy as usual, and he was still accompanying Gabriel to eat, drink, and have fun everywhere. The latter seemed very patient. He had already spent 4 small bands on hiring a translator, plus other expenses for the trip. and it seemed that he really wanted to experience the exotic customs in Kyoto. Perhaps his behavior was too confusing. John Hung found that there were fewer people following them these days. John Hung knew that the day when the French merchants would really start to take action was not far away. "It's a young man," Xiaoshan Akane said, and roughly described the appearance of the visitor to John Hung. John Hung heard the 3 words Shinsengumi, and then heard Xiaoshan Akane talk about the bright smile on the man's face, and the fact that he always coughed. And a name also emerged in his mind. I thought to myself, could it be that guy? He came for the samurai from Choshu. He heard about what happened at the market that day, and that they came to seek revenge again. So he came to us for cooperation. Xiaoshan Akane said. Cooperation? How do they want to cooperate? Ambush and kill those samurai from Choshu in the dojo? John Hung untied the wakizashi on his waist. He has been following the French merchants recently, so there is no danger for the time being. So he left the katana at home and only brought a short sword for self-defense. In addition, the haori he is wearing now is no longer the free gift from the system at the beginning of the copy. Xiaoshan Akane found a few old clothes worn by her father, so that Zhang Hung now has clothes to change. However, Zhang Hung height is very common in modern times, but it is a bit outstanding in the Edo period. He has already found a tailor to customize new clothes, but he has not received the ready-made clothes yet. No, the Shinsengumi has no interest in these ordinary Choshu samurai. They seem to have a bigger goal. Although the visitor did not elaborate, Akane Koyama was not a girl who knew nothing. As the daughter of the dojo owner, she now shoulders the burden of running the dojo alone. She is very clear about the current situation in Kyoto. Since the Shinsengumi came here not for Yamada and others, their target can only be more important people. What do you think? Zhang Hung asked Xiaoshan Qian. When my father was still alive, Yi Dong came to him and discussed with him the matter of serving the king. But my father refused. Later, the general's people came to win him over. But my father also disagreed. He said that each side had its own reasons. He was just the owner of a small dojo and could not distinguish right from wrong. So he could not make a decision. In this case, it is better to stick to his heart and do only what he thinks is right, such as using the knife in his hand to protect the neighbors nearby, or helping those in need in this chaotic world. Akane Koyama replied. So I rejected the proposal of cooperation. Then, what did that guy say? He said he could understand and respect my choice, but other people in the team might not think so. But he also told me not to worry too much. He would try to persuade their chief to take other measures. Oh, by the way, Akane Koyama said, he also heard about you cutting off Yamada's left hand, and said he would come to see what kind of person you are when he has time. This childlike curiosity really sounds like that person's style. Zhang Hung also developed a lot of interest in that guy. If he was really that person, it would be worth fighting with him. So Zhang Hung said to Xiaoshan Qian, when he comes next time, if I'm not here, please help me make an appointment with him. Xiaoshan Qian misunderstood Zhang Hung meaning and hesitated for a moment. I think he doesn't have any bad intentions. He just wants to meet you. You misunderstood. I'm just more interested in the natural rational flow and want to see it. Zhang Hung washed his face with well water and explained. The two had dinner under the maple tree in the dojo. Xiaoshan Qian cleaned up the dishes and leftovers, then went back to the house to get 2 wooden swords. Although Xiaoshan's school is more inclined to practice state of mind, it is impossible for it to be without sword skills. After Zhang Hung joined the dojo and listened to Xiaoshan Qian's explanation, he knew that practicing sword skills still requires a certificate. General dojos divide the level of their disciples into 3 levels: paper cutting, catalog, no permission, or catalog, no permission. All passed on. The most basic entry ticket for paper cutting means that you have just started, and you are a level 1 newbie. When fighting, you can't even tell others your school. After all, each school has to be proud. If your trumpet is cut too many times, it will inevitably affect the prestige of the school, and let everyone conclude that the school is just SOSO. Therefore, for disciples who are still at the paper cutting level, each school requires them to avoid causing trouble. Even if they want to fight, they cannot report their school. If they are cut, they are cut. No one knows who taught you your 3-legged cat knife skills, so as to save the teacher from being angry to death. The catalog is a little stronger. The school will issue scrolls to record the techniques and moves you have learned. You will remember each move you learn until you reach the level of free permission. Only then will the warrior be qualified to report his school before taking action. People like Xiaoshan Akane and Yamana, who was forced to chop off his hands by Zhang Heng, are at this level. The last one, as the name suggests, is to learn all the techniques of the school. The teacher has passed on all his skills, and there is nothing left to teach. People who can get this certificate are basically true masters of the school. Like the guy who came to see Xiaoshan Qian this afternoon. If he is really the person Zhang Heng knows, then he has obtained the Menkyo Kaden of the Tenin Rishin Ryu. This is a digression. Let's talk about Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng originally thought that after joining the Xiaoshan dojo, he could chop people everywhere with this sign. But he found that he had to practice to Menkyo first. However, this is not difficult for Zhang Heng, who has already reached level 3 in swordsmanship. It's hard to say about his state of mind. But if it's just the technique, he only needs 2 or 3 days to learn it. After all, his strength, speed and reaction ability are here. It's just that he has changed from chopping people without rules to chopping people with routines. Xiaoshan Qian had to admit that those skills that she had practiced many times when she was a child, and sometimes she even secretly wiped tears, seemed to be learned without much effort in Zhang Heng's hands. Often, after she only reminded him of the postures and the way to exert force a few times, Zhang Heng could use them almost perfectly, now that the two of them were fighting, both using Xiaoshan Mingxi Ryu's swordsmanship. Xiaoshan Qian was no match for Zhang Heng, which made her wonder if she was a fool. Chapter 560 Suzaku Hall. It took Zhang Heng only 5 days to get the certificate of exemption from the Xiaoshan Mingxi Ryu. This speed surprised Xiaoshan Qian. But from the perspective of skills, she really had no reason not to give Zhang Heng the certificate. So from today on, Zhang Heng can declare that he is a disciple of the Xiaoshan Mingxi Ryu. He was in a good mood. And it happened that Gabriel's business group was taking collective action today. Without anything for him, Zhang Heng had a whole day of free time. Unfortunately, there has been no movement from either the Choshu Samurai or the Shinsengumi recently, making it hard to figure out what they are busy with. No one has come to cause trouble. And although the dojo has not improved much, Xiaoshan Akane, as the owner, is already very satisfied with her current life. However, for Zhang Heng on the other side, the current situation is a little different from what he had planned before. But it doesn't matter, since no one has come to cause trouble. He can still take the initiative to cause trouble. In fact, Zhang Heng has been asking about the whereabouts of the famous sword recently. And by the way, he also followed Xiaoshan Akane, a native of Kyoto, to learn about the large and small dojos in Kyoto. Finally, he set his sights on a dojo called Suzakuken. This is a dojo that has only been opened in Kyoto in recent years. But it is not small in scale. When the owner Sugawara Zaman was young, he traveled around and absorbed the strengths of various schools. Finally, he realized the Shurjin Shinkai Ryu and defeated several famous swordsmen at the time. It is rumored that he also fought with the former director of the Shinsengumi, Sarazawa Kumo. Although no one knows the result. Being able to save a life from the hot-tempered Sarazawa Kumo can explain a lot of problems. After Sarazawa Kane was purged by Kondo Isami, Hijikata Toshizo and others, Sugawara Zaman established Suzakuken in Kyoto, and immediately welcomed many disciples. Currently, the development momentum is good. Then Zhang Heng came to him. Koyama Myojin Ryu? Is there still such a school in Kyoto? The disciple in charge of reception at Suzakuken raised his face and said. Zhang Heng could hear a hint of disdain in his tone. But there was a reason for his attitude. Sugawara Zaman was very happy when he came to Kyoto to challenge masters everywhere to make a name for himself. But when he accumulated some fame and opened a dojo, others came to challenge him and wanted to earn a reputation. If it was someone who really had the ability, it would be fine. But there were some small schools that no one had ever heard of that came to take advantage of the popularity. After all, this move was also used by Sugawara no Zaman. As long as he fought with the person, regardless of the victory or defeat, the other party could brag about how many moves Sugawara no Zaman could not do anything to me. Just like when he fought with Sarazawa Kame. But Sarazawa Kame wanted to find a sparring partner, and he was chosen. But in the end, it was said that Sarazawa Kame wanted to kill him but failed. So now when the disciples of Suzaku Hall saw Zhang Heng, they thought that he was just like those unknown people who came to touch porcelain for marketing. Until Zhang Heng explained his purpose. I heard that the owner of your museum has a famous sword forged by Mike Tentamitsuyo in his collection. I would like to borrow it to have a look. The disciple in charge of reception immediately changed his face upon hearing this. And the next moment, an angry shout came from behind Zhang Heng. How dare you! Mike Tentamitsuyo is a famous forging master in the history of Japanese swords. He was active in Mike County, Chikugo Province at the end of the Heian period. Each of his works is priceless. Of course, the most famous one is the one known as the Five Swords of the World during the Muromachi Shogunate period. One of the most famous swords in the world is Daitensa Mitsuyo. Zhang Heng came to Suzukuken because there was a rumor that Sugawara Zaman had a sword made by Mike Tenta Mitsuyo. But his words just now obviously angered the people in Suzukuken. Samurai value their most loyal companions and swords very much. Although most people cannot reach the state of the sword is still there. The man dies, but the sword dies. They will not lend their precious swords casually, let alone to a stranger. Zhang Heng's request can be said to be very rude. Of course, it is even more rude if Sugawara Zaman's collection is really Daitensa Mitsuyo or a famous sword of the same level as Daitensa Mitsuyo. Zhang Heng will not intend to return it. Let me learn your Shaoshan Mingshin Ryu. Immediately, a disciple from the Suzaku Hall jumped out and said. Zhang Heng nodded, as if he didn't see the hostile eyes around him, took the wooden sword handed to him by others, and said calmly, "Please teach me," because he was angry about Zhang Heng's previous disrespectful words. The visitor rushed up without even a greeting. Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. He took the starting position of Shaoshan Mingshin Ryu, with the tip of the sword slightly raised and a slightly left-leaning defensive posture, allowing the opponent to launch an attack. The man was naturally not rude and immediately launched his proud attack. However, with a sound of snap, Zhang Heng's wooden sword firmly blocked his downward strike. The man who drew the sword seemed to be dissatisfied and shouted, "Come again!" Then he immediately drew the sword and chopped again. This time, the target was Zhang Heng's right shoulder. But the result was the same, and he was still intercepted by the wooden sword in the opponent's hand. He didn't believe it, and kept making strange noises, and kept swinging the wooden sword in his hand. However, the strange thing was that no matter which direction he chopped, it was easily resolved by the opponent, and he couldn't even touch the corner of the other person's clothes. Zhang Heng just stood there, not even moving his feet, watching his opponent jumping up and down, getting angry. It must be said that Zhang Heng didn't take Shaoshan Mingshin's moves seriously at first, but the effect of using it now was unexpectedly good, although he mainly relied on speed, strength and a well-honed fighting sense to bully others. Shaoshan Mingshin's moves did make the process easier. For example, no matter where the opponent attacked from, he could use the fastest speed to set up the wooden sword for defense. The pirate's swordsmanship is very open and close, and they don't pay much attention to details. The Japanese swordsmanship has been passed down for hundreds of years, so it naturally has its merits. For Zhang Heng, this dungeon is not only a journey to find a sword, but also a great opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. Therefore, although he has countless opportunities, he is not in a hurry to defeat the opponent in front of him, but intends to use the opponent's swordsmanship to study the Shiwan Jinjia flow. However, he didn't watch for long, and the competition was stopped by someone. "Back off," a deep voice shouted. "You are no match for him." Zhang Heng's opponent, a young man with hair on the corners of his mouth, blushed, but did not dare to refute. Hearing this, he stopped what he was doing and stepped aside obediently. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, but it did not seem to be Sugawara Zaman himself. "I am Shimizu Ishin, the chief of Suzukuken. Please give me your advice," the man said solemnly. Chapter 561 Borrowing a Knife. Zhang Heng could feel that the Shimizu Ishin, who was out now, was obviously much stronger than the young man before. Since he was the chief, he should be the second most powerful person in the dojo after Sugawara Zaman. He should have practiced Shurjin Shinkai-ryu for quite a while, which made it easier for him to show off his skills. In fact, Shimizu Ishin had been with Sugawara Zaman before he opened the Suzukuken. He had practiced for more than 10 years and obtained the Menkyo Kaden of Shurjin Shinkai-ryu. Now he was teaching in the dojo instead of the master, and even Sugawara Zaman was not sure of winning against him. However, now Chinshui Isin stood in front of Zhang Heng. His expression was more solemn than when he faced his master. As the saying goes, experts know the doorway. No matter what kind of sport, the attacker always has an advantage over the defender. As the saying goes, if you defend too long, you will lose. However, Zhang Heng stood in place, without even moving his feet, and easily resolved all the attacks from the opponent. Even if Shaoshanning Xinli is a school that emphasizes defense, it is impossible to be so relaxed. Therefore, this can only mean one thing. That is, the gap in strength between the two sides is greater than what is shown on the surface. Qin Shui Ishin felt the pressure on his shoulders. He was fighting with the honor of the dojo on his shoulders. He bowed to the opponent, drew out his wooden sword, and said in a deep voice, "Please teach me." A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Heng got the legendary Mitsuyo's sword and watched the skills of Shijin Shinkai Ryu. On the other side, Qin Shui Ishin was sweating profusely and looked like he had just been fished out of the water. He had used all his skills, but he still couldn't do anything to the guy opposite. He even felt that he was not much different from the junior brother who had played before. No matter what moves he used, he could not break the opponent's defense. This school called Shaoshanningshin style had never been heard of before. Why were the disciples so powerful? Qin Shui Ishin was always recognized as a veteran in Suzaku Hall. No matter what happened, he could remain calm. Everyone said that as long as Qin Shui was there was no need to worry even if the sky fell. However, Qin Shui Ishin's heart was really confused when fighting with Zhang Heng. It was the first time that he felt that he really had no way to deal with the opponent and felt more and more frustrated as the fight went on. It was as if everything he had learned over the years was useless. But in fact, his strength is not bad. As soon as the two fought, Zhang Heng could feel that Qin Shui Ishin was probably stronger than Yamana. The Shijin Shinkai Ryu that emphasized bravery was also quite interesting, especially their Aijutsu, which was said to be a fusion of Kinri Sankyoryu Iwawa and Shuangryu Iwawa. After fighting with Qin Shui Ishin for a while, Zhang Heng had roughly figured out the opponent's strength and speed. But he didn't expect that Qin Shui Ishin would burst out with a sword that was far beyond the average level at the moment of using Aijutsu. Although Zhang Heng still blocked it with his sword, he was quite interested in this skill that broke through his own limit. After defeating Shimizu Ishin, Zhang Heng originally thought that he would face Sugawara Seiman, the ultimate boss of Suzakuken. But he didn't expect that Sugawara Seiman didn't show up at all, but just sent someone to deliver his sword, which obviously included the meaning of surrender. Zhang Heng didn't know the situation inside Suzakuken. The strength of Shimizu Ishin, the chief, and Sugawara Seiman, the owner, was on par. Shimizu Ishin was defeated so thoroughly that Sugawara Seiman would certainly not come to fight back. So he simply gave the sword to Zhang Heng. And Zhang Heng really kept his promise. After borrowing the sword and seeing the Shijin Shinkai Ryu, he left contentedly without making any more boastful remarks, which made Ishin Qin Shui feel a little relieved. He left the dead silent dojo and went to the teacher's study. Sugawara Seiman was practicing calligraphy. He heard someone knocking on the door and called him in. But he didn't look up. So Ishin Qin Shui stood aside respectfully until the teacher filled a page, put down the pen, and sighed. Ishin Qin Shui bowed his head and said guiltily, "I am ashamed that I am not that person's opponent. I also lost the teacher's beloved sword to him." "It's okay," said Sugawara Seiman. "There are always geniuses in this world, who can be undefeated forever except the sword Saint Miyamoto Musashi. I, your teacher, have no way to deal with Sarazawa Kumo. I dared to open Suzakuken in Kyoto only after he died. It's just a sword. What's more, he only said he would borrow it, not steal it, and not return it. He can look at it as long as he wants. It's all my fault for not learning well." Shimizu Ishin looked gloomy. Now is the best time for the dojo to develop. But this happened, and everyone saw it. I lost really. "Why are you panicking?" Sugawara Seiman sneered. "Do you really think that Abe Yuta is only here to borrow our sword? Just wait and see. This is just the beginning. Suzakuken is not the only place in Kyoto that has a famous sword. This guy might be the next Miyamoto Musashi." Kyoto is in chaos. Shimizu Ishin suddenly raised his head with a look of astonishment. He didn't expect the teacher to have such a high opinion of Abe Yuta. But the teacher clearly didn't see this duel, as if he could see what he was thinking. Sugawara Seiman shook his head. "You have been with me the longest and have the best talent. Of course, what I value most is your character. I can roughly guess what kind of strength a person who can make your heart so confused has. It is necessary to be modest and not arrogant. But there is no need to belittle yourself. Your strength is not bad. It's just that the opponent is too strong. However, this is also an opportunity for you. Everyone says that I traveled all over the world. absorbed the strengths of various schools, and finally created the Shiwan Shinkai Ryu. But in fact, the biggest benefit for me was when I was sparring with Sarazawa Kame. The huge pressure he put on me forced me to integrate the bits and pieces I learned before and comprehend the Shiwan Shinkai Ryu. You too. Think carefully about this battle. If you can find your shortcomings, you may be able to make further progress. Go. The future of Suzukuken depends on you. After hearing this, Chinshui Ishin bowed again and left the study. Before leaving, he heard Sugawara Seiman muttering, Koyama Meishin-ryu. Koyama Meishin-ryu. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. But why can't I remember it at all? On the other side, John Hung picked a dojo but felt that he hadn't sweated much. In addition, it was still early, so he simply visited another dojo, and then turned to Saiwanwu in the market to buy some buckwheat noodles and the roasted glutinous rice dumplings that Koyama Akane had been thinking about for a long time, and then slowly walked back to his residence. Chapter 562 Kayamiza Temple. When John Hung returned, he saw Shaoshan Akane squatting beside a wooden basin and preparing sushi. Nijirai sushi is a kind of food that combines sushi rice and the most delicious parts of fresh fish. It is a relatively high-end food. According to legend, the 11th shogun of the shogunate, Tokugawa Inari, was a greedy and lustful guy. His favorite concubine's adoptive father was named Nakano Ishio, because too many people wanted to seek high positions through Ishio. Many luxury stores appeared near Ishio's residence. A sushi restaurant also opened a branch selling Nijirai sushi next to Ishio's gate. Dinner tonight? John Hung asked, putting the soba noodles and toasted glutinous rice balls on the table. As for the oden, he had already eaten it on the way back. No, I'm going to Kayamiza Temple tomorrow, so I prepare the food in advance. Shaoshan Akane replied. John Hung had also heard of the name of Kayamiza Temple. It is located on the hillside of Owa Mountain in the east of Kyoto. It was built in 778 AD and is the oldest temple in Kyoto. It has experienced several fires and reconstructions. The scenery is beautiful. You can see cherry blossoms in spring and maple leaves in autumn. It was listed as a World Cultural Heritage in later generations and has always been one of the must-see attractions in Kyoto. So Zhang Hung asked, Miss Qian, are you going to see the cherry blossoms? Can I come with you? Ah, sort of. Shaoshan Qian nodded, seeming a little surprised. She didn't know why she blushed a little when she answered. After thinking for a while, she asked again, Don't you still have to do translation? It's okay. The employer usually sleeps until noon before getting up. If you want to stay there for a long time, I leave first. Well, that's good. I make more sushi. Thank you for your help. John Hung thanked him. He had been touring Kyoto with Gabriel recently, but the French businessmen usually chose places for eating, drinking and having fun. He was not interested in shrines and temples. John Hung rarely came to Kyoto at the end of the shogunate, so he was quite interested in seeing what Kayamiza Temple looked like more than 100 years ago. Since Shaoshan Akane was going to go, they might as well go together. Shaoshan Akane knocked on John Hung's door early the next morning before the sun rose. John Hung opened the door and saw Akane Koyama holding a lantern outside. Because she was going to the temple, she was dressed very formally today. A red, blue, yellow, and white kimono with a sash tied around her waist, white tabi and straw sandals on her feet, and a food box in her other hand, which contained prepared Nijirai sushi. This girl usually stayed in the dojo most of the time, wearing the robe and hakama for training. It was the first time John Hung saw Akane Koyama like this. Unlike her usual heroic appearance, she had a little bit of a feminine demeanor, and John Hung could not help but be slightly stunned. What? Shaoshan Qian seemed a little embarrassed by being stared at. She moved the lantern down and tried to hide her face in the darkness. She said with a straight face, Hurry up and pack. We're leaving soon. Okay. Wait for me to change my clothes, John Hung said, and turned to walk into the house. Shaoshan Qian breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. But the next moment, she saw John Hung stop and turned back to say, Well, what clothes should I change into for the temple? Whatever you want. But don't bring your sword. Okay. Shaoshan Qian saw John Hung agreeing and walking into the house. But the latter seemed to have forgotten to close the door, which made her feel at a loss. Although she couldn't see anything from here, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks burning when she heard the rustling sound of clothes being put on inside. She wanted to rush out, But she was worried that doing so would only make things worse. In fact, her own psychology was a bit strange. She grew up in a dojo since she was a child. Her mother died early. Besides her father, there were only disciples in the dojo around her, almost all of whom were men. Usually, they practiced swords together, and even had some physical contact. She didn't think there was anything wrong. But why did she feel nervous and uneasy just standing in the yard? After all, is it because her outfit today is too strange? But when her father was still alive, she wore this outfit when they went to Kiyomizu Temple for the last time. And she also developed the habit of going to Kiyomizu Temple every year at this time. But this year is a little different, because there is another person beside her. Zhang Heng quickly put on his clothes and washed his face with the well water in the yard. However, compared with Xiaoshan Qian, who dressed up carefully, he looked more perfunctory. He really just wore ordinary clothes, as Xiaoshan Qian said. "Let's go!" Xiaoshan Qian didn't say much, but walked in front with a lantern. Zhang Heng followed closely behind. Both of them were martial artists, and they were fast. It didn't take long for them to reach the front of Naya Gate. Zhang Heng looked up at the vermilion lacquer gate. The first ray of sunlight in the morning just happened to fall on a corner of the gatehouse, adding a bit of solemnity to it. From here, the winding stone road extends upward to the west gate, behind which are the 3-story pagoda and Kaishan Hall. After passing through a corridor, you will reach the most famous Qingshui stage. The Qingshui Grand Stage is built on a cliff. Standing on it, you can overlook the cherry blossoms all over the mountain. Although there is also a cherry tree in Zhang Heng Yard. Cherry blossoms are really better when they are connected together. In addition, you can also see the imperial city of Kyoto in the west. The hall behind you is supported by 139 huge wooden pillars, which looks extraordinary. "The scenery here is good," Zhang Heng said. "I have heard Kyoto people always talk about the cherry blossoms in Qingshui Temple before. Today, I saw that it is really well deserved." Xiaoshan Qian hummed lightly, but her body still seemed a little stiff. She was very annoyed along the way. When the two walked side by side, she always felt something was wrong. Once she quickened her pace, she would wonder if Zhang Heng behind her was staring at her. When she turned her head and saw Zhang Heng enjoying the scenery on the roadside, she felt a little disappointed. She was almost schizophrenic along the way. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the main hall of the main hall, where they could worship the Bodhisattva Guanyin and sort out their somewhat chaotic mood. Xiaoshan Qian didn't know what was wrong with her today, and even had to take out the posture of cultivating her mind to reduce the distracting thoughts in her heart a little. After the two of them walked past the stage, they followed the forest path to the valley below, passed through a maple forest, and arrived at Ottawa Falls, which is famous for its sound of water. Although it is called long, this is not a waterfall. There are only 3 streams of water flowing down the rocks. Even though it is just dawn now, there are already people drawing water here to pay homage. Chapter 563 Okita Suji. Akira Koyama squatted down and reached out to touch the water in the pool. It was so cool that it refreshed her spirit. The Ottawa no Taki of Kiyomizu Temple is famous in Kyoto. It is said that the spring water here is quite spiritual, and is also a good source of water for brewing tea. In fact, there is a tea house not far from here. The owner is a kind-looking old lady. "Are you hungry? We have been walking for a long time. Let's go eat first." After getting up, Akane Koyama said to Zhang Heng expressionlessly. "Okay." The latter didn't know what he had done wrong. Xiaoshan Qian was very cold to him along the way. Zhang Heng thought for a while and said, "You treat me to sushi, so I treat you to tea." Xiaoshan Qian didn't comment. The two came to the tea house with blue curtains and walked in. The waiter in the tea house came to the two. "What do you want to eat?" Zhang Heng looked around and was about to find a seat when he heard Xiaoshan Qian suddenly exclaimed and said to someone, "Why are you here?" Zhang Heng followed Xiaoshan Qian's gaze and saw a young man. Zhang Heng knew the other person's identity at first sight, just as Xiaoshan Qian had described before. He was indeed cheerful and innocent, unlike ordinary people. Considering his age and the blood on his hands, this cheerfulness and innocence were even more precious, even incredible. However, he looked a little embarrassed and ashamed, and looked at Xiaoshan Qian as if begging her not to ask any more questions. Akane Koyama raised her eyebrows. "What is the purpose of the Shinsengumi coming here? Kiyomizu Temple is a Buddhist holy place. You'd better not mess around." No. You misunderstood." The boy waved his hands and said, It has nothing to do with the Shinsengumi. I came here on my own." While he was talking, he was still looking at the door of the tea house anxiously. Huh? Akane Koyama's doubts were even greater. Judging from the other party's behavior, they were probably planning to ambush someone here. Could it be that they had received advance news that some important figure from the anti-Shogun faction would appear here? Oh, it's not what you think. The boy defended himself. But then he seemed to see something outside the tea house. His face suddenly turned red, and he quickly looked away. Akane Koyama wanted to ask more questions. She didn't care about the grudges between the Shinsengumi and the anti-Shogun faction. But if the two sides fought, they couldn't do it in Kayamiza Temple. Otherwise this 1,000-year-old temple would be in trouble. However, before she could ask more questions, someone grabbed her hand. "Let's find a place to sit first. I don't know what kind of tea to drink yet," Zhang Heng said. Eh? Xiao Shanqian was startled and could no longer care about what was happening on the other side. The warmth from her palm made all the messy thoughts that she had suppressed with great difficulty jump out. And it was as if something exploded in her head. She followed Zhang Heng and sat at a table in a daze. And at this time another girl and a woman walked into the store. If Xiao Shanqian was as hard as a long sword, then this girl was as gentle as the sunshine in March. She walked in and immediately illuminated the small tea house. The boy lowered his head even lower, like a drunk. But there was no alcohol for sale in the tea house next to Ottawa Waterfall. The girl looked straight ahead and asked the waiter for a rice cake to take away, then thanked him in a soft voice and left the tea house. It was not until her figure disappeared outside the door that the boy straightened his chest again and stared at the teacup in front of him, his expression full of disappointment. Akane Koyama looked at her with both anger and amusement, and asked, "Whose daughter is she?" "Ah?" The boy scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Ah, I haven't asked yet. I met him by chance at Dr. Tezuka's house." As he spoke, he covered his mouth and coughed, his face reddening even more. This matter was really not very glorious. He heard that the girl would come to Ottawa no Taki to draw water, so he secretly ran over and waited here. However, before Xiaoshan Akane could criticize her, she heard the boy curiously asked, "Is this your man?" This time it was Xiaoshan Akane's turn to become uneasy and shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The boy was startled because Akane Koyama looked like she was going to draw her sword and chop him off. The boy couldn't help but mutter in his heart that Miss Seo was indeed more gentle and lovely. The next moment, he heard a voice calling his name. "Okita Tsuji?" "Yeah," he responded subconsciously, and then saw that the person who spoke was the man next to Akane Koyama, and asked curiously, "How do you know my name?" "The best master of Mibu Wolf. There are many stories about you in Kyoto," Zhang Heng said, but sighed slightly in his heart. It was indeed him. Okita Tsuji was probably the only person in the entire Shinsengumi who was easy to talk to. It was not that he killed fewer people. In fact, the number of souls killed by his knife was no less than that of anyone else in the group. However, he had a good relationship with director Kondo Aizami. He would do whatever the latter said, and would not think too much. Instead, he still retained a romantic heart. He was like the sharpest knife in Kondo Aizami's hand, and the knife itself had no distinction between good and evil. In Hijikata Toshizo's words, "It's better this way, so as to avoid unnecessary troubles." Unfortunately, this Shinsengumi's top fighter, known as the Heavenly Sword of the late shogunate, actually doesn't have many days left to live, as he suffers from fatigue cough. It is an incurable disease in this era, and if Zhang Heng remembers correctly, next year, that is, the 4th year of KO, will be his deadline. But now, like other boys of the same age, he secretly has a crush on the girl he likes, and he runs to Kayamiza Temple early in the morning to sneak a peek at her. The title of the best fighter is really too flattering for me. It's just a joke. Kondo-sensei, Hijikata, and Oishi Kawajiro are all better than me, Okita said modestly. "When you are free, come to the dojo and let's compete," Zhang Heng said. The evaluation of Okita Tsuji in later generations is mostly inseparable from his extraordinary talent and early death. Although he was only in his early 20s, many people believe that he was not only the best fighter of the Shinsengumi, but also the best swordsman in Kyoto. Zhang Heng would certainly not let such a person go. He also wanted to see what the most powerful masters of this era look like. "Okay," Okita readily agreed, "but I'm afraid I can't do it recently. I have important things to do." But I go to the dojo to find you when I'm done. Is it because of that girl just now? Akane Koyama asked. Ah. No. No. It's business. Okita Tsuji blushed again. Okita Tsuji. There are many versions of the description. I use the version that is closer to Shiba Ryotaro. I like his version very much. Chapter 564 The Secret of the French Merchant. During the trip to Kiyomizu Temple, I met Okita Tsuji, who was just beginning to fall in love and was stalking an unknown girl. This was an unexpected gain. As for the competition, since he had already made an agreement with the other party, Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. Although Okita Tsuji had a cough, he should not die for a while. And as the existence of the suspected highest combat power in this copy, he was like a main dish with good color, fragrance and taste. Once you eat it, you may not be in the mood to taste other appetizers. Therefore, Zhang Heng did not mind pushing the competition back. He had other things to do anyway. The two swords he had borrowed from Suzukuken and another dojo seemed to be fine products. Unfortunately, like the wakizashi, they were still far from being famous products. Especially the sword forged by Mike Tentamitsuyo in Suzukuken. Not only was it not the great Tentamitsuyo, but Zhang Heng later asked a specialized collector to identify it. But he could not even confirm whether it was really the work of Mike Tentamitsuyo. This is also the troublesome part of this copy. According to Scarlet Sword, even if the sword appears here, there is no corresponding prop to obtain the props. For example, the only change that Scarlet Sword herself experienced, and the Demon Sword appearance copy that her friend experienced. Both have clear goals to find. But the Kyoto copy of the end of the shogunate that Zhang Heng entered this time is a gathering of wind and clouds, which also means that he may need to make a choice in the end. However, he does not need to worry about this problem for the time being. He just needs to challenge various masters and collect famous swords. Another week has passed since the trip to Kiyomizu Temple. The Choshu clan never came to seek revenge, and Zhang Heng originally thought it was a bit strange, given the group's style of doing things. It didn't make sense for them to not make any move for so long, unless something more important happened. Now he finally got the news that Takasuji Shinsaku, who was recuperating in Sakurayama, had died of illness. This was indeed a major event that shocked the world. Takasuji Shinsaku was the leader of the anti-shogun faction in Choshu domain. In his early years, he acted radically. He planned to assassinate Westerners, burned down the British embassy, and forced Emperor Komeei to issue an amnesty for expelling foreigners. Later, he single-handedly formed the Kahaitai to armedly overthrow the shogunate. In the Kimon incident, the pro-imperial and anti-foreign faction was defeated. On behalf of Choshu domain, he was forced to sign the Treaty of Shimonoseki with Britain, the United States, France, and the Netherlands, and give up expelling foreigners. When Choshu domain surrendered to the shogunate, he lived in exile for a while. But not long after, he joined forces with Ito Hirobumi to seize the Choshu domain government by force, carried out a series of drastic westernization reforms, and led Choshu domain on the road to prosperity and strength. In the subsequent Oshima and Kakura counterattacks, he repelled the shogunate fleet and was in the limelight for a while. However, such a heroic figure was ultimately defeated by a small cough. Finally, he died on his sickbed on the eve of the new era. One can imagine how distraught and grief-stricken the people of Choshu who stayed in Kyoto were. No wonder they could not take care of the affairs of the Koyama dojo for the time being. Zhang Heng had no feelings about Takasuji Shinsaku's death. He didn't stand on either side anyway. He was just a spectator. Compared with this shocking news, he was more concerned about another piece of news. Suzumaru Tsuneji came to Beijing. Suzumaru Tsuneji was one of the 5 swords in the world, as famous as Mikazuki Munakika, and was a treasure of Honkoji Temple. Its current owner was Nakamura Hanjiro, who was known as the 4 killers of the late Edo period. This man was a knife in the dark for Seigo Takamori, the leader of Satsuma. He was willing to abandon the honor of a samurai for the sake of overthrowing the shogunate, and became a killer who specialized in assassinating the minions of the shogunate. Countless shogunate officials died at his hands. The news that he came to Kyoto at the critical moment of Takasuji Shinsaku's death inevitably aroused people's imagination. Is Satsuma planning to make a big move by taking advantage of the death of its ally Takasuji Shinsaku? For a while, undercurrents began to surge in Kyoto again. The Ronin of the Shinsengumi and the Mikagumi patrolled the streets with knives every day. However, before Hanjiro Nakamura was found, The people around him were harassed by them, and suffered terribly. The emperor and the court officials were eating melon seeds, and watching the excitement in the imperial city. While the shogunate faction was in danger, Zhang Heng was also paying attention to the development of the situation. He had rarely obtained the exact whereabouts of the 5 swordsmen of the world. And of course, he wanted to take this opportunity to take Suzumaru Tsuneji into his pocket. However, the prerequisite was that he had to find Nakamura Hanjiro before the Shinsengumi. And this was not easy. There were also many anti-shogun forces in Kyoto, and no one knew where Nakamura Hanjiro was hiding now. On the other hand, the French businessman had been working hard for some time, and the little tail behind him had become less and less. After hearing the news that Nakamura Hanjiro had entered Beijing, no one was in the mood to stare at him anymore. So Gabriel found Zhang Heng that afternoon and asked mysteriously, "Do you have anything to do tomorrow night?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "Tomorrow night there is a very important banquet, and I want you to be the interpreter. Don't worry. If you do a good job, I can pay you 10 small francs at a time," the French businessman added. So far, this translation job is indeed not easy and comfortable, and it is completely disproportionate to the generous remuneration. But Zhang Heng knows that this situation will not continue forever. Now the main part of the drama has finally been served. He believes that as long as he agrees to Gabriel, he will know what the French businessman has been thinking all along tomorrow night. However, the money this time may not be so easy to earn. No matter what the other party intends to do, it is obviously not to be shown to others. Zhang Heng is not naive enough to think that Gabriel will really believe in the confidentiality of a stranger like him. So it is not difficult to guess what the other party plans to do after using him. Zhang Heng now needs to make a decision whether to take this risk. If it is just for the reward of the 10 small judges, he will turn around and leave now. Anyway, he has made a lot of money during this period, and Xiaoshan Qian has always expressed that she would waive his rent. But he refused. At worst, he can continue to make money as a translator for other businessmen, but he will get a little less. But what really interested Zhang Heng was the group of people that Gabriel wanted to contact. Now he already knew that the people who followed the French merchants were from the shogunate, which meant that Gabriel was likely to have contact with the anti-shogun forces. And Zhang Heng just wanted to find Suzumaru Tsuneji, and the whereabouts of Nakamura Hanjiro would depend on the anti-shogun forces. Therefore, it was difficult for Zhang Heng to refuse the banquet tomorrow night. This was the only useful clue he had at this stage, and he was confident in his swordsmanship. So Zhang Heng thought for a moment and agreed to Gabriel's request, and the latter seemed relieved to hear this. "Great. Then we meet at the old place tomorrow night." Chapter 565 Yuji. Xiaoshan Qian knew nothing about what Zhang Heng was going to do at night. The latter just said to her before leaving, "I'm going to work. Don't leave me any food." Then he walked out of the dojo with a knife. Xiaoshan Qian also thought it was just an ordinary job, because Zhang Heng had gone out to work at night before, although not many times, and Xiaoshan Qian thought this time should be no different. In fact, she didn't have time to worry about such things now. After the trip to Kayamiza Temple, she looked at Zhang Heng again, and it seemed that she had a different feeling from before. It was hazy, and Xiaoshan Qian herself couldn't tell what the reason was. Or maybe she vaguely guessed something but didn't want to admit it. The girl's thoughts were as unpredictable as the reflection of the full moon in the water. In addition to her relationship with Zhang Heng, she also had other worries, the most important of which was the survival and development of Xiaoshan Dojo. Because she couldn't recruit students before, she had to offer free classes and lunch to recruit students from children from poor families, which made her money tighter. Although Zhang Heng later rejected her proposal to reduce the rent, even if the rent was included, it couldn't support so many mouths in the dojo. Xiaoshan Qian has been worrying about how to increase her source of income recently. As a result, at this moment, a guy who looked strange was looking at something outside the dojo, and the next moment a wooden sword was pointed at his chest. "Who sent you here?" Xiaoshan Qian frowned and shouted. "Huh?" The man seemed to be startled, took a half step back, wiped his nose and said embarrassedly, "Excuse me. Is this Xiaoshan Dojo? Isn't it clearly written on the plaque outside the door?" Xiaoshan Qian did not relax her vigilance. I saw it, but I didn't expect the dojo to be so plain," the visitor said. Are you here to get beaten?" Xiaoshan Qian didn't expect that this sly-looking guy would have the nerve to look down on the shabby dojo, and couldn't help but get angry. I'm sorry. The visitor saw that the wooden sword in Xiao Shanqian's hand was about to chop him, and he apologized quickly. I know that true masters don't like to pursue fame and fortune, and this place is perfect. To be honest, I'm actually here to learn from a master. He quickly told the reason for his visit. Xiao Akane put away the wooden sword in her hand at the last moment, and looked at the visitor with a suspicious look. Why do you want to come to Xiaoshan Dojo to become a disciple? The guy outside the door was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that there would be a dojo that would ask such a question. Xiaoshan Akane looked like she didn't believe that someone came to become a disciple. Because I want to become the most powerful swordsman in the world, the visitor answered carefully. This bold statement, combined with his somewhat wretched appearance, sounded a little ridiculous. Not to mention that he wanted to become the best swordsman in the world but came to Xiaoshan Dojo, which was almost broke, to become a disciple. At this point, Xiaoshan Akane was sure that the guy in front of her was here to have fun. So she raised the wooden sword in her hand again and shouted angrily. Bold lunatic. Be prepared? Ah! The visitor wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had no idea why he had to be chopped again for telling the truth. Is this the test before joining Xiaoshan Mingxin school? Sure enough, people from this school are very fierce. On the other side, Zhang Heng had already met French businessman Gabriel at the meeting place. The latter wore a tuxedo today. His hair was combed meticulously, and he looked energetic. Seeing Zhang Heng, he waved to him and finally announced the answer. Hi, Mr. Yuta. We are going to Gion tonight. Gion is located east of Kamo River. It was originally a street in front of Yasaka Shrine. In 1665, the Edo shogunate allowed tea houses to be opened here, and then gradually developed into a famous flower street in Kyoto. Now it is the most prosperous time of Gion. It is said to have 3,000 geishas, and it is a place of wind and moon that all men yearn for. The person who invited Gabriel tonight set the venue there, obviously knowing the hobbies of French businessmen. However, Gabriel did not seem to be in a hurry. He took Zhang Heng to the roadside to eat something to fill his stomach, and then waited until it was completely dark. The two of them set off and slowly walked to Gion, which also confirmed Zhang Heng's previous judgment from another aspect. The person the French businessman wanted to meet tonight was obviously not convenient to show up in public. So he postponed the banquet to this time, and came to Gion under the cover of night to avoid being bumped by others. Could it be Nakamura Hanjiro that everyone in Kyoto is looking for? Although Zhang Heng hoped for this answer. On the other hand, he also knew that Gabriel, the cunning French businessman, must have contacted the anti-shogun faction to discuss business. And Nakamura Hanjiro, the executioner, did not understand business at all. Of course, this does not mean that he will not come tonight. If he is not the host of the banquet tonight, but just a bodyguard, it is still possible. So Zhang Heng did not completely give up hope. Zhang Heng followed Gabriel into a tea house called Yuji. He could clearly feel the difference of this tea house. From the waiter at the entrance, the geisha passing by in the corridor, to the smiling proprietress. They all had a sense of martial arts. Zhang Heng understood that his previous thoughts might be a little biased. The reason why the host of the banquet chose this place was not to meet Gabriel's basic needs as a man, but because this was a secret base of the anti-shogun faction in Kyoto. Zhang Heng could not help but become more curious about the identity of the host of the banquet tonight. With such confidentiality and security measures, the other party must be of great importance. But he remained indifferent on the surface, until he passed through a corridor and came to the middle of the courtyard. A maid finally blocked his way. The other party bowed respectfully to him and said politely, My guest, Yuji is a place for pleasure. Please unsheath your sword. But I'm not here for pleasure, Zhang Heng said lightly. The maid smiled when she heard this, and didn't say anything else. But she didn't move her feet, just stuck in the middle of the road. This action was enough to explain her position. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Gabriel asked Zhang Heng what happened and advised. It's okay. Just give them the knife for safekeeping. It's just a banquet tonight. There's no danger. Just take it back after dinner. This knife is a relic of my ancestors. I dare not leave it. Zhang Heng also spoke without hesitation. In fact, he had just borrowed this knife the day before yesterday. It was the sharpest and strongest, and he brought it with him to deal with the battle that might happen in the evening. Chapter 566 Dead Warriors. Gabriel couldn't help but complain in his heart. These Oriental warriors are so stubborn. Do they have to fight for something meaningless? It's just a knife. Can't you just keep it first? Are you afraid that it will be stolen? Just for such a small matter. It's unnecessary to be stuck here now. The French businessman wiped the sweat from his forehead while persuading Zhang Heng. And someone else walked up to the maid and whispered a few words. Finally, the maid said, "You can take the wakizashi with you. But you must leave the katana behind." Zhang Heng knew that this was the biggest concession the other party could make. He certainly didn't want this to ruin his trip tonight and prevent him from meeting the real master. So he nodded and agreed to the other party's request. However, Zhang Heng did not hand the katana to the maid, but stuck it in the open space in the yard and said, "Don't touch it. I will take it away when I leave." The maid had no objection to this, and bowed again after hearing this. "Welcome to Yuji. Please allow me to make up for my previous disrespect." Without waiting for Zhang Heng to say anything, she drew out the sword from her waist and stabbed it towards her chest. All this happened so fast that the French merchant didn't even realize what was happening. The tip of the knife had already pierced the maid's delicate skin and was about to pierce her heart. But at this critical moment, it was blocked by a scabbard. "No need. I have forgiven you," Zhang Heng said while holding the wakizashi. On the other side, Gabriel was so shocked that he was stunned. Oh my god! What kind of lunatics are these guys? When he advised Zhang Heng before, he also complained in his heart that the maid was too nosy. But compared with that, the other party's current remedial measures made him more scared. It's just a small mistake. No, it's not even a small mistake. The maid is just fulfilling her duties. Is it necessary to do this? The French businessman shook his head repeatedly. Zhang Heng knew very well that the people in this tea house were probably not just warriors, but also the death warriors kept by the anti-Qing faction. Because only a dead warrior can be so indifferent to life. Not only the lives of others, but also his own life. Please follow me. Although such a small episode occurred in the middle, the proprietress remained calm and led the way in person. And Zhang Heng had already taken back the wakizashi and followed as if nothing had happened. On the contrary, Gabriel was stunned for a while before quickly following. The proprietress opened a shoji door, and there were already some people sitting there. Most of them were samurai, and there were some geishas accompanying them. One of them was playing the traditional Japanese instrument shamisen. Two others were dancing, and the rest were pouring wine for the guests. Seeing the French businessman coming in, one of the older warriors stood up to welcome him, and introduced Gabriel's identity to the others. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Heng also swept his eyes over the people sitting there. He didn't see the guy who looked like Hanjiro Nakamura, but he unexpectedly met an acquaintance, Shinji Takeuchi. The latter had come to Shaoshan Dojo with Yamada to provoke trouble. After Yamada's hand was cut off, Zhang Heng thought Takeuchi would stand up to avenge his companions, but he didn't expect that this guy claimed that he was not his opponent and left quietly with his men. However, it was precisely because of this cunning that Zhang Heng remembered him. Takeuchi's face suddenly changed when he saw Zhang Heng, as if he didn't expect the latter to be here tonight. But he finally forced a smile and nodded to Zhang Heng. "Takeuchi, did you know each other before?" The older samurai saw this scene and asked curiously. "It can be said that we have met once." Takeuchi's smile was a little forced, because what happened in the Shaoshan Dojo was too embarrassing, and he obviously didn't want to talk about it in detail here. After the older samurai introduced, Zhang Heng roughly figured out the identities of the people in the room. They were mostly samurai from the Choshu and Satsuma domains. But Zhang Heng didn't see Matsuo and Takahashi among them. It was estimated that they were not of high enough level and could not attend the banquet tonight. Zhang Heng did not forget his job. After sitting down, he translated other people's questions to Gabriel, and then translated Gabriel's answers one by one. However, at this stage, the two sides were just chatting about some meaningless polite words, including Gabriel's impression of Kyoto, the current situation in France, and some European situations. The older warrior apologized to the French merchant, saying that the host here would take a while to arrive. Gabriel nodded to show his understanding. It has to be admitted that many people in Japan have begun to learn from the West and understand the world. The anti-shogun faction no longer hates Westerners, like the early pro-king and anti-foreign faction, but instead competes with the shogunate for the support of the great powers, which makes the shogunate headed by Tokugawa Yoshinobu more and more worried. However, these things have nothing to do with Zhang Heng. The two sides chatted for a while, and the food was served on the table one after another. In the Edo period, the only edible meat in Japan was fish and poultry. The shogunate also promulgated regulations for this. according to the regulations. Basically, four-legged things cannot be eaten. And some people were even exiled for abandoning sick cows and horses in wasteland. Of course, this regulation is not completely absolute. For example, weaker pregnant women and patients can still be allowed to eat some venison and pork. In addition, it has been proven that no law can stop foodies. Although there are regulations in place, people all over the country eat meat secretly. The place where meat is sold is called a monster house. And the meat sellers usually only say that they are going to buy medicine. It is said that the Shogun Tokugawa Yoshinobu himself also likes to eat pork. Of course, as a spiritual idol, the emperor probably can't eat these good things. Most of the samurai here tonight are people who advocate learning from the West. And they don't have too many taboos about this. In order to entertain Gabriel who came here, the tea house also specially prepared a red leaf hot pot. The so-called red leaves is a slang for venison. Red leaves pot is also a venison hot pot, served with tofu, meatballs and green vegetables. It tastes quite delicious and is very popular in Kyoto. Just looking at it makes people salivate. In addition, with a beautiful woman in his arms, the French businessman obviously enjoyed it. The older samurai extended his hand and smiled. Please have some. Gabriel picked up the chopsticks with an awkward gesture. But before starting to eat, he asked, "Don't we have to wait for the host to come?" "It doesn't matter. I've been told that we can start first." The older samurai smiled and said, "As for the big deal, it won't be too late to talk about it later. In that case, I won't be polite." Chapter 567 Bloody Battle in Gion. The geisha playing the shamisen knelt on the ground, resting the instrument on her thighs, pressing the strings with her left hand, and holding the ivory plucker in the shape of a ginkgo leaf in her right hand, plucking the strings and playing a brisk little tune. It is said that most geishas in the Edo period began to receive rigorous training at the age of 10. Unlike the prostitutes, who squatted behind the fence and waited for others to select them for the skin and meat trade, geishas not only had requirements for their appearance, but also had to be proficient in flower arrangement, tea ceremony, etiquette, dance, musical instruments, and culture. The effort and energy they put in was no less than that of samurai practicing swordsmanship. Of course, they usually receive higher-level guests, especially the more famous geishas in this line, who can even choose their own guests. For those who don't like them, it is difficult to see their beauty even if you spend a lot of money. Moreover, most geishas only sell their art, and their situation is much better than that of prostitutes. The hot red leaf pot accompanied by the graceful Beijing dance made the tea house full of guests and hosts. The old samurai was obviously very good at being a man. In addition to sake, he also specially prepared wine, which was produced in the hometown of the French merchant. He kept urging people to drink, so Gabriel couldn't help but drink a few more glasses. When everyone was full and drunk, someone clapped twice outside the house. The sound was not loud, but the piano sound in the house stopped immediately. Then the geishas began to pick up the leftovers. They were very quick and finished cleaning in a short while. They bowed deeply and left with their heads down. The samurai from Choshu and Satsuma also returned to their positions and sat upright. Especially the samurai from Choshu. There was a hint of excitement in their eyes. Zhang Heng knew that the main character of the night was finally going to appear. Gabriel also resumed his sitting position at this time. He was obviously not used to using his heels as a stool. When he first came to Japan, he often complained in his heart about this anti-ergonomic sitting method. His legs became numb after sitting for a while, so he simply changed to sitting cross-legged. But now, he decided to show respect and did it again. The shoji door was pushed open from the outside, and the first to walk in was a square-faced samurai. As soon as this person appeared, all the samurai in the room felt an invisible pressure, as if they were stared at by a beast. The two sitting in the front couldn't help but shrink their necks back. "Hanjiro Nakamura is killed," someone exclaimed in a low voice, and lowered his voice. "Is he here too?" Hanjiro Nakamura was unusually tall in Japan at that time, almost as tall as Zhang Heng, and his shoulders were broad, with a pair of long arms and calloused hands. It is said that when Nakamura was young, his family was quite poor, and his father was seriously ill. He embezzled funds from the domain to treat his illness, but was soon discovered and exiled. For a time, the family could only make money by farming. However, Hanjiro Nakamura did not give up his dream of becoming a samurai. He first practiced Shiken Ryu at the Ijuin Kamiai Dojo at the age of 15, and then changed to Jiken Ryu. However, He suffered another blow at the age of 18. His brother died of illness, so he had to go home and continue farming. However, what he had learned in the previous 3 years laid a foundation for him and helped him find his direction. While working as a farmer, he continued to practice hard until he was 25 years old and mastered the swordsmanship. He also met the most important nobleman in his life, Seigo Takamori, and eventually became the man who killed Hanjiro Nakamura, a man that the shogunate was afraid of. No one knew how many people's blood was stained on his hands, but just being swept by his eyes made people shudder. Zhang Heng's focus was different from everyone else's, but it was on the knife on Nakamura's waist, which was also his target tonight. Suzumaru Tsuneji, one of the 5 swords in the world, forged by Oki Tsuneji, the sword of the monk Nichiren Shonin in the Kamakura period, named after the rosary wrapped around the handle. When Zhang Heng was looking at this famous sword, Nakamura Hanjiro was also looking at him, perhaps because he was the only unfamiliar face who did not belong to the anti-shogun faction. Nakamura Hanjiro's eyes stayed on him for a while longer, but he finally moved away and bowed to the person behind him. "No problem. Please come in." Although most people in the room had secretly received the news, when the visitor really showed up, it still caused a sensation. "Toogie! Master Toogie! It's really you. You're in good health." "That's great." When they saw the visitor, many samurai from Choshu Domain burst into tears. Although Zhang Heng had guessed that the person who would come to Yukichi and Gabriel to discuss business tonight would be a big shot, he was surprised when he heard the name of the visitor. The person they were waiting for tonight turned out to be the top figure in Choshu Domain, Takasuji Shinsaku, who had just passed away in Sakurayama. Toogie was his pseudonym. No wonder the anti-shogun faction used the expert Nakamura Hanjiro as his personal bodyguard. If people knew that the Lord of Choshu, who should have been buried, suddenly appeared in a tea house in Kyoto, it would probably shake the world again and trigger a series of unpredictable changes. But on the other hand, Takasuji Shinsaku took such a big risk to enter Kyoto and meet with the French businessman in person. And his goal must be not small. "Mr. Gabriel, we meet again." Takasuji Shinsaku laughed heartily before he even entered the house. Although he still looked a little weak, his eyes were full of energy and his movements seemed to be no different from those of an ordinary person, which gave the samurai present a glimmer of hope. At this time of great change in the world, Takasuji Shinsaku's role as the backbone was too important. Whether it was his political and military abilities, or his appeal within the Choshu Domain, it was difficult for others to replace him. So the news of his death was an absolute bad news for the Choshu Domain and the anti-shogun faction. The French businessman laughed and said, "You played this trick so well that even an old friend like me was fooled by you. There is no other way. Special times require special measures." Takasuji Shinsaku said, "Special measures? It seems that you have made up your mind." Gabriel's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he was no longer drunk. "That's right. You have been in Japan for so long, and you must have seen it clearly. The world has reached a point where it has to change. Instead of delaying and continuing to make minor repairs, it is better to completely destroy it and build a new world. As expected of the person who wrote 'When will I die?' I will wait for the neighbors to hear the cannon." Takasuji Shinsaku, who defeated the shogunate fleet with one blow, looked calm. Gabriel had to admit that this short oriental man in front of him had a powerful momentum. No wonder so many people in Choshu, and even in Japan, were willing to follow him and die for him. However, he would not forget his identity because of this appreciation. The French businessman drank the wine in his hand and smiled cunningly. "So, what do you want from me? And what can I get from your new world?" Chapter 568. Takasuji Shinsaku and Gabriel were indeed discussing a big business tonight. While the daimyo of each domain was still arguing about whether they should order Tokugawa Yoshinobu to return power and take responsibility for a series of mistakes made by the shogunate, Takasuji Shinsaku had already made a decisive decision and decided to overthrow the shogunate by force in Kyoto. The main purpose of his coming to Kyoto was to meet with Okubo Toshimichi and Seigo Takamori to make a plan to overthrow the shogunate by force. They decided to trick Tokugawa Yoshinobu from Edo to Kyoto first, and then use force to detain him directly. However, Tokugawa Yoshinobu himself was also very vigilant and suspicious, and he might not be able to guess their plan. If he came to Kyoto, he would definitely be protected by soldiers at all times. In addition, the power of the Kyoto shogunate was also very strong. In addition to the people of the three great families and the three great families, There were also ronin groups such as the Shinsengumi and the Myegumi. If the troops from Choshu or Satsuma were transferred to Kyoto, Tokugawa Yoshinobu would definitely notice it, and it would probably turn into a nationwide melee. This was not what Takasuji Shinsaku and Okubo Toshimichi wanted to see. They still hoped to complete the power change through a small-scale palace coup, preferably a palace coup, to preserve Japan's vitality to the greatest extent, which would require more manpower. And these people had to be sent to Kyoto without the knowledge of the shogunate. They finally placed their hopes on Gabriel, a French businessman. As early as when Choshu Domain was reforming and strengthening the army, Takasuji Shinsaku had contact and cooperation with Gabriel. He knew that the latter had a wide range of channels. He was not only engaged in cotton yarn, iron cannons, and matchlock guns. Even Takasuji Shinsaku's purchase of the new battleship Bingshan Maru was led by Gabriel. In addition, due to his French identity, few people dared to check his cargo ship. Takasuji Shinsaku hoped to secretly order a batch of weapons from Gabriel and transport them to Kyoto under the cover of cotton yarn cargo ships. At the same time, a 300-man samurai team as a secret force to deal with Tokugawa Yoshinobu would also be transported to Kyoto through this channel. For this, Satsuma and Choshu domains were willing to pay a high price of 10,000 taels of gold. However, Gabriel did not agree immediately after hearing this. It is the nature of businessmen to pursue profits. No matter which country is no exception. Not to mention that Gabriel is the most greedy businessman. He has made a lot of money in Japan in recent years. But it is precisely because of this that he has to carefully consider the deal proposed by Takasuji Shinsaku. Like other Western businessmen, Gabriel is also quietly paying attention to the civil war in Japan. But except for the previous high voices for expelling foreigners, and the retaliatory attack of the joint fleet of Britain, the United States, France and the Netherlands through Shimonoseki for their own safety, foreigners still try not to participate in the civil war in Japan. For example, when the shogunate was repelled by Takasuji Shinsaku in the second expedition to Choshu, the Western countries were just watching from beginning to end. Because as far as the current situation was concerned, both the shogunate and the anti-shogun faction had the possibility of achieving final victory. The anti-shogun faction had a history of assassinating Westerners before, but now advocated opening up the country, while the shogunate led by Tokugawa Yoshinobu was just the opposite. It had cooperated with the West before, but now tended to continue to close the country. So the Western countries now had no clear position to support either side. Political investment is very risky. If it fails, the next ruler will be hostile to it. But on the other hand, political investment is also the most profitable investment. Although Gabriel did not agree to Takasuji Shinsaku's request, he did not explicitly refuse it. This is actually a clear attitude to ask Takasuji Shinsaku to increase the stakes. All the samurai present cursed Gabriel for being greedy in their hearts. But now the initiative is in the hands of the French businessman. If he does not nod, Choshu and Satsuma will not be able to transport troops in, and the armed overthrow of the shogunate will not be implemented. Zhang Hun was actually a little surprised. In history, Okubo Toshimichi and Seigo Takamori were indeed the main forces in the military overthrow of the shogunate. But the time was not so early. In fact, if the anti-shogun party dragged on for a while, Tokugawa Yoshinobu would have played the trick of returning power to the Meiji Emperor in exchange for his position and power in the new government. His move of risking his life was indeed powerful. Not only did it prevent Okubo Toshimichi and Seigo Takamori from using excuses to carry out a palace coup, but it also successfully divided the anti-shogun forces. After the return of power, Tokugawa Yoshinobu's reputation began to change, and more people spoke well of him and hoped that he would join the new government, while Okubo Toshimichi and Seigo Takamori became increasingly isolated. In the end, the troops were dispatched to Kyoto to overthrow the shogunate by force. In fact, they had no choice but to do so after being forced into a desperate situation. At that time, the military strength of the Satsuma domain had no advantage over the shogunate. However, in the end, Seigo Takamori faced a shogunate army that was 3 times larger than his own and still won the Battle of Toba-Fushimi, which determined the direction of the times. Of course, these are all later stories. Compared with history, it is undoubtedly a big variable that Takasuji Shinsaku is still alive and kicking now. However, although he came to Kyoto with all his strength and talked freely in front of everyone, he might be able to deceive the samurai of the 2 domains in the tea house. But Zhang Hun's observation skills trained through the deductive method copy still let him see that Takasugi Shinsaku really didn't have much time left, and his face was full of death. This may be the reason why he couldn't wait to start a big event, because he wanted to see the new era he created before he died. But before that, he needed to negotiate the current business with Gabriel. French businessmen have a big appetite, and are not satisfied with just 10,000 taels of gold. However, Takasugi Shinsaku also has his own bottom line. Although some people in the anti-shogun faction also advocate learning from the West, at the same time many people are also wary of Westerners interfering in their own affairs, such as Seigo Takamori. The Treaty of Kanagawa caused the shogunate to lose its reputation among the people. The lesson of the past was still fresh in people's minds. The new regime obviously could not repeat the same mistake. Therefore, according to the consensus reached by Takasugi Shinsaku and his group before, Gabriel could negotiate for money. But it was only money. If he wanted something else, the anti-shogun faction would have to find another way. Even if it had to postpone the anti-shogun action, the negotiations entered a tug-of-war. In order to prevent communication barriers caused by language differences, both sides brought translators to try their best to convey their respective meanings, and at the same time, they could correct the other party's translation errors and ensure that their true intentions were known to the other party. However, John Hung's mind was not on this business meeting. He had been thinking about how to get the sutra pill Tsuneji on Nakamura Hanjiro's waist, and most importantly, how to get out of this red light district alive. Since the person who came here tonight was Takasugi Shinsaku, it was obviously impossible for the anti-shogun faction to let him, a temporary translator hired halfway, walk out of this tea house alive. Once the two parties negotiated the business and reached a consensus, his value would no longer exist. Chapter 569. At this moment, there are not only more than 20 samurai from the Choshu and Satsuma clans in this room, but also the famous Nakamura Hanjiro. John Hung only has a wakizashi in his hand. No matter how good his swordsmanship is, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. In addition, John Hung also considered the possibility of taking hostages. Among them, the most valuable one is undoubtedly the leader of the Choshu clan, Takasugi Shinsaku, an important figure on the anti-shogun side. Although he looks like he will not live for a few days, as long as John Hung can put the knife on his neck, everyone in the room will not dare to move. However, Nakamura Hanjiro, who was always by Takasugi Shinsaku's side, was obviously there to deal with this situation. Although Nakamura Hanjiro sat there without saying a word like a stone, John Hung could feel that his attention had never left him. This was also normal. Among the people in the room, only John Hung and Gabriel were not insiders of the anti-shogun faction. Compared with John Hung with a knife, the French businessman looked harmless. Even an idiot could tell who was a threat. Of course, John Hung's knife is very fast. Faster than most people think. If John Hung suddenly attacked Takasugi Shinsaku now, Nakamura Hanjiro might not be able to protect Takasugi Shinsaku. But John Hung's goal is not to kill Takasugi Shinsaku. If he really cuts Takasugi Shinsaku with a knife, it will really stir up a hornet's nest. And no one in this room will let him go. One-on-one. John Hung is not afraid of anyone. But in such a small space, if so many people rush at him, the situation will undoubtedly become very dangerous. Since Takasugi Shinsaku failed to threaten him, John Hung could only settle for the next best thing, and try to use the French merchants around him as a shield. The anti-shogun faction undoubtedly did not want Gabriel to die here, not to mention the diplomatic troubles. The most important thing is that if Gabriel died, no one would help them transport weapons and troops into Kyoto. But on the other hand, they also need to consider the trouble caused by letting John Hung leave alive, and the news that Takasugi Shinsaku is still alive. After knowing this news, Tokugawa Yoshinobu will definitely guess that the anti-shogun faction is preparing to deal with him. The shogun, no matter how stupid he is, he will definitely not run to Kyoto to risk his life. In addition, the Ronin in the Mikai group and the Shinsengumi, who are responsible for assassination, will probably be ready to move. And the Aikdaya incident is hard to guarantee that it will not happen again. John Hung has never been a person who is used to letting others make decisions about his life. If these warriors of the anti-shogun faction choose to keep Gabriel, even if it means sacrificing his life, John Hung will not be surprised. After all, although it is difficult to find someone responsible for transportation, losing a partner is better than exposing the entire plan. Therefore, John Hung has made up his mind to retreat to an open place outside the house no matter what, so that he can take the initiative whether it is fighting or fleeing next. So when the deal was halfway through, when both parties finalized the general framework and were ready to further improve the details, John Hung spoke up and said that he needed to go to the bathroom. Takasugi Shinsaka nodded in agreement, and even joked with him that it was dark outside, and asked him to be careful not to fall into the toilet. Except for Nakamura Hanjiro's square face. Everyone else smiled when they heard it, and the atmosphere seemed harmonious. The French businessman patted John Hung on the shoulder to express his satisfaction with his service tonight, and said that he would give him a raise when he returned. Only Takeuchi was still drinking alone in the corner, and no one knew what he was thinking. John Hung stood up, pushed open the shoji door, and walked out of the house. When the shoji door closed behind him, John Hung saw the maid who had blocked his way before in the courtyard again. She stood in the darkness holding a lantern, like a ghost, looking at John Hung and said, "The toilet is on the other side." "Thank you. But I want to go out for some fresh air first," John Hung said. The maid was indifferent to her words, but repeated it again in a tone without any emotion. "The toilet is on the other side. If you suddenly don't want to go to the bathroom, please go back inside. It's cold in April. Be careful not to catch a cold." John Hung smiled as if he didn't hear her warning, and stepped on the ground in the courtyard. The maid sighed, and a complex expression finally flashed across her cold face. "You may not understand the significance of this step." "No. I just heard of the tea house that only allows people to enter but not leave for the first time," John Hung said as he walked towards the maid. "This is really too regrettable." The maid shook her head. Her slender hands grasped the hilt of the knife, and then looked into John Hung's eyes and said seriously, "It's my duty. Please forgive me." As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp knife wind attacked John Hung's neck. The man who attacked John Hung was standing on the long tile of the tea house, as quiet as a black cat. It was not until John Hung took the step that represented death that he suddenly fell from the sky and swung the sword at the fastest speed. This was the assassin's knight sword technique, silent and like death itself, perhaps mixed with the ninjutsu from Kai, making it hard to defend against. The blade in his hand was about to touch John Hung's neck, but the next moment a wakizashi that appeared from nowhere pierced his chin first, and then continued all the way. The blade emerged from the top of his head, with mottled bloodstains, which also froze the fear in his eyes. This wakizashi given by Chiyo's parents is indeed a good sword, and its sharpness is not inferior to some famous swords. Then the veil on the attacker's face slipped off, and John Hung recognized him. Or it would be more appropriate to call him her. It turned out to be a geisha who danced in the house before. This is indeed a secret base of the anti-shogun faction in Kyoto. And those geishas who look tender and affectionate are also the deadly warriors trained by the anti-shogun faction, like the maid in front of them. This is trouble. John Hung also sighed. The area of Yukichi Tea House is not small, and there are many geishas and maids inside. If they are all the anti-shogun warriors, then John Hung will have a lively night tonight. But it is impossible to turn back now. There are also many samurai in the house, and there is also a man who killed Nakamura Hanjiro. In comparison, the outside is at least open enough for him to display his skills. The maid holding a lantern who witnessed her companion's tragic death in front of her was indifferent. Perhaps in order to repay John Hung for saving her from suicide before. She did not immediately draw her sword and rush over, but just stood there, quietly waiting for John Hung to grab the katana that was stuck in the yard before. "I have heard of the name of Gion for a long time. This is my first time here. I didn't expect the guests here would need to fight their way out by themselves." "Bad review?" John Hung said while drawing his katana. "In this case, those who want to die, come up." Chapter 570. In the courtyard shrouded in darkness, there were countless ghosts ready to move. John Hung's words were like opening the gates of hell, releasing those hungry and thirsty evil spirits, who rushed towards him like a tide, like moths attracted by the flames. The maid holding the lantern on the opposite side finally drew out her sword, and at least 3 swords slashed at different parts of John Hung's body at almost the same time. At the critical moment of life and death, John Hung remained calm, holding the sword in one hand, but did not put the wakizashi back into the scabbard with the other hand. He had challenged many dojos in Kyoto before. In addition to looking for famous swords, he also observed the sword techniques of various schools and absorbed the strengths of various schools. Although his skills were still LV3 and had not changed, John Hung could indeed feel his own progress. Unlike when he first came here and simply relied on basic attributes to crush others. He now learned a lot of routines. Although he could not integrate these routines for the time being, he could choose different routines according to different situations. For example, now, there are many enemies. At this time, Zhang Heng chose Nidanichiru's sword technique to deal with the enemy. He held the wakizashi in his left hand and the katana in his right hand, and blocked the two swords that were cut towards his left leg and lower back. At the same time, he bullied the attacker because she was a woman. Even if she practiced the skills, she was still not as strong as a man. At the moment when the opponent's weapon came into contact with her, Zhang Heng's arm suddenly exerted force and swung the two swords away. Then he quickly seized the gap in the middle and moved the wakizashi horizontally to his forehead, blocking the third knife coming towards him. At the same time, he swung his right hand and cut off one of the little servant's arms before she could draw her knife. The splashing blood made the chill in the courtyard even worse. Zhang Heng did not stand there stupidly waiting for the enemy to surround him, but fought and retreated, looking for weaknesses in the encirclement. This was exactly the essence of Nidan Ichi-Ichi. Miyamoto Musashi was not only a swordsman, but also a master of military tactics. In the famous Gonlu Island duel, he used strategy to defeat the then top swordsman Sasaki Kojiro. His swordsmanship is not limited to one style. And in Zhang Heng's hands, it is even more unrestrained. At the same time, because Zhang Heng holds a katana in one hand and a wakizashi in the other, the lengths are different, and the moves are more unpredictable. Almost every time he slashes, someone is injured or falls down. However, these people really live up to the name of death warriors. Even though their companions are constantly dying, there is still no fear in their eyes. Even if they lose their hands and feet, as long as they are still alive, they will still rush up without hesitation. Even if they just send their bodies and heads to Zhang Heng's sword like suicide, they will also fight for opportunities for their companions around them. This is a fighting method that belongs exclusively to the death warriors, fighting with their lives, advancing without retreat. Many of them were adopted by an adult of the anti-shogun faction when they were young, or because their family members had received great favors and were willing to repay them with their lives. They were trained with the ancient methods of the warring states period, abandoned personal emotions, and did not know what fear was. They only regarded completing the mission as the whole meaning of their existence, and they could often burst out with terrifying fighting power. Under such a fierce attack, even the most powerful masters could not remain unscathed. Zhang Heng's left arm, calf and waist were slashed one after another, but they were only minor injuries. Two of them were because he underestimated the determination of his opponent. The opponent's heart had been pierced by the ribs, but the enemy was still able to continue to chop down with a sword in his hand with amazing willpower. Someone even left a row of teeth marks on his wrist. However, Zhang Heng was not polite. A life and death battle was not the time to be merciful. In a short moment, he had chopped down more than a dozen people in succession, including the maid he had saved before, who was now beheaded by him with a single blow. The deepest blow on his waist was the last gift given to him by the opponent. Zhang Heng's heart was still calm, and he didn't regret his previous rescue. He didn't want to see the other party commit suicide because of a small mistake. It was different from the other party trying to chop him and being killed by him. As the other party said, the conflict between the two parties was just a matter of duty. The so-called dead soldiers were not complete people. They abandoned their own lives and all their feelings, lived for others, and died for others. Zhang Heng blocked a thrust with a wakizashi, and then found a good opportunity to pick up the lantern that had fallen to the ground and started burning with a katana, and threw it into the firewood room where firewood was stored. At the same time, he retreated to the door of the firewood room and guarded there to prevent others from rushing in to put out the fire. Zhang Heng showed the same momentum as when he dominated the seven seas in Black Sail. He danced the two swords tightly and fought against many enemies. In a short period of time, no one could get within a foot of him. However, Zhang Heng calculated that the people he had just killed or lost their fighting ability were probably less than 1/3 of the people in the tea house. If he continued to fight like this, he might really be killed by these guys, who didn't know why they were afraid of death. Therefore, Zhang Heng lit the firewood house, which was actually preparing for the subsequent retreat. The main gate and the side gate are the two key defense points of the tea house. It is probably a bit difficult to break through, but Zhang Heng has level 1 rock climbing and can leap directly on the roof. It is also the weakest point of the entire encirclement, although there are some guys who know ninjutsu squatting on it. Most of them jumped down during the battle and tried to sneak attack Zhang Heng. but were eventually killed by John Hung. John Hung was about to withdraw from the tea house as soon as the fire got bigger. But at this moment, he suddenly heard the faint shouting and killing outside the gate. And at the same time, he could clearly feel that the pressure around him seemed to have decreased a little. Is there any change? John Hung was thinking. And then he heard a familiar voice shouting. The captain of the Shinsengumi 1st Division, Okita Tsuji, is here. Listen, everyone inside. Put down your weapons and accept inspection. Our director is on the way. However, his shouting did not make the enemy surrender, but made those guys attack him more fiercely. The people in the tea house seemed to be planning to kill the captain of the 1st Division, who was in front of them before Kondo Isami, the big boss of the Shinsengumi, arrived. However, they didn't expect that they would be so unlucky tonight. They kicked 2 iron plates in a row. The tricky guy inside hadn't been taken down yet, and the new guy outside was also a living devil. After Okita Tsuji announced his name, he began to rush into the tea house. The sword in his hand bloomed in the dark night, like a light butterfly. However, no one expected that this beautiful butterfly was extremely dangerous. Anyone who blocked Okita was cut down by his sword, and no one could defeat him. In the end, Okita actually rushed in alone. Chapter 571. Don't chop. It's me. A voice said this in John Hung's ear in the night, with the fire gradually burning in the woodshed. John Hung did see the young face of Okita Tsuji. The latter coughed twice, chopped down an enemy in front of him, and stood back to back with John Hung, comforting him. Don't worry. Our people will be here soon. Don't lie, John Hung said indifferently. You shouted so loudly in front of the door before, fearing that there were still people who didn't know Kondo Isami was behind. Do you think they would believe it? Okita scratched his head. Will they believe it? If they really believed it, they wouldn't have let you in so easily. John Hung patiently analyzed the guy beside him. Now, they obviously want to annihilate us here together. Ah. Sorry. Lying has never been my strong point. Okita looked apologetic. I received a secret report that there were sneaky guys meeting here. But I saw you in there before, and I was worried about your safety. So I rushed in first. I really didn't have time to notify the reinforcements. While the two were chatting, John Hung saw the thing in the hands of the proprietress not far away. His expression changed slightly, and he said to Okita Tsuji, Run! Huh? Okita Tsuji didn't understand why John Hung was still running away, now that the two of them had joined forces. Although they might not be able to beat the group of people in front of them, the pressure was much less than when they were fighting alone. There was no reason to disperse. However, seeing that John Hung had rolled on the ground regardless of the sword on him, Okita Tsuji, as the top master of the Shinsengumi, had a keen sense of danger and saved his life. He leaned over to avoid the next black gun from the proprietress. Just as the latter began to continue to refill gunpowder and bullets, John Hung also turned over from the ground and rushed in that direction. However, it can be seen that the boss lady has a high status in the tea house. At least she is not a dead soldier who can be abandoned at will. So when she saw John Hung rushing over, many geishas and servants immediately blocked her. John Hung knew that this was a critical moment of life and death. He didn't want the boss lady to finish reloading and have the opportunity to fire a second shot. So he simply gave up defense and attacked with all his strength, using the most powerful Wunyan with Xiang Zhan in Nitian Ichiryu, and pointed the sword in his hand straight to the front, leaving no way back. Meeting on a narrow road? At this time, it was a competition of courage and determination. Two geishas along the way had their necks cut off by him as soon as they rushed over. They tilted their bodies and fell in the flowers. But then others took their places and refused to give way. John Hung had to bear huge pressure every time he took a step. Blood was flowing in front of him, and the firewood house behind him was also burning. The fire and blood intersected, making this small courtyard look like hell. What remained unchanged during this period was John Hung's steps, like the drumbeat of the god of death stepping on everyone's heart. In the end, the tea house was the first to waver. The dead soldiers had no feelings and did not know what fear was. But the proprietress, an ordinary person, still knew fear. John Hung's step-by-step pressure made her a little confused, and a lot of gunpowder in her hand spilled. What really made her want to retreat was Okita Tsuji, who was also rushing towards her from the other side. The proprietress finally made up her mind to move to a safe place first, and then complete the reloading. But her retreat caused a loophole in the originally perfect defense formation. Although it was only a tiny and fleeting opportunity. But in the eyes of masters like Zhang Heng and Okita Tsuji, it was enough to decide the outcome of this battle. Without any prior discussion, Zhang Heng suddenly threw the wakizashi in his hand and nailed a young servant next to the boss lady to the ground. At the same time, Okita also jumped up and slashed 2 people in front of him. Feeling threatened, the boss lady decided to change the direction of escape. But after a moment of delay, Zhang Heng had already killed her. Although those dead men worked hard to protect their master and were fearless, they could not do much in the face of the huge gap in strength. Zhang Heng ignored the 2 knives that chopped at his chest, because their masters had already fallen under his continuous slashes in the next step. The blade did not penetrate deep into the flesh due to inertia, but it looked bloody, which made him look like a madman. The next moment, Zhang Heng finally stood in front of the proprietress. Perhaps because she was too frightened, the proprietress even forgot that she had not finished loading the gunpowder and the bullets had not been put in. She raised the Tanegashima iron cannon in her hand, as if she had grabbed the last straw, and desperately pulled the trigger at Zhang Heng. But only a little white smoke came out of the muzzle. Then her head flew up, and no matter how thick the foundation was, it could not cover up the fear on her face. Great! Let's fight our way out together. Okita Tsuji was refreshed, although there were still many dead men left in the tea house. With the death of the proprietress, no one could command them anymore, which greatly reduced their fighting power. It was a good opportunity to break out. However, Zhang Heng's eyes were looking to the other side. Perhaps because they heard the names of the Shinsengumi and Kondo Asami. The anti-shogun samurai who gathered here tonight had begun to evacuate in an orderly manner. They went through the side door. The most important among them were naturally Takasuji Shinsaku and the French merchant Gabriel. There were also some samurai who did not leave and raised their knives to kill Zhang Heng and Okita Tsuji. Zhang Heng knew that tonight was the best chance to get the Suzumaru Tsuneji. Takasuji Shinsaku and Nakamura Hanjiro were secretive and rarely showed up, especially if what happened tonight was exposed. Takasuji Shinsaku might not stay in Kyoto, a dangerous place. If Nakamura Hanjiro escorted him back to Choshu, it would be difficult for Zhang Heng to get this famous sword. However, Zhang Heng did not act rashly. He quickly evaluated his current physical condition in his mind and weighed the success rate and risk of taking the sword. Okita Tsuji wiped the blood off his face and followed Zhang Heng's gaze, with a strange look on his face. Is there any grudge between Brother Abe and the Chu samurai? No grudge. I just want Suzumaru Tsuneji, Zhang Heng said casually, without hiding anything. Surprise flashed in Okita Tsuji's eyes. He didn't say everything before. When he rushed in to save Zhang Heng, he did doubt the relationship between Zhang Heng and the anti-shogun faction. After all, the 2 of them only met once at Kaimiza Temple. Hijikata often said that you can know a person's face but not his heart, let alone 2 relatively unfamiliar people. However, this problem was solved when he rushed in and saw Zhang Heng fighting fiercely with those assassins. However, Okita Tsuji never thought that the reason why Zhang Heng appeared here tonight was just for a knife? Chapter 572. Zhang Heng had almost thought about it, while dealing with a Satsuma samurai who rushed up. He said to Okita Tsuji on the other side, "Hey, let's discuss something." "What is it?" Okita Tsuji was busy coughing and beating people, but he still did not forget to speak in reply. Even in the bloody battle, his posture was still very elegant. The sword was like a half-moon hanging in the sky, emitting a faint cold light, and no one could stop it wherever it passed. Your Shinsengumi failed to kill Katsura Kagoro, also known as Kido Takayoshi, at Aikaya before. You must be very regretful, Zhang Heng said. It's a rare opportunity to make amends now. Do you want to watch it slip away from your hands? What do you mean? Okita Tsuji raised his eyebrows. Takasuji Shinsaku, among the group of people, Zhang Heng simply said. What? Okita Tsuji was stunned. Didn't that guy just die not long ago? That's not the case. I just saw him before. He was still alive and well and busy preparing for the military overthrow of the shogunate. Ah, these people are so annoying. No wonder Kondo teacher said that it was because of them that the world was in chaos. Okita shook his head, expressing his dissatisfaction with those anti-shogun people. But in fact, he himself didn't know what bad things Takasuji Shinsaku and his people had done. Anyway, he just killed them when the teacher told him to. Okita was not a stupid person, but he was really lazy and didn't want to use his brain. If you chase them now, maybe you can catch up, Zhang Heng reminded. Huh? Okita's mind turned quickly again at this time. You want Suzumaru Tsuneji. And Suzumaru Tsuneji is said to be in the hands of Nakamura Henjiro. So, it is Nakamura Henjiro who is protecting Takasuji Shinsaku? That's right. Catch up with Takasuji Shinsaku. And we can both get what we want. Zhang Heng finally put forward the conditions for cooperation. Okita Tsuji widened his eyes. I say you are too bold. Aren't you? Most people who are ambushed and assassinated will think about getting out of danger as soon as possible. But you are not only not running away, but you want to kill again. If it was just me, I would have escaped by now. But with you, there is still a certain chance of success. But you have to make a decision quickly. Otherwise Takasuji Shinsaku might run away. Zhang Heng was sincere for once. Since you don't care about the danger, then I, the captain of the Shinsengumi first team, have no reason to retreat. Okita Tsuji is a young man, unwilling to lag behind. Moreover, he witnessed Zhang Heng's swordsmanship tonight, and was impressed and aroused his heroic spirit. So the two changed their direction and no longer ran towards the main door, but instead went to the side door. Their actions immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the tea house, and really shocked many people, especially those samurai from Choshu and Satsuma who stayed behind to cover the rear. The older samurai in the lead no longer had the good-natured smile on his face, and his eyes were burning with anger. Asshole. Damn. You don't take us seriously? He shouted while raising his knife and rushing towards Zhang Heng and Okita, while the other samurai followed behind him, cursing as well. Just in time. Okita was completely excited when he saw this. It has been a long time since the battle at Aikdaya that he has not fought so happily as tonight. Although he has been fighting for a long time, the secretion of adrenaline has made him completely forget the pain and fatigue in his body. He only feels that the knife in his hand has never been so light as it is now. He is at the peak of his power at this moment. Seeing that his opponent took the initiative to come to him, Okita Tsuji would naturally be polite and directly used his most proud three-stage flat piercing move. Flat blue eyes, with the tip of the knife drooping to the right. And from this posture, he pressed down and steadily caught the opponent's attack, and then suddenly raised his hand and chopped it down with lightning speed. At this time, the opponent's front was wide open, as if he was offering himself to be chopped. The older warrior was a veteran and had encountered all kinds of opponents. Although he knew that the two men in front of him were powerful, he was also quite confident in his martial arts. As long as he could withstand the first few attacks, his companions behind him would be able to kill him. At that time, his pressure would be much less. Even if it was not easy to win, at least he would not lose. However, although he had a good plan, the reality was much crueler than he imagined. He didn't even see how the young man in front of him drew his sword, and he was hit on the neck. The world began to spin in his eyes. The last question in his mind was why the trees in the yard grew horizontally. After killing an opponent, Okita Tsuji was not very excited, because Zhang Heng on the other side also killed an enemy neatly. This round was a tie at best. Moreover, he didn't even know the name of the guy who died in front of him. He probably was a minor character. Come again! Okita rubbed his hands and continued to look for the next prey. Don't forget the business. Zhang Heng saw that Okita was in the mood to kill, and couldn't help but remind him again. You're right. Only by getting rid of Takasuji Shinsaku can the world be peaceful for a while. Okita Tsuji was quick to follow suit. The two of them fought for a while, and defeated the samurai who stayed behind. The remaining anti-shogun armed forces in the tea house were getting fewer and fewer, until they were no longer able to stop the two's actions. Zhang Heng got rid of the enemy closest to him, then rushed to the side door, looked out, and quickly retracted his head. Gunshots rang out. However, this time, the Satsuma samurai, who was ambushing in the alley and shooting from behind, had not even had time to draw his sword before his throat was cut by Zhang Heng, who rushed up. Okita Tsuji followed closely behind him and drove away two annoying flies behind him. His face was red due to the intense exercise, and he couldn't help coughing loudly. Are you okay? Zhang Heng did not forget that the boy next to him had tuberculosis like Takasuji Shinsaku. But Okita Tsuji was in a relatively better condition at the moment. It's okay. This is an old problem of mine. I've had it since I was a child. I just have to take it easy. Okita Tsuji looked indifferent. He added, It's okay if I don't take it easy. It's more important to chase them. Zhang Heng didn't comment. You should take a break first. I also need to confirm the current location of the group. After he finished speaking, he climbed up a townhouse next to him and searched for the location of Takasuji Shinsaku and Nakamura Hanjiro from a high position. Soon, he got something. The samurai from the two clans who escaped from the tea house split into two groups. One heading west, and the other heading east. Takasuji Shinsaku should be hiding in one of the groups. Chapter 573 Your opponent tonight is me. When Zhang Heng was observing Takasuji Shinsaku's whereabouts on the roof of the townhouse, Okita Tsuji below actually didn't have much time to rest, because the remaining remnants in the tea house followed closely and chased out. Okita Tsuji leaned against the wall with his back, and only had time to take a breath before turning over and throwing himself into the battle. The sword in his hand whistled, and a new wave of blood baptism was ushered in. Zhang Heng jumped down from the roof, stabbed left and right, and knocked down two more people in one breath, helping Okita out of the siege, and at the same time told him what he saw from above. What should we do? Should we split up and chase him? Okita Tsuji asked. No. I already know which team Takasuji Shinsaku is in, Zhang Heng said. Although the distance was too far, and it was nighttime to see the faces of the two teams. No matter what happened, the bodyguard Nakamura Hanjiro would definitely not leave Takasuji Shinsaku's side. And he was taller than ordinary people, so he was easy to recognize. Therefore, Zhang Heng could quickly determine Takasuji Shinsaku's location. Great. Let's rush over. There was a burning sensation in Okita Tsuji's eyes. He knew it was sweat flowing in. Besides, he felt something blocking his throat, which made him feel uncomfortable. So he coughed loudly twice. On this night full of blood and fire, Okita Tsuji did not notice the bloody taste in his mouth. Takasuji Shinsaku had to admit that he had underestimated the guys in the Shinsengumi again. It was not just the amazing fighting power of the other party. The most important thing was that he misunderstood Zhang Heng's identity and thought that the latter was also a spy of the Shinsengumi. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain where his martial arts came from, and why the people in the tea house attacked the Shinsengumi as soon as they attacked him. The French merchant was also in the fleeing team. He also exchanged clothes with a samurai from the Choshu clan. But the other's Haori looked a little funny on him, especially since the two had a big difference in size. The French merchant could only be considered to be wearing that piece of clothing at best. He wiped the sweat from his forehead while running, and his face was helpless. He brought the person with him. The translator who had been working with him before fell ill and stayed in Osaka and couldn't come. This was an emergency. It stands to reason that the Shinsengumi couldn't arrange people to lurk around him in advance. Moreover, with Gabriel's caution, he also observed Zhang Heng for a period of time before hiring him. He saw that Zhang Heng had also discussed work with other Western merchants before finally choosing him. He originally just wanted to use Zhang Heng as a disposable tool, and never thought that it would bring such a disastrous consequence now. In short, whether it was Takasuji Shinsaku or Gabriel, both of them basically believed that Zhang Heng was a member of the Shinsengumi, or at least a member of the shogunate. Even if their imaginations were 10,000 times richer, they probably couldn't guess that Zhang Heng came here just for a knife tonight. Takasuji Shinsaku ran the earliest, because of his special identity. When Okita Tsuji announced his name outside, he was ready to evacuate regardless of whether the follow-up reinforcements of the Shinsengumi really came back. However, his health was indeed a big problem. Before, he walked into the house and talked and laughed with Gabriel, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with him. But now, he couldn't hide it anymore when he ran. He started panting after just a few steps. However, Takasuji Shinsaku then refused the offer of others to help him, and gritted his teeth and insisted on running for a distance. He stumbled and fell directly to the ground. His arms and palms were scratched and bleeding. He looked a little embarrassed. No one would have thought that a generation of heroes who were still calm and confident in commanding the battle against the shogunate fleet's long guns and cannons a year ago would fall to this point. The four words heroes end appeared in the minds of everyone who witnessed this scene. Nakamura Hanjiro's square face showed a rare look of worry, and he said to a samurai from the Choshu clan beside him, "We have to find a sedan chair. Gion is a famous place of wind and moon in Kyoto. It is very lively every night, and many dignitaries come and go. It is not difficult to find a sedan chair." However, in order to confuse the other party, the anti-shogun group decided to split into two groups. So Takasuji Shinsaku did not choose to leave in a sedan chair. But now his physical strength has obviously reached the limit. It is meaningless to insist on whether to expose or not. Otherwise, at their current speed, the other party can even kill another team first and then come back to find them. However, some people were still hoping for the best and asked, "Could those two guys have been killed by our people?" Nakamura Hanjiro looked back in the direction of Yukichi and shook his head. If those two are dead, someone should go to put out the fire. But the reality was that the fire in the tea house was getting bigger and bigger, and even alarmed several houses next door. Two samurai drew their swords and forced a public servant who came to drink on the road to roll down from the sedan chair. And then they carried Takasugi Shinsaku, who looked a little bad, onto the sedan chair. "Leave this place quickly," Nakamura Hanjiro ordered the sedan bearers. His unusually tall stature and aura made the sedan bearers dare not resist at all. They lifted the sedan and trotted in the direction he ordered. Nakamura Hanjiro was about to follow him, but the next moment he suddenly stopped, turned around, and saw the boy who appeared at the other end of the street. The latter looked very bad, with several knife wounds on his arms and calves, and the haori on his body was almost soaked with blood and stuck to his chest. But his eyes were bright as if they were about to burn. "Follow the Lord. I take care of this," Nakamura Hanjiro said solemnly to the rest of the people around him. Several anti-shogun warriors, including Takeuchi, looked at each other, said nothing, and immediately turned around to chase Takasugi Shinsaku's sedan chair. Nakamura Hanjiro was clearly standing alone in the middle of the street, but he was like a tiger crouching in the middle of the street, with thousands of troops under his command. He raised his head to the person who came, and his tone remained unchanged. "Okita Tsuji?" "Heh." Okita responded and drew out the sword from his waist. "Because he killed too many people tonight." Even the scabbard was full of blood. The blood dripped from the tip of the sword to the ground, staining his handsome face with a hint of murderous intent. He said word by word, "No matter who you are, anyone who stands in my way tonight will die. That depends on whether you have the life to take it." Hearing this, Hanjiro Nakamura said indifferently, and his right hand finally moved to the sutra pilt tsuneji on his waist. But at this moment, a voice came from the roof in front of him. "Your opponent tonight is me." Then Zhang Heng turned his head and said to Okita Tsuji, "Go chase Takasugi Shinsaku. Leave him to me, and the cooperation we discussed before will be completed." Chapter 574, Gap. Nakamura Hanjiro knew that the group of samurai following Takasugi Shinsaku were no match for Okita Tsuji. But when the guy on the roof appeared, he no longer had the energy to stop the Shinsengumi kid. Zhang Heng put a lot of pressure on him. Nakamura Hanjiro couldn't remember how long it had been since he had felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. At this time, even a little distraction could kill him in the next battle. He was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to run into two same-kind people in one night. Not to mention the Shinsengumi, who were the running dogs of the shogunate, who had been hunting down the samurai who opposed the shogunate in Kyoto. In the Battle of Ikedaya, even Katsura Kagoro almost died, although Okita Tsuji was young. As the best master of the Shinsengumi, the number of people who died under his sword was not necessarily less than himself. But the other person, Abe Yuta, was a little unfamiliar to Nakamura Hanjiro. He had never heard of rumors about this person before. Tonight was the first time they met. The other party appeared in the tea house as a translator for a French businessman. Nakamura Hanjiro was rarely wrong. At that time, he did not feel any threat from Zhang Heng. However, when leaving, Nakamura Hanjiro also looked at the battle in the courtyard. It was certain that the other party was obviously a veteran and had killed countless people. It was even very likely that he had the most combat experience among the three. It was hard to imagine why such a guy had been unknown before. But now is obviously not the time to think about such things, because Zhang Heng has already jumped down from the roof. When masters fight, unless it is a sneak attack, they rarely jump down from a high place to attack, because although doing so can use some gravitational potential energy, the body cannot move in midair, and it is easy to fall into a passive position. After Zhang Heng landed, Nakamura Hanjiro finally pulled out the Tsujumaru Tsune from his waist. Under the moonlight, the blade of Tsujumaru Tsune radiated a cold light, and it seemed to be something from two different worlds, with a Buddhist rosary wrapped around the handle. But it was perfectly integrated together, achieving a wonderful balance, just like the reincarnation of life and death. Nakamura Hanjiro spoke, his tone neither hurried nor slow. "I learned swordplay at the age of 15, swinging the wooden sword 8,000 times a day. 10 years later, my swordplay finally reached perfection, And 5 years later, I got this sword from Inoue Shangren and killed 44 enemies. Shaoshan Dojo. Abuda. The sword was borrowed from Take Wandao Dojo. Zhang Heng also briefly introduced himself after hearing this. Nakamura Hanjiro was silent. And then he stopped talking nonsense and rushed over with the sword raised. Nakamura Hanjiro's swordplay originated from Shuriken Ryu, a unique swordplay school of Satsuma Pan, which emphasizes pig rushing and fierce attack, and is a school of unstoppable and fierce. If the Tenin Rishin Ryu is the official swordplay of the Shinsengumi, then Shuriken Ryu is the most popular swordplay among the Slayers. Nakamura Hanjiro directly raised the sutra pill in his hand above his right shoulder and slashed at Zhang Heng in front of him. And with his rising momentum, he firmly locked the target. In the past, the enemy would involuntarily think that this move was invincible, and then retreat to avoid it. But this would fall into Nakamura Hanjiro's trap. Once he retreated from this step, the target would find himself becoming more and more passive, and Nakamura Hanjiro's offensive would continue like a tide, one wave stronger than the other, and the target could only draw his sword in panic. And that moment often determined life and death. Zhang Heng did not fall into the trap. Facing the fierce attack of Hanjiro Nakamura, he did not retreat a single step, but raised his sword to meet it. "Come on!" Hanjiro Nakamura shouted. But he was not surprised but happy. Shixianli was certainly not a sword technique to scare people. In fact, Hanjiro Nakamura spent 10 years practicing day and night just to improve the power and speed of his sword. Ordinary swordsmen can't block his thundering attack at all. If they don't know the severity of the attack and try to block it, the result will most likely be that the weapon in their hands will be knocked away. Therefore, this knife attack was not a conspiracy, but an open conspiracy. However, the result of this double knife clash was beyond Hanjiro Nakamura's expectation. The guy in front of him actually took the knife that he used all his strength, although it was a bit reluctant, and when he saw that the situation was not right, Zhang Heng also blocked the other wakizashi in time. This made the back of the knife stop at the last moment when it bounced to the shoulder. However, Zhang Heng on the other side was also a little surprised. The effect of his long-term fitness and exercise was not in vain. Especially modern people's diet is more scientific. Nutrition is more balanced. And the physique is much stronger than that of people more than 100 years ago. Therefore, after entering the copy, Zhang Heng basic data is superior in most cases. It is rare to meet an opponent who can suppress him in strength. Of course, this may be because he had experienced a fierce battle before and his physical strength was depleted. But on the other hand, he had to admit that Nakamura Hanjiro's 10 years of swordsmanship were not in vain. This slayer of the late shogunate was indeed stronger than all the opponents he had encountered before. However, Zhang Heng was not panicked. The stronger the enemy, the more worthy of study, and the better it could hone his swordsmanship. To explain it with the concept of the game, bosses and elite monsters always provide more experience points than small minions. Zhang Heng had chosen so many dojos before, but none of them had gained as much as he had tonight. What he had to do next was to swallow this last experience package, and then go home to slowly digest it. Realizing that he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength, Zhang Heng decisively changed his fighting style. He not only started to move, but also became more active, as if he was planning to fight in a mobile manner. This behavior was unwise in the eyes of Nakamura Hanjiro. Through the knife just now, Nakamura Hanjiro also saw the impact of continuous high-intensity fighting on Zhang Heng's body. What's more, the latter still had many wounds on his body. If he really wanted to fight a war of attrition, the situation would not be optimistic. In fact, the two fought several more times, but there was no winner. Zhang Heng used the force to retreat, then raised the katana in his hand to his eyes, and looked at the large and small gaps on the blade in the moonlight. Although the katana in his hand was not a treasure of the level of the 5 swords of the world, it was not bad. In the previous battle in the tea house, there were not so many gaps on the blade, but after fighting with Nakamura Hanjiro for less than 10 swords, there were nearly half more gaps. It can only be said that the Jujumaru Tsuneji in Nakamura Hanjiro's hand was too sharp. Chapter 575 Annie Flow. With Zhang Heng helped to contain the most troublesome Nakamura Hanjiro, Okita Tsuji quickly caught up with Takasuji Shinsaku's group. At this time, there were only 4 samurai left by Takasuji Shinsaku's side. The anti-shogun faction actually had a lot of manpower in Kyoto, but now they couldn't be counted on. So these 4 people were the last armed force to protect Takasuji Shinsaku. The leading Choshu samurai said to Takeuchi Shinji. Takeuchi, the safety of the adults will be in your hands from now on. Shinji Takeuchi gritted his teeth. It's not a solution to run away like this. Why don't we go together? He has already experienced a fierce battle. We may not have no chance. The leader shook his head. The safety of the adults is important. If no one follows, the group of sedan bearers will definitely abandon the adults and run away. Takeuchi was speechless after hearing this, and finally had to accept this proposal unwillingly. With him following the sedan bearers could only continue to carry the sedan obediently. However, after running a few steps, Takeuchi heard the angry shouts of his companions behind him and the sound of weapons colliding, and knew that they were fighting with the kid named Okita Tsuji from the Shinsengumi. Okita was completely bloodthirsty tonight. He had the idea of killing Takasuji Shinsaku in his heart. Anyone who dared to stand in his way was his enemy. Seeing the three people rushing towards him, he did not retreat but advanced quickly. He swung his sword before the three people surrounded him and slashed the man in the middle in the chest. However, the latter obviously knew what Okita's goal was. He did not lose his fighting power after being hit so hard, but became more brave. The whole person was like a madman. He continued to rush towards Okita with the blade, and at the same time swung the sword in his hand, cursing, "You running dog of the shogunate! Die!" The two companions beside him also took this opportunity to attack Okita Tsuji. Okita's brain was extremely calm at this moment. He caught the trajectory of the three knives from the corner of his eyes, and then he made an extremely risky move. He let go of the katana stuck in the enemy's body, stepped back half a step to avoid the attack, and then approached again, stretched out his hand to grab the katana, and swung it hard before the opponent's katana was raised. This time he used a lot of strength. The katana not only cut the target's flesh and blood, but also cut off several sternums, leaving a bloodline. However, one of the remaining two people was also a master, who took the opportunity to stab Okita's calf directly. At this point in the battle, the technique is no longer that important. What is being tested is the willpower and determination of both sides. The guy who was stabbed in the chest was obviously only breathing, but he still reached out and hugged one of Okita Tsuji's legs when he fell to the ground, trying to create an opportunity for his companion to kill the enemy. At this time, Okita Tsuji also gave up defense, risking another knife attack on his left arm, and raised his backhand, stabbing the opponent's throat before the other person swung the knife. And then he directly chopped off the head of the guy holding his thigh. At this point, there was only one enemy left. Okita Tsuji continued to fight and got ready. At this time, the third man was completely frightened by his momentum, and his hand holding the knife was shaking slightly. He was the one with the least actual combat experience among the three. He had not experienced many battles, let alone such a tragic scene tonight. Seeing his companions fall one after another, he was already afraid before the battle, and the faith he had always held in his heart was also shaken a little. Just when he was still hesitating whether he should run away to save his life or to maintain the honor of the samurai, the impatient Okita Tsuji had already swung his knife and attacked first. The result was of course beyond doubt, as indecision is a taboo in a fight. Okita Tsuji effortlessly knocked away the opponent's sword, and the process was so easy that he even felt a little surprised. Then he continued to swing the second knife, and vaguely heard shouts for mercy in his ears. But the series of fierce battles seemed to have released the evil spirit in Okita's heart. At this moment, he could not hear anything, and continued to swing the last knife with full concentration, eliminating the enemy in front of him, and then simply treated the wound on his leg, and chased in the direction where the sedan left. His blood-stained appearance made passers-by scream, but Okita Tsuji ignored those irrelevant guys. He had only one goal in mind. Soon Okita Tsuji caught up with the sedan chair, but the next moment, the sedan bearers suddenly knelt down and cowed out for mercy. Okita lifted the door curtain with the tip of his knife and found that there was no one inside. The samurai from Choshu domain beside the sedan chair also disappeared. At the other end of the street, the battle between Zhang Heng and Nakamura Hanjiro also entered a white-hot stage. In order to consume the enemy more effectively, Nakamura Hanjiro actually changed his previous brave and advanced fighting style and turned to a defensive position. But the angle and timing of his sword were still very skillful, forcing Zhang Heng to move more. The two of them advanced and retreated on the street, attacking and defending, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Compared with the battle with Okita over there, this one obviously looks much more elegant. After fighting for such a long time, The two of them were not seriously injured, which seemed to be quite gentlemanly. However, only those who really know the business can see that this battle is far more dangerous than the one next to it. The strength of the two is not much different, which means that the battle will be broken down into smaller pieces, with more emphasis on the details, because the victory or defeat may only be a matter of millimeters. So far, Nakamura Hanjiro is undoubtedly the better one. The two have speed and strength, and they are evenly matched. In terms of weapons, Nakamura Hanjiro, who has one of the 5 swords in the world, is clearly ahead. In fact, the katana in Zhang Heng's hand is now full of gaps, and it is unknown how long it can hold up. At that time, the balance of the battle will tilt towards Nakamura Hanjiro. Zhang Heng seemed to realize this, but instead of changing the way of fighting, he strengthened his offensive again. Finally, the katana in his hand could no longer withstand the continuous heavy blows, and the top third of the blade was cut off by Jujumaru Tsuneji. The broken blade flew out diagonally and stuck on the door plaque of a tea house next door. A hint of joy finally flashed across Nakamura Hanjiro's expressionless square face. In his opinion, if such a large part of the weapon in his hand is missing, no matter what school it is, it will definitely be affected. And then Zhang Heng's fighting style did change. But it changed from Nichiria to a school he had never seen before. There was no fixed rules and methods anymore. It seemed that he was just waiting for an opportunity to move. But every knife made him feel extremely dangerous. I have seen your Shurien style. Next, it's your turn to see my Annie style, the man opposite said to Nakamura Hanjiro. Chapter 576, Evil Ghost. It has been more than 20 days since Zhang Heng entered the dungeon. He has challenged many martial arts schools and learned many styles. He can switch different sword techniques according to different occasions. However, in the most dangerous moments, people will still choose to return to instinct. And Zhang Heng's instinct is the sword technique that he honed through countless bloody battles when he was a pirate in Black Sail for 10 years. The so-called Annie style is actually a sword technique that does not have any style and relies purely on combat instinct and experience. After the sword in his hand broke, Zhang Heng simply stuck to Nakamura Hanjiro and took the initiative to close the distance between the two sides. This made the battle more dangerous and tested the reaction speed of both sides. And reaction speed is Zhang Heng's strong point. He has experienced more battles than Nakamura Hanjiro. No one can be better than him in swinging the sword and capturing fleeting opportunities in the chaos. This is also Zhang Heng's greatest reliance. On the other hand, Nakamura Hanjiro is 15 years older than Zhang Heng. In terms of sword training, he may not be worse than Zhang Heng, and his strength is stronger. But his reaction speed is still declining with the law of nature. However, at this life or death moment, he remained calm. Since he couldn't defend, he simply stopped defending and went on the offensive again, thinking that he would have to save the opponent if he attacked. He also began to consciously look for opportunities to fight with swords, and to play the advantages of Juzumaru Tsuneji, while patiently waiting for the opportunity to distance himself again. Both of them were trying to play to their strengths, and looking for each other's weaknesses. Nakamura Hanjiro could be said to be the most powerful master Zhang Heng had met so far in this dungeon. So this battle was also the most exciting one for him. At present, neither of them has gained any advantage. However, as time goes by, Zhang Heng becomes more and more familiar with Nakamura Hanjiro's swordsmanship. Zhang Heng is gradually figuring out the latter's swordsmanship and routines. On the other hand, Nakamura Hanjiro has just adapted to Nichiira's fighting style. But Zhang Heng has changed to a new style in a blink of an eye. Moreover, this time his swordsmanship has become more elusive, and has even gone beyond the scope of Japanese swordsmanship. Nakamura Hanjiro is at a loss. At this time, Zhang Heng finally blew the horn of counterattack. The katana in his right hand took the initiative to contact with Suzumaru Tsuneji, blocking Nakamura Hanjiro's slash. And at the same time, the wakizashi in his left hand stabbed Nakamura Hanjiro's lower ribs. Nakamura Hanjiro realized the danger, and Jujumaru Tsuneji did not press down again, but retreated decisively and slashed at Zhang Heng's left wrist, still attacking and saving. However, he knew it was bad in the process. Zhang Heng's stab at his lower ribs was just a feint. It seemed that he had guessed how he would respond and waited there with his sword. While swinging his right hand, Nakamura Hanjiro retreated after one strike. But it was still a moment too late. The two finally pulled away again. But Nakamura Hanjiro's right hand was bleeding, and there were two severed fingers on the ground. John Hung used a series of moves in a short period of time to bully Nakamura Henjiro, who was not as fast as him in reaction. At the same time, he also deliberately lured Nakamura Henjiro to use the previous routine, and finally got a rich reward. With only 3 fingers left, he could no longer hold the knife. So Nakamura Henjiro switched the Jujumaru Tsuneji to his left hand. However, his left hand was definitely not as easy to use as his right hand. It was no problem to deal with ordinary battles. But in this kind of master battle where details were the key, he had already lost. Looking at the severed finger on the ground, Nakamura Henjiro's square face finally showed some expression. However, it was not despair or fear, but more like a kind of relief. He spoke in a low voice. Today, I have finally repaid the kindness of Seigo-sama. But unfortunately, I will not be able to see the new era you promised. After that, he raised the rosary pill in his hand again, nodded to John Hung, and said, "Come on. It's better to die in your hands than in the hands of other idiots. As you wish." John Hung was not polite after hearing this, and tightened his double swords in his hands again. Okita Tsuji knew he was deceived when he lifted the door curtain, but he was not too anxious. Takasuji Shinsaku was in a very bad physical condition, and he was probably unable to walk on his own. This group of people would risk exposure to rob the sedan chair, and the other party was now left with only one person, and he had to carry Takasuji Shinsaku on his back, so he couldn't walk fast at all. Okita Tsuji recalled the forks he encountered along the way, turned around and rushed back, and he soon made a new discovery. At one of the intersections, he saw a pool of fresh blood, which seemed to prove from the side that Takasuji Shinsaku was indeed in a bad state. Without hesitation, Okita Tsuji immediately followed the blood trail. He had already left Gion, and not far away was the residence of the Eizu clan. The Eizu clan belonged to the shogunate faction, and it was unlikely that Takasuji Shinsaku would go to them. However, there was a residence of the Geisha clan on the other side of the street, and many people in the Geisha clan were close to the anti-shogun forces. Although the Shinsengami's power in Kyoto was not strong enough to force its way into the samurai's residence, at this point, Okita Tsuji would never let Takasuji Shinsaku escape, so he chose to climb over the wall and enter directly. As soon as he landed, a knife attacked him. Fortunately, Okita Tsuji had been on guard against the enemy's sneak attack and blocked the attack. In addition, he could see the other person's face clearly in the moonlight. He was a young samurai of about his age, the last person accompanying Takasuji Shinsaku. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the other party did not waste words and continued to attack, trying to turn the advantage into an advantage. To be fair, his swordsmanship was pretty good among his peers, but it was still not comparable to a genius like Okita Tsuji. When Okita was at his best, he could probably win with the opponent in less than 10 moves. However, he had lost too much strength now, and his body was covered with wounds. Therefore, it took him some effort to win this battle. Okita Tsuji had to use his best skill, the flat blue eyes, and finally stabbed the opponent's throat with a knife. Seeing the blood spurting out of the young samurai's mouth, Okita Tsuji finally felt a little tired. Fortunately, the battle tonight has ended. Next, he just needs to find Takasuji Shinsaku, who is hiding in the house, and then stab him in the chest to make his fake death become real death. Okita Tsuji actually doesn't like killing people, but in this era, every man is forced to make a choice. Okita is lazy. He is only closest to Kondo Asami, the current leader of the Shinsengami. He followed Kondo Asami from his hometown to Kyoto. The latter wanted to do something big and eventually chose the shogunate, so he naturally became the so-called shogunate running dog in the mouths of the anti-shogun faction. However, Okita's mind has not been on work at all recently. After solving the last enemy, his mind also drifted to other places. It's really a headache. How can I see Masao again? Okita has been troubled by this matter. Although they had a good chat when they first met, he forgot to ask for each other's address. Although they ran into each other several times later, he still couldn't muster up the courage. Sometimes he only dared to look at each other from a distance. He also ran to ask Hijikata, the most resourceful person in the group, but the latter told him, "Women, just be tough. Just ask his father directly. Her opinion doesn't matter at all." Okita scratched his head and ears after hearing this. Although he didn't know what was wrong with this, he always felt that it was not good. Maybe he subconsciously didn't want to be disliked by Miss Shuya. But the next moment, He heard the sound of a bucket falling to the ground. And an enemy? Okita turned around with the knife in his hand. But what he saw was a face that he had always been obsessed with. But this time, there was no innocent and healing smile on that face, but instead endless fear. What is she afraid of? Oh, it's me. The one who is now covered in blood and looks like a ghost. Okita thought to himself, and at the same time apologized in his heart. I'm sorry, Miss Shirya. I didn't have time to introduce myself. But you saw my ugliest side. Chapter 577 Flowers bloom, but no fruit. Although the outcome was decided after losing 2 fingers, Nakamura Hanjiro did not intend to give up, but chose to fight to the last moment to maintain his dignity as a samurai. As a top master in the late shogunate, once he was determined to die. The fighting power he burst out was extremely amazing. Nakamura Hanjiro threw away all distractions in his mind, and each sword was a fighting method that hurt both sides. It actually made up for the disadvantage of holding the sword with his left hand to a certain extent, and brought the fierceness of the Shogun Ryu to the extreme. However, Zhang Heng always took the initiative. As time went by, more and more wounds appeared on Hanjiro Nakamura's body. Not only his chest, waist, abdomen, arms, but also his neck were stabbed. He pressed the wound with one hand to stop the bleeding, and the other hand was still swinging the knife. But the power was getting weaker and weaker, until he was finally hit in the chest by Zhang Heng again. He straightened his back and fell down unwillingly. However, he stuck the rosary in his hand into the ground and tried to struggle to get up again. Zhang Heng walked over and thrust the wakizashi in his hand into the back of Hanjiro Nakamura, helping the slayer to completely free himself. Then he took a breath and pulled out the Sujimara Tsune that was stuck in the ground. The rosary wrapped around the handle felt a little cold, which calmed Zhang Heng's agitated blood. Then Zhang Heng carefully looked at the blade. He found that it was because of the supernatural power of the blade that after such a long battle, Sujimara Tsune was not injured at all, and there was not even a gap on the blade. On the other hand, the 2 knives in Zhang Heng's hand before were almost scarred. There was no intact place on the blade. If the battle was not over, it might be broken in a short time. Zhang Heng took a look and put the Jujumaru Tsuneji back into the scabbard. So far, he has completed half of the mission of this dungeon. He found a famous sword of the same level as Mikazuki Munakika. After that, he just needs to continue to hone his sword skills and see if he can find a better sword. The battle in Gilan finally came to an end. Zhang Heng didn't know what happened to Okita Tsuji. In fact, he didn't care whether Takasuji Shin died or not, whether it was the shogunate or the anti-shogun faction. It didn't matter to him who won or lost. What's more, the shogunate was in decline now, and it was not something that could be saved by one person. Even if Takasuji Shin died here tonight, there were still Okubo Toshimichi, Seigo Takamori and others, and it was likely that they would not be able to prevent the subsequent restoration of power and the Battle of Tobafushimi. Zhang Heng threw out this bait that the Shinsengumi couldn't refuse just to get Okita Tsuji to help him get the sword. Now that the sword has been obtained, Zhang Heng should have nothing to do in the future. However, thinking that he and Okita Tsuji were fighting side by side tonight, if the latter didn't take action, he could only choose to escape in the courtyard before, and couldn't get the Jujumaru Tsuneji. Zhang Heng decided to go and see the honest child. The bloody battle that just happened in Gilan really shocked many people. Those people looked at Zhang Heng with a trace of fear. Wherever Zhang Heng walked, the crowd couldn't help but retreat, fearing that this guy who looked like a demon king would chop them down if he was unhappy. Zhang Heng walked to the place where Okita Tsuji had fought before, and saw 3 bodies on the road. All of them were samurai of the anti-shogun faction, with different causes of death, and some of them had their heads and bodies separated. Then Zhang Heng also saw bloodstains on the ground. After being trained by Sherlock Holmes, tracking has become Zhang Heng's strong point. He quickly restored what happened here at that time. Takasuji Shinsaku should have abandoned the sedan chair to buy more time. But then Okita Tsuji still chased after him. Zhang Heng was about to move forward, but the next moment, he saw a figure with a knife appear in the darkness. Who is it? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows and asked. The other party did not answer. So Zhang Heng palm moved to the handle of Suzumaru Tsuneji's knife. But then, he saw the face of the person clearly, with the help of the lanterns on the roadside. It was Okita Tsuji, who had just separated from him not long ago. But now Okita looked confused and lost. What happened? Zhang Heng was a little surprised. Did Takasugi Shinsaku run away? No. I killed him. Okita Tsuji murmured. I killed him. In front of her. I killed a person who had no resistance in front of her. He? John Hung was a little confused about who Okita was talking about. Miss Shuya of Yunzhou Domain. Takasugi Shinsaku fled to her home. When I rushed over, she was preparing to treat Takasugi Shinsaku's wounds. I ignored her pleas and killed Takasugi Shinsaku, who was already in a coma, and also knocked out her father, who came to dissuade him. Okita Tsuji raised his head and looked into Zhang Hung's eyes. His eyes full of pain. Did I make a wrong choice? Zhang Hung had no way of answering this question. The contradiction between the anti-shogun faction and the shogunate was irreconcilable. Their struggle would determine the direction of Japanese history. As a member of the Shinsengumi, even if he didn't care about politics, Okita Tsuji was still very clear about his position. The two of them had spent so much effort and paid so much price tonight. Okita Tsuji was determined to kill Takasugi Shinsaku no matter what. It could only be said that his luck was too bad. Takasugi Shinsaku happened to run to the residence of his sweetheart at the last moment, causing this budding relationship to wither directly. But to be honest, even if there was no tonight's incident, Zhang Hung was not optimistic about this relationship. No matter how wonderful their encounter was, it could not change the fact that Okita Tsuji was the captain of the Shinsengumi first team, and Shuya's father was from Yunzhou Domain and stood on the side of the anti-shogun faction. He would never marry his daughter to Okita Tsuji, the executioner of the shogunate. Otherwise, how would he face his relatives and friends? And how would he face those anti-shogun patriots who died at the hands of the shogunate? And Okita Tsuji's identity could not be hidden from Shuya for a lifetime. So Zhang Hung thought, maybe it would be good to end it like this. To put an end to this relationship in this most decisive way, when both of them only had a naive affection. Just like most of the love in this world. There are only flowers blooming, but no results. The taste can only be left for the parties involved to taste silently. Of course, it is difficult for others to understand the depression and heartbreak in Okita's heart. Zhang Hung can clearly feel the pain and contradiction of this cheerful boy at this moment. But he didn't say much. Just patted Okita's shoulder and said, "Go home. Take a hot bath. Find a doctor. Have a good sleep. And wake up tomorrow to a new day." Chapter 578. I've learned a lesson. Akira Koyama didn't hear about the battle in Gion until almost noon the next day. It was the guy named Takizawa Shota who had been hanging around outside the dojo that told her. The latter's face was full of excitement and admiration. He said that Zhang Hung and Okita Tsuji fought against 100 people last night and killed more than 200 people from the anti-shogun faction. Not only did Hanjiro Nakamura fail to stop them, but it was also rumored that some important figures died in that battle. He spoke so frantically that it was as if he was there that night. Akane Koyama had heard from Shota Takizawa that Zhang Hung was challenging various dojos. When they first met, Zhang Hung had mentioned that he wanted to see the major schools in Kyoto. Akane Koyama thought he was just bragging at the time. But now it seems to be true. That guy really wanted to cause chaos in the world. He had quietly defeated many famous dojos, and they were all named after the name of the Koyama dojo. No wonder Shota Takizawa came to become his disciple so excitedly. In fact, it was not just Shota Takizawa. This morning, Akane Koyama met 6 or 7 people who wanted to become his disciples, which forced her to postpone her plan to find Zhang Hung to find out the truth. It is estimated that as time goes by, the events in Gion last night will further ferment, and more people will come to become his disciples. Akane Koyama had to temporarily close the dojo and asked everyone, including Shota Takizawa, to come back tomorrow. Then she knocked on the door next door, but no one responded. Akane Koyama originally wanted to confront Zhang Hung, asking him why he was causing trouble everywhere and getting involved in the battle between the Shinsengumi and the anti-shogun faction. But now that there was no movement in the room, she began to worry about Zhang Hung again. She didn't believe what Shota Takizawa said about fighting 1 against 100. No matter how powerful a master is, there is a limit. Even if 100 people stand there and let others chop them, their hands will be numb. But I think there are still dozens of people. This was scary enough. Zhang Hung and Okita Tsuji were only 2 people. God knows how they managed to stop the siege of so many people. Not to mention that they won the battle in the end. Takizawa Shota only described how invincible the 2 were, and did not mention whether they were injured or how serious their injuries were. Therefore, Shaoshan Akane hesitated and climbed over the wall from the dojo to Zhang Hung's yard. Fortunately, she did not immediately see the terrible scene of Zhang Heng falling in the yard. But Xiaoshan Akane did not care so much at this time, and directly pushed open Zhang Heng's door. But what she saw was someone sleeping soundly on the bed. Zhang Heng went to see a doctor last night before returning to his residence. His wounds had been treated and herbal medicine was applied. Fortunately, they were just superficial injuries. The deepest wound was left by Hanjiro Nakamura. However, after fighting for so long, the adrenaline had faded, and he was definitely exhausted. Zhang Heng simply didn't even have breakfast and slept until noon. When Xiaoshan Qian saw that everything was normal in the house, she looked very embarrassed. She barged in without knocking, which was very impolite. Not to mention that she might be misunderstood as having other intentions. Fortunately, Zhang Heng was still sleeping at this moment, and Xiaoshan Qian wanted to leave quietly. But the next moment, she heard that familiar voice. "Miss Qian? Can you help me get a glass of water?" "No. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean that." Xiaoshan Qian was startled and hurriedly explained incoherently. "I know. You are just worried about my injury," Zhang Heng said. He opened his eyes and showed Xiaoshan Qian a helpless smile. "I am in this state now. It is not very convenient to move, so I can trouble you." Oh! 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 Xiaoshan Qian picked up the copper kettle and hurriedly poured water for Zhang Heng. Because she was too nervous, she even forgot the purpose of her trip. She just stood aside and watched Zhang Heng finish drinking the water. "Thank you." Zhang Heng thanked him, then paused and said, "Sorry, I have caused you trouble." "It's okay. I just hope you are okay," Xiaoshan Qian said subconsciously. But halfway through she realized that something was wrong. She originally came to ask Zhang Heng when he got so close to the Shinsengumi. But if she continued with the current topic, she seemed unable to ask these questions. Fortunately, Zhang Heng seemed to see what she was struggling with, and took the initiative to say, "I have nothing to do with the Shinsengumi. Don't get me wrong. I just happened to meet Okita last night." "Meet by chance? In Choshu? On the territory of the Satsuma samurai?" Akira Koyama blurted out. Well, Zhang Heng thought about it, but still didn't tell Akane Koyama about the conspiracy between the French businessman and Takasuji Shinsaku. Because even if the anti-shogun plan failed this time, it actually didn't affect the overall situation. If nothing unexpected happened, Tokugawa Yoshinobu would still return the power to the emperor in a few months, and the Battle of Toba Fushimi would still take place in January of the following year. In the end, the shogunate was completely defeated and a new government was established. Zhang Heng actually didn't want to get too close to the Shinsengumi, which was destined to end, and didn't want to implicate Akane Koyama. So after what happened last night, Zhang Heng was actually considering going to the anti-shogun faction to gain some favorability when he had time. Forget about Seigo Takamori. In the subsequent Southwest War, he stood on the side of the remaining samurai and was eventually defeated by the new government. Okubo Toshimichi died too early. Maybe Ito Hirobumi would be a good choice? Zhang Heng did not tell Xiaoshan Qian what he was thinking, but just smiled. "I was there for some other reason." "Because of that?" Xiaoshan Qian pointed to the rosary pill on the table. She also heard about Zhang Heng borrowing knives everywhere, and now that she had the chance, she couldn't help but advise. Although a good sword is very important for a samurai, if you are too obsessed with it, it will affect your practice. Everything should be done in moderation. I've learned your lesson. I will return the remaining knives someday. Zhang Heng nodded. Xiaoshan Qian was a little uncomfortable with someone being so easy to talk to, and she didn't know what to say for a while. As for Zhang Heng, since he had already obtained the Jujumaru Tsuneji, he naturally didn't care about the remaining swords. Unless there were 5 swords of the world or swords of a higher level in the future, he might not be willing to accept them even if the other party gave them to him. After talking about the business, the atmosphere in the room became awkward again. Xiaoshan Qian didn't know what to say next. Should she let Zhang Heng take good care of his injuries? Or should she let this guy stop causing trouble in the future? Finally, Zhang Heng spoke again. "I heard that the maple leaves at Kiyomisa Temple are also very beautiful. Let's go together in autumn." "Well, okay." Chapter 579. Every relationship is different. Zhang Heng and Okita Tsuji both looked seriously injured. But in fact, they were not seriously injured. After lying in bed for 3 days, Zhang Heng was basically able to move freely. After another 2 weeks, his physical and mental state returned to the peak. It must be said that the battle with Nakamura Hanjiro brought him more gains than his previous challenges to various dojos. Jong Hung has been trying to digest and absorb these experiences during this period. Small bosses like this that can add a large amount of experience points are rare even in the late shogunate. But Jong Hung has another one by his side. After waiting for another week, Jong Hung estimated that Okita Tsuji should have recovered almost completely. So he went to fight with him as agreed. However, he did not see anyone at Okita's residence. Jong Hung asked around and found out that after the Gion incident, Kondo Isami gave Okita a long vacation to let him rest. But the latter did not lie in bed honestly. He always went out early in the morning and came back after sunset. And no one knew where he went. Jong Hung had nothing to do anyway. So he did not wait here foolishly, but planned to try his luck to see if he could meet Okita Tsuji outside. He asked the people who lived with Okita where Okita often went. But he didn't see Okita Tsuji after a round. So Jong Hung thought about it, and went to Gion again, where they met that night. Jong Hung remembered that there seemed to be a tea stall on the right. And sure enough, he found Okita Tsuji there. Jong Hung didn't know how long he sat there, just staring at the house across the street. But the door there was always closed. Bring a pot of tea, Jong Hung said to the boss. And then sat next to Okita Tsuji. Okita forced a smile and tried to say something. But his lips moved, but he still couldn't say anything. Have you been here recently? Jong Hung said. Okita nodded, and finally reluctantly turned his gaze away from the door opposite, lowered his head, and looked at the plate of cold rice cakes in front of him that had not been touched by a chopstick. You two can't be together. Jong Hung originally wanted to slowly persuade Okita, but seeing his expression, he just said it directly. I know. Okita Tsuji's eyes dimmed. I don't expect to get her forgiveness. I just want to come here and see her from afar. Just one look. Persisting in a relationship without a result will only add to the trouble. Your life is still long, and you will meet more in the future. Jong Hung paused when he said this. He almost forgot that the historical Okita Tsuji passed away in May next year. In other words, this cheerful and straightforward boy in front of him actually only has about a year left to live. So this relationship is likely to be the last one in his life. Okita Tsuji coughed twice. Deputy Director Hijikata also told me the same thing. But it's different, the boy said stubbornly. Every relationship is different. Even if I meet someone I like in the future, she can't completely replace Miss Shuya's position in my heart. Okita Tsuji's words touched a certain place in Jong Hung's heart, causing the latter to fall silent. At this time, the boss brought the tea. Okita seemed to realize his willfulness, and said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry. Mr. Kondo has told me many times that I am too emotional. There's nothing wrong with being emotional. If you weren't emotional, I would have had to find a way to escape that night, Jong Hung said, pouring tea for Okita and himself. I heard that your director gave you a vacation? Okita took the tea and thanked him. Then said, well, I killed Takasuji Shinsaku. But it is said that the current situation is a little different. The people above are considering cooperating with those guys of the anti-Shogun faction. So this matter has not been publicized. The director said that my contribution should be recorded first and then calculated later. But I don't care about any contribution at all. So I asked him for a long vacation. Then Okita seemed to remember something and said, oh, by the way, you are here to fight me with swords. Right? I am free now. Where should we go? Shaoshan Dojo? No need. Jong Hung's answer was unexpected. I want to fight with the top master of the Shinsengumi, the man known as the Heavenly Sword. Not a heartbroken person trapped in love and frustrated. You are not worth fighting with me in this state. Sorry. Okita Tsuji apologized. I really don't have any intention of fighting with a sword now. When you are ready, come to Shaoshan Dojo to find me. Jong Hung finished his tea, stood up, and left 10 copper coins on the table. Okay. I will never break my promise again, Okita Tsuji said seriously. However, Jong Hung still underestimated the impact of this incident on Okita. It is said that because of the fear of retaliation from the Shinsengumi, the owner of the house promised his daughter to a family in his hometown not long after. Okita Tsuji learned the news 3 days later, and Shoya had already left Kyoto by then. That day, Okita Tsuji sat in front of the small tea stall from morning to night. When the boss went home after work, he didn't dare to take back the stool he was sitting on until the moon rose. Okita Tsuji was still staring with bloodshot eyes, reluctant to get up and leave. Another month later, John Hung heard that Okita Tsuji was seriously ill. When he went to visit him again, Okita had lost weight, and some parts were even just skin and bones. His cough seemed to be worse, and he was still having a low fever. When John Hung saw him, he was sitting in the yard, looking at an orchid in the corner. John Hung walked into the yard, but Okita didn't notice anything. This was almost impossible for a top master. John Hung sighed in his heart. He could see that Okita Tsuji's health was deteriorating rapidly. Okita himself had tuberculosis, and coupled with the stimulation of emotional injury, he might even die earlier than in history. However, he looked pretty good at the moment. When John Hung put down the pork in his hand, Okita Tsuji finally noticed him and said, "You are a rare guest here. I happen to have something to do nearby, so I came here because I remembered you. Are you still challenging the dojo in Kyoto? Mr. Abe is also a weirdo." Okita Tsuji smiled. "Now the streets and alleys of Kyoto are full of legends about you. I heard that because of you. The Oyama Dojo has become very famous and has many disciples." Chapter 580, Keeping an Appointment. John Hung also heard Okita Tsuji talk about what happened to the Shinsengumi recently. He said that the public security in Kyoto was getting worse and worse, and the shogunate's attitude was getting more and more ambiguous. The expressions on the faces of Director Kondo Isami and Deputy Director Hijikata Toshizo were getting more and more solemn. The situation was so turbulent that even 11 or 12-year-old children knew about the rumors of establishing a new government. So the Ronin in the group began to worry about their future. If the new government fell into the hands of the anti-shogun faction, the fate of the Shinsengumi, which was the main force in killing the anti-shogun patriots in Kyoto, would naturally be self-evident. In this time of panic, it was Okita Tsuji, who was recuperating alone in his residence, who was the calmest. He was not unaware of the dangerous situation, but his idea was simple. Anyway, there were still the director and deputy director above to make decisions, and he only needed to follow orders as usual. Okita just didn't know if he could still swing the sword in his hand now. In another 2 months, the maple leaves of Kiyomiza Temple should turn red. Okita suddenly said to John Hung beside him, "Yeah. I really want to go and see it someday." Okita sighed. "Yeah. Unfortunately, I have lost the reason to go there again." Okita Tsuji's signature hearty smile now also has a hint of sadness. He wonders if he has also seen his own fate from the orchid in the corner. Take good care of yourself. I heard that Director Kondo and Deputy Director Hijikata seem to be busy helping you find a marriage partner. Your sister Hikaru entrusted your lifelong affairs to them before you left," John Hung said. Okita Tsuji shook his head after hearing this. "You don't have to hide it from me. I know my body well. I'm afraid this disease can't be cured. It's better not to implicate other girls." John Hung was silent after hearing this. But then Okita comforted him. "Don't worry. I haven't forgotten our agreement. I will come to you when I feel better. Well, if you need any help later, you can also ask someone to call me at the dojo," John Hung said. He just regarded Okita's words as comfort. Although it was a pity. The speed at which Okita Tsuji's health deteriorated exceeded John Hung's expectations. So the previous appointment was probably ruined. It was a pity that he came to this dungeon but failed to compete with the top master of the Shinsengumi. But life is like this most of the time. Things in the world are always difficult to be perfect. John Hung was not idle for a while afterwards. He began to contact some people from the anti-shogun faction, according to the plan. He originally wanted to find Ito Hirobumi, but the latter was not in Kyoto at this time. In addition to Seigo Takamori, who was excluded in advance, Katsura Kagoro and Sakamoto Ryoma were also short-lived ghosts. John Hung later simply stopped looking for these historical celebrities. Anyway, he didn't want much. As long as he could keep Shaoshan Dojo from being liquidated after the establishment of the new regime, it would be fine. This kind of small matter could be done by a second-level person. Although the new regime won the victory, it was not easy afterwards. Those who fought civil wars, and those who died in assassinations basically had a hard time ending up well. It might not be a good thing to get too close to them. In addition, John Hung did not forget to take time out to go to the Kiyomiza Shrine with Shaoshan Qian to see the maple leaves. At the top of the mountain, John Hung confessed to Shaoshan Qian that he would leave Kyoto the next year. Shaoshan Qian's expression was a little complicated. In fact, after this period of getting along, Shaoshan Qian had regarded John Hung as a part of the dojo. She knew what John Hung had done silently behind the scenes to revitalize Shaoshan Dojo, and gradually recognized her own heart. However, when the latter helped her plan the future development direction of Xiaoshan Dojo. Xiaoshan Qian knew that Zhang Heng was thinking of leaving, although everything now was something she had never imagined before. Xiaoshan Dojo actually had a new lease of life in her hands, and even developed better than when her father was alive. However, she didn't know why. When she heard that Zhang Heng would leave next year, her joy seemed to fade away. When she stepped onto the Qingshui stage again, Xiaoshan Akane was in a different mood, including the extra 24 hours. Zhang Heng dungeon game time, this time was 270 days, which is almost 9 months. In addition to those famous swords, Zhang Heng's biggest gain in this dungeon was that he finally found a way to continue practicing his sword skills, which had been stuck at level 3 for a long time. However, by the 7th month, it was difficult for Zhang Heng to improve his swordsmanship by challenging others. At this time, after integrating the strengths of various schools, he realized that he was about to reach the threshold of level 4. But at this last step, he could not find a way to improve. Kyoto at the end of the shogunate was the best place to hone his swordsmanship. Don't underestimate this last short distance. It would be even more difficult for him to find a way to improve after leaving the dungeon. However, now he looked at Kyoto and could not find a worthy opponent. 2 of the 4 slayers at the end of the shogunate had died at his hands. Later, Zhang Heng helped the anti-shogun faction and killed some masters of the shogunate. However, opponents of the level of Nakamura Hanjiro were indeed hard to come by. Zhang Heng was now beginning to feel distressed about not being able to spawn monsters. He was already considering going to Edo if it really didn't work out and meeting the masters there. But he didn't know what the consequences would be if he rashly left the mission location limited to the dungeon. Zhang Heng didn't want to choose this method unless it was a last resort. As a result, an old friend came to him while he was hesitating. Today, Okita Tsuji was wearing a light blue haori with the Shinsengumi mountain pattern on the cuffs. This was his favorite piece of clothing. He also groomed his hair and beard, and even painted his face like a geisha to cover up his sickly paleness. He knocked on the door of the Koyama dojo in the early morning. Koyama Akane was a little surprised to see Okita Tsuji, who was so thin that he was almost unrecognizable. Not long ago, she heard that Okita's condition had worsened and he would soon die. So she went to visit him. Unexpectedly, after a few days, Okita could get out of bed again, and even ran to her dojo by himself. Okita Tsuji bowed solemnly to Akane Koyama behind the door and said, "Could you trouble Miss Akane to ask Mr. Abe next door to come over and tell him that Okita is here for an appointment?" Appointment? What appointment? Akane Koyama hurriedly let Okita Tsuji in, but she had completely forgotten about the sword fight between the 2 of them. After all, that happened 6 months ago, and Okita's current physical condition is obvious to all. Now, let alone fighting with others, he may not even be able to walk easily. However, she then heard Okita Tsuji say in an extremely serious tone, "I have adjusted my body and mind to the best condition according to the original agreement. So next, Mr. Abe and I can have a fight." Chapter 581 Entrusted. Because Xiaoshan Dojo is now different from the past, there are many more disciples, and many people come to the dojo early in the morning to practice under the encouragement of Zhang Heng. So Zhang Heng, who is separated by a wall, is now forced to develop the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. When Xiaoshan Akane found him, he had already washed up and was about to go out for a morning run. But he accidentally learned about the visit of Okita Tsuji. Considering that Okita was already terminally ill, Zhang Heng had long given up any hope for the competition. And Zhang Heng also doubted whether Okita's physical condition was enough to support a battle. Although he was now stuck at the threshold of LV3 to LV4, and could not find a way to improve, he did not want to sacrifice Okita's life. However, when Zhang Heng saw Okita Tsuji, he knew that no matter how much he persuaded him, he would not give up the fight. So the 2 of them finally stood in Zhang Heng courtyard. This was also Zhang Heng's request. No matter what the final victory or defeat was, he did not want to announce the result of the fight. Okita Tsuji took the wooden sword from Akane Koyama's hand, but did not rush to take off the sword from his waist. Instead, he looked into Zhang Heng's eyes and said, "Before we start, I have a few questions for Mr. Abe." "Excuse me?" Zhang Heng asked. "Are you now with those guys from Satsuma and Choshu?" No one expected that the first question from Okita Tsuji would make the atmosphere tense. Akane Koyama, who was standing by, showed a trace of anxiety on her face and wanted to say something. But Zhang Heng stopped her with a hand. The latter nodded and admitted generously. Yes. Sure enough. Okita Tsuji's expression was a little strange. He was not angry or disappointed, but seemed to be relieved. I have heard similar rumors before. I heard that the deputy director of the Janwei group died in your hands. Oh, that's what happened, Zhang Heng said. So you came here today to avenge them? No. Although we do similar things to the Janwei group, our relationship is average. And I'm not someone who can't tolerate any sand in my eyes, like the director. Okita Tsuji shook his head and said, Times have changed. The general has returned the power to the emperor. But the other side is still aggressive. No one knows what the future will be like. During this period, everyone was panicked, and many people began to consider the way out. However, due to the harsh regulations set by the director, no one dared to put it forward. But many people privately had other ideas. Okita paused. I also want to talk to someone who has contact with the king's faction, since Mr. Abe is familiar with those people. It's great because I know Mr. Abe can be trusted. Tell me if you need help. Do you want to leave the Shinsengumi? Zhang Heng asked. Okita smiled. Is there any difference in my current situation? Although I don't really care about the above. I've been wearing this outfit for so long. I'm used to it. Why bother taking it off at the last minute? Zhang Heng did not speak, waiting for Okita Tsuji to continue. There are two people in this world that I am most worried about. One is my sister A Guang. Fortunately, she is married. And the other is Director Kondo. I was brought to Kyoto by the director, and he and Hijikata have been taking care of me. However, I know the director very well. He has a stubborn temper and will not change his mind. If the new government is really established, he will probably not bow to those traitors. So what I want to ask you is not easy to do. Okita Tsuji sighed. If the situation in the future really deteriorates to a certain extent, I hope that if conditions permit, you can help Director Kondo and use your connections there to at least allow Director Kondo to return home alive and become a farmer. Okita Tsuji is probably the person in the entire Shinsengumi who cares least about politics. But he is also probably the most thoughtful person in the Shinsengumi. His worries are not unreasonable, and can be said to be right on target. Zhang Heng, who knows history, is very clear about the fate of Kondo Isami, the head of the Shinsengumi. Although Kondo Isami was unable to participate in the Battle of Toba-Fushimi for some reason, he returned to Edo after being loyal to the shogunate. He was defeated by the new government in the subsequent Battle of Koshikatsunuma, and there was a split within the Shinsengumi. Kondo Isami led the remaining people to continue to resist the new regime. They were surrounded and captured in the Ryuzen area, and were beheaded soon after. Zhang Heng thought about it, and decided to tell the truth to Okita Tsuji. I can only do my best in this matter, but I can't give you any guarantees. In fact, Kondo Isami died in April of the following year. At that time, Zhang Heng had already left the instance. Zhang Heng had been very busy recently, and had not had time to use his extra round of game opportunity to return to the previous instance. He did not even know what would happen to the instance after he left. However, he could try to smooth over the relationship with the higher-ups in advance to see if he could save Kondo Isami. However, given the latter's personality, even if he managed to escape death, he probably would not go home and be an honest farmer, as Okita Tsuji said. There would be the Ezo War and the Southwest War later. But Zhang Heng also fulfilled his promise and saved Kondo Isami once. As for how he will die later, that is his own business. Okita Tsuji seemed relieved when he heard this. That's enough. I didn't need you to swear or anything. I just hope that I can have fewer worries when I leave. Finally, there is one more thing I want to ask of you. As he spoke, he finally took off the sword at his waist, stroked the blade, and his eyes became gentle. This sword is called Kiku Ikemanji Norimian, which was forged by Ikemanji Norimian, a swordsmith of the Ikemanji school in Baizen province. It is already 700 years old, and is my old partner. Unfortunately, I can't cut it anymore. The fate between us has ended. I want to find a home for it. You are the most suitable person. I believe it will bloom more dazzlingly in your hands. Zhang Heng was a little surprised. Although Kikuchimanji was not among the 5 swords in the world, its reputation in later generations was no less than that of the 5 swords in the world. It was also the top sword in Japan. It seemed that there were rumors on the internet that the owner of this sword was Okita Tsuji, but not many people supported this statement. However, now, John Hung really got this famous sword from Okita Tsuji. Okita Tsuji came to Shaoshan Dojo to find John Hung today, and it was obviously meant to arrange his funeral. He seemed to be able to clearly feel that he had little time left, so he wanted to burn one last time, both to repay John Hung's trust, and to bid farewell to this world as a samurai. Chapter 582 The most beautiful fireworks in the world. The branches of the cherry tree in the courtyard no longer have blooming cherry blossoms. Only yellow leaves on the tree. The morning breeze blew, as if a golden rain had fallen. Okita Tsuji raised his cheeks, took a deep breath, and tasted the taste of this world that made him nostalgic. Then he opened his eyes, and said to John Hung, I studied under the third-generation head of the Tenin Rishin Ryu, Kondo Shusuk. At the age of 19, I got the Menkyo Kaiden. Then I came to Kyoto with my senior brother Kondo Isami and joined the Shinsengumi. I participated in the assassination of the former director Serizawa Kumo and Uchiyama Hikojiro, as well as the subsequent Ikdai operation. In addition, there were large and small missions. I don't remember how many people I have killed. My swordsmanship is getting better and better. 6 months ago in Gion, we fought side by side. But if you still look at me with the same eyes as then, I'm afraid you will suffer in the future. Okita paused. During the time I was sick, I had nothing to do. I could only think about random things every day to relieve the pain. During this period, I thought about swordsmanship the most. I reviewed almost all the previous battles, looking for and thinking about where I could improve. I spent a long time recuperating, so I didn't lie. Now I am indeed in the best mental and physical condition. It just so happens that I have been busy improving myself recently. John Hung nodded. It seems that we can verify each other's gains during this period. I will gladly obey. Okita Tsuji raised the wooden sword in his hand and took a stance. The next moment, his whole temperament changed. He no longer had the dead air before. He was full of vitality and vigor again, which almost made people forget his serious illness. If Nakamura Hanjiro was like a tiger coming down the mountain, then Okita Tsuji was like a bright moon hanging high by the river at night. He threw his shadow into the river, which seemed within reach, but also far away in the horizon. Be careful, Mr. Abe, Okita Tsuji said, and after swinging his wooden sword sideways, he began to move at the same time, as light as a butterfly among flowers. And almost in the blink of an eye he came to John Hung, and even faster than his pace was the wooden sword in his hand, which slashed down. On the other hand, John Hung stood there without moving much, but his eyes never left Okita Tsuji's hands. He caught the sword steadily at the moment when the wooden sword chopped down, but the next moment John Hung let out a slight exclamation, and Okita's wooden sword disappeared from his sight. After a short moment, the wooden sword reappeared and hit the back of his sword accurately. The wooden sword in John Hung's hand sank down, and Okita Tsuji did not waste this rare opportunity. He stabbed John Hung open chest with a direct attack. However, John Hung remained calm in the face of danger. The body skills he had trained in the waves helped him again. John Hung turned sideways at the critical moment and avoided the sword. But this was just the beginning. After Okita seized the opportunity, he attacked continuously, and the angle of each sword was more tricky than the last. The wind from the sword lifted the fallen leaves on the ground, like a gorgeous piece of music. John Hung could clearly feel that Okita was not bragging before. He had indeed improved a lot compared to that night in Gion. If it was Nakamura Hanjiro standing in front of him now, he would probably not last more than 20 moves. Considering his current physical condition, this was almost impossible. Should we say that he is a genius swordsman who got the Menkyo Kaiden at the age of 19? John Hung was very curious about what heights this man, the top master of the Shinsengumi, and the man who was praised by later generations as the heavenly sword of the Bakumatsu, would have achieved if he had not died so young. Unfortunately, this is an answer that no one is destined to know. Fortunately, at the last moment of his life, there were still two people who could witness the last dance of this peerless master. From the first moment the two fought, Xiaoshan Qian couldn't help holding her breath. For her, who also practiced swordsmanship, there was nothing in the world more moving and dazzling than this battle in front of her. Two men who were perhaps the strongest swordsmen at the time joined forces to fight this battle. It was not earth-shattering in this small courtyard, but it brought her a touch that went straight to her soul. Until several years later, Xiaoshan Qian also became a master, and she could still gain a lot from this battle when she recalled it. After the battle in Gion, John Hung almost forgot how long it had been since he felt pressure when fighting with others. Is this the difference in talent? While he was still trying to challenge the major dojos in Kyoto and improve himself bit by bit, Okita Tsuji had already caught up with him quietly. No one knew what kind of enlightenment this big boy tortured by illness had between life and death. Now the two of them are standing on the same starting line again. In this world, the most satisfying thing is to meet a worthy opponent in chess and a bosom friend in wine. Without any extra words, Zhang Heng and Okita Tsuji could clearly feel each other's feelings. This was a state of mind that was in tune with each other and was mysterious. Okita Tsuji's eyes lit up, like the stars in the sky, and then the corners of his mouth also rose, revealing the long-lost innocent and hearty smile. On the other side, Zhang Heng suddenly closed his eyes. The state of mind cultivation formula that Professor Xiaoshan Akane had taught him before, which he thought was useless, suddenly came to his mind at this moment. Zhang Heng naturally entered the state of sticking to one's heart as described by Xiaoshan Mingxinliu. Although he closed his eyes at this moment, his other four senses were sharper than ever before. Wherever his heart moved, the blade went, and he remained motionless in the face of Okita's swordsmanship that was as brilliant as the stars. Unconsciously, tears fell from Xiaoshan Akane's eyes, witnessing the most touching scene in the world. This was the common pursuit of beautiful things in the hearts of human beings. She could see that neither Zhang Heng nor Okita Tsuji held back, and gave everything they had without reservation in this battle. Especially Okita. He was fighting in a way that burned himself, just to burst out the fireworks of that moment. Zhang Heng had also forgotten that he was seeking a breakthrough, and devoted himself to the battle itself. He didn't even hear the system prompts that passed by his ears. He was thinking quickly about the next changes and countermeasures in his mind. Because the battle was too intense, the sweat on his body was evaporated and turned into curling white smoke. However, the next moment, the powerful momentum in front of him suddenly disappeared without any signs. The world returned to silence again, leaving only a vast expanse of white land, clean and tidy, as if there was nothing. However, Zhang Heng knew that there were traces of that man's visit in this world. He opened his eyes and saw Xiaoshan Akane, who was already in tears. Chapter 583 Gift. The battle with Okita Tsuji allowed Zhang Heng's swordsmanship, which had been stuck at level 3 for a long time, to finally break through to level 4. For Zhang Heng, this was like stepping into a whole new realm. Every major level upgrade was a qualitative leap, not to mention level 4, which few people could reach. After the promotion, Zhang Heng not only strengthened his 5 senses, but also integrated the insights and combat experience he had accumulated from challenging various dojos, and combined with the foundation he had cultivated in Black Sail, he finally formed a set of swordsmanship that belonged to him. In order to commemorate the battle with Okita Tsuji, Zhang Heng finally decided to name the new school he founded as Tian Dao Lu. In addition, he also gained a skill similar to Mind's Eye, which allowed him to continue fighting even when his vision was blocked. Could it be that he would change his job to become Daredevil in the future? Zhang Heng touched his chin and thought, and he could feel that this Mind's Eye skill seemed to have room for further improvement. The ultimate goal in the future might be to maintain combat power even when all 5 senses were blocked. But in that case, the 6th sense would probably need to be incredibly sharp. This sounds a bit mysterious, but generally speaking, as a master, you will have a certain sense of the impending danger, just with different strengths. It is still very useful when guarding against sneak attacks. But if you want to rely on the 6th sense to fight all the time, there is indeed a long way to go. Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. His dungeon journey was coming to an end. His swordsmanship was upgraded as he wished, and he also found a weapon of the same level as Saner Communicika, and 2 of them. As for more advanced weapons, Zhang Heng didn't know where to find them. Is it Ein no Murakumo, one of the 3 sacred artifacts? That sword is famous enough, but it is mostly used as a ceremonial weapon, and it is too old. The materials are too poor, and its practicality is questionable. In addition, the most important reason is that the sword is not in the Kyoto Imperial Palace, but has been stored in Otsuda's shrine. Even if Zhang Heng wants to get it, he can't. It stands to reason that the 5 swords of the world is already the best sword that players can get in the dungeon. Although Scarlet Sword has previously speculated that there are more advanced props in the dungeon, she herself has no clue about it. Zhang Heng had no intention of forcing it. He had done everything he could. If he didn't meet him, then so be it. And next he had to face a happy trouble. According to the rules of the copy, he could only take one of the 2 knives out. Should he choose the Jujumaru Tsuneji or the Kikuchimanji Norimyun? This was a question. John Hung estimated that both knives were sea level. As for their respective characteristics, he could only guess before the appraisal was completed. In addition to the characteristic of being difficult to damage, the rosary wrapped around the handle of the Jujumaru Tsuneji might give it a property similar to warding off evil spirits. The Kikuchimanji, Okita Tsuji's favorite sword, has a lighter blade than Suzumaru Tsuneji, but its sharpness is even better than Suzumaru Tsuneji. It can easily cut the fallen leaves from the tree into 2 pieces. Combined with Okita's unique skill, the Hiragan, it is hard to defend against. John Hung can use this sword to attack at a speed 3 times faster than his fastest speed. The 2 swords have their own advantages, which makes it difficult for him to make a decision. While he was hesitating, the copy was also coming to an end. The Battle of Toba-Fushimi finally broke out, as recorded in history. When the political situation became increasingly unfavorable, Okubo Toshimichi and Seigo Takamori and others acted decisively, and finally embarked on the road of overthrowing the shogunate by force. In January of the following year, they defeated the shogunate army that was several times larger than their own and ushered in the arrival of a new era. But now the people immersed in joy do not know what fate awaits them in the future. John Hung followed the agreement with Okita Tsuji and used the connections he had accumulated in the anti-shogun faction during this period to meet Katsura Kagoro. The latter promised that if Kondo Isami was willing to lay down his weapons and no longer be an enemy of the new government, he could spare his life, but only declare him dead. As a price, Kondo Isami had to change his appearance, return to his hometown to farm, and never step out of his house for the rest of his life. John Hung knew that Kondo Isami would never accept such a condition, and he knew that Katsura Kagoro also knew that Kondo Isami would not agree. However, John Hung had fulfilled his previous oath to Okita and helped Kondo Isami find a way out in a situation where he was doomed to die. He would not help Kondo Isami make a choice, because everyone has their own destiny. After doing these things, the next step is to wait for the day of separation. The cherry tree in the yard finally lost all its leaves, although it will sprout new buds next year. John Hung can no longer wait for that day. That day he was sitting in the courtyard of the Shaoshan dojo, eating grilled fish and pickled radish while watching several samurai practicing swords. Shortly afterwards, Shaoshan Akane, who had just finished teaching, walked out of the main room. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, took the bowl of red bean soup handed to her by John Hung, drank a sip, and asked, "Have you booked the boat ticket?" "Yes, tomorrow afternoon." John Hung smiled and announced to the public that he had unfinished business in the Western countries and had to go back again. But the return date was uncertain. Now the Shaoshan dojo has completely got on the right track, and the era of samurai has ended. However, the new government will set up the Metropolitan Police Department, which will also teach swordsmanship. In history, the Metropolitan Police Department took one style from each of the 10 swordsmanship schools of the time and established the Metropolitan Police Department style. John Hung still slightly changed the history. Through hard work, the Shaoshan Mingxin style, a little-known small style, was also included in the 10 styles. Later, the Shaoshan Dojo will also become a cooperative dojo of the Metropolitan Police Department to help teach swordsmanship. In this way, even in the Meiji era, Shaoshan Akane's dojo can still develop. Shaoshan Qian bit her lip. She had seen everything Zhang Hung had done for Shaoshan Dojo during this period of time, but it was difficult for her to repay him. She could only quietly enjoy the benefits brought by him. This was something she found difficult to accept. So she was silent for a while and said, "Weren't you collecting swords before?" "Oh, after Miss Qian reminded me, I no longer do that kind of thing," John Hung said. But in fact, it was mainly because he had no more swords that he could appreciate after obtaining Jujumaru Tsuneji and Kikuchimanji Norimyun. "My father also has a Tibetan knife, but it's not a famous one, and I don't know who made it," Shaoshan Qian said. "I know it can't compare to the knife in your hand, but let it be a parting gift." "Oh, then I'd better obey your order." John Hung nodded. Although he was destined not to be able to take this knife out of the copy, he did not refuse Shaoshan Qian's kindness, and still stretched out his hands to take the gift from the girl. He pulled the knife out of the scabbard and took a look. As Shaoshan Qian said, it was indeed an ordinary knife, which should have a history of less than 100 years. It was well maintained, but it was not as hard as Jujumaru Tsuneji, and not as sharp as Kikuchimanji Norimyun. The blade also looked dull, and there was no inscription left by the knife maker. It was not a famous product at first glance. However, John Hung still accepted the knife solemnly, because he didn't want to disappoint the girl's kindness, and then stood up and bowed. Thank you for taking care of me during this period, Miss Qian. Xiao Shanqian tried to look up, not letting the tears fall, and just whispered, I will keep the courtyard for you. Come back when you have time. Chapter 584, Sword Review. Until the last day, John Hung still couldn't make a decision which sword he should take back to reality. John Hung thought about it, and it was better to consult professionals for professional questions. So he took the Kikuchimanji Norimyun and Suzumaru Tsuneji, and took the nameless sword that Xiaoshan Akane gave him, and came to the most famous sword shop in Kyoto, because he had always come to look at swords before, and specifically asked that the famous swords be kept for him. The store's head, that is, the store manager, and the monk, that is, the waiter, already knew him. Seeing him, he immediately smiled. Mr. Abe, today is not a day for purchasing goods. Why are you interested in coming here to play? John Hung casually gave the monk who opened the door 5 coins, which made the latter's mouth almost grin. Ah, I'm not here to buy knives today. I want to find someone to identify a few knives. The head of the Bantu and the Han generation, that is, the senior manager, looked at each other and laughed. Why? John Hung asked. You came today by chance. The boss is usually not in the store. I don't know why you came early today. This is a good opportunity. There is no sword in the world that the boss doesn't know. From the works of famous artists to the weapons made by ordinary blacksmiths, he can tell the origin at a glance. So powerful? John Hung was a little surprised. So no matter what you ask about knives, just ask him. Of course, your knife should be worthy of his attention. The head of the guard said with a smile. Don't worry about this alone. Please introduce me to him. John Hung said. Come with me. The head of the guard took John Hung to a tea room behind the knife house. A skinny old man was making tea there. This guest hopes you can comment on his knives. The leader bowed and reminded. Thank you for your hard work. The old man replied, nodding his head in thanks. The leader then left the room, and the old man pointed to the tatami on the ground. John Hung saw this and bowed and sat down. He had been in Japan for a while before, but etiquette was not emphasized as much as it is now. He basically sat however he wanted. Now he follows the local customs and has learned a little bit of the traditional Japanese sitting posture. The foot joint is stretched as much as possible. The instep and calf are kept on the same plane, sticking to the mat, and the heel and the inner side of the toes are supported. Of course, it is still not very comfortable. It is said that this sitting posture, which is like corporal punishment, seems to have been introduced from Xiagua. But in the subsequent history of Xiagua, it seems that no one sat like this anymore. The boss didn't mention helping John Hung to evaluate swords, and John Hung was not in a hurry. Anyway, it was still early, and there was still half a day before the end of the copy. He sat there and watched the boss make tea. Japanese tea ceremony is divided into 2 major branches, matcha and sisha, but in fact they all originated from Xiagua. The former was passed down from the Tang dynasty, and the latter originated from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Of course, they developed differently after arriving in Japan. It is said that the earliest tea seeds were brought back by Saicho, who studied in Xiagua during the Nara period. Sen no Rikyu was the master of all trades. His thoughts of harmony, respect, purity and tranquility had a great influence on later generations. The boss obviously knew a lot about this. He lit the charcoal and boiled the water in one go. Then he warmed the bowl, put the tea powder he had ground by hand in the bowl, mixed the paste and made tea, and stirred it with a tea whisk until thick foam was produced. His movements were full of rhythm. Finally, he poured the tea into 2 bowls. This was matcha. John Hung took one of the tea bowls from the boss and turned the pattern on the bowl towards him to express his gratitude. Then he took a sip. Well, he couldn't tell much difference. Your patience is good? The boss smiled on his skinny face, as if he could see what John Hung was thinking, and shook his head. Forget it. Let's talk about knives. John Hung took out the first knife and handed it over. Shijumaru Tsunetsu. As expected, the boss only took a glance and said, it was made by Aoki Tsunetsu in the Heian period, with the inscription Tsunetsu, and the blade is 2 feet, 5 inches and 1 point long. The bracelet on the hilt of the sword came from the previous owner. Nichiren Shonin. To break the evil spirit of this sword. This is a famous Buddhist sword. But it later fell into the hands of the executioner. It can be said that it was entrusted to the wrong person. The evil spirit that had disappeared has returned a lot. I have to find a Buddhist temple to keep it for a while. Boss, you are indeed a sword expert. John Hung handed over the second sword. Heh. Kikwikimanji Norimian. You have quite a few good swords. The boss stroked the blade. See the quenching marks on it? They are deeper than those on ordinary swords. This technique is called Ikimanji Tetsu, a work of the Ikimanji school. The author is Ikimanji Norimian from the Kamakura period. The sword is inscribed with Norimian. The blade is 2 feet 4 inches and 2 points long. The most famous owner is Okita Tsuji. It's a pity that this famous sword finally found its destined person. But it is a short-lived ghost. If you listen carefully, you can still hear its wailing. A sentimental person is matched with a sentimental sword. In the end, it is just a mistake made by love. Zhang Hung fell silent after listening to the boss's comments. After a moment, he raised his head and said, I want to ask which of these 2 knives is more suitable for me. The boss did not answer immediately, but said, Don't you have another knife? Why don't you take it out? That knife was just a gift from a friend. Although it means a lot to me, I'm afraid it won't catch your eye, Zhang Hung said. The boss did not take his hand back, but laughed and said, Whether it can catch my eye is up to me, not you. You decide whether to comment or not. As you wish. Zhang Hung finally handed over the ordinary sword that Xiaoshan Akane gave him. Well, this sword is really mediocre. The person who made it was mediocre. And the original owner was also mediocre. He didn't even have a name. And the inscription on the sword was blank. Maybe he felt too embarrassed. I couldn't find a single word about it in the history books. It's not even as good as the ones in my shop. Zhang Hung didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had already said that this sword was very ordinary. But the old man in front of him insisted on commenting on it. As a result, he criticized the sword again. It was simply a typical example of looking for trouble. Anyway, this knife was given to me by a friend. And it's a token of his love. Zhang Hung reached out to take the knife back. However, the boss didn't let go immediately, but said, In that case, choose this one. I say, choose this one. The boss said calmly. The Suzumaru Tsuneji is the sword of Nichiren Shonin. And the Kikuchimanji Norimian belongs to Okita Tsuji. Both of them have put their own stamp on the sword in their own way. So this is their sword. And only their sword. Zhang Hung seemed to be moved when he heard this. A knife is famous because of a person. It doesn't matter if it has no name. You can give it a name. It doesn't matter if it has no history. Just write it yourself. Write your history. And it is also its history. What's more, this knife has been entrusted with your feelings. It is your knife. The boss was like a devil, constantly tempting Zhang Hung in his ear. So you just don't want me to take these 2 famous knives out of the copy? Zhang Hung said. He had vaguely guessed the other party's identity, and simply revealed his cards. The boss took a sip of tea and said with a smile, This is your choice. I am only responsible for providing advice. Don't regret it if you buy it. But you said so much. But it can't cover up the flaws of this knife itself. Zhang Hung said speechlessly. Don't you know very well that there is no such thing as perfect in this world? The boss said leisurely. Knives are like people. Everyone has a time of decline. Many emperors and generals also started from the grassroots. The key is to have a noble person to help you. So, I think you mean that I am the one who helped you. Hee. The boss laughed so hard that he deserved a beating. He had long lost the Fonsian Dao spirit when he was making tea before. I said, The choice is yours. You never know when it will help you. Chapter 585. Kyoto at the end of the Tokugawa shogunate. It has been 3 days since Zhang Hung came back from the Kyoto at the end of the Tokugawa shogunate. When he got the appraisal results, he knew he had been fooled. Name, ordinary knife. Quality, F. Function, knife bone unique. An early work of the owner of the Kyoto knife shop. He found the remaining materials of famous knives in the world, and took their unwillingness to forge an unparalleled knife bone. However, the material itself is too poor, and the casting technique is also ordinary. However, as the first work of practice, it is already good. This is too bad, right? The above words translated to mean that the knife maker picked up the leftover scraps of a famous knife and made a knife ambitiously. But the skill and materials were not good enough. If we use a person as a metaphor, this knife is probably Lin Dayu, who has high aspirations but a thin life. She is proud, but her physical fitness is not good enough. So everything she does is useless. Zhang Heng was actually mentally prepared. No matter how much the knife shop owner boasted, the craftsmanship and materials of this knife were there. And it was not famous in history. It was not as good as the other two knives. As for the other party's rhetoric of young men, go and create history, Zhang Heng actually didn't take it seriously. The reason why he finally chose this knife was just because of his long-term gaming experience. As the existence behind this dungeon, the owner of the knife shop should be at the same level as Einstein in the Apollo training camp dungeon and Conan Doyle in the deductive method dungeon. This guy hit quite deep in the dungeon. Scarlet Sword and her friends had not encountered him before. Zhang Heng estimated that he had triggered some hidden conditions for the owner of the knife shop to show up. He had 3 knives. The battle with the Jujumaru Tsuneji was the most intense. He killed from the tea house to the street, and finally fought against the human cutter Nakamura Henjiro. The battle with the Kikuchimanji Norimune required higher swordsmanship. Okita Tsuji, who was determined to burn himself out, could be said to be the best swordsman in the late shogunate. It was not easy to defeat him. But if you think about it carefully, the most difficult thing is actually the third knife that seems to have been obtained without much effort. You have to know that including the time bug on him. He spent 9 months with Shaoshan Akane to help the half-dead Shaoshan dojo develop step by step until today, becoming a famous dojo in Kyoto. If other players were to use the normal 30-day game time, this would be an impossible task. According to the previous inertia, most of the props obtained in the dungeon are positively correlated with the difficulty. Not to mention that it is a hidden prop. Zhang Heng finally decided to take a gamble. However, this result was really a rip-off. The bartender looked gloating. She had seen the transaction between the Scarlet Sword and Zhang Heng before. Generally speaking, items like this that could open an extra special copy were worth quite a lot. Even if Zhang Heng didn't use it himself, he could get a lot of points by selling it. It was definitely better than an F-quality item. He was undoubtedly losing money on this trip. After all, there were 2 famous swords of the same C-grade quality as the Mikazuki Munakika in front of him. But he finally chose this ordinary sword. Now he could only accept the loss. Zhang Heng calculated his current points. After going through the deductive law dungeon, he had about 1,200 points. After that, he participated in the battle between the Light Arc and the Union, and spent about 50 points on buying sniper rifles and flash bombs. So he still had more than 1,100 points. After the bartender finished eating the melon with satisfaction, Zhang Heng could finally get to the point. You said before that you knew a blacksmith who forged weapons for the gods. What? The bartender raised her eyebrows, a look of surprise on her face, and pointed at the ordinary knife on the table, saying, "You don't want to recast this knife, do you? Now I finally understand what that guy meant by having a noble person to help it," Zhang Heng said helplessly. After being disappointed, he reconsidered various possibilities. If the knife shop owner did not have any ill will towards him, then there was only one explanation for recommending this knife to him. The other party obviously knew him, but knew that he had the ability to recast this knife and activate the knife bone characteristics. In addition, this also seemed to indicate that the guy should not be the same blacksmith as the bartender knew. You have to think carefully. No one knows what the so-called knife bone characteristics are. The price of the knife sold by the person I know is not cheap, and the knife in your hand is only of F quality. If you pay such a high price and only get a D or even E-grade item in the end, you will lose more. Sometimes it is wise to stop the loss in time. The bartender warned. This knife was given to me by a friend. It contains her feelings. The guy is right. This is indeed my knife, Zhang Heng said. So I've made up my mind. Let's see how it performs after the recast. Also, please ask if I can pay with props. Although Zhang Heng didn't have many points. After the battle with Guanghu, he had accumulated a lot of game props that were not easy to sell or use. In addition, he also got a few props from the player team he killed when he rescued Fan Mangnan. Now his props are already in a state of explosion. Each time he entered a dungeon, the items he could bring in were limited, and the remaining items were difficult to use effectively. It would be a good idea to use them to pay for the recasting. That guy is indeed very interested in strange materials, the bartender said. It doesn't hurt to ask for you. The city has always strictly controlled knives. Zhang Heng had no interest in carrying the F-quality knife. So he simply deposited it with the bartender. Then John Hung gave himself a vacation, bid farewell to that bizarre world temporarily, and returned to his job. College students come up. In the next week, he didn't even go to the player forum once. In addition to attending classes on time, he played games with his roommates Wei Jiangyang, Chen Huadong and others. Of course, he did not fall behind in daily exercise. In addition, John Hung also downloaded FGO. It happened to catch up with the reprint event of Hinoji. John Hung knocked 2 orders of 518. But even if he took out the lucky rabbit foot, he still didn't see a hair of Okita Suji. Probably because the encounter between the two in the troubled times has exhausted all the fate between them. Accompanied by Chen Huadong excited laughter. Miss Okita is mine. John Hung thought of the big boy with a shy smile in Kiamisa Temple, and the brilliant cherry blossoms all over the mountains that day. Chapter 586, this is the standard answer. Sir, may I ask if you are my master? Chen Huadong has been a bit bored recently. Since he broke up with Su Jing, he has returned to the embrace of the second dimension. Under the pretext of healing, he has opened FGO. Worship girls are and as a lane, which is amazing. In addition, he has also followed 4 harem anime and 2 yuri anime. However, even though his day is fully scheduled, he still takes time to wander around the dormitory. Whenever he catches someone, he asks them if they are his master. As a result, Ma Wei dare not show his head in the dormitory now. That afternoon, Chen Huadong started his daily patrol again. But he suddenly stopped halfway and stared at Wei Jiangyang, who was browsing sneakers in front of the computer, and fell into some kind of contemplation. Why? Are you obsessed with my beauty and can't extricate yourself? Wei Jiangyang was a little flustered by being stared at. However, Chen Huadong sighed. Old Wei, why is this world so unfair? You can't compare with me in handsomeness. You can't compare with Mr. Zhang in family background. And the gap between you and Lao Ma in stability is tens of thousands of light years away. But why are you the only one in our dormitory who has a girlfriend? Because I don't have 3 mobile games to play? Wei Jiangyang raised his eyebrows. Mr. Zhang doesn't play mobile games much, and his bad luck has basically made him say goodbye to card drawing games. Chen Huadong shook his head. Mr. Zhang didn't find it. But there is a fundamental difference between you not being able to find it. Wei Jiangyang kindly reminded. A few days ago, a girl from the next class asked me through Xiao to ask for Mr. Zhang's WeChat ID. But Mr. Zhang declined. Old Wei, do you need to shoot another bullet in the head of a dying man? Chen Huadong said resentfully. Actually, you're not bad either. Wei Jiangyang also knew that Chen Huadong had been upset recently. So he stopped provoking him and comforted him instead. Then tell me 5 of my strengths now. Quick. 1 minute. Chen Huadong was not polite at all, and he took advantage of the situation. He started counting the time while talking, and said seriously, if you can't say it, it means you don't love me. Wei Jiangyang was annoyed. Why are you like my girlfriend? Playing this kind of death quiz all the time. You are indeed not bad. Although you are not handsome. Your appearance is above average. You are also very careful, clean, and humorous. You can also help others to gain points in League of Legends. John Hung put down the Finnish grammar in his hand and said, see, this is the standard answer. Chen Huadong turned from worry to joy after hearing this, and immediately smiled again. But John Hung changed the subject. You always stay in the dormitory to play games. Even if you are gold, no one can find it. I remember that you set up a club by yourself when you started freshman year. Besides, you seem to have joined the film club. But why haven't you been there recently? Tiger Shark is an online club. All club activities are online exchanges, sharing game and animation resources, etc. There are no girls joining. Expecting to find a girlfriend through Tiger Shark is like expecting the Mongolian Navy to retake Hawaii. As for the film club, Chen Huadong sighed. It's even more boring. It's all the seniors from the previous 2 classes who are pretending to be good. They are all just trying to pick up junior girls. If I stay here, I'm afraid I will become that kind of person in the future. Wei Jiangyang was surprised to hear this. You post online every day to ask for seeds and uncensored animations. So your ideological awareness is so high? These are 2 unrelated things. Okay? Chen Huadong said unhappily. Looking for seeds is looking for seeds. And it is fundamentally different from being a fool who takes advantage of his little power and flaunts himself. Takes a fancy to a schoolgirl who has a boyfriend. and wants to break up her long-distance relationship. Oh, breaking up someone's marriage. Which grandson is so wicked? Forget it. Let's not talk about these boring things. Qin Huadong waved his hands in a disinterested manner. Come on. You are hopeless. I asked you to interact with others, but you didn't. You could only stay alone in the dormitory and feel sorry for yourself. Wei Jianyang spread his hands. Qin Huadong seemed to feel the loneliness of the vicissitudes of life. He stood under the clothes rack on the balcony with his hands behind his back and sighed. Zhang Heng thought for a while and said, Hayes Asuka told me a few days ago that she has a schoolmate who likes anime and has just come to Xiagua. She wants to find like-minded Xiagua friends to practice Chinese. Do you want to give it a try? Oh my god! Qin Huadong shuddered. Do you have to be so cruel? I just want to find a girlfriend. Not develop an unforgettable foreign love and contribute to the friendship between China and Japan. Then I asked Xiao Wu from the opposite dormitory. He seems to be an ACG fan and the vice president of your Tiger Shark. He is also a suitable person. No. 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 Qin Huadong was immediately anxious when he heard it. Xiao Wu. That person is someone he likes. So I do it. I just treat it as meeting a friend. It just so happens that I also want to get close to Japanese female students. Hasn't Xiao Wu been single for 1,000 years? When did he have a crush on someone? And why does your word sound so awkward? Wei Jianyang looked up and asked curiously. Then I tell Hayes Asuka. Zhang Heng said. Don't stand her up. No. No. From now on I am willing to become a bridge to build friendship between the people of the two countries. Qin Huadong said with his chest puffed out and his head held high. With this incident, he finally regained his spirits, and he didn't work hard at the salvage points and dungeons anymore. He went to the library to learn Japanese with full energy, and asked Zhang Heng to recommend 2 introductory textbooks. This guy finally has something to do. Although he didn't say anything, it's obvious that the breakup with Su Jing was a big blow to him. It's good that he can take this opportunity to move on. And he can also learn Japanese. Wei Jianyang looked at Qin Huadong back as he disappeared outside the door. And at the end, he didn't forget to complain. But we are not like you, who have such a strong talent for languages. Not only did you get almost 700 points in the CET6, you also quietly learned Japanese. And now you're learning Finnish. You're leaving us no way out. Zhang Heng hummed casually. He had just sent a message to Hayes Asuka to tell her about the matter. He looked back and saw Fan Meinan, who had not been active for a long time in the message list. He hesitated and still did not send any message, because he had asked her once before, and Fan Meinan told him that it was nothing. So he did not ask the same question again. Then Zhang Heng put the phone back and picked up the book Finnish Grammar again. Chapter 587 Riddle. A week of peaceful life passed quickly. That afternoon, Zhang Heng was flipping through a book on photography composition in the library when he received a call from Shinsisi. Is it convenient to talk now? Wait a moment. Zhang Heng stood up, left the borrowing area, and walked into the security passage. He looked around and saw only a few freshmen who were discussing group work enthusiastically. No one even noticed him walking by. Zhang Heng then picked up the phone and asked, What's the matter? I remember you said before that you can drive? Yeah. Zhang Heng knew that Shinsisi's driving skills were not about getting a driver's license, but about having a certain level of driving skills. Can you do me a favor? Shinsisi said. You know the news on the forum recently. Sorry. I haven't been on the forum much this week. Oh. That's it. You can take a look first. And if you want to talk later, you can come to the carving time in Food Lane to find me. Okay. Zhang Heng hung up the phone, opened his laptop, plugged in the USB flash drive that would not be tracked by the IP, logged into the player forum, and browsed the hot posts in the city. In fact, he only needed to take a quick glance, without having to look for it deliberately, to know what Shinsisi was talking about. The news that the players on the forum were most interested in was the appearance of the Sphinx. Unlike the Morusby and Xavierza that Zhang Heng had met before, the Sphinx was a familiar mythical species, originally originated from Egyptian mythology. Of course, its most famous story is in Greek mythology. The Sphinx squatted on a cliff near the city of Thebes, intercepting passers-by and playing a riddle question and answer. What animal walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs at night? Those who couldn't answer would be swallowed by it. Until one day Oedipus passed by and gave the answer to the riddle. The Sphinx was so ashamed that he jumped off the cliff and died. Like all Greek myths, such stories are also full of auras of reduced intelligence. Let's not talk about why the Sphinx would jump off the cliff to commit suicide after the answer was guessed. The most important thing is that according to the descriptions of various versions, the Sphinx is a monster with a lion's torso, a woman's face, and wings on its back. With those wings, it doesn't look like a creature that will fall to death if it jumps off the cliff. The post about the suspected appearance of the Sphinx was first posted by a player named Goldbox Conjecture. He said he was a high school teacher, and one night when he was going home after evening self-study, a monster that looked like a large hound suddenly jumped out from the roadside. Its appearance was exactly the same as in myths and legends, standing next to a trash can. And what happened afterwards was also similar to the myths. The monster suddenly spoke in human language and asked Goldbox Conjecture to play a riddle game with it. If he answered correctly, he would be let go. And if he answered incorrectly, he would be punished. Goldbox Conjecture suddenly became nervous. As a player, he knew that he had encountered a supernatural event, and it was likely to be a fatal supernatural event, although the other party did not explicitly say that he would take his life. As someone who knew the story of the Sphinx, he certainly knew what would happen if he could not answer the riddle. So Goldbox Conjecture was scared to death at that time. He lived at a remote place, and there were few pedestrians on the road at that time. He himself was not a combat player, so he could only bite the bullet and start listening to the questions. Fortunately, the riddles of the Sphinx were as bad as the legend said. The upper and lower limbs are hands. Sometimes they crawl, and sometimes they walk. When they walk, they are very much like a person. And when they crawl, they are very much like a dog. Guess an animal. Remember, you only have 1 minute and 3 chances. The animal that looked like a Sphinx said so. Goldbox's mind went blank for a while, because he was too nervous. But then he came back to his senses, and quickly thought of the answer. Monkey. It's a monkey. Right. Congratulations. You got it right. After saying this in a voice as emotionless as Google Girl, the Sphinx went into the green belt and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Considering the large gap in combat power between the two sides, the Goldbox Conjecture did not dare to ask why I answered the riddle. But you did not jump off the cliff and die as in the myth. It was not until the Sphinx left that he seemed to have just woken up from a dream. For fear of leading the monster back home, he did not dare to walk towards the community again, but went straight to the game point. He stayed at the game point for a night, and was almost misunderstood by his wife and daughter for having an affair. He was so bitter that he could not express it. Then he sorted out his experience and posted it on the forum, because the whole process was too frivolous. No one believed it at first. Some people even left a message below, asking if he was from the media and wanted to create news even if there was no news, until the next and the next victims appeared. This post was suddenly pushed up and became the most popular post in the forum. The second victim was not so lucky. He was walking his dog downstairs in the early morning. When he walked to the bicycle shed where there were few people, the dog suddenly barked and refused to move forward. Although the player reacted quickly, he was still not as fast as the head that suddenly popped out from the bicycle shed. Not too old, but with a big beard. Can't tell big from small. Can only call mom. Guess an animal. The thing said expressionlessly. What the hell? The second victim was almost scared to the ground. Wrong answer. 2 more chances. Does this count as 1? Wrong answer. 1 more chance. The second victim didn't dare to say anything more at this time. And after a while, he managed to come up with an answer. Is it a cat? Wrong answer. With these words, the Sphinx-faced monster pounced on the second victim. Just when the latter thought he was going to die, the monster waved its claws and scratched 3 bloody marks on his arm. Then, amid Teddy's barking, it jumped onto the carport and climbed over the wall and disappeared. The second victim immediately rushed to the hospital and had an examination. The results showed that nothing was abnormal. After taking a rabies vaccine, he went home to rest. His physical condition has been good. The slight fever is just a normal reaction after the vaccine. He will continue to go to the hospital to get the remaining 4 shots. There are many people complaining under his post. Brother, the answer is sheep. How can you get it wrong? It took 3 chances. When did the Sphinx become so easy to talk to? If you hit it wrong, it just scratched you and left. Where is your dog? Didn't it save you at the critical moment? The friend above. You pointed at Teddy to save you, and it also pointed at you to save it. Chapter 588 Sphinx Incident. The third victim was different from the first two. He was more irritable. He didn't say anything and didn't care about the riddle. He just rushed forward with a fruit knife. As a result, the Sphinx nimbly dodged his stab, and then left 3 scratches on his face with its claws. Just like the unlucky guy who answered the question incorrectly before. It also used this method to punish him when his life was threatened this time. It did not take the opportunity to take the life of the third victim. At the same time, it disappeared after the attack. The above is the Sphinx riddle incident that has been uploaded to the forum recently. It is said that similar situations have also occurred among ordinary people who are not players. But the statements from the victims are mostly regarded as urban anecdotes, and are also given the reputation of sand sculpture by enthusiastic group members. Like the second victim before, the scratches on their bodies were also identified as being caused by ordinary dogs. They could only consider themselves unlucky, spend money to avoid disaster, and get rabies vaccines. Zhang Heng has roughly understood the current situation and knows why Shen Sisi came to him. After the battle with Light Arc, the Federation was basically disbanded. But Shen Sisi did not stop what she had been doing. Although the riddle incident was not too serious, it did disrupt the lives of ordinary people. Shen Sisi definitely wanted to solve this problem. However, without the support of the Federation, she was probably a little short of manpower. And the reason why she wanted to find a driver was also easy to understand. From the information collected before, the speed of that thing was obviously very fast. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to catch up with him on their own. As of now, the danger of this incident is not high. And as a driver, he does not even need to participate in the frontline battle. So Zhang Heng did not refuse to help. He turned off the computer and came to the Carving Time Cafe in the food alley. This place is a bit similar to the predecessor of those internet celebrity shops now. A lot of thought has been put into the decoration. Every corner is quite literary. At its peak, many branches were opened. However, with the increase of similar cafes, including the impact of new retail coffee, the increase in various costs, it is becoming more and more difficult to sustain. Now it is operating bleakly. And there was a wave of store closures some time ago. There weren't many people in the store. Zhang Heng saw Li Bai as soon as he walked in. He was sitting at a table in the middle drinking a glass of juice. When he saw Zhang Heng, he immediately stood up and greeted him enthusiastically. Zhang Heng pointed at his hair. "Why did you dye it red?" "I've been watching Slam Dunk recently, and Sakuragi Hanamichi's hair is red." Rabbit said, "I'm as stupid as Sakuragi, so I just dyed my hair red like him. How about it? Pretty cool, right?" Li Bai touched his hair happily. "How should I put it? It's quite retro." Li Bai's red hair reminded Zhang Heng of the funeral family that was popular all over the country when he was a child. After a simple greeting, Li Bai led Zhang Heng into a compartment. As soon as the door was opened, smoke filled the air. In addition to Shen Sisi and Tu Zi, there were 5 other people. 3 men and 2 women. 2 of them were heavy smokers. They directly ignored the no-smoking regulations in public places and made the compartment look like a fairyland. There were at least a dozen cigarettes in the ashtray in front of them. One of the men with a flat head looked up at Zhang Heng. "You are so arrogant. You made us wait for so long." After he finished speaking, he said impatiently to Shen Sisi beside him, "Okay, everyone is here. Let's start." Shen Sisi looked apologetic to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng didn't care. He found a stool and sat down. Li Bai closed the door. And Shen Sisi said seriously, "Everyone should have learned about the general situation on the internet. What we are going to deal with this time is probably the Sphinx in Greek mythology. Everyone knows the story of the Sphinx. Oedipus answered its riddle, which caused it to jump off a cliff and commit suicide. But this trick has now been proven to be ineffective. The riddle of the Sphinx is not difficult to guess. But even if we guess the riddle, it will just leave." Shen Sisi paused, looked around, and continued. "But the good news is that this Sphinx is not as strong as the myths and legends say, and it is not able to block a city by itself. Its size should be close to that of an adult Caucasian shepherd dog, and its combat power is similar at present. Its main means of attack is scratching, because it has a lion's body. Its limbs are very strong, and it also has wings. But so far, no witnesses have seen it fly. However, for the sake of caution, we assume that its wings can be used." Shen Sisi turned on the projector and projected a city map on the wall. "I marked the locations where the 3 victims were attacked, and also interviewed ordinary people who had posted online before. so I could draw out its range of activities. Shinsisi drew a few red circles on the map, and finally connected them with a straight line, which happened to be a triangular area located outside the 4th Ring Road. This place is not small. A woman with a choker on her neck put out her cigarette butt and spoke. That's right. That's why I want to cooperate with you, Shinsisi said. Based on my previous analysis of our strength, the action plan for this time is tentatively set to be a forceful attack. We have to disperse at that time, and at least one teammate must be within a 1-minute reach of each other. That thing always only attacks people who are alone. If someone is targeted by it, contact others immediately, and then delay for 1 minute, waiting for other teammates to rush to support. Note that no matter how stupid the puzzle is, don't give the correct answer. Otherwise it will disappear immediately. Because we don't know the target's weakness, we have prepared a variety of weapons for tonight's operation, including but not limited to stun guns, tranquilizer guns, gasoline, water guns, fishing nets, 2 crossbows and sabers. You can wear any weapons you have. As for clothes, although the weather is getting warmer now, I still strongly recommend that you choose clothes that can cover the whole body and are made of clear fabrics. If you really can't find them, you can come to me to get canvas work clothes. Don't be long-winded. We don't need others to teach us how to fight. The patience of the flat-headed man is indeed average. Simon. Shinsisi looked at Zhang Heng again. Keep moving in the car. If everything goes well, you don't have to do anything tonight. But if that thing escapes our encirclement, you will have to chase it. But you don't have to be too nervous. So far, its destructiveness is not very high. If it really escapes, we can just take action again. Zhang Heng nodded to show that he understood. Chapter 589. I'd better fasten my seatbelt. Shinsisi finished all the arrangements in less than 10 minutes. The flat-headed man obviously had no interest in meeting Zhang Heng, a temporary teammate. After agreeing to meet in the evening, he left in a hurry with his men. Then Rabbit pushed Li by beside him, and the two walked out together. When only Zhang Heng and Shinsisi were left in the compartment, the latter said while packing up the projector, "You are really a big help. Don't take what happened just now to heart. 1810 is a surgeon in a hospital. He is very busy every day and has several operations to do, so he pays special attention to time. You don't have to explain to me," Zhang Heng said calmly. "Don't worry. I'm here to help, not to cause trouble for you." "Thank you. I don't want you to have a feud over this little thing," Shinsisi said. 1810 and his team are quite famous among the independent player community. They are very powerful. Before they had a feud with Light Arc, they were also one of the few player teams that did not leave the Union. "By the way, where is your team? I don't think I have met your teammates yet." "I don't have a team. I always play the game alone." Zhang Heng did not hide it. "Alone?" Shinsisi raised her eyebrows. Because the situations faced in the dungeon are all kinds of strange, and usually players tend to act in groups. Of course, where there are people, there are bound to be disputes. And there are also players who leave the team for various reasons. But most of them are only temporary. And there are very few players who really play the game alone. Seeing that Zhang Heng did not intend to elaborate, Shinsisi did not ask any more questions, but just said, "If you have any trouble, you can come to me, or join our team first. It just so happens that we are also short of a driver after Huang Yu left." "I think about it," Zhang Heng said. There was still some time before the action began, considering the opponent he was going to face this time. Zhang Heng took the time to flip through 2 riddle books in the library to recharge himself. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Heng received Shinsisi's WeChat and walked out of the library. He came to the east gate. Not far away on the road was a BMW X3 with double flashes on. At this time, the sky was still drizzling. Zhang Heng had changed his clothes, put on a hood, walked to the driver's seat of the BMW X3, opened the door, and Shinsisi, who was in the passenger seat, waved at him. "Wow, our Fujiwara Takumi is here." The rabbit in the back seat also leaned over. "Chewing gum? I didn't ask you before. How many years have you been driving?" "Little brother? I just got my driver's license last month," Zhang Heng said truthfully. "Then I'd better fasten my seat belt." The rabbit quickly retracted his head. Fortunately, Zhang Heng drove the X3 very steadily afterwards. Although the speed was not fast, it was safe all the way, without any scratches, and no sudden brakes were applied in the middle of the journey. The rabbit's heart was finally put back into his throat. About 40 minutes later, X3 arrived at the agreed location. 1810 and the 4 members of his team were already waiting there. 1810 was still the same as before, nodding to Shinsisi and saying, "Let's get started." Then Shinsisi distributed walkie-talkies to everyone. Everyone chose their own weapons and dispersed in the target area according to the plan. Starting to hunt the Sphinx, or to be hunted by the Sphinx, Zhang Heng sat alone in the car, ready to maneuver at any time. Although the location here is relatively remote, it is not too late now, and some pedestrians can still be seen on the road. The next half hour was quite boring, with only the sound of people reporting safety every 3 minutes on the intercom. During this time, Zhang Heng received a reply from the bartender, saying that the blacksmith agreed to recast the ordinary knife for him. But because Zhang Heng could not provide the appropriate recasting materials, he had to add some material fees. And finally the other party offered a high price of 4,000 game points. And because it was a third-party service, he could not enjoy the 20% discount of the permanent membership card. But there is also good news. In addition to game points, the other side also accepts props for deduction. But the value of the deduction props will be 20% lower than the market. Zhang Heng hesitated and agreed to this transaction method. In addition to the fact that his points were not enough to pay for this recast, it was also because the props in his hand were indeed difficult to sell through normal channels. Although Guanghu had already stopped fighting with the Federation, it did not give up looking for the mysterious sniper that night. Other teams were fine, but Zhang Heng also killed 3 Shichibukai-level masters of Guanghu. Guanghu would not forget this account so easily, and as long as Guanghu was not stupid, he would definitely secretly keep an eye on Shinsisi. After all, Zhang Heng did a good job of preparation and left almost no personal information at the scene. But since he took action that night, it means that he and Shinsisi have a close relationship. Guanghu should have been sorting out Shinsisi's interpersonal network during this period. Fortunately, he doesn't communicate with Shinsisi much at school, so Guanghu shouldn't suspect him. However, because he used knives, guns and bows and arrows in previous battles, Zhang Heng only brought infinite building blocks for self-defense tonight. If things really go as smoothly as Shinsisi said, he won't even use his driving skills much, which is naturally the best result. Zhang Heng replied to the bartender, saying that he had some things to deal with, and would bring the props over for her to estimate. After sending the message, Zhang Heng turned on the radio in the car and tuned to the music channel. It was really boring to wait like this, especially in a small space, because he had to stay alert at all times. Zhang Heng couldn't get out of the car and kept the engine running. But compared to others, he was still good. It was not pleasant to walk around outside in full gear in long sleeves and long pants in this weather. Not to mention that he had to be on guard against a monster that might appear at any time. I didn't see anything unusual. I went to the vending machine to buy a drink. I was almost dying of heat, Rabbit said. After that, she walked to the vending machine, selected a bottle of Coke, and then selected the payment method. As soon as she took out her phone and looked up, she was suddenly shocked. Even if she was mentally prepared, it was still very scary to see a woman's head growing on a lion's body in the middle of the night. Fortunately, Rabbit calmed down quickly and listened to the thing on the vending machine. It's wrapped in red cloth outside and white cloth inside. Open it and look carefully. There are small wooden combs and fruits. Chapter 590. Escape. Rabbit almost cried out in surprise when she heard the riddle. It was too easy, but she still tried to restrain her strong desire to shout out the correct answer, and said to the intercom, "It's here with me." Wrong answer. You have 2 more chances. The reaction of the Sphinx made Rabbit feel relieved. What she was most worried about was that the Sphinx would see through their plan to round it up tonight and run away directly. But now it seems that the other party is indeed strictly following a certain behavior pattern. Just like a programmed artificial idiot. It will not take any action until she answers the riddle correctly, or before the wrong answer timeout. Got it. Who's closest to Rabbit? Shinsisi's voice came from the intercom, giving instructions in an orderly manner, which also made Rabbit feel a little relieved. I'd be there soon, the woman with a choker on her neck said. And Zhang Heng finally knew her code name, which was Black Swan. I'd be there soon too. Don't be afraid. This was Li Bai's voice, with a hint of anxiety. Idiot. Who's afraid? Rabbit blushed when she heard this, and hurriedly defended herself. But then she heard the emotionless voice of the Sphinx again. Wrong answer. There's another chance. The rabbit quickly closed his mouth and dared not speak again. About 40 seconds later, the black swan rushed to the rabbit's side, raised the tranquilizer gun in his hand, aimed at the Sphinx on the vending machine, and asked, "How long will it take?" The rabbit rolled his eyes, stretched out his fingers to make a 16, and then quickly made a 15. The black swan did not shoot immediately, because according to the description of the third victim, once someone attacked the Sphinx would start to fight back, and their plan tonight was to try to maintain the advantage of numbers over the Sphinx when the battle started. Since there was still 15 seconds of safety time, the black swan did not mind waiting a little longer to see if anyone else could come. At this moment, both of them were very nervous, especially Black Swan. She was now pointing the tranquilizer gun at Sphinx, and she didn't know whether the latter would feel threatened and attack her in advance, or turn around and run away. Therefore, these 15 seconds seemed extremely long to her. Fortunately, Sphinx seemed to be concentrating on guessing the riddle. She ignored the tranquilizer gun pointed at her and continued to squat quietly on the vending machine. She didn't even look at Black Swan. About 3 seconds later, Levi appeared at the other end of the street. He was like a cheetah, running wildly with gritted teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Logically, he was not the second closest person to the rabbit, but he ran ahead of the other person. The red hair of Sakuraji Hanamichi was really made hot-blooded by his running. However, considering the calculation error, the rabbit did not dare to wait any longer and made an okay gesture to the black swan. The latter pulled the trigger, and the tranquilizer dart inside flew out of the muzzle and accurately hit the chest of the Sphinx. The dose of anesthetic in the tranquilizer dart was enough to knock down an elephant. But the Sphinx did not react after being shot. It just looked up like a black swan and then pounced on the rabbit. The rabbit had been prepared for this attack for a long time. She rolled on the ground and dodged the attack of the Sphinx. At the same time, she took out the saber behind her for self-defense. But she only had time to block it once before the weapon in her hand was knocked away by the Sphinx. Fortunately, Levi also came the next moment. He shouted, and the rabbit understood and immediately rolled again. At the same time, a fishing net was covered over the head of the Sphinx. The latter was covered in it. Levi was overjoyed when he saw this and said, "Quick! Hold it down together." However, before he finished speaking, the Sphinx-faced monster suddenly burst out with great strength and continued to chase the rabbit. Levi staggered under the great force and knelt on one knee on the ground. But his hand did not loosen, still holding the fishing net tightly. And as a result, he was dragged 3 meters away. His pants were almost worn out, and he was still yelling, "This is weird. Is this half-human, half-ghost yellow dog so powerful? That's not a yellow dog. It's a Sphinx. Even if you're uneducated, there's a limit." While complaining, Black Swan took the opportunity to fire another shot. However, this time, just like before, the tranquilizer dart still had no effect on the Sphinx monster. The target's resistance to tranquilizer is known to be very high. Request support. While talking to the intercom, Black Swan threw away the tranquilizer gun in his hand and helped Levi grab the fishing net. Although the two of them still couldn't stop the Sphinx, they did have an effect and slowed down the opponent's speed. In the case of the third victim, there is actually a question that no one has figured out. When the victim actively seeks a fight, is the Sphinx's target the person who attacked or the person who failed to answer the riddle? For the third victim, both are the same person. But the answer is obvious in the current situation. Although it was the Black Swan who attacked the Sphinx first. After the battle began, the Sphinx's target was still the rabbit, and it seemed to be determined to punish the rabbit. The rabbit was also frightened at this moment, and hurriedly said, "Orange. Orange. The answer is orange." However, I don't know if it was because of the timeout. Sphinx did not stop after hearing the answer. Fortunately, 1810 also arrived at this time. The flat-headed man snorted coldly, and with a flick of his hand, the medical scalpel in his hand flew out and pierced Sphinx's head. But the result surprised everyone. The scalpel made of 18% chromium and 10% nickel medical stainless steel fell on Sphinx's head and bounced off. So hard. 1810 was stunned. Immune to physical attacks? I'm afraid we're in trouble now. Black Swan also frowned. But fortunately, Sphinx was now completely entangled in the fishing net. With the help of 1810, the three of them finally defeated Sphinx in strength, temporarily controlled the opponent's actions, and also saved the rabbit from danger. However, The good times did not last long. Not long after, the sharp-eyed black swan first discovered that Sphinx's claws were shining coldly. That guy seemed to have finally realized his situation and temporarily gave up chasing the rabbit and began to try to get rid of the restraints. His efficiency was also amazing. After a while, he opened a small hole in the net and squeezed half of his body out. What should I do? I don't want to be tickled. The rabbit was almost crying. Change the plan. Help the rabbit out of danger first. Shinsisi's voice came from the intercom. She was far away and couldn't get here yet. Although the two people who arrived later were carrying crossbows, they still couldn't cause any damage to the Sphinx.